Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We are already at a Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with Bobby Roberto Belt out for the day. Being a dad.
Wow.
Being a husband.
1 out of every 365, right? It happens. But it's funny because you said Tolo Tuesday. And Sarah said yesterday, she goes, boy, it feels like a Sunday. Because, it's like the next day you go to work. And I says, yeah, but give it 24 hours. It'll feel like a Thursday. And that's the beauty. Yes. That's the beauty of the 4-day work week. It's coming, kids. It's coming. Thanks to Gen Z.
Yeah, I heard that some restaurants are even going towards a 4-day work week.
We were in Michigan there, and the amount of restaurants that were closed Sunday and Monday, or Monday and Tuesday, blew me away.
A lot of barbecue places for some reason are like that.
Yeah,
like all the work, all the extra stuff, and they go ahead and shut it down for multiple days. I went out to Fort Worth to hang out with Pat Doney a couple weeks ago, more than that, and I was looking to hit up the Fort Worth barbecue scene. Closed.
I assume they're open on the weekends, right? That's when they have to be open.
Yeah.
That's the big day. But, if you're a restaurant, you're looking to...
A lot of times you go to these barbecue restaurants and there's no smoke billowing. There's nothing going on. And you're like, yo, where's the food?
Yeah.
Where's the barbecue? And these places are resting their meats now for 12 or 13 hours. So they get it done the night before, and it's sitting in this warmer for 13, 14, 15 hours, so they don't have the smoke going while you're there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Throws you off a little bit.
It does. But, yeah, if you got to find time to take days off of your restaurant, Monday and Tuesday is probably the day to do it, right?
The rain held off, fortunately. Threatening here and there. At least it held off for me in Sunnyvale. This morning, some early drips, but had the big station party, and I was just holding my breath. I'm like, Friday, good. Saturday, good. And now we have the overcast on Sunday, and it's going to hit. Got a few drops for a couple of minutes, but otherwise, hopefully it held off for everyone with their plans over the weekend and on Monday.
Little bit of rain. Got a little bit of rain. I guess it was that night, Sunday night, it rained. But yesterday it was, for the most part, it was fine. A little bit of drizzle, but no, it was an easy day yesterday.
Yeah, I need the rain, guys. That water bill came in the other day, and now the little issue we had in my front lawn did not affect the water bill. It's just a little puddle happening there.
What issue?
So it looks like a sprinkler head is either jammed or something. The sprinkler head isn't popping up when I have the zone on, and so there's just a puddle of water around it. So it's like anything underneath it just puddling up, and I thought, okay, is there running water? And there's not, at least for my my water bill doesn't say there is.
What's your water bill start with?
A 1.
Oh. That's good.
Oh, I don't know.
That's really good.
What does y'all start with?
It's it starts with a 1, but the second number's a 9.
Oh.
So
Yours starts with a 1. Oh, you got the turf in the back too.
Yeah, the turf in the. I only have a front. I have a front and a side yard, so I don't have much to water.
Yeah, I don't really want to get into what.
You have an acre of land. You have an acre of land. It better be higher.
Yeah.
If mine's higher than yours, then I know I got a pipe that burst.
I was trying to put in we have this little inflatable what do you call it, bounce house or kids slide, and I was trying to put that up for Ollie and the kids on Sunday, and I broke a stake trying to hammer this into the ground. Now, I'm not Mr. Handyman anyway. My wife comes outside. She's like, you need help? You need help? I'm like, I don't know why this is so difficult. I've done this before. I had to get a hammer because the damn ground is not accepting anything. It's rock hard out there.
It's very hard. It's that's
taking it. Even though it's rock hard, it's not taking it.
Clay, man. We get that Texas clay, that red clay underneath. And
oh, yeah.
It's when they... I assume when they built your pool, the same thing. They ran into...
I had to pay extra for clay injections.
They ran into shale, all kinds of crap. They busted out this big giant stake and just banging the hell out of these rocks underneath. And that's all it was. My yard was all rock.
So NFL opening week is here, but let's start off with a ton of college football. We'll get into the Cowboys. Mike Zimmer going off in an interview at 6:20. We got Ludacris tickets at 7:20 for the Expressway all week long, but this could be the story of the college football season a couple of weeks in.
Now Castellanos throwing. Caught. Touchdown, Boston College. Kai Robichaux is the Eagle in the end zone. Left flat. BC leads 20-6.
And BC wins 28-13. BC Radio with the call. And Bobby's Florida State Seminoles. Thank goodness Bobby is out, so we don't have to hear about his hate for DJ Ukulele, because he has been crushing Florida State's quarterback for over a year. And the Florida State Seminoles, RJ, are 0-2 for the third time in 5 seasons to start off. Number 10, stinky.
They stink. He stinks. He stunk for a very, very long time. And this, Paul Feinbaum said that they are the most likely top 10 team to not finish the season ranked. And the stats behind this just blow you away. First of all, the FBS teams that were double-digit favorites in the first over this weekend, in the first 2 weeks, are 71-1. And Florida State is 0-2. The other one, your boy, Vandy, was a double-digit dog, and they beat Virginia Tech.
Yes.
Other little nuggets from this game. Florida State, last 45 years, are the third top 10 team to start 0-2 as a double-digit favorite.
Wow.
First time in program history, they lost a home game as a top 10 team while a double-digit favorite. And they're the fourth preseason team in the last 10 years to start 0-2. It's so bad there. And it's so poetic that Florida State and Clemson are complaining and trying to sue the ACC to get out of it because they think they're too good for the ACC. And here's Florida State 0-2 against bottom feeders Georgia Tech and Boston College. And then Clemson realized over the weekend they're not even on the same planet as Georgia, a team that is about 80 miles away from them, and they recruit literally the same player.
Too many white guys.
Too many white guys, Roddy.
According to Roddy White, the former Atlanta Falcon, as I think DeAndre Hopkins was complaining, the former Clemson football player, saying, look at this offense. This offense stinks, but
sounds about white.
Exactly. And the Georgia Bulldogs heating it up on old D-Bag Dabo.
2 receivers tight to the left. That's Lovett and Smith. 1 to the right. That's Colby Young. He's going after Colby. Begg puts it in the air. Caught on a spinning move in the end zone. Touchdown, Georgia.
Man, that's Georgia Radio with the call. Dabo is without Deshaun Watson and without Trevor Lawrence. He is just Jack Easter being a crew neck. That's all he is. That's all that dude is. He has got a big bag of nothing and
34-3.
34-3, and they looked like they were completely inept. I would love to see, DJU's dad probably isn't going to be saying much today, but I would love to see his thoughts on Dabo's offense because that is the same offense that his kid ran. It may not have been. Now, look, it was DJU. He was a part of the problem. Maybe Cade isn't. Maybe it's just Dabo's offense. That's a problem.
And Roddy White tweeted that color was a problem. Clemson got too many white dudes on the field on offense. This ain't them. You mean to tell me you only got one black dude out there making plays? That's a recruiting problem. People came back at him. Seems a little racist. Imagine the outrage if a white person claimed the team's problem was having too many black players. Of course, we know the double standard there.
Oh, yeah.
Because someone would be banned and canceled for life if they said it the opposite way.
Absolutely. If they said that they would be canceled for life. Now, he eventually would say this, quote, I'm getting a lot of blowback for the too many white players comment. I apologize if someone thought I was being racist. With everybody knows me, I'm not. I looked out there, and 10 of the 11 players were white. I can't recall ever seeing a Clemson team like that.
Way to back off.
I think he kind of dug in.
Yeah.
I think he kind of dug in on that one.
Yeah.
So there's Roddy White. And, like you said, DeAndre Hopkins is complaining, and it's bad. It's bad for Florida State. It's bad for Clemson, and both those programs deserve everything.
I can't wait to see him get run, too.
Dabo?
Yeah. Little smart ass.
There's the question, he just gave them their best ever decade. What are they going to do? Are they going to? They're going to have to force him to either. They're going to give him an ultimatum. He's probably earned the right to get an ultimatum. Dude, change your ways. Go to the portal. Go to NIL. or you're gone. Like, they're going to have to give him that ultimatum. He's earned it. He's earned the right to do it his way, and his way is showing that it's not going to work. So now it's up to the AD to say, all right, look, your way, we tried it your way, not going to work. Now you're going to do it this way.
It looks like Pepe is wearing some burnt orange. I can't see the logo or whatever the design is on the chest of the shirt. I can only see it hugging the biceps there. But is the biggest story from the Texas Longhorns opener the backup.
Ball will be snapped from the left hash on 2nd and goal. Ewers looks right, throws to the corner, caught, touchdown Texas. Matthew Golden, his first touchdown as a Texas Longhorn.
So Texas rolls 52-0 over Colorado State, but all the headlines didn't have Quinn.
No.
They had Arch.
They had Arch because we hadn't seen much of Arch, and we saw, not a ton of them, but we saw some flashes in this one. And we saw a really nice dime pass. We saw a kind of a Mahomes-y type touchdown play where he uses his legs. Mannings don't use their legs.
Yeah.
Mannings generally don't do that. This kid does. This is different. This is a different kind of Manning. And then he did that flip pass down to the sideline. So it was cool to see Arch. Quinn looked fine. Quinn looked like he's going to be in the Heisman running, which he will be. He'll be in the top 6 or so of the Heisman all year. But it is going to be quite the storyline if they blow out a lot of opponents and Arch looks really, really solid in the meantime.
Pepe, what were you excited about with the Longhorn win? Was it everything else or was it Arch?
I mean, I really want to see what Jaden Blue had to offer running back. The Longhorns are down to the 3rd string now. See what he has out there. That's a big part of their game, and he was really good. And now, I mean, it's hard I know a lot of people want to jump ship and just go, this is the team right now. It's Texas, but again, it's Colorado State. They have Michigan, and man, that line against Michigan's moving up. It's going up. I think Texas is now 7-point favorite at the Big House this weekend. So I was impressed, and then obviously, you were just waiting there after the second half to see when Arch was coming in.
And now I have a decision to make personally as I'm researching flights and hotel rooms because I'm going to be making my first ever trip to Nashville.
Oh, baby. You got to go.
I'm going to see the godson play. Now, he was killing it in practice, freshman at Vanderbilt as a tight end / receiver. And then a teammate fell on his collarbone and broke it.
Oh, no.
So clean break for the collarbone. Out for a while, but he's apparently like 3 weeks away from returning, and I'm trying to figure out whether I should go to Vanderbilt, Bama, or Vandy, Texas. Now, as my wife said, it's easy. It's obvious. Like, we should just go to the Texas game. The Texas game, and I timed it out, both Cowboy games on that Sunday for the morning I would fly back. They're playing Sunday Night Football, so that's going to work out well. I get back, Cowboys are still going to have the night game, be in here on Monday. And yeah, it probably makes more sense for Texas, but I don't want to wait. Like I'm itching. I've been around Texas fans. I kind of want to see what Bama fans are like and what Bama fans are like traveling. I also don't want Vanderbilt to be too far out of it, so they get smoked by Bama or they lose another game, and then it's kind of less stakes on the line. Not that it's going to be an SEC championship preview against Alabama, but I want as much hype as possible, so I'm thinking about going to the earlier game against Bama versus waiting a couple weeks for the Longhorns.
So here's the thing: when you factor this, you got to remember with Vandy, it's unlike any other SEC school, where if you go to the Texas game, or if you go to the Bama game, if you go to there's 3 games at Vandy if you go to, Bama, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Those are going to be 80% Bama, Kentucky, and Tennessee fans in the stadium.
Yeah.
Because Vandy just doesn't have a big fan base. Texas is not going to travel to Nashville to go see a Vanderbilt game. Right? They're going to save their money. They're not going to that's not the game. They're not earmarking that game. Let's go to that. Now, unless they just want to go to a game and looking for a cheap ticket. Yeah. That might be it. But you also might not have the atmosphere because it might not be as many people there because Vandy just doesn't sell out their stadium. That said, there was a student wait to get into this game.
Yes.
And they never have that at Vandy. So I don't know if they've got some kind of
new freshman tight end.
It's the new freshman tight end.
It's the new freshman tight end.
I don't know what's going on. Like, is there some new thing going on at Vandy where there's a new coach? And I haven't followed Vanderbilt because they don't really ever matter.
Yeah.
But that does intrigue me.
So which one do you think right now if you had to pick?
Best atmosphere, your 2 best atmospheres. Yeah, I would probably do Bama's going to be more expensive, though. Bama will
Well,
be
I think I
expensive.
can get in the friends and family section.
Well, you should probably
You know what I
can.
mean?
Yeah.
Got
I
the
do know
discount
that.
at the hotel.
There you go. Yeah, their big home games are Bama, Texas, South Carolina, and Tennessee. That's it.
I just don't want the air to be sucked out of the drama for a Texas matchup after they've probably lost to Missouri. Then they get Alabama after that, and then the Longhorns on the 26th of October versus Bama on October 5th. So I don't know. I need your help and advice on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053. The Cowboys officially announced their number 2 and number 3 quarterbacks, and why is Mike Zimmer going off when they don't even face this team this year? Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys for opening week coverage next.
Hectic morning. We've got you. Listen back to any segment on our Fan Odyssey app. Presented.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
and more with a single app. Score big with DFW Security.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Opening week is here. It's going to be the Ravens and the Chiefs on Thursday. Filthy playing Green Bay Friday in Brazil. Darius Slay is already sounding like an Olympic athlete being thrown into the crappy village and being told to stay inside. More on that in a little bit. I'm Sean Trafe alongside RJ Choppy. Bobby Belt will be back tomorrow. We got Pay running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And early good morning to the Twolos and YouTube with Dak Delusional, Lil Dallas. We got Gregory on here. We got Claim Pincher. And we have John Frank along with Emilio and Nighthawk on Twitter. Cowboys came out and confirmed that Trey Lance will be the number 3 behind Cooper Rush during a week in which many people think it's do or Dak or die, however you want to phrase it, for the Cowboys to pay their quarterback before the season begins.
Got till Sunday. Sunday at 3-something is probably your end date for that one.
What a great week, in my opinion, for Dak Prescott. Just able to sit back, relax, and wait for the phone to ring because you got them by the short ones.
Well, you do. Oh, there's no doubt. You got them right there, right where you want them, and they may or may not bite on it. You know, it all depends on. You know, we was at the Florio last week, and you know he's like, unless the Cowboys know, kind of throwing this one out there, right? He's already. I love the lawyer in him where he just throws out the collusion word because he loves to throw out the collusion word. But he's like, you know, unless they know the whole league's going to collude against it because you know the NFL does not want. You know the NFL owners do not want a true free agent quarterback in their prime. They do not want that on the open market.
Well, some are calling this the biggest free agent quarterback ever, and I was like, that would be Peyton Manning.
Yeah, now the only thing with Peyton is that he was coming off the injury. Nobody really knew how he was going to play. They just assumed.
Yeah.
They just assumed.
He was a free agent, right? It wasn't a trade.
No, he was a free agent. They cut. You know, they released him in Indy, and he went on that tour.
Was Tom free?
Tom was.
I think he was. He was a free agent.
Yeah, he was a free agent too. But again, now that was the end of the prime.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Dak is in his prime, and you know, Manning was kind of at the end of his prime, but
that just
also the injury.
That just disgusts though Dak haters and overall NFL fans to say that Dak Prescott would be the biggest free agent ever. People. That's not set. It doesn't settle right with people.
It doesn't. I mean, it does. I get it. I understand. It's
just an in your prime quarterback. It's an in your prime, very good quarterback who just finished second in the MVP.
Absolutely, that's exactly what it is. And he is at the peak of his career. Like this is the peak of his career. Last year was his best year ever, I believe. Now you could say that his certain things were better in other years, but I thought he put it all together last year, and he was phenomenal. So. This would be a huge moment for the NFL if Dak gets to free agency. And it'd be a terrible moment for the Cowboys.
And Nick Eatman predicting on Friday that he thinks the deal gets done this week. What do you think? Let's put it on the record. Today on Tuesday, before we start this thing on Sunday, is Dak Prescott signed with a long-term extension this week?
57% yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I still think it's obviously far more likely that he comes here versus not, but I'll say 57% yes.
So then why do you think, let's say it happens, why do you think it took this long? They'll say it's getting our affairs in order financially, making sure we can pay this and fix that and twist that, because you can make anything spin to your argument in this world of sports and NFL spending, in particular.
I think the reason it took so long is one, yes, that like they wanted they had an order in which they wanted to do things and they wanted to wait. But I also think that part of this is Dak just didn't want to take the offer they were giving him. Like they absolutely would have signed Dak for $53 million. And Dak's just like, I'm not going there. I'm just not doing that. Like, that's not where I am. I need to have more money. I think that's a major problem.
877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Why is Mike Zimmer going off with an interview about the Minnesota Vikings now? I could see if they were opening against Minnesota.
I would think that.
But reporters in Minneapolis hitting up Mike Zimmer to talk about the ending, and in true Zim fashion, he got some bangers here.
Oh, yeah, he does. This is from the Minneapolis Star-Tribune. Now, towards the end of it, he had an 8-year run. I thought it was longer than 8 years. But they went to the NFC Championship game in 2017 with Case Keenum. They were beat by the Eagles by 31. He was let go after 2021 when they went 8-9. All right, they went 8-9. And the article starts out, Zim was crushed, angry, sleep-deprived, the rare coaching lifer who had never been fired. They asked me if I wanted to address the team, and I said, hell no, they got me fired. I didn't know I was supposed to go to HR and sign out or whatever. No one told me. I got all my stuff, got in my truck, and left. I can tell you I've not watched one Minnesota game since.
They asked me if I wanted to address the team. Yeah. Hell no, they got me fired.
Hell no, they got me fired. But
he's kind of blaming the general manager.
Yes. The next part of this article goes with 4 third-round picks. Rick Spielman selected in order Kellen Mond, Chaz Surratt, Wyatt Davis, and Patrick Jones II. Zim was there for only the first pick. When he picked Mond, I walked out of the room. I left the building. I didn't even talk to him on the phone. They talked the next morning, and Rick said, "You mad at me?" And I said, "Yeah, I think he took 4 backups when we had guys there I thought were starters." Only Jones, with 4 career starts, is still a Viking. Mond, Surratt, and Davis have 0 starts. Mond lasted 1 year. Minnesota is now out of football. He played 3 snaps in 1 game. The 37-10 loss to Green Bay that knocked the Vikings from playoff contention. People made a big deal out of me saying after that game that I didn't need to see more of Mond. I saw him every day in practice. Maybe I was omniscient.
Yeah, we need Bobby for that word.
Or something. He played 3 NFL snaps and 2 were bad.
And I remember that quote. And I'm sure I blasted Zimmer for that quote, like inappropriate, like unnecessary, just destroying his quarterback. Like, no, I don't need to say anymore. I watch him practice every day. Basically calling him an outright bum. Yeah. Now, he ended up being right, but you don't say that out loud as a head coach. And he did, and he was right, but leaving the building and walking out because he was not happy with the GM picks.
This is insane. Like, this is like this wild. Not wrong wild, just like, holy cow, I can't believe this is happening.
He's also ticked off at a guy that I got ticked off with last time he was on, because in true Homer fashion, Paul Allen, he's loose. I love that all-time call of Adrian Peterson. He tried to act like everything was kumbaya with Stephon Diggs. And we're like, no, that's not what all the reports are saying. And he, basically homered it up.
Wow, it's amazing that a play-by-play guy would homer it up on social media.
I know.
Never see anything like that.
Ask RJ Ochoa about that. But he was doing play-by-play when Zimmer shoved Cousins, which I went back and watched that again 3 times yesterday, of this weird tension. You could tell that Mike Zimmer just hated Kirk Cousins' guts. We should have asked him about that on the beach in Oxnard. And Paul Allen was observing that, saying Mike Zimmer snapped. Well, Zim, in this interview, said, I just didn't like what Paul Allen said. We're supposed to be friends. Why you got to talk about me? Unfortunately, I hold grudges. That's just how I am. So he's mad at the play-by-play guy for describing the weird, awkward shove. He just wanted to overlook that and pretend like it was nothing. And, there's a reason why some people are regarded as coordinators, because Mike Zimmer is not going to, and I'm a big fan of Mike Zimmer as the defensive coordinator here, but Mike Zimmer may not do all the PC public relations stuff that you need in terms of kissing babies and glad handling, handling, shaking hands, kissing babies, and glad handling with ownership and the front office.
Look, I mean,
a little rough around the edges.
He is, but for somebody who's rough around the edges the last 8 years, pretty good.
Yeah,
like those guys usually flame out in a couple, 2 or 3.
I think he had a nice run there.
I think it was fine. Like, he never had an elite quarterback. He had a good one. Kirk was a good quarterback, never elite.
Mike McCarthy said, quote, Zim's a straight shooter, not a lot of fluff. This generation needs more of it. So that's Mike Zimmer going off on his former organization, and they don't even play this year. And they definitely are not playing. Like, this piece just came out of nowhere.
It really did. Like, it was very, very odd. The Star Tribune just needed, like, they were like, we need to have
we don't have our rookie quarterback here. We need content.
We need content, and let's call it Mike Zimmer and see if there's any beef still.
We ran out of Brian Flores stuff. So that's what's happening there. The shooting in San Francisco.
Ricky Pearsall,
rookie wide receiver, narrowly escaping death during an armed robbery Saturday night. And he was signing autographs at a nearby event in the afternoon, walked towards Union Square, and there were shots fired at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A 17-year-old male attempted to rob him of his Rolex at gunpoint, and apparently the bullet, RJ, went through his chest. And Pearsall's like, hey, I am a professional athlete. I'm a rookie receiver in the National Football League. I can get in a physical altercation here. The struggle for the gun resulted in gunfire. Both the suspect who was arrested and the victim were shot. Serious but stable condition, but it sounds like he's going to be okay, as his mom was giving an update that God spared my baby boy.
Shot through the chest, like, I can't fathom how he's just fine.
Yeah.
Now, because when I think chest, I mean like through the middle of the chest. Now, it could have been like upper part. There's one side of the chest, or like if you're gonna get shot, like that's the place to go because it goes right through. I don't know what side it is. But.
So I caught some heat for this, and I knew I would, but I wanted to troll San Francisco as much as possible. And I quote tweeted this story, and I was like, "San Francisco, ladies and gentlemen." And a couple of people are like, "Oh, like you know, shootings happen everywhere. Like this doesn't happen in Dallas." I think it was the founder of Cash App who got murdered and killed in San Francisco. We haven't had high-profile celebrities just walking the streets of downtown or uptown and they get mugged or fearing for their safety in uptown Dallas. That doesn't happen here. It happens in San Francisco. And, you know, Charles Barkley makes fun of it all the time. And Mike Bassick is always talking about what California, but what San Francisco has become, along with Oakland. And Bassick just said, the Rangers told us to stay away. He texted me, the Rangers told us to stay away from Union Square back in May because how dangerous it is down there.
That's what this was, wasn't it? Union Square?
Yeah. So that's not happening in uptown. I haven't heard a lot of incidents happening in downtown. Now, we don't have the greatest downtown. I wouldn't walk around downtown just everywhere freely at 9 o'clock at night. But
there's also nothing down there. We don't have, like, our downtown is not like a, hey, let's go downtown Dallas. It's like more, like you said, uptown is more the place where everybody goes. It just seems a little bit safer. But, I mean, yeah, like, look, it does happen everywhere, but those are famous people, like you said, the Cash App guy, and then you know, Ricky getting shot, you know, right through the chest in a robbery. I mean, we just had a cop in Oak Cliff killed the other day, you know, murdered the other day. That just it's awful. Like, it happens everywhere. But like you said, famous people just being, you know, robbed at gunpoint. I mean, that sucks.
Speaking of Bally Bassick, he was working TV. Were the kids enough to get it done against the Yankees? And our best and worst of the weekend, who gets star up, star down for the radio station party at my house on Sunday? That's next, along with ludicrous tickets all around the corner with Sean and RJ. But you know that you're going to get some extra traffic during holiday weekends, and when it
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it Saffron Squad?
support our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
1-1 pitch. Swinging a drive to right field. That one's back. Butler the track at the wall. That one's out of here. Oppo Taco to end it. Josh Young, a 3-run home run. The Rangers walk it off and beat the A's 6-4.
Of course, that happened over the weekend right here on this radio station, 105.3 The Fan, your home of the World Series champs and the Cowboys. It's Sean and RJ. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Welcome back to the shortened work week. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. So the Jared Sandler call, courtesy of Josh Young, helped the Rangers win 5 of 6. Now, of course, they swept the White Sox, and then they took 2 of 3 against the Athletics before losing the opener yesterday with Jack Leiter on the mound against the Yankees. So in the American League West, the Rangers are 10 back and 9.5 back in the wild card as time continues to dwindle down.
It dwindles. They obviously needed that game on Sunday against the swinging A's. They did not want to lose 2 of 3 and take 2 of 3 from the team that was the hottest in baseball in the American League post All-Star break. Pretty good. They ran into a tough situation yesterday. You were going against Garrett Cole and you got Jack Leiter out there. Like it's tough, right? It's a really, really difficult proposition. And the Yankees lineup is not as good as people think it is. It's 2 guys. And
the third one got you yesterday.
And Stanton. Ball barely landed. But for the most part, it's like you're really petrified of 2 people. And if Stanton's healthy, then you're worried about him too. But Garrett Cole is just quite the monster of a pitcher, and he was really, really good yesterday. And then he leaves with a calf cramp in the 7th.
Jack Leiter, thoughts overall?
I thought it was a much. I know the numbers don't look like it, 5-5, but it was a much. First of all,
he felt it was his best performance in the bigs as well, and he was calmer.
He was definitely calmer. You saw that in the first inning.
And Bassett's been talking about that nonstop, and he ended up being right because Leiter was talking about it in the post when asked. 5 innings, 5 earned. Like you said, doesn't look like a great stat line. 2 strikes. I don't think he got a swing and a miss on a slider either, but no walks.
He did strike Judge out, and I thought that was a slider. I don't know if there was maybe it was a curveball they called it. I thought it was. It said they say curve. But yeah. Look, you limit the pitches. All right, he limited the amount of pitches in the first inning, and that was key. That was what they were looking for. He got it 1, 2, 3. He did not throw a ton of pitches in that first inning, and that's exactly what you were looking for. He only threw 9 pitches, and in the second inning, it was kind of the same thing. First pitch to Wells, then 4 pitches, and then 4. So 9 in the second inning as well. We had seen him go 30 pitches in the first inning.
Oh, yeah.
And it only takes him 18 to get out of the first 2. Whatever happens after that, that was a plus. Like, he was looking really, really solid to start. This is what happens, though. Good lineups are going to see you the second time through, the third time through. They're going to make adjustments, and they did, and he didn't.
Pitched into the 6th inning for the first time in 5 big league starts, and there's word that Jacob deGrom could pitch on Saturday. The possibility exists out there for that.
Well, I mean, look, if they're out of it, they're out of it. If they're in it, then, that might change their theory. They're not their theory, their plan. If they're completely out of it, they would not rush him back. If they still, if they win the rest of the games this week and all of a sudden there's a bunch of guys losing in front of them and now a 10-game deficit is 5, all right, then then you can see what they would do there.
Well, everyone has been losing in front of them in the division. Seattle has lost 3 straight with their new manager. The Astros lost their last game, so the Armpit leads the West by 6 games. And the Rangers, as I said, they're 10 back, and they trail the Mariners by 4.
Almost like Scott Service wasn't the problem over there in Seattle. They lose the 3 straight with their new manager. Maybe it's the karma for DePoto for firing him via Ken Rosenthal.
And the Yankees are now a half game up on the Orioles.
Yeah, so that's a tight race. you've got everybody in the American League, pretty much you know who the teams are. You know the teams that are going to make the playoffs in the AL. There's no worry. It's going to be the Yankees are making it, and Baltimore's making it. Cleveland's making it. Minnesota and Kansas City are making it, and then Houston. Nobody else within 4 games in the wild card.
Eovaldi versus Stroman tonight. Marcus with a 3.81 and a 10-6 record. Pre-game 6:30 on this radio station. First pitch at 7.
We will be there.
Oh,
yep, taking the boys, Sarah's going, and the kiddos are going, and we will be out there to, go check out the game. It's the kids are like they haven't asked about a game all year. They haven't asked all year. And Aaron Judge comes to town, and all of a sudden they want to go get tickets. I'm like, you couldn't have gone and asked for the cheaper games? You couldn't have asked to see Kansas City and our boy Bobby Jr. that you go to the same high school after?
Oh.
You couldn't ask to go see him? No. You want to go see the game where you can't get into the building for less than like $200?
Where are you sitting?
We are in 107.
Okay.
Well,
that's right at third base. Right at third base.
Oh, well, not well.
Well,
first base would have got it well.
What was first base?
Yeah.
Are you profiling which base side we're on?
Yeah, you got to be home side here. Home side.
Let's get into what everyone did. We make a couple of adjustments because of the day off yesterday. We'll do Ask Reddit at 7:40. Wait a second. Did I get the pitching matchup wrong? Bassick is texting me. You know what? I think I gave the Wednesday.
It's Rodon. It's
matchup.
Rodon's pitching.
I'm sorry. Correct me on
and
that.
Heaney.
Yeah.
Rodon and Heaney.
My bad, Michael. That's why he's on Bally, and I'm not. Best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. Let us know what you got into on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, YouTube and Twitch, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Mike Bassick was working TV. Otherwise, I just 1,000,000% assume he would have been at my house on Sunday for the first annual station pool party before Cowboys season kicks off. Got lucky with the weather.
Yes.
Got lucky with the rain. RJ got in the pool. He's like, what are you doing with this water? How you get this water so cold?
I know.
It was refreshingly chilly.
It was. I was like, wait a second. Mine's like a bath.
Yeah.
Well, what's going on over here? And it was nice. It was very nice to get in a pool and not sweat from the water.
Yes.
That was key.
Who made it out from the station? We had Choppy. We had Pepe with his girlfriend, Mackenzie. We had Alec Medford. Came in with the interesting shorts. Looked like he just got out of a rec league game at the Y. I think they were cotton or wool. I'm not sure. Ruben, who takes care of us out on the roads for the Firehouse Tour and training camp. Kevin Hagelin bringing the family. And then Brian brought us from the G-Bag Nation with Zach Wolchuk at Disney and Eric Chiafalo just not responding. Will Chambers, Chris Arnold, the boss Gavin Spittle. Don't know who else I'm leaving out. A couple of Tolos that helped build the house and work on it. Pepe, your impressions.
Well, Bobby did show up.
Bobby.
He showed up with a hoodie. Yeah, you guessed it right.
Another hoodie. Another hoodie. And my plan was, I said, we're throwing this a-hole in. We're going to get his phone. Let's make sure his phone is out of his pocket.
Yeah.
We're tossing him in the pool. But he was not falling for it.
He wasn't. He knew. He picked up on it. It was everyone was disappointed in us that we did not find a way to get him in that pool.
Yeah.
We could have just his phone. I should have thought of this. His phone's water resistant.
Oh,
we could have thrown him in, and the phone would have been fine.
I'd feel terrible if I broke someone's phone.
I know.
I would feel bad about that.
Oh.
But yep, Bobby came in the sweatshirt again and did not get in the water. And getting people, y'all let me know if this is a challenge for you at your house or the pool parties you go to. Getting people in the water is a problem. This is a fight that I cannot figure out how to win.
I have never had a problem with this. Like, people come over the house, they're always getting in. I wonder how much it is that they know we're on the radio and we're going to talk about it, and they're self-conscious that we're going to talk about it on the radio.
I'm not going to sit there and judge everyone's bodies on the radio.
I did.
And break it down.
I did.
And talk about it. But people stayed inside for a while. I had to be out there with little man. He was dying to get in the pool. But had the two foods. As my wife, I can't win. When I barbecue and grill, she goes, I don't want you to grill because when everyone's over here, you'll be in the corner and not conversing and socializing. And then when I say I'm going to order 14 pizzas, she goes, well, people are going to expect you to cook. So
That's true. We did. When I first saw the pizzas, I was like, oh, no.
Oh, yeah. She was giving me a hard time.
I'm very disappointed in this.
Yeah. So
I didn't come all this way for thin crust.
It was great thin crust, though.
So it was very good. It was tremendous. But I didn't come all this way for that.
I said, okay, so how can I get a win-win here? I was like, I'm gonna make the unique move of serving lunch and dinner. You don't get that.
No,
you don't get two meals at a party.
No.
So I woke up at 6:30. I did the pulled pork. I let it rest for 4 hours, and then around 4 o'clock, we had our second meal of the pulled pork and the mac and cheese. So that's how that went.
Did you make that mac and cheese yourself?
No, that's Costco.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Good.
Oh, it's tremendous.
Very good. Go to Costco. $11.
$11?
Yeah. Put some foil over it and bake it for 50 minutes. You're good to
Everything
go.
you didn't touch it. You didn't add anything to it.
Wasn't it good?
It's tremendous.
Very good mac and cheese. And then Peyton and I, we have to pat ourselves on the back and air high five on the fan cam. Undefeated at beer pong. We ran it. And I have to say, you were the MVP.
He's a very good beer pong player. He was, and look, it was very windy out.
Yes.
Y'all had a headwind. Our side had a tailwind. I don't know which is better. I will say Peyton takes the most unathletic beer pong stance of anybody. Like I'm out there, trying to look like The Rock, getting ready to go. And
RJ's in the windup, man.
I'm going to wind up.
Throwing bullets.
Bam, 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 just like darts, right? Bam. And then here's Peyton, got this weird stance, like he's Norman Dale out there teaching how to play basketball. You don't get that reference, Peyton, but there's somebody out there that does. And then he's got his little floater, and it works. It works tremendously. I was disappointed in Ruben. I was very disappointed in Ruben.
Ruben is a bouncer. He bounces way too. I like to bounce, but too many times someone was throwing up underhand shots like Rick Barry out there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no wonder. But the question for the fan text is it a man card violation that seltzer was used instead of beer? And is it a man card violation, you have a problem with this, when you don't pour the drinks into the cups and you just leave the water in there and you each take your sips?
Yeah, you sanitary people.
Yeah.
Listen, it's supposed to be dirty.
Gotta get your hands dirty a little.
Yeah, when you're playing beer pong, when you go to Vegas, when you go play beer pong in Vegas at Rockin' Brews or whatever, and you're out there running the table for 8 hours straight, and everybody's got their muddy shoes everywhere, and the beer and the ping pong balls are going all over the floor, and it goes in your beer and you drink it. That's what it's supposed to be. All right, if you don't have a little bit of dirt and grass in that beer, you're not really playing beer pong.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. Seltzer, you want to go with seltzer? You want to go with alcohol? I'm not going to kill you on
then
that
Bobby
as much.
tried to fight me. He goes, it's double of beer. And I'm like, since when? Like, it makes seltzers the exact same content as beer. And he tried to chest up and you want to bet? And I was like, go ahead. And he goes out of the coolers and reads each one. He's like, all right, it's 0.6 higher. It's 0.7% higher. He's like, fine, you want me to pour? Bobby's got to take it from 0 to 100. He goes, fine, I'll pour liquor in mine. I'll pour liquor in all my little seltzer shots over there. And I was like, don't pour liquor.
Your RTDs, as they call them, Sean, the ready to drinks are on average 5%. Yeah, 5% alcohol.
But we ran it. We went undefeated, Peyton.
Yeah, we did. I believe I went when Bobby tried to challenge me early on. I beat him, and then me and Sean ran the tables for 3 or 4 in a row, undefeated.
Yeah, but nice time. I was expecting more chaos. I was hoping for, I was hoping for more drunk activities. But everyone was on pretty decent behavior.
Yeah, everyone was. It was. I
had a margarita machine.
Yeah,
I had pina coladas rolling out. My wife was making shots once an hour.
Yeah.
I was trying to turn it up.
You did. You got turned because it was. You had to walk. You just walked to your bedroom.
That's right.
I think you scared us with the road leading in with all the cops.
I went 27 on that road.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I felt like it was I probably watered down the party a little bit, but I felt like it was a smart, friendly thing to do. I wouldn't want a DUI on my conscience. But everyone knows in Sunnyvale, there's not enough things to police.
Right.
So if you go 37, 38, you're getting pulled over.
Yeah,
it's happening, and they just sit on that one road. And I mass texted everyone, do not go over 35 miles per hour.
Nope.
So maybe I scared people.
You might have.
Sober.
I think you did. You definitely scared me. I'll tell you that. I was like, nope, I'm not getting loaded up today.
Best and worst of the weekend here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, Highland Park representing. We have a youth football problem and the latest details over the tragedy that hit the National Hockey League. That and a ludicrous ticket giveaway on the way with Sean and RJ. But are you back at work at that job that you cannot
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Tolo Tuesday as we have the abbreviated week. Going to try to get you to NFL opening night and Cowboys opening Sunday as quickly as possible with Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy. Bobby Belt will be back tomorrow. We got Peyton Russell running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And as things stand right now, the Cowboys are 2.5-point underdogs with the over-under at 41.5. We have the same over-under as the Broncos and the Seahawks. Surprising or no?
I mean, both defenses were pretty good.
Same as the Vikings and the Giants. Same as the Panthers and the Saints. 1 point higher than the Patriots and the Bengals, who right now do not have Jamar Chase still. Those are some, is this more of a defensive compliment than offensive insult?
Yeah, it's maybe they don't trust what Deshaun Watson is. Maybe they don't know what CeeDee Lamb is going to bring just basically 10 days after signing his contract when the game gets going. And then, obviously, both Cowboys and the Browns are projected to be the stingiest defense in the NFL this year and to allow the fewest points. So I think a lot of it has to play into that. But that's a pretty low number, man. For we don't realize how much the Cowboys lucked out here by getting Cleveland on the road in September and not December. Like, that is a huge win for this team.
Things are going to start on Thursday with the Ravens and the Chiefs. Kansas City is favored by 3 at Arrowhead. And then on Friday, Packers, Eagles. Filthy is favored by 3 as Darius Slay is blasting the NFL, asking, why did you send us here? Why are we doing this? I do not want to go to Brazil. You want to know why? I'm going to tell you. They already told us not to leave the hotel. They told us we can't do too much going on because the crime rate is crazy. I'm like, NFL, why would you want to send us somewhere with a crime rate this high? It's like being in San Francisco, apparently.
Yeah, right.
That's my quote, not his.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense from that standpoint. But the NFL, their job is like they're trying to grow the game. Now, their job should be about like, hey, I don't know, safety of the players. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
But
Albert Breer supplied the list of do's and don'ts that the league gave the teams. Among them was to not walk outside with their phones in view and not to answer any weird text messages.
Yeah. My dad used to, before he got dementia, he used to do a lot of like traveling business in like Colombia and Venezuela and Panama. And even then, just going down there, and this was 15, 20 years ago, like his company would like give him like a security detail. Like he would have a guy, like a security guy, like bulletproof vehicles that he's driving down the street. It's a completely different world down there than anything that the players are accustomed to going to Germany or England or wherever. So yeah, it is quite dangerous. And I mean, when the Olympics were there, I remember everybody saying, "Don't even drink the water."
Yeah.
Don't even drink the water down there. It's just poop water.
All right.
Which obviously is the same thing in France.
Let's take it on over to Highland Park, where Scotty Scheffler officially made it his year.
Dude, what a year for Scotty Scheffler. He took home the $25 million prize for winning the Tour Championship. Sidebar, I want all these golfers to get down on their knees and kiss Tiger Woods' butt for all this. Okay? Because without him, they're still playing money games on the side at the offseason at their club in Florida, trying to make ends meet by working the club pro. But this caps off maybe one of the greatest seasons, maybe the greatest season we've ever seen from a golfer. If you count the Olympics, he won 8 times on tour. He won 7 events, the Masters, and then now it's really 9 with the Olympics. He also got arrested and had a child. Well, that's kind of a cool year. All right, 7 tournaments, a major, the Olympic gold medal, got arrested and had a kid. Oh, he also won $62 million total.
Woo!
That was his entire purse. The $25 million he won this weekend at the Tour Championship, and then obviously the $62 million overall. They have the PIP, the Player Impact Program that he's going to get some money out of too. What a year for Highland Park and Scotty Scheffler, who is Well, it's not even close. Like, he is the best golfer on tour. There's never been.
I thought you were trying to make an argument otherwise during the last major.
Well, okay, so
because I was like, how could it not be Scheffler?
So from a major perspective, like he dominates the match. Like he's going to win the Masters. He might, the way he plays that course. I mean, and the way that nobody else does right now. It would not surprise me if he ties Tiger Woods in green jackets. It would not surprise me at all. He does not play as well in the other tournaments, in the other majors. He plays as well in the other tournaments, right? He dominates the regular tour event. In the other majors, he's not nearly the force that he is at Augusta for whatever reason. He just hasn't been. That doesn't mean he won't be. And he's too good of a golfer not to win a U.S. Open, not to win a British or PGA. But to this point, he hasn't. So that's the only hang-up on him.
No easy way to segue into the additional details over the Johnny Gaudreau tragedy that broke Friday out of the National Hockey League as he and his brother passed away because of this tragic accident from someone who had some drinks.
Yeah, they were getting set. The suspect said he had 5 drinks. They were getting set for his sister's wedding. And then it come to find out, Matthew, his brother, who was also killed, was a father-to-be. So, and Johnny leaves behind a couple of kids.
Jeez.
And and obviously they both leave behind spouses, and Matthew's about to be a dad. It's very, very sad. And they
were out for a bike ride on the eve of their sister's wedding.
And within the first 3 hours, the GoFundMe raised over $100,000. It was supposed to raise 30, and it wound up going over 100,000. The driver's named Sean Higgins. So what happened was he was on this road. He was trying to pass an SUV in front of him, and that SUV moved in the middle of the roadway to give the bike riders room. The driver said he thought that SUV was moving in the middle of the road to prevent him from passing. And because he was intoxicated, his inhibitions were lowered, he said, and he felt more aggressive. So he said, screw it, I'm zipping over to the right, and I'm going to pass him along the shoulder. When he did that, obviously he didn't see the bikers, and he runs right over him.
According to his LinkedIn, he was most recently the director of financial operations for an addiction treatment center in Bristol, Pennsylvania.
Oof.
Addiction treatment center. And he had been in the Army National Guard since 2008 and was still active. So that's the latest with the tragic update out of the National Hockey League. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. The stories don't get that much better, but something for you to know as high school football is kicking off. Pat Doney with his patented great preview last week from NBC5. And there's a lot of youth football deaths that are taking place. Some are heat stroke related and others are head related. So this is a discussion. I don't know how much it actually takes place in your house. It's definitely going to take place in my house and probably wipe out any chance of Ollie playing football. But a 13-year-old died from brain trauma during a practice as of late. And all these parents are actually saying, we don't regret them playing football. It just has to be done safely, whether it's guardian caps, enough hydration, teaching. They're actually talking to the media and giving quotes and saying, no, we still love the sport of football. This is just obviously an unthinkable tragedy.
It is. I wonder. I don't know because my
CBS News said at least 7 teenagers who played football died in the United States during the month of August.
Wow.
Heat stroke in Baltimore.
Yeah, you got these coaches out there that are they still think it's Bear Bryant with just salt pills instead of having water breaks or whatever.
I'm always amazed. I really am. I'm amazed in the state of Texas when I'm driving in the afternoon and I see kids and teams out here in the heat that we've been dealing with over the past 2 months. I cannot believe there are more incidents. I can never wrap my brain around it.
So I was in the pickup line for my youngest out of middle school last week.
Well,
and my oldest is in baseball right now.
And he was a catcher
at the high school
with the equipment.
Yes, but he's not playing football in high school. He's just focusing on baseball. So I'm in the pickup line, and right next to the middle school is the high school. And I see all these kids out there at the high school. This is, 3:30 in the afternoon, and they're all out there in the full pads practicing, which is totally fine and normal. But then all you got to do is look, and their indoor facility is literally next to it. They could have just gone indoors. And instead of having these kids practice at 3:30, I know they're getting ready for the games, which are going to be in the heat. The games are also at night, not at 3:30 in the afternoon when it's 100 degrees. It's, maybe 90.
Yeah.
And you have the sun beating down on it. I just, I don't get it. Like, do the Cowboys in this heat, are they practicing outside or are they practicing indoors?
Is it, on a 1 out of 10, sitting there for the games and practices, how miserable is it? Is it misery?
All right, for example, they had a practice. So their baseball team practices Sundays from noon to 3. Okay, and basically through the month of August they did this. All the parents they go to Dick's or whatever and buy those tents.
Yeah,
and we sit under the tents. Otherwise, it's mid. I tell you, I brought an umbrella. I never thought in my life I would ever use an umbrella for the sun. Never thought that for a second. And I brought an umbrella once. It was just too hot.
Like, I've joked about this throughout the years. I'm going to get Ollie. He's going to be the best piano player,
Yeah.
the best indoor sports. And the other day I had to tell my wife when I was saying, all right, I'm going to take him out. When fall comes around, we're going to start playing baseball outside. And she's like, but you said you didn't want him to play. And I was like, dear, I'm basically joking about that. I'm not going to sit here and tell him he can't play with sports unless it's like the football issue. But if he wants to play soccer and stuff, we have to suck it up. And she's looking at me like I lied to her. After all these years, I'm like, if he wants to play baseball with his friends, he's going to play baseball with his friends.
That's what it is.
He has to go outside. We're going to have to. And she just it was slowly sinking.
Flabbergasted. She's just flabbergasted.
She's like, no, I thought that we were going to live our youth sports career inside with the AC. No, sweetheart, no. 877-881-105. She's like, well, you're going to be miserable. I was like, I know I'm going to be miserable.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to be miserable, but it is what it is. Franklin Franco, injury attorney, text on to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on and leave it on. Define Cowboys success. What is it? Fill in the blank. A Cowboys successful season means what? With opening day coming up in just a few days on this radio station. That in a ludicrous ticket giveaway next on Sean and RJ. But let me get you on over to the greatness of Hurtado Barbecue. I tried to copy Hurtado. It's just like a challenge. I said, all right, I got to go ahead and try to mimic this pulled pork that they have. So I tried it for the pool party over the weekend, but maybe you did not want to cook. Maybe rain hit you a little bit harder than it did me out east. Hurtado is here for all your catering needs. They can feed 6 to 8, 4 to 6. They got the platter to split for
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We're commercial free with a ludicrous ticket giveaway all week long. I was thinking about this the other day with the ludicrous commercial. I was like, who else has just kind of like dominated a word? You can't use ludicrous. You can't say it. You can't see it without thinking of him. I'm trying to think of some other words. Rumble. Rumble for the Buffer brothers.
For Buffer, yeah, yeah.
Did Ludacris go and trademark everything like those fools did?
Yeah, like LeBron, Taco Tuesday.
Yeah,
or LeBron James.
or King. Yeah, you can't say King without thinking LeBron.
Okay.
Air without thinking Air Jordan. Michael. That's a good question.
But like a word in the English language that you commonly use. You cannot say. In the Ludacris commercial, the first time I watched it, when I heard the word, I thought Ludacris, and boom, he popped up. I think it's State Farm.
Yeah. And also, like, is he more known?
I'm having problems. I'm dragging today.
Is he?
I'm hitting coffee cups. I've already broke like 2 pens over here.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I got highlighter on my thumb.
Yeah.
Oh, mess.
Is
way too much work for the party.
Is Luda more known as Ludacris the artist? Or as Tej, the Fast and the Furious character. He's been in 9 of them now.
Tej? I didn't even know that was his name, so I'll vote Ludacris off of that. But I don't know. If there's any other words you can think of, hit us up. And the way to win the tickets, 877-881-1053. When Peyton Russell gives you the cue to call, it's Tuesday, so we cannot leave out Ask Reddit.
Oh, baby.
That is coming up, and Peyton will run that for Roberto, who will be back with us tomorrow. College football kegger at 8 o'clock. But you asked this question last week before things really get going with Cowboys-Browns Sunday on this radio station with the pregame, the play-by-play, and the post. What is Cowboys' success for this year?
What is it? What is the Cowboys' success? So CBS initially went out and defined what success was for all 32 teams. And for them, it was what they qualified it as or classified as was a deep playoff run.
A little vague.
Little vague. But, Dak and McCarthy have come under the microscope. They have a title-worthy talent at premium spots. So it's all a matter of meeting or exceeding expectations once again. So deep playoff run is very, very vague because, you could win. You could be get a bye. You could be the 1 seed. And you're in the second round, you win 1 game, go to the NFC Championship game, then you get blown out. Or, you win another game, you're a wild card team, you win 2 games. That to me seems like a deep playoff run. It seems very, very vague, right? Because the NFL playoffs are still relatively short. It's not like, the NHL where it feels like it takes forever to go this deep playoff run.
Success for me is berth in the NFC Championship game. Berth. They don't have to win it because I'm not expecting as good of a team this year as last year.
Who's burned out, man?
So I feel like getting to the NFC Championship game, I don't know if y'all think that bar is too low, but I think getting there would be a successful season for me. It's like with the Mavericks. Like when the Mavericks made the NBA Finals, or even when they won the first 2 rounds, I said, at least in my mind, all right, good to go. It's a successful year. Everything after this is icing.
Yeah.
And it's cake. Now, we usually think the Cowboys are going to have a better regular season than the Mavericks. So maybe it was a little easier to check that off the Mavs success box. Would we do it for the Cowboys getting to the NFC title game? What's yours? And what do you think of that? Is that bar too low?
NFC title game?
Yeah.
I don't think the bar's too low because I think if they make the Super Bowl, like do we all agree they're not as good as San Fran and Detroit?
I am at 50-50 with Detroit.
Okay.
I'm basically at a coin toss.
I don't disagree with that. I think Detroit's roster's better.
And by the way, with San Fran, there are reports that them and Trent Williams are getting close. Williams is like flying there. Things are heating up. So that's the second probably biggest. Well, there's 3 high-profile names in the contract world: Trent, Dak, and Jamar Chase. So if you drafted Jamar Chase really high in fantasy, you're still holding your breath. But Trent Williams apparently is getting close with the Niners.
Yeah, so I think, NFC Championship game makes this a successful season. Is there a way that they could not make the NFC Championship game and it would still be a successful season? I mean, you're going to have to go into way too many, weird factors. Like, they're the 1 seed and there's an injury.
Yeah.
Because
if you go 15-2, right, how are you going to have better regular seasons? You go 14-3, 15-2, then the expectations will probably be higher. That you have to be at least in the NFC Championship game.
If they lose on the road in the second round at San Fran or at Detroit after after winning their first round matchup, and they lose to San Fran and a team that is clearly more talented than they might be or whatever. And it's a close game. The Cowboys don't botch it. The Cowboys do one of those stupid cowboy endings where the clock runs out on them, or it's one of those always something games. You know what I'm talking about. That, as long as it's not one of those, you might be able to pass. But that's too many what ifs. You draw the line in the sand. It's NFC Championship game.
Pepe, do you have an answer for what it will be for you? Will they fill in the blank?
Yeah, it's definitely NFC Championship game, appearance or bust. But I mean, honestly, I think if you win a playoff game, I'll be happy with it. I won't be satisfied, but I'll be happy with it if you win a playoff game. You did better than you did the year before. Obviously, I feel like if you're winning a playoff game, it's going to be a road playoff game. I feel like you're going to be starting on the road in the postseason. So if you win a road playoff game, I think that's a successful season.
And look, I'm gonna hopefully be wrong and incorrect like Bassick for so many years, in that you make the pledge of wake me up. I'm not going to get invested, and I'm not going to fall for it during the regular season. That's what I'm telling myself. And this is radio ratings, probably suicide to say, but I'm just being honest about it. I'm telling myself right now, I don't care pretty much what happens in the regular season. I'm excited that football's here. NFL is my favorite sport. Already talking about how to not, be around my kids or have them around on football Sundays with my wife and those discussions. So the prep is there. But I really am like, nothing they do can trick me or make me fall for them until they get 2 playoff wins. I'm numb to it.
If they beat San Fran, would that get you hyped? I think that's week 6 or 7. So
yes,
you go 6-1, beat San Fran.
The only thing that I think that can surprise me, that can make me say, okay, this is a formula that can really, really work, is if like Mike Zimmer's defense is like shut down great, where it's like you can't score on them, that the Cowboys could score 23 points a game and still win the majority of those games. That's the only thing I'm leaving like a 2% window open for of possibility, is that Mike Zimmer's defense is totally and completely shut down. Because how's the offense going to be that much better? They're already really, really good, leading the league in points, and Dak's second in MVP. I'm not counting on any running game being there. So I'm like, what's the surprise factor here? And maybe it's that Mike Zimmer's defense is like out of this world. That's the only thing I think that can make me be like, all right, this team can hook me back in the regular season. Otherwise, I'm thinking not.
Regular season, it's tough. I mean, we've been there with 12 wins in a row. 12 wins, 3 years in a row. If they go out there and they're the wild card team, because Philadelphia wins the East. Let's say they're the wild card. They're the 5 or 6. They play San Fran. San Fran has a down year. They play San Fran in the first round. They go on the road. They beat San Fran. And then the second game is on the road at Detroit, who's the 1 seed, and they lose. You're only getting to the division round, but you did exercise a demon.
Yep.
Right? You did. There was improvement. But again, I think we're getting too far in the weeds with that.
So you beat San Fran.
But you lose to Detroit.
Opening round, you lose to Detroit by 1 in a heavyweight back-and-forth fight.
It's and
Detroit,
nothing weird happens. You don't choke the game away. You don't have some clock issue.
You don't embarrass yourself.
Yeah. It's a good game.
Okay.
And Detroit just beat you by a point.
Okay.
Kind of like the Detroit game here last year. Like those teams were quality. You could tell they were even.
Yeah, and you can make the argument that Cowboys got officiating to win that game.
Maybe you did. So if it's one of those, I mean, I could sit here and be like, all right, you know what? It wasn't the ending that you wanted, but they didn't fail to meet expectations.
Pepe, what are the Tolos saying?
Yeah, the 432 says anything less than a Super Bowl win is a failure, so he thinks championship or bust. 214, 12-plus wins is another successful season, and then 817. So
12 wins, and you're out again first round. You're saying that's successful, y'all? You're really saying that's successful? No.
817 and 972 both say NFC title game or bust.
NFC title game or bust.
Appearance.
Yeah. That's what I would think would come out on top from the Tolos. So let us know what you think 877-881-1053. And I'm having a hard time picking this Cleveland game. I was on the fan in Cleveland last week. And they're like, give us your prediction. I'm like, I'm really at like a coin toss right now.
It's
like,
tough.
How
I know one bet I'm going to make on it. I'm going to take the over.
All right, it's 41.5.
Yeah, that's very, very low. Now, I will wait on the weather. Is it going to be a muddy, rainy mess? I'm going to wait on that one, right? I'll wait till we get to about Friday. As long as the line doesn't move. I'm hoping that it doesn't move at all. 41.5 seems entirely too low for this game.
Weather-wise, it's looking like 72 degrees and partly cloudy.
Seems decent. Seems like a decent way to go.
Mostly sunny. Oh, that's today. Mostly sunny and nice. A gorgeous day to be outside, according to AccuWeather. And then Sunday, partly sunny and cool. 19% chance of rain. 13-mile-per-hour winds.
Okay. It's not very windy.
Yeah.
It's not rainy. It's not muddy.
I'm just trying to figure out how much Myles Garrett is going to wreck things. That's what I'm really struggling with, And Mike McCarthy is going to join us on Friday and at 6:30 every single week this year, and we'll ask him about like chipping and help and when to decide when to go ahead and give Tyler Guyton that assistance if he needs it. What's that? Who do we have?
We got a member of the G-Bag Nation, Eric Chiafalo, on the hotline.
Oh, my gosh. Eric, good morning.
Boys,
hey.
Great program. I would love to talk Cowboys with you guys, but I did want to at least publicly apologize for the party that was missed over the weekend. During Best of the Weekend, I heard Sean say what was 100% true, and it just hurt to hear it. I didn't feel good about myself that I didn't respond to the group text invite. And my only defense is that Will Chambers said I will be not able to attend because I'm doing BetQL on Sunday with Eric. So I was like, okay. So now he's informed the crew of what I will be doing, which is unfortunately having to work on a Sunday when I'd much rather be drinking from a margarita machine. When I heard margarita machine, the FOMO skyrocketed.
And Will, wife, when Will left, my wife goes, man, that guy, it pained him to leave.
It did.
Hey, he brought the ping pong balls for the beer pong.
Yeah.
He brought you liquor.
Yeah, because he owed me. He owed me $30. I beat him in golf on Friday.
Yeah. Well, Eric, I appreciate you saying this. I did mention it multiple times last week, my disappointment. So I guess you weren't in the gym last week. You were getting tubby like RJ accused you of. So he was right. So you must not have been lifting because I strategically insulted you multiple times at like 6:40.
In the 6 o'clock hour.
I thought that you would be up and lifting, and I was trying to bait you. But then the follow up is, why didn't you know that Will Chambers did attend and come?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but Will doesn't have a wife and kids. He doesn't live 19 hours away from Sunnyvale. He probably lives only 18 hours away. So that's the only difference. Because if I was flying solo, I would have done that BetQL show like knee deep in freaking margaritas. You know what I'm saying? I would have actually torn that thing up. And listen, when you talk about Will being sad, I've never done a show with someone more somber.
Oh, he came in depressed?
Yes, and I've done a show with Walchuk after his grandfather passed away. Okay, and I've never done a show with somebody more sad than Will Chambers not being at your party, having to spit college football takes into a microphone.
Did you
4 hours.
notice
So,
the slight he threw in there? Will doesn't have a wife and kids.
Yeah, that's right.
Look at that.
Well, I guess the accountability I could take is next time I'll side text and say, hey, you can bring Marion and the girls and they can stay while you leave and go to work, because Bobby Belt got sent away by his wife at the end of the party. Bobby's like, I got to go to my other job. And Kristen and the girls did not want to leave. No. So they sent Bobby to the job in Louisville, 45 minutes there, do your work, and then come back 45 minutes to pick us up. So I guess and he did it.
He did.
And he did it like a trooper. So I guess I could have said, bring the wife and the girls, and they can stay while you go to work. So public handshake.
I know it's early in the week, but I think we have to award Bobby Belt Simp of the Week already. That's already done.
With the sweatshirt?
I mean, with the sweatshirt, but also willing to doing the driving like that, like the last minute, like I'm going to drive all the way over the Metroplex. That's a little wild, but nobody being in the pool, that's part of the reason I didn't even go to the gym last week. I was like, if I'm not going to the party, I don't have to.
That's right.
Anyways, I don't have to compete with Choppy this weekend, so no problem, no problem. But hey, Cowboys are winning on Sunday. All right, they're 2.5-point dogs. It makes no sense to me. Dak Prescott is 1,000 times better than what Deshaun Watson is. Does their defense scare me? Yes. But can the Cowboys score 17 points and win this game? Absolutely. I'm still taking the under, even though it's like historically low.
Listen to Mr. BetQL here.
You're wrong on that one. I wonder why they throw you on the weekends on BetQL.
All right, love you. We missed you, and we'll do it again soon. Thank you.
All right, love you, boys. See you.
Hey, Eric. Okay, it's fine. I was going to ask if he had any explanation for Dawson not getting back to me.
Well, he just. I think Dawson assumes that everybody knows the answer is no.
I know. He came to the first thing that I had, though. I feel like there might be some like lingering beef growing between Gavin and I. He called us the most toxic show. Not responding.
He doesn't like that he doesn't have Sunnyvale all to himself now.
I know.
Yeah.
And that there's someone who can, cook multiple things on a grill.
Absolutely.
Versus being, the one-dimensional smoker
he is. That's poor on Gavin because,
he's a one-grill pony.
There's two people in Sunnyvale. Chiafalo moved into Roanoke. I didn't claim some territorial dominance.
Yes.
Just move in, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. He's mad about it. So the G-Bag Nation really doing a poor job of representing.
Yeah,
no doubt about that. Zach Wolchuk. Zach did the old Sandler, like when he's not at an event, he'll text me just to like put the thought of him in my mind.
Yeah.
And Zach like randomly writes me and goes, "Hey man, let me know when we can get that Indian food. Let me know when we can go out for Indian date night."
I want you to know that he's thinking about it.
And I wrote back like, "You're gonna miss some fun." He never wrote me back, so he got in his obligatory seed to plant in my mind since he wasn't going to come to the party, and then poof, ghosted. See you later. So we did miss the nosebleeds, but I probably would have ran out of food if Chiafalo's family came. I thought I had enough food.
They ate a lot. Yeah,
it would have been 9 of them, and that's why he got the snip that I'll be getting, courtesy of his same physician.
Have you picked a date yet?
Yes, Cowboys bye week. I moved it. It was supposed to be this past Friday, but then I learned I couldn't get in the water. Oh, no. I couldn't get in the pool after getting snipped, so Cowboys bye week now.
Okay.
Yep.
It's a good week.
It's happening.
Because you know what that is? That's the holy day of obligation. That's the best college football week of the year, too.
Is it?
October 19th. You're going to have, I think it's Georgia, Texas. Oh, no, sorry. Texas OU, Oregon, Ohio State, Tennessee, Alabama. I mean, you got games galore, baby, that week.
What is this from Mary Kay Cabot? This is from Kobe 3, a top Tolo. Mary Kay Cabot, the best Browns insider there is. Not practicing yesterday, Jedrick Willis, the left tackle, David Bell, receiver, Shelby Harris, and Dustin Hopkins, the kicker. So there is your Browns injury report. Eric Chiafalo loving the Cowboys getting the win. And did he say he's taking
the under?
He's taking the under.
Yeah, he's taking the under.
41.5, Mr. BetQL. Let's hook you up like we're going to do all week long during the Expressway.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Ludacris at the Woodstar World Casino and Resort on October 11th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
That's happening every single day thanks to the promo department and you for turning it on, leaving it on. We're about to hit a big number on the YouTube and Twitch.
Yes, we are.
With all the Twolos and the Tolos here on DFW Sports Station. It is also the home of Brian Broaddus' favorite segment of the week. Bobby texted Eric and said, I was trying to get cereal, Eric, which I ate good. I'll simp for that.
Oh,
That's
man.
why Bobby did the extra driving. Let's go ahead and ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
That is right. It is Tuesday, which means it's time for Ask Reddit. No Bobby Belt, so myself, Peyton Russell, will take over for at least one segment. 877-881-1053, the Frankel Injury Attorney text line is where you can leave your answer, as well as the YouTube and Twitch. This is where we turn to Reddit, the 48 million user-friendly platform. They have top questions of the week, and then we ask you, the Tolos, for your answer. RJ Choppy, would you like lead off here?
Sure.
RJ, what couldn't you believe you had to explain to another adult?
Oh, man. I mean, anytime I feel like I have to explain to someone that the earth isn't flat, seems like a problem. Sorry, Derek. But, yeah,
I texted him. I said, "You want to come over to the house?" He goes, "Sorry, I'm hanging with John Daly this weekend."
Yeah. He was hanging with Daly, playing a little golf. I think that's it. Like anything that's just like scientific, that people just refuse to believe. There's enough evidence, man. Just like the Earth's not flat.
I guess my recent amazement is that working the work hours that you're supposed to has to be explained to certain people. That's what my wife tells me, that this generation is like, no, like I can come in 10 minutes late. No one here in the building, but just in general, the way that people approach work and work hours. The other thing that I feel like I have to explain to people, it's been driving me crazy, going through house construction, all the different jobs. I would like you to clean up like the mess that you make. I can't tell you, like 9 out of 10 people that came into the house to work on the house, they drill in a wall, and I have to vacuum or clean up like the paint and the drywall that's down on the ground. And I'm like, is this a new thing with construction or fixing of like the plastic or the mess or the bits that you're supposed to have? Like, they're like, you got a broom, you got a dustpan, you got a vacuum. I'm like, do people not travel with that who do this work?
You would think they would travel with.
Why do I have to clean this up?
A shop vac.
Yeah.
You would think they would. That seems like it's
I have to
standard.
explain to clean up the mess after. And I can't tell you how much dirt, dust, paint, drywall has been on the ground that I'm getting down there to do after I've paid you to come work on the house.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's work hours, like some businesses are like, if you're at an office, like a doctor's office or a restaurant, like, doctor's office opens at 8 a.m. You got to be there at 8 a.m. Other jobs is like, you just, whenever you get there, you put your 8 hours in, or however many it is, if it's, doesn't matter. But that's just a foreign concept to us. Like, we have set like hard hours.
So my answer here is paying cash for a house. I've had multiple friends that are looking for houses and stuff, and they've had people that, outbid them here and there, and they're like, man, they're saying they're paying cash for a house. They're just going throwing up dollar bills there. And I'm like, guys, it doesn't mean they're throwing up, $100 bills in a briefcase and paying cash for a house. It's just saying you got to pay the exact amount. This is obviously a wire transfer, and they're like, wait, so why do they call it cash? And I couldn't believe it.
Whoa.
Yes, there are people
actually think they're actually bringing a briefcase of actual hundreds.
They're saying they got, $500K of Benjamins just thrown their way.
You're just writing a check.
That's what I'm saying there. But they say it's called, paying cash for a house. And so they assume that, which, I mean, I didn't know until, I was about 18, 19. That's what it meant. So I was maybe a little later. But yeah, that was my answer there. A couple on the Franco injury attorney text line 972. The blinker on your car doesn't give you the right of way.
You want to bet?
That's one. Is that how you drive in the morning?
When I turn first of all, if you're lucky enough that I would allow you to know where I'm going, okay, because it's nobody's business where I'm going. That's why I don't use my turn signal as much as I should. That's what my grandfather taught me. But if you're lucky enough to get that turn signal on, I'm turning that lane. That's my lane. Okay, I've already claimed ownership.
You feel like a bully now in your truck?
You bet your ass I do. Okay, I've never felt safer.
Yeah,
I feel big and powerful. Doesn't have the same pickup. The Maxima, because I still drive. I drive the Nissan to work. It's paid for. I'm saving the miles in the truck. So that Maxima, that thing flies. If I want to pass you on the highway, I will pass you on the highway. Now, the truck, it's a little bit different. It doesn't move as fast.
817 says, and 972 both say the moon landing. They have to explain to an adult. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on a Tuesday, every Tuesday at this time. Next question here. What's something that most people your age have, but you don't? Sean, I'll start with you. First off, state your age.
42. What's something most people have? AirPods, maybe Sirius XM, Bluetooth capability in their car. Like you don't have
Bluetooth in your car?
I'm just doing straight up radio.
But you don't have when you talk on the phone, it doesn't go to the.
No, I'm not doing it. But I don't have AirPods. I don't go around for the gym or going around the house. My wife has Bobby's old AirPods. That took a long time to clean those. Trust me. But probably being up to date with the music capabilities. Spotify just got so my parents could use it in Maryland. Like I'll turn it on here and there,
yeah.
but I'm not quick with it.
I have the AirPods with it, but I don't have I have the ones the company gave us like 7 years ago that I use. I haven't until they break. I'm just going to use until they break. Then I'll get AirPods.
And this is a topic for 8 o'clock, but I also am feeling too old and prehistoric and afraid and intimidated for just TV streaming. Cut the cord. To cut the cord. This is a topic at 8 o'clock with us getting screwed with college football and you U.S. Open fans, but streaming television like that. I'm doing DirecTV stream, but I've not totally officially really cut the cord. So I'm behind with that.
So how did you phrase the question again?
What's something that most people your age have but you don't?
Oh, ED.
Oh.
44, most I don't. And thanks to BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. Also, a savings account. Most people my age have a savings account. I don't have a savings account. I do.
It's just all checking.
I do. I just don't put any money into it because it all goes to the kids and the ex-wife. That's so most people have that. But I
asked Choppy a question about college the other day. I'm like, so the college tuition and savings, and I felt like that kind of flummoxed you a little bit, or you wanted to talk about it for 2 commercial breaks afterwards. It's like I asked an important, intriguing question.
You're
you're always talking about living in debt.
You're a divorced dad with 2 kids. You don't have a college savings account. You have.
I think. What did you say? Baseball.
Baseball. Yeah, baseball is a college savings account.
Yeah.
But
does he have a
fortunately,
chance?
You what?
Does he have a chance to go somewhere?
Yeah, he does. He does. Maybe not to Tennessee. But if you play high school baseball in DFW, and you're on a select team like the top select, you're gonna go somewhere and play.
Was
JUCO or wherever.
Was he better than you were?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah, way better. But no, it's go to TCC for a couple years, then move on. Or the amount of out of state schools that now give in-state tuition to Texas residents is like Arkansas, or and if they go to Tennessee because I'm an alum, they get in-state tuition, so that saves a ton of money.
Telo's weighing in on the Franklin injury attorney text line. 817 says the iPhone. Some people don't have the iPhone. Bobby's one of those that doesn't have the iPhone. We all have iPhones. Bobby's anti-iPhone and anti-Apple. 214 and 817 both say kids. They don't have kids. A lot of people their age have them. My answer here.
The amount of people that I know, a cluster of people who don't have kids, I'm like, this is drying up for you over here. Are you guys, because in this stage, right? You wake up Saturday morning, Sunday morning, Monday morning. You're looking at Instagram, and maybe it's just a coping thing, a self-coping mechanism. And I'm like, oh, they're flying to Sarasota, and they're in Tulum, and they're in that, and I'm like, but you know what? How long can you do that? How long can you do that and be happy in life?
I would like to try.
And while I'm sitting here with my great, awesome family, you're going to be like the awkward 50 or 60-year-old at the bar, still trying to live it up. And then I'm like, am I just telling myself this? Am I just telling myself this, that I'm in a better, wholesome position of having children and trying to hate on those who are living it up without kids and will be bachelors forever?
And my answer here is the Apple Watch, which is really odd for me because I'm Team Apple everything. I have the iPhone, I have the AirPod Pros, I have the MacBook Air. I have everything Apple-wise. Apple Watch, I've tried it on. I've tried, my girlfriend Mackenzie has it. I've worn it. I'm like, I don't get it. It's a smaller iPhone on your wrist. I can do everything with my phone. I just like the regular clock.
Heart rate and monitoring health.
I love the Apple Watch. Problem is,
as you look down, there's nothing on your wrist.
I get an allergic reaction to my skin. I get almost like pimples.
Oh, what?
I don't know. But
any watch?
Any kind of anything I put on my wrist, I do.
Metal or something.
It's the metal. I don't know, so I can't wear it.
All right, next up, RJ Choppy here. What's a daily inconvenience that you still can't believe hasn't been solved yet? A daily inconvenience. I have my answer.
Traffic.
Ooh.
You can't believe it hasn't been solved?
How have we not figured out? How have we not figured out the zipper method?
More and more people are moving here.
Oh, no, I know. I just mean in general. How have we not figured out the zipper method? Is merging that difficult? Going from your house to mine, going through that canyon on 30 and 35, how we haven't figured that out yet?
How long did it take you to get home?
Hour flat.
Oh, sorry about that.
My answer here is the drive-through communication. I still can't believe. Look, Chick-fil-A has it figured out. They have people actually work in the drive-through now because they're so tired of the freaking system they have, with the communication there at the drive-through. It's just,
drive-through times they've been long.
Yeah, they have.
Yes.
They really are.
And just the speaker system, though, really is what I was talking about. Just, they're asking, okay, what's your name again? How do you spell it? Okay, are you using the app? It's like, taking 5 minutes just to get to what my meal order is going to be here. So it's the drive-through communication. I don't care if we need, AI there or someone. Let me type it out for you, whoever's in the drive-through window, or let me just talk to a human being.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin and Franco Injury Attorney text line. It is Ask Reddit with PayPay doing a nice job in place of Roberto. Do we have any final texts or a question
We
you want to throw out?
We have one more question here.
All right.
I think it's a good one. Sean, I'll start with you. What smell do other people seem to love but you actually hate?
Oh. That's a good one.
Mine's gasoline.
I don't hate gasoline smell. I don't want it 24/7.
Yeah.
You get a little bit on your hands, like after filling up the vehicle, and you get in your car, you sniff the finger. Little gasoline. You think that maybe you're going to catch on fire.
Just a little sip.
Just a little sip. So yours is gasoline. Do you think that people like gasoline smell, though?
Oh, I think the majority of people do.
I love it.
Yes.
You know what I love that I think most people hate? I would, if I love the smell of tires. If I could work in a tire shop.
Really?
Oh, my God. You send me to tires. I'm not looking at the tread. I am putting my face in those. I am sniffing the hell out of that. I love the smell of tires.
817 says lavender. Anti-lavender, which I love lavender.
Anti-lavender.
Give me a good Goodyear. A Goodyear tire.
A good Goodyear.
Oh, baby.
All right, well done, Pepe. It's Ask Reddit. Tolo Tuesdays. We try to get you to opening night in the NFL as quickly as possible, but we add the first big opening weekend in college football. Did you get screwed with your television like I did on Sunday night? College football kegger and an update. Someone says they know what's holding up the Dak deal. That's on the way with Sean and RJ.
But it is football season, boys and girls.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
13 seconds left in the game. Moss with the snap. Hands off to Marks. Up the middle. Into the end zone. Touchdown! They're going wild in half of this stadium as the Trojans are going to pull off the upset. How do you do?
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Someone go check on Brian Broaddus.
He came and dropped off the charcuterie board at the party and then said, I have an LSU event to get to.
He did. He had an LSU event.
Today.
He was in his LSU yellow polo. Top button. Very interesting decision there by Broaddus, but I am not arguing with it, just saying, very interesting. And LSU does play. They play against USC, Jared Sandler's USC, and USC comes away. Miller Moss, the quarterback, and Garrett Nussmeier, Doug Nussmeier's kid, is the quarterback for LSU. And USC with the 27-20 victory, pulling the upset over LSU in Vegas.
Well, thank you for telling me about it.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't watch it. Sitting there on Sunday, cleaning up, fantasy draft preparation, and I try to switch on over to the big game, the only game that's on, prime time, and nothing. As DirecTV, ABC, and ESPN combine to screw me and a lot of people, but I guess we can get to the game first.
Yeah, the game first is, look, it was a close one.
Another opening loss for Brian Kelly.
0-3.
And they said Lincoln Riley, Bro Bible called him a coward, that he tried multiple times over and over and over again to get out of this game. no part of it.
Yeah, they didn't want. He didn't want to play the game. He was like, "No, we're going to a new conference, and we're going to have a tougher schedule. So we're trying to get out of this game." They didn't get out of the game. They wound up playing the game, and
is that normal or soft?
You know what? Historically, it's soft. I don't know with the 12-team playoff what the new normal is going to be. I really don't, because now these conferences are so big and there's so many tough games. Are we going to see less of this? All these conferences, though, have a rule in place where you have to play another Power 5 school, at least one in the non-conference. They've all got that rule because they don't want, Florida did this forever. Florida was notorious for never, Florida would play, they never played a non-conference game outside their state. They never did. And now they're forced, to that. I guess they're not. They play Florida State every year. They play Miami now. So they don't really have to travel anywhere, but that was one issue. And LSU does not, they didn't, USC did not get out of this game. LSU and then played in Vegas, the neutral site game, even though it's much closer to USC than it is to LSU. Well, LSU loses, and they have lost all three of Brian Kelly's openers as the head coach. In these primetime type games, he is 0-3. And Peyton, he is at the podium, and he is not happy. I don't know if this is fake outrage or not, but this is outrage.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things. About not finishing when you have an opponent in a position to put them away. But what we're doing on the sideline is feeling like the game's over. And I'm so angry about it that I got to do something about it. I'm not doing a good enough job as a coach. And I got to coach him better because it's unacceptable for us not to have found a way to win this football game. It's ridiculous.
So fake. I couldn't stand watching and listening to this clip. I got to let all the diehards know how much it pains me. And this is as fake as his accent when he first took over here. This is faux, fake, however you want to say it, outrage. And I can't wait for him to go. This is the hot seat bowl with him and Lincoln in this game. Him, Lincoln, and Dabo. And
look, it's it is it's interesting because all these people on Twitter are saying he's Brian Kelly changing his accent to to the Sopranos accent when he becomes the head coach of Rutgers next year or wherever.
I'll let you know when I knew it was fake. Play it again, Peyton. And listen to the soft voice. This isn't true anger.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about
again. I'm just sitting here angry. Yeah, and I'm just so angry. I'm not doing a good enough job. He's trying to buy himself a little more time.
My family, easily the most hateable coaches in America are him and Dabo. Those are easily the two most hated coaches. And for both of them to lose games on the opening weekend is just fantastic to me. I love this.
He doesn't look right in those LSU colors either.
He does. And then he threw his quarterback under the bus. He threw Garrett Nussmeier under the bus. Saying, their quarterback outplayed ours. Did he? Because Nussmeier had a better QBR. They had basically the same completion percentage and essentially the same yards thrown. And then Garrett's QBR was about 10 points higher. Like, your quarterback didn't get outplayed grossly, did he? I didn't think he did. I think both quarterbacks were pretty decent in this game.
I'm going to take your word for it.
Because you couldn't see it. And and I have DirecTV as well. I have ESPN Plus. So now it took me an hour to figure out my password, but I have ESPN Plus. So there's a dispute between DirecTV and Disney. And you cannot right now on DirecTV.
Tried to go ahead and get caught up for the show yesterday morning. Yep. Timeout, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, Sports Center. Nope.
Still nothing. Last night, couldn't watch anything. Sunday Night Baseball, Phillies, Braves, nothing. You wanted to watch the U.S. Open tennis? Nothing.
And people were especially outraged because there was no warning about this.
None.
We didn't hear about any dispute. And it's kind of like what you suggest for NFL players to do. Just boycott. Don't show up for the postseason.
Yeah.
You really want to screw the league? You want to make someone fold? Well, that is what happened here between these two sides right when football begins.
And the statements, of course, they're pointing the finger at each other. DirecTV statement. The Walt Disney Company is once again refusing any accountability to consumers, distribution partners, and now the American judicial system. They are in the business of creating alternate realities, but this is the real world. We believe you earn your way and must answer for your actions. They want to chase maximum profits and dominant control at the expense of consumers, making it harder for them to select the shows and sports they want at a reasonable price. Disney fires back. DirecTV chose to deny millions of subscribers access to our content just as we head into the final week of the U.S. Open and gear up for college football and the opening of the NFL season. We're offering them flexibility in terms of which we've extended to other distributors. We will not enter an agreement that undervalues our portfolio of television channels and programs.
Yeah. So now YouTube TV has been trending for about 48 hours. And I'm stuck in an old man moment. Okay? I have DirecTV Stream now. And
yeah, so
part of the reason I had that was because of Bally. Well, now Bally is going away. I just paid for like my sports pass to get the red zone. So I felt good and comfortable. And my $15, $16 extra a month. I was all set to go for my first opening NFL Sunday. And then this happens. So I don't know about, Bobby has told us about YouTube TV multiple times. I saw a lot of Fubo stuff. And look, Tolos, I genuinely appreciate all the DMs and messages and suggestions to go to this. And I'm telling you, get this Fire Stick. I'm telling you, go to that. I have an old man fear of like something I've never heard of and it going away or it not being there for me when I need it the most. So I would consider I'm leaning towards finding the YouTube switch. I had my good DirecTV starting price to begin with things, so I felt good about that moving in the new house. I need to, I guess, learn a little bit more about Fubo, but now I'm scared to like pull the trigger and change something with football starting. I don't want something to go wrong or go awry in my house. So do I call DirecTV, threaten to leave, try to get something more out of it, and rely and stick with them, hoping that this resolution occurs very, very soon, or just say, screw it, I'm out, YouTube TV, here I come. That's where I'm stuck. I'm stuck right now.
Here's my hang up on this.
Do I get my refund back for the NFL Red Zone thing? I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
I don't want to be on the phone line with all these people.
I'm a remote guy. Like, to me, it's all about the remote. I care more about, I want to memorize the channels and I want the remote.
Yeah. I don't love the DirecTV Stream with the remote. I can't go just page up, page down. I got to scroll through them up and down. I got to like hold it down. I can't just jump pages.
The one on the right.
No, I've done it. I've tried it.
Oh, wow. It works for me. Yeah. I wonder if there's a setting you got to change. But so I have the one box, right? The one box, because how many boxes do you have for your DirecTV Stream? Do you just have the one and use?
Oh, yeah, that's another thing. So like I don't get charged extra. I don't want that because I got like 5 or 6 TVs.
Yeah, so I have
need
the
hooked
one.
up.
Yeah, I've got like however many. I think I have 3 TVs, 4, and I have the one box. And on the other TVs, I just download the app.
Yep,
the DirecTV app.
Yep.
But what I hate about the other TVs,
someone's sending me. Oh, the great Scott Goldnick from the Cowboys. I'll read that in a second.
All right,
I have my text volume up.
So what I hate about the other ones is that, when you use the regular TV remote for those channels, for those TVs, it's way different. You can't punch a number in.
Yep.
You can't scroll the way you want to. And is that the same thing on YouTube TV? Like, do I have to use? And it's just a nightmare. And to me, it's not even worth it. I'd rather pay the more money and have a remote.
Scotty Agonic says YouTube TV all the way. Had it for 3+ years. Never had any issues. Pay, where are you with this now? What do you have?
Frustrating, obviously, but yeah, I have DirecTV Stream. Me and my family, we had YouTube TV for a few years, and then we went DirecTV Stream a couple years ago. So I don't know. I mean, it's like I can kind of watch it. I can still watch things on my phone, and it's not a necessity yet. But yeah, it's like big games now. I have Mackenzie has ESPN Plus, my girlfriend, so I just go off of her account.
Whoa.
I know she has it. Her family has a package or whatever. So I just we'll just use your login or a friend's login or something. But yeah, if it doesn't get fixed in a couple weeks, so major changes have to happen.
Yeah, now I'm sitting here saying, okay, what am I going to miss Monday Night Football-wise? What am I going to miss with the college Saturday night?
Yeah.
What are the big games coming up? Like, what am I going to miss? When is this going to get resolved?
It will get resolved when just like any other contract, just like the Cowboys, when it has to. It will get resolved before week 1 of the NFL season.
You think it will?
Yes, absolutely will.
Before the first Monday night game.
There is no coincidence that this is when the contract runs out. This was done on purpose by both parties.
Because I remember this happening a couple years ago.
It did, and it got
beginning
fixed.
of college football.
And it got fixed. It got fixed. And
what is Fubo? Can someone tell me what is Fubo TV?
It's the shirt brand
For
from
Us
the 90s.
By Us.
Yeah.
Damon John. Is it Shark Tank?
Was it Sean John? That was Sean John.
Sean John. So I don't know what it is, but I just need I need to like rip off the brand the Band-Aid, the Brand-Aid too. Brian from 407 says YouTube TV is your friend. I thought it could be confusing. It's literally the sweetest thing I've ever done. I watch it on my laptop, I watch it on my phone, and I watch it on regular smart TV, and the signal does not go out during a thunderstorm. So that is the great Brian from 407 Barbecue. What's the price of YouTube TV as well? I need to go ahead and compare that.
You know, I don't know what I've heard all these streaming services.
You want basic package or a premium?
How much, Carter?
250?
80. This is 80.
280?
No, just 80.
80?
Oh, 80.
I mean, that's about what I pay with DirecTV.
Now, if I get rid of my DirecTV stream, does that affect? Did I bundle my internet? See, all these things.
See, you got the bundled
You know what I
internet. Yeah, I know. I mean, I basically get, because I have I get the high internet, so I get like free HBO or whatever.
Corey says, I have Fubo, and it's just like YouTube meets DirecTV. Okay, let me write down Fubo for crosstalk as a possibility.
Right.
Well, thanks to all the Tolos and the big dogs weighing in with us getting screwed. Some of us. Not you streamers. Y'all were sitting back smoking your cigars Sunday night while I was scrambling and freaking out. Another college football kegger at 9 o'clock this morning here on Sean and RJ. All right, an NFL reporter says she knows the holdup in the Dak Prescott deal, and Choppy is highlighting the youngsters with some Rangers Diamond Calves on your home of the World Series champs next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's Giancarlo Stanton hitting a high fly to deep center. Leote back at the wall. It's out of here. Stanton with his 427th career home run, his 25th of this year. It comes on the first pitch of the 8th, and the Yankees lead it 8-3.
We'll get to some of RJ's Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan, Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy. Bobby will be back tomorrow. We got Peyton and Carter running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. First, the great TR with a relaying of information from Diana Rossini from The Athletic, who has an update, she says, on the Dak deal. The holdup at this point, from what I understand, is about the years the Cowboys are willing to commit to.
Oh, God.
She noted the Cowboys are weighing whether they want to keep Dak in Dallas longer than 2, 3, 4 years, since he's made it clear he wants a long-term commitment. So that's Rossini saying this is about length. So I'm assuming like the annual value, the payment per year is decided, maybe the guaranteed money. I don't know. She's talking about the length where Dak knows, right? Is this my last big deal? You can get paid in the NFL as well at the age of 35 and 36.
You can.
But Dak wants longer-term commitment. The Cowboys may be saying 2, 3. He's going to feel insulted. You give him a 2 or 3 year contract.
Yes, he is. This is, I believe, a direct result of Russell Wilson. So Dak is 31 years old.
Yeah.
He just turned 31 at the while we were in training camp, right? At the end of July. Russell Wilson.
His 5th year, 6th.
Right, absolutely. Russell Wilson, let's see. His birthday is November 29th. Russ started the downturn at age 32. After his age 32 season, he had a good year there, right? He was 12-4 in 2020. He had a 40 touchdown, 13 interception season. His QBR was a 67. That's pretty good. It's a pretty good number. That was on par with just about every other year of his career. You know, if you go back and look at his other QB season, his adjusted net yards per attempt was on par, for the most part, with just about every other year of his career. The next year, they go 6-8. All right, they go 6-8. His TD interception ratio was still pretty good, but QBR started to dip a little bit and went down to a 60. Adjusted net yards per attempt was right stable. And then, in the age 34 season, which is his first year in Denver, the crater. And the crater happened, and it continued last year as well. So, I think this is a direct result of Russ. And maybe they view Dak as a very similar, they're like, all right, who's his best comp? And they're going to say Russell Wilson. Okay, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is a great comp for him. Russ's peak was better. Let's be fair, right? Russ is
playing style. Russ ran around more. If you're talking about like effectiveness and good numbers and production and career,
the perception that they're really, really good and you can win with them, but they may not be leading you to a championship on their own.
Yeah.
And they look at it like, okay, I mean, how long do we want to go? He's 31. Within this contract parameter is going to be when Russell Wilson's career started to take a downturn. I think that's a direct result of that.
And Dak's people would come back and say Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady.
Yeah,
look what they did.
Absolutely.
Post 35 and 36. Because if you offer a 2-year deal, that could be looked upon as insulting to Dak Prescott. Like, am I the guy or not?
Dak doesn't want to go through this again.
I mean, you can argue, go through it again in 2 years, you're going to make even more money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that going to be worth all this headache and hassle? Trevor Lawrence got 5. Tua got 4-year extension. Jordan Love got 4. So we're not talking about 2 or 3 years for those guys.
Right, but, and when you count those extensions, they're really 5-year deals, though, right? Because they still have the 5th-year option. So their contract doesn't even start. So it's 5 is you got to go to 5. I think that's what Dak's looking for. And that's what he's going to wind up getting. I have to go see what Russ got, what his contract was when he signed with Denver. I'll look it up real quick. But I would assume it was 5 years. He signed a 5-year deal, and he signed that when he was much older than 31. He got a 5-year deal, $242, $161 guaranteed.
There always seems to be a wait and see. We want to still make up our mind. We're undecided about your abilities. That's just a feeling that I've always gotten from the Cowboys' point of view on things, and I get it. I got it the first time. Me and them ended up being wrong because they wanted to wait and see on Dak. He had a nice season, and they paid more. And right now, they may be saying, we got, as Jerry threw in that little side shot the other day, you can make the argument, if you haven't seen it yet, it's not there. And what he's talking about is playoffs and a postseason run and clutch victories against teams over 500 who are big-time players in the NFL postseason. So, I understand it. I think the Cowboys are willing to just keep paying and paying and paying after they know more of what they have. That sounds ludicrous. And insane because Dak's been in the league not just 5-6 years, and he's saying you should know me by now, but the Cowboys are saying we haven't sniffed an NFC Championship game with you. We don't want to sign up for that long term. That could be what's happening. Bobby with more details tomorrow when he returns. We're still going to have below the belt today. But the Rangers trying to get back in things by winning 5 of 6. Josh Young walk-off on Sunday right here on 105.3 The Fan. But yesterday they lose the opener to the Yankees, and you were doing some young Ranger homework.
Yeah, so if you look at the players in MLB under 25 years old, right? So they went and did this, they're ranking the best players at every age under 25. So they're starting with folks born in 1999, which makes you wonder, oh man, they're born in 1999. I feel really, really old. I was in college in 1999. But I wanted to see how many Ranger players made the list of those guys and compare it to some of the other teams in the American League West. Now, of players that are 1999, which would be the age 25, nobody on the Texas Rangers made it. And for that matter, nobody in the AL West made it. These are your Vlad Juniors, your Tatises, your Garrett Crochets, your Austin Welleses, like that. That's those guys. Move on to the next year. Bobby Jr. is the number 1 player born in 2000. Seattle's all over this list. Oakland's got a lot of players on this too. Seattle with Julio Rodriguez, Corbin Carroll, Riley Green, Colton Cowser of the Orioles. He's going to wind up winning the AL Rookie of the Year this year. He is the favorite to win it. There's a lot. Logan from the Angels. He is on this list as well. The A's have another player, Lawrence Butler, on here. You get to 2001. This is your Gunnar Hendersons. This is your Anthony Volpes. And we do find our first Ranger here, and that is Wyatt Langford.
Who went deep yesterday.
He went deep yesterday, 2-run shot. He is 8th. He is 8th on this list of players born in 2001. I did notice this. This was an interesting little nugget. BetMGM sent me this. They're in partnership with BetQL. He has the highest number of tickets at BetMGM to win Rookie of the Year this year. Wyatt Langford does. Not going to do it, right? Not going to win it, but as of right now, he has the highest number of tickets. You go to 2002. Paul Skeens up top. Ellie De La Cruz. James Wood, who's had a really good start to his career. And then you get to Dylan Cruz. The Washington Nationals are all over this thing. And then the Texas Rangers come up with Evan Carter. All right, so you got 2 on this list. Nobody from 2003. You move on to 2004. You got nobody that was born in 2004. You get to 2005. The Rangers have nobody, but Seattle finds their way on this list. The Angels find their way on this list. Sebastian Walcott's on here from 2006. He's in high A right now, the shortstop. They think they might move off that shortstop. Maybe that's what some people were saying. Bassick was talking about that. But the A's are they're finding the way on here. They're finding the way on here.
And, of course, Jack Leiter is one of these young names we're counting on. Yes, he gave up 5 earned in 5 innings yesterday, only 2 strikeouts, but he seemed calmer and more at peace. This was Jack talking about his adjustments on Bally.
I know that it's going to be, more adrenaline flowing and all of that in these outings, and I think I didn't do the best job managing that in some of my early outings, even the last one in Chicago. Just moving too quick and kind of overdoing things, but making a conscious effort today to slow myself down in every aspect, I think helps.
I want you to do, if you have 4 hours to spare.
Oh, yeah.
Go watch Game 5 of the World Series in 2000. All right, Al Leiter was starting that game.
Al's been in all these stands, too.
He's been everywhere, right? He goes to all those games. Al is a lunatic. Al makes so many facial expressions throughout the course of the game. He is so amped up. He's dripping with sweat the entire time. It's October in New York. It's not warm, okay? He is just an animal. And you could see exactly why Jack is so amped up during these games. I mean, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Now, Al throws about 165 pitches in this game. And he's angry when he gets taken out. I think it's the 8th inning. You think Jack throws a lot of pitches in the first inning? Al's nothing, man. I will throw pitch after pitch, and I had a rubber arm, and he did. He had a rubber arm, man. He had a rubber arm. But he's very much like his dad. He's so intense. There's a good aspect to that, and there's also something that will get you. And because his dad didn't throw nearly as hard as him, but when Jack's amped up, he's throwing 98 miles an hour up in the zone. I mean, you saw a lot of pitches yesterday that a normal team might swing at, or a college pitch player might swing at, but a major league player is not going to swing at that. They were up in the zone. They were just out of the strike zone. They were just non-competitive pitches. That happens.
Game 2 tonight, Heaney against Rodon. 6:30 pregame on 105 through the Fan. First pitch at 7, and RJ Choppy is going to be there, I think.
Yes, I am. I am going to be there.
You already scalping Lucas' ticket?
Might have to. He's a little under the weather. He's going to the doctor this morning. He's staying home from school, and I don't think that that's one of those parenting things. What do you do?
They'll put you right on TV with your sick kid.
Yeah, with a sick kid staying home from school. I don't think I can do that. But he's going to the doctor. So yeah, I'll maybe scalping that ticket.
Some Diamond Calves here on Sean and RJ. Bobby is out and back tomorrow. That does not mean that we don't go right back to America's team and the NFL. Choppy's going to make you some money betting on the NFL's MVP. And are the Cowboys not global? If Jerry Jones is listening right now, is that what's really going to get him worked up? Below the belt without Bobby, so probably better is next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great RJ Choppy here. I'm back, baby.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Little degenerate for you from the MVP. By the way, did Bobby get into any football or Dak arguments at the pool party? Pepe, did you hear? Was he sparring with anyone? I know he was inside and a lot of the time in his sweatshirt. I don't know about over at the beer pong table.
Yes, I believe it was one of your friends wearing the Jacksonville Jaguars hat.
Oh.
He was in there because we were talking about Dak, and he was like, no, Trevor Lawrence is better. And Bobby said, all right, let me step in here. So, and that was after Bobby had something to drink, too. So I'm sure that conversation went really well.
Yeah, you know, I noticed like my screwball out on the counter, and I said, I didn't drink any of that. Why is there like why is there just like a little bit left in the bottle?
It was Bobby and Alec. They were in your liquor closet, I guess you can call it, with the glass door. They were in there the whole time, just picking stuff up. Like, oh yeah, we can use this. This is open. Yeah. I'm like, guys, that's a little rude.
I guess that's what Alec was doing while I was waiting for him to come say hello to me at my own house.
Yeah. He didn't leave the house. He barely went on the patio.
Yeah.
He barely went on the patio. Not cool. So and you can't go in somebody else's liquor cabinet.
He's like, sorry. Like, I didn't realize. And he's like, I was supposed to bring you, like, the remaining screwball I had. So I was like, so you had the same liquor and drink that you're coming down to raid at my house. And now you're drinking that. As Bobby right now is probably making a U-turn as he's supposed to be dropping his girls off at school and going to the liquor store to walk in here with probably 3 bottles as a here you go, Bobby Belt move.
I'll tell you, the saddest place in the world is the liquor store 5 minutes before it opens on a Monday. It's the saddest place in the world because there's a line because people can't buy on a Sunday. That is the saddest spot in America. I feel bad for those people.
Yes.
But
also, Alec was consuming as well. Okay.
Not as much as me, but
Oh, you were drinking it too.
Those Mexican candy shots that your wife was bringing out, Sean. I mean, it seemed like every 20 minutes they were coming out here, and it was just cup handed to me, and I was like, I can't say no. Mackenzie had to drive home.
My wife, she did call someone out.
Oh no!
With the wheat consumption, and his name is Ruben. As Ruben was terrified to take any shots, he's like, it just doesn't hit me. It doesn't sit well with me.
Hit me.
Yeah, it doesn't hit me right. It doesn't settle nicely.
I'm a
with
big
me.
shots guy. Shots because I'm a DVOA guy. It's the most efficient way to drink. All right, it's high efficiency. You get a high DVOA number when you.
Yeah, you have 4 shots before driving us back to LAX. Very comforting. I'm like, Choppy, you want this leftover seltzer I have? You're like, nah, I had 4 shots already. I was like, all right.
I had to finish the bottle off.
Yeah.
I had to finish up the bottle, right?
8:30 out here.
Yeah, absolutely. So I got 5 guys in 3 different categories here for you. Now, I think all these are pretty good odds.
For MVP.
Now, the first one is Mahomes. Mahomes is 5-1. Anytime you get the best player in the world and they're giving you odds to bet on him,
it's not even money.
It's not even 5-1 is wild for him. They're gonna be a very good team. People have really talked about the lack of weapons that he has.
Who got Worthy in our fantasy league?
Because I got him.
Oh, that's one I wanted.
Yeah, I got him. I wasn't a fan of my team, but I was a fan of him.
Me neither. I hated. We can talk about fantasy maybe tomorrow. This is like the most watered down list that I can think of. Like, okay, I'm taking Amon-Ra St. Brown here at 6. Like, I'm ending up with James Cook, and these are some of my like top 3 or 4 picks. It's getting worse and worse to me in terms of like the value and meat of what I think I'm getting with top picks.
I love my team. If you look at the ESPN projected standings for the year, my team is at number 1.
I gotta see.
This might be the year.
Mine was at number 2 last year, and I finished like dead last.
I went with 3 running backs, my first 3 picks, and I still got Mahomes. How about that? Still got Mahomes.
Who were your running backs?
It was Bijan Robinson, Alvin Kamara, and one other. Don't know the name.
Clearly,
I don't even know whose team was who. That's why I was sitting there. All I know is whoever Joe Buck yourself is screwed me out of 2 players.
Alec Medford. That's
of course.
Screwed me out of my liquor cabinet, and you on your team.
Yep, absolutely. I got some words for Alec. I'll tell him later. Next
Derrick
up,
Henry, by the way. There you go. Derrick Henry, my 3rd running back.
Ooh.
Next up is a long shot bet on a pair of guys at 25-1. Now these are the long. So I got 3. So the one is the favorite. It's the long shot, and then I got another good one here. So the long shot, the 2 guys at 25-1. Both of these quarterbacks are on quality rosters that are going to make the postseason if they stay healthy. It's Aaron Rodgers at 25-1 and Jared Goff. Okay.
Now, thank God Bobby's not here for this.
Yeah. If the Jets make the playoffs, Rodgers is going to get a massive push for MVP.
Yes.
The Jets don't make the playoffs. It's New York City.
You had some power rankings that had the Jets
3rd.
Third
overall.
Woo!
Yeah. So the Jets, if they make the postseason, he is going to get a massive push for MVP. Goff plays 14 games indoors this year. That's one of the things you got to look at.
14 inside.
Now, he plays all of his games indoors, so that's at least 8 or 9, depending on the year. And they play another 6 indoors. They play 14 games indoors. The only games outdoors that he's going to play is going to be a game at Green Bay and a game at Chicago, and there's one other. Like, that's it. That is an insane. I think San Fran too. That's an insane number of indoor games, and that's what you're looking for. And then you got the one that I can't figure out. There's two guys here, and I can't figure out why their odds are low like this. But at 18-1, you've got Brock Purdy and Dak Prescott. And you got to ask yourself, either Dak's last year was a career year or the start of something special, like a Matt Ryan-ish, where he kind of goes on to this like nice little peak of the career. And then Brock Purdy's done nothing but win games since they got in the league. And if they're under the 1 seed again, I think it's going to be very, very hard to keep them from getting a ton of votes.
Yeah. 18-1 for both.
18-1 for both. And I think the Cowboys offseason works in Dak's favor this year. Because they didn't sign anybody. Everybody talks about, they're going to have a bad year. They didn't sign anybody. This and that. And they go out there, they win 12 games. And I think you can say the same thing for San Fran because they're offseason. I mean.
And maybe less of a running game. He might be throwing it more.
Might be throwing it more. And with San Fran, I mean, Ayuk and Trent Williams, I mean, none of those guys have been, AWOL all offseason. So I think those are two solid bets on guys at 18-1. 18-1's a monster number for an MVP. You throw $10 on it and you're set.
And Trent Williams is about to sign, it sounds like.
Yeah, looks like he is. Which is good, I mean, for them.
Yeah.
But not for the rest of the league because he's a threat.
NFL MVP possibilities from the football degenerate RJ Choppy. As we know, could be Dak's final year here in Dallas. And Mike Tannenbaum. Bobby's eyes almost rolled out of his daggone head on Friday. But Mike Tannenbaum was on TV talking about the future of the Cowboys quarterback position.
Let's say Dallas is 15, 18, somewhere in the draft order. Greeny, trade multiple first-round picks and maybe CD Lamb. And
CD Lamb?
I tried to get CD Lamb out of
town.
And Bart brought up, well, I'm going to give you some credit. Like, let's say it's New England that has the second pick in the draft, and they have everything. Right. They have a quarterback and nothing else. So if you're starting over, yes, CD Lamb is expendable. I mean, there's a better chance.
CD Lamb is expendable.
There's a better chance, in my opinion, that Shedeur Sanders could be the quarterback there next year than Dak Prescott at this point. Because
I don't agree with that.
If Dak wanted to be there, their deal would have been done. And the way it's going right now is Dallas is going to need a quarterback in the first round next year. And it would be a type of move where Jerry Jones could go up and say, hey, I got a younger, better, cheaper quarterback in Shedeur than I did with Dak.
So when I first heard this, I was like, Tannenbaum, you idiot. No wonder you're unemployed. Thanks for following me on Twitter. Mutual follow and follow back. I appreciate all that. But we didn't talk about signing Lamb if Dak is not here. I don't think it's crazy. Now, if you got Shedeur Sanders next year, you still want him to have weapons. So from that part of it, but in general, the thinking of not signing the receiver to the $34 million deal if you're not going to bring back the quarterback, that's not crazy.
If you're not going to sign Dak, it's not crazy to not sign CD.
Like Justin Jefferson with Minnesota.
Right. Yeah.
You know
you're
what
not
I mean?
Gonna, yeah. So if the Cowboys don't.
But you still do want your first round quarterback to have weapons, just like which Chicago did for Caleb.
Absolutely.
They got a lot of weapons.
They do got a lot. They got Rome Odunze. They've got obviously DJ Moore.
Keenan Allen.
They got a lot of weapons. You want that. You want a good offensive line for your rookie quarterback and good weapons. You can make a case that if you're not going to bring Dak back next year, if you don't sign him, and they'll know before the draft, everything, right? So if you're the Cowboys and Dak decides to leave at the start of free agency, if you wanted to trade CD, you could say, like, look, we're just going to blow it up. We're going to blow it up. We had a good year this year. We won 12 games again. We lose. We're going to be picking 24th. We can't get a quarterback at 24. So now what you got to do, you got to find a way to move up. Well, you want to move up and lose all your capital for the next couple of years like the Rams did? Or do you want to trade CD, get 2 firsts for him, draft his replacement, and then trade up and get Shedeur or Carson Beck or whoever? Is that what you want to do?
We're talking about college to NFL transition, and I'm sorry, anytime this guy speaks, I have to play it. Xavier Leggett. South Carolina to the Carolina Panthers, and on the South Carolina sideline the other day, sideline reporter caught up with the best voice and delivery in all of sports, maybe even better than Jameis.
Guys, I found him right here on the sidelines with Xavier. What does this feel like for you being on the sidelines as opposed to being out there?
Oh, man, it's great, man. Just being able to come watch the younger guys that I played with last year, man. It seems like they're excited, man, and they ready to play. And, man, the fans, they brought the energy out here for them as well.
Oh yeah, this energy is unmatched. Drafted by the Panthers, so you're right down the road. I know it's just been the preseason, but how has that transition been for you from college to the professional level?
The transition has been pretty good for me, man. It's a little faster start, playing in the NFL. But I had a little downtime, man. I dealt with a couple of injuries, but man, I'm back on track now, and everything's going great for me.
And Xavier, rare in today's world to have someone spend their entire college career at one place. What does this school, this program mean to you?
Oh man, this program mean a lot to me. It got me where I am today. Man, I'm very happy for this place, man, and it's going to continue to grow.
All right, what do you think so far about Lenore Sellers in this offense?
Oh man, well, being able to be here with him last year and work out with him during the off season last year, man, I know he's going to be a great player, and I like the way that he's doing what he's doing out there now.
All right, Xavier, thanks so much. We're excited to watch you in the NFL.
Hey, I appreciate y'all.
Am I the only one?
This guy's amazing.
I'm in love with him.
I could listen to him all day. I drafted him in fantasy. I don't even know if he's playing. I don't even know if he's in a roster. I don't care.
Yes.
And I drafted him like in the 7th round. I'm like, I'm taking this guy.
Yes.
He is on my team because when we do post-game interviews in the fantasy world, I want to play him.
I love him so much.
Absolutely. He's fantastic.
Bobby texted in. You literally said get whatever you want from the cabinet, and Peyton drank it as well. I did say that. I'm busting belts. Busting belts over here.
Busting belts.
With Roberto. But at least put it back in there. Right? Don't leave it on the counter showing me that you left like 3 little sips of the screwball.
Draw the line. You should have drawn the line in Sharpie on all your bottles and find out
Cannot go
what was
below.
taken. Nope.
Below the belt. Bobby will be back tomorrow on your home of the Cowboys. Final hour of the show. RJ Choppy with Nick Saban, Crazy College Call-In, and Toby Keith. It's the college football kegger, then Nick Harris from DallasCowboys.com on a Tolo Tuesday.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Second down and 10 from the Gators 24. Ward looks left, down the middle, fires, got a Restrepo, into the end zone! Touchdown! What a throw by Cam Ward to Xavier Restrepo for the touchdown!
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Canes radio with the call in the Miami Hurricanes 41-17 over Florida as Cam Ward, who started his collegiate career at Incarnate Word down in the San Antonio area, then goes to Washington State, then transfers to Miami. I mean, the amount of transfers now, I mean, you got to have a map to figure out where all these players played. 41-17, and Miami is a team that is a threat to make the college football playoff because the ACC is as bad and as wide open as it gets. Billy Napier firmly on the hot seat at Florida. Their very difficult schedule did not start off any easier than it could have been because Miami's a good team, and Florida has one of the most egregiously difficult schedules I've ever seen in college football. But
those Florida freak out, which I know made you very, very happy that the Gator Nation was suffering.
It is, and it does make me very happy, and it's going to make me happy all year. Listen to this schedule. So they already played number 19 Miami. They played number 20 Texas A&M. They played number 15 Tennessee. Number 1 Georgia. Number 4 Texas. Number 13 LSU. Number 6 Ole Miss. And then currently number 10 Florida State. Like, that is a gauntlet of a schedule. Between October 12th and November 23rd, they play currently the 15th ranked, 1st ranked, 4th ranked, 13th, and 6th ranked team in the country. I mean, come on.
By the way, I think the viral moment from this game was 2 years old. Khalil Jackson with the middle finger saying F this team.
That wasn't this week. Yeah, that was old, right?
People were saying it's 2 years old. And everyone retweeting, including myself, of an IG or social media. Did it get you, Peyton? Did you think it was from this past weekend?
No, I thought it was a couple years ago. I thought someone's already talked about that.
Yeah, F this team going viral. Maybe they're just saying screw this team because of how they started off the season, but that was not new and fresh.
No, it was not. But it's a very difficult start to the year for a couple teams. Florida State, they lose last night. They lose to Boston College. They lose by double digits. They are. I mean, there's so many things. The FBS teams that are double-digit favorites are 71-1 to start the year. Vanderbilt was a dog, and they beat Vatech, who was double-digit favorite, your godson on that team. And then, of course, you had Florida State as the other two lost. They're 0-2, double-digit favorite against Georgia Tech, and then double-digit favorite against Boston College. It's the first home loss ever for Florida State as a top 10 team as a double-digit favorite.
Woo!
in the history of their program. Kudos to Bill O'Brien. You did a great job at Penn State taking over for Joe Paterno after he went and became a child. He didn't do it, but he covered it up. Okay, he covered it up. So Bill O'Brien took over for him. Did a great job at Penn State. Got the Texans job. Did pretty decent there from a coaching standpoint. He can't GM, but from a coaching standpoint, he dragged like T.J. Yates to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Goes to the Nick Saban rehabilitation program for coaches, and now he goes to BC, and right away, already paying dividends. They're a solid program that they've got up there in Boston College. LSU loses to USC. Brian Broaddus losing to Jared Sandler 27-20. Here's Brian Kelly after the game, not too thrilled.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things. About not finishing when you have an opponent in a position to put them away. But what we're doing on the sideline is feeling like the game's over. And I'm so angry about it that I got to do something about it. I'm not doing a good enough job as a coach. And I got to coach him better because it's unacceptable for us not to have found a way to win this football game. It's ridiculous.
So angry about it.
He's fake.
I'm so angry.
That's fake anger, fake outrage.
Very fake anger. So they lose 27-20. Dabo and Clemson get worked by Georgia 34-3. Real quick, by the way, USC Trojans, I think you need a lesson on the Trojan War. All right, because in their hype video, they had the Trojan horse with them fighting in the video. The Trojan horse was used against the Trojans, not for the Trojans, okay? Maybe you need to go see Troy the movie. Brad Pitt, you can see his naked booty in it. All right, I'm sure you want to see that. Whatever. The Trojan horse is not a good thing for the Trojans.
And
very bad.
I think that Kyron Lacey needs a lesson on Ja Morant, the LSU receiver who decided on his bazooka celebration.
Oh, yeah.
Not once, but twice. Scores a nice touchdown, decides to bring out the gun, and then this dumbass goes to the sideline, gets up in front of his teammates again to go, yeah, this is what I did with the gun.
Yeah.
The gun wasn't mine.
Brian Kelly,
right.
not too happy about that.
No, he wasn't. It's all you got to have the cameras are on you now. You got to know. You got to have awareness. The cameras are on you. Don't do anything stupid.
Got hit with the unsportsmanlike, and then he said, "Yeah, I went to the bench and I showed the guys the replay slow mo."
Yeah. There was one other premier game that I want to get to that featured a pair of top-rated teams. It was the biggest for the playoff, I believe. A&M and Notre Dame. Notre Dame goes into Kyle Field. Game day was there. They beat the Aggies 23-13. It was tied at 13 with about 4 minutes to go.
Ugly, slow game.
Very ugly, very slow. Notre Dame wins it. The Aggies, they get their Aggies. Their new coach was the old quarterback for him. So Riley Leonard was Mike Elko's coach at Duke, and they wind up going and they wind up having a really nice start. And it's a huge win for Notre Dame. They will not be an underdog the rest of the year unless they're somehow an underdog to USC. I don't see it happening. They play a Florida State team that just lost to Georgia Tech and a USC team that is good, but they're probably still a year away from being a true title contender. Next year for sure. This year they're a bubble playoff team. So Notre Dame, they can't be in the top four because they're not going to be able to win a conference because they're not in a conference. But I'll tell you, they are almost all but assured of the 5 spot. And the 5 spot's where you want to be because the 5 seed is going to wind up playing the group of 5 winner. So it's probably Memphis or UNLV or whatever. And then, so that's a win. And then they'll play the 4 seed, which is going to be the winner of the worst conference of the 4.
Wow.
So you basically, as the 5 seed, are generally going to get a bye into the Final Four. So your goal, if you're not the 1, be the 5. That's kind of what you're looking for. And that's where Notre Dame is heading for on a collision course right now. Let's get to some audio. Nick Saban, college game day. I was wondering how this was going to work. There's a viral video out there of him sitting there side-eyeing Pat McAfee. He was dancing on the set in his chair. But Nick
Saban's giving him the look like, What is this guy doing?
I was coaching Alabama last year. This year I'm sitting next to this dude dancing in his chair.
Yes.
And I'm just sitting here like just trying to be me. Right, Nick? But that's what
Like
makes
this
Pat
menace,
great.
this menace next to me.
Yes, he's so uncouth.
Yes.
But that's what McAfee is, right? McAfee's just being himself. And Saban being himself, too.
Yeah.
Right, that's what Nick is.
He looks grouchy and miserable.
He looks
as always.
grouchy.
God, he's miserable.
But he broke the internet on College Game Day.
I just want to say, you guys keep talking about a $20 million roster.
Yeah.
If you don't pay the right guys, you'll be out of luck. That's life, baby. That's life. Congratulations. You just broke the internet.
So that's what they're paying Saban for.
I don't understand why this got such a reaction.
Because he cursed on TV.
Yeah.
That's it.
Like I don't understand why this was like, oh, Nick Saban's gonna be great. Now I didn't watch any of College Game Day, so I don't know how good he was. I know he lied about putting Texas in the SEC championship game.
Can't watch it this weekend.
Because ABC, ESPN. What's the game Saturday? What's the game?
Oh,
Texas, Michigan, but it's big noon kickoff. That's
Okay.
Fox.
Yeah, so no, it'll be, let's see.
But anyway, while you looked that up, I wasn't understanding. Oh my God, Saban! Oh, he's telling it like it is. If you don't pay the right players, you're out of luck. It's like, okay. I thought we knew that for NIL. I guess it's because he cursed.
Yeah,
I guess it's because he said that.
Yeah.
That's nothing compared to McAfee's viral moment last year
Oh,
where he
no.
trolled, shocked the entire crowd.
There's
That's viral worthy.
That's absolutely viral worthy. This year, they are going to Ann Arbor. They will be at Texas, Michigan this week, I should say. Now, it'll be big noon, so both Fox and ESPN College Game Day will be there. So that was Saban. That was Saban breaking the internet. How about...
Did you watch any of the pregame to see how good he was?
I watched a little bit of it. He was
fine.
Fine. Yeah, he was fine. I didn't see this moment live. I saw some of it, but he was fine. There was nothing wrong with Nick. He wasn't being, I didn't think, overly critical of anybody. I didn't think he was trying to also be too political in it.
ABC and ESPN Plus. Tennessee, NC State.
That's right. Should be a decent one.
What are you going to do? Are you going to watch on ESPN Plus? You can get it on.
Yeah, I get on ESPN Plus. I have ESPN Plus. I'll definitely.
I think I might have your password, so I might kick you off.
There you go.
Or give you a hard time.
There you
with
go.
it.
Let me change that. I would change
I need
that
the
password.
Sandler. Jared, text me the password for the Athletic. Choppy, I need to reset the ESPN Plus, and I already have Bobby's for YouTube TV.
What's that?
I wonder, can I just use Bobby's? How do they do that with you? Yeah, I'll text Bobby.
You might be able to.
Can I do them, at the same time simultaneously? Can I steal his YouTube TV and just cancel DirecTV?
You probably could.
I'll ask.
You might be able to.
Y'all let me know for those of you who have YouTube TV with password sharing outside of your residence.
OU played Temple, and they debuted their new in-game entertainment between the third and fourth quarter. They play Toby Keith. That's what they're going to do.
All right, you had the poll question during crosstalk. What did we decide on?
Well, we decided on, I think it was Red Solo Cup is what we decided on, right? Because that would be a good sing-along song. We did not include this song. We did not even have this one in the top 4.
Oh.
But they went with this. Now, I don't know if they're going to do this every week with the same song. I hope they do the same song because I think they need to have it needs to be a set tradition. But if they decide to go a different song every week, whatever, this is the song they chose for the opener.
This is a slip by you.
It is a slip.
Listen, you didn't even put this in the nominations.
I didn't because it starts off with just talking a little bit. I didn't think they were going to go with that, but I didn't think that getting the whole crowd to say we'll put a boot in your ass.
American way.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oklahoma.
That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good.
Wasn't there some American flag story or something in Oklahoma? Did you have
in a
that?
high school? Yeah, they were banning these kids want to put American flags in their truck. Just flying it.
Yeah.
And they said no flags.
Why?
They thought it would be. I think they said it would be a distraction, and the state superintendent was like, "Yeah, we're not doing that in Oklahoma.
We're not having the American flag.
No, we're not having somebody say
ban.
you can't. Yeah, we're not banning the American flag." So I think the story's going away, but that was the original issue. So yeah, they chose that song at Oklahoma. I don't know if they're going to do that every week. The same song. It's a great choice. Big miss on my part. Another piece of audio here. I'm sure that a lot of sports radio fans have had this happen, or sports fans in general, when it comes to their spouse.
This is all Paul Feinbaum's show is.
This is all Paul Feinbaum's show is SEC fan. Well, this goes to a Knoxville radio station, and you hear the wife in the background yelling at the guy when his family is in peril.
And they're Florida recruits. These guys are good.
That's why I think they'd pull the trigger pretty quickly on getting rid of Billy.
Get off the damn sports radio. It doesn't matter to your family. It's a loser situation. My dad needs your help. Ryan?
Cosmo Chris.
So done with you.
So
I
done
know
with
you don't hear. I'll take your $2.5 million.
Oh, that's a first.
What?
So, yeah,
what was the $2.5 million?
Exactly. Bad miss on those Knoxville guys. You got to let them go. Let them keep going. You got a dump button right there. Okay, the talking about $2.5 million. I want to know where that money's coming from.
So this is the wife giving the husband a hard time?
Wife giving the husband a hard time about calling into a radio station after a 69-3 victory. Like, what are you calling up for? What if they played Chattanooga?
Yeah.
What were you going to do? That's what college sports is all about, though, right there. Ruining families. That's the number one thing college football is all about.
The college football kegger, how'd you do with the degenerate? Any follow-up?
I did a very bad week. 1-3.
Oh.
Very rough start to the college. That's fine. It's fine. We got a long season.
Hey, did you bet at all?
I did not bet. I usually will go off of what RJ had, which I kind of agreed to it with him on the Colorado State game. I did not think Texas was going to cover all that 32.5 or whatever. I think by kickoff it was 35.5.
Yeah.
But Texas dominated, man.
They did. It's also I usually don't go hard week one. This year I went kind of hard week one. Usually I don't.
College football kegger with Ralph James here on Sean and RJ. Bobby will be back tomorrow. It's a Tuesday, so that means Nick Harris getting us ready for the Browns. What do we need to know? Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
How are the Cowboys looking health-wise heading into the opener?
Yeah, looking great. As far as all of the players that are on the active roster, on the 53-man, everybody practiced yesterday. Everybody on the practice squad even practiced yesterday. So that was big going into week one, especially big for Brandon Cooks. He was battling that sore knee that he had towards the end of training camp in Oxnard. He was back out on the field, as well as Damone Clark, who's also been battling kind of a sore knee issue. He was back out on the field. So everybody looking ready to go for Cleveland, at least at this point, knock on wood.
Who's starting at center?
Yeah, it could be Cooper Beebe. He's ready to go. We were able to talk to him in the locker room yesterday, and, man, he's just a ball of excitement. He smiles with every word that he says, and you would think he's about to go play like his first flag football game as like a 7-year-old. That's how excited he is. And he talked about the defensive front and the challenge that's going to be in front of him in Cleveland this weekend, and he said, you know, who better to prove myself against than the Browns. So he's really excited about this opportunity in front of him. But, yeah, he did a really good job in camp of whenever he went in there kind of tempering his expectations as far as how quick he could develop at that center position. That first week or so, the first week and a half, he kind of struggled. I mean, he was really trying to figure out his snap. He was trying to figure out a couple of things that are just different moving from guard to center. And then it feels like right after that Rams game, after he got that game experience, he just took off. And you saw that in the second preseason game against the Raiders. And it was good enough by that point that they sat him against the Chargers and went ahead and let him rest up going into week one. So 2 rookie offensive linemen up front this year, and we're going to see how it pans out. But right now, Cooper Beebe is super excited for the opportunity.
So how much did that surprise you? Because when we were at the first week of camp, I mean, he was missing snaps left and right, and that transformation for Cooper from, I mean, clearly the number 2 to clearly the number 1 in a matter of about 3 weeks. It's a pretty big transition.
Yeah, I think if you had told me at that point that he's going to end up being the guy that starts week one, I'd have been like, oh, so they made a wrong decision here. But I don't really feel like that is the case. You look up and you look at how much progression that he had during the course in Oxnard, and it's warranted now. And I think for me, where I kind of saw the jump between him and Brock Hoffman was the athleticism in the interior, and he really got after it and was able to get into the second level rather quickly, a little bit quicker than Brock in those preseason games. You could see that aggression that he had at the guard position transfer over to center, and then once he got those snaps down, he looked natural. And the biggest thing, too, with him and at that center position is the declarations and being able to call things at the line. And he said he's been working with Dak Prescott, Zach Martin, and Tyler Smith daily trying to figure out, so he could be ready to go week one when it comes to all of those things. So he's going to be ready to go. But, yeah, I think if you had told me back about a week and a half into camp that he would have been starting, and that would have been a surprise to me.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean and RJ. How much Browns homework have you done?
I'm getting there. Yeah. Fortunately, we were able to get a head start on that last week, with no game last week. So, man, this defensive front, like I mentioned earlier, it is going to be a challenge. There's a lot of experience on that defensive front. It's funny just because you're going against the defensive player of the year in week one on his home turf against 2 rookie offensive linemen. That's not an understatement by any means. They're going to have a challenge in front of them up front. For me, where does the running game find success? If the running game can find success in a game like this, then I would probably have a little bit more confidence going, into week 2, at least against the Saints, another really good defensive squad in my eyes. But I think this is going to be a really big test for the running game offensively. And then defensively, just kind of depending on who's healthy and how that kind of works out, how they split up the carries with Jerome Ford and Deontay Foreman as far as their running game goes. I think it's going to be a challenge for them too, but I like the Cowboys defense against the Browns offense. At least from early indications from everything I've seen so far, I think it's going to be kind of a rock fight. I think it's going to be kind of one of those 17-13 type games.
Mm-hmm. Nick, let's talk about the rest of the Browns defensive line. We all know Miles. Who else is up there to make them formidable?
Yeah, the experience, like I said, that's really where it stands out for them, and they've done a really good job of building that defensive line over the course of the last few years. Darius Smith, that's a guy who's been in the league for 10 years. You got Dalvin Tomlinson, an 8-year vet on that defensive line. Shelby Harris, another 10-year guy. I mean, the experience, it is overwhelming. I mean, you look at a guy like Zach Martin, he's the only guy on that offensive line now with double-digit years of experience, and you could look over on the Browns side and probably find 3 or 4 guys that are over 8 years of experience in the league. So experience is really going to be the tough part here. And when you're going against 2 rookies, that's going to be the challenge. And so at that point, you're just kind of hoping that there's some advantages that you can find in that youth. And I think that's going to be kind of the mantra of that offensive line this year. Other than Zach Martin, how can these guys in their youth be able to kind of find advantages in the run game, in the pass protection game? I don't really have any major concerns in the pass protection game. I like what Cooper Beebe and Tyler Guyton have done, and we know what the other 3 guys can do. It's really the run game. Where can they find some confidence there to be able to build upon? And I think it starts as early as this week.
Do you have any idea why the total points for this game in Vegas is so low? It's only like 41.5. That's a really low number.
Yeah, I would almost lean on taking the under there just because I think this is going to be a rock fight type of game. Both of these defenses are improved coming off of last year. We've talked about the Cowboys unit quite a bit. I think the Browns as well. I mean, you look at what they were doing last year with Joe Flacco at quarterback and Jerome Ford at running back, and they were still able to push into the playoffs at 11-6, and it was that defense that was the result. So I do think these defenses are going to overwhelm early on, and I think that's going to, reflect on the scoreboard when the game's over.
Nick Harris brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort from DallasCowboys.com here on Sean and RJ. What is the feeling around the team? Talking to them, obviously all the storylines, really negative offseason from our point of view, the fan frustration at an all-time high. We know about attendance questions in Oxnard. Nothing really matters what they do in the regular season until the playoffs. That's the sentiment from many fans. Like, what type of feeling have you been getting from the players as game week is here?
Yeah, there's been a question that's been kind of bouncing around to players and to Mike McCarthy and just to various personnel on the team. And it's, is there, pressure? Is there added pressure? Is there a sense of urgency going into this season, knowing that there's a really good chance that this team is going to look a lot different in 2025, regardless of what happens this season. And everybody's just kind of seems to be taking it a week-by-week mentality. And I think that starts up top with Mike McCarthy. He said the focus right now is the Browns, and then the focus after that will be the Saints. And so I think Mike McCarthy is trying his best to make it business as usual and try to take this season as he's approached his previous 4 seasons. But I think it's kind of player dependent whenever you start taking that question to the locker room. And I think it's a specific basis. Because when you talk to Zach Martin, yeah, he feels the same way. But then you talk to some other guys, maybe like a Jordan Lewis, who's been around 7-8 years now. And it's, this is a really good opportunity in front of us. This probably is our best opportunity in front of us. So, I think with certain guys, they understand the urgency. They understand, the opportunity that is in front of them still, even if the team last year maybe had the best shot. This team this year still has a good shot. And so I think that's still understood in the locker room, even with a tough schedule. Everyone's just going to kind of take it by week basis and go from there.
So your colleague, Nick Eatman, on Friday just threw out a guess, and both of you kind of nailed it in guessing that the CeeDee Lamb deal would get done when they got back to Frisco. And Eatman guessed that the Dak deal would get done this week. Diana Rossini reports that she's hearing it's about the number of years. The Dak will be looking a little bit more long-term. The Cowboys may be thinking about 2 or 3 years. What's your reaction to that? And would you like to try to make it 2 for 2 with another Cowboy contract prediction?
My prediction, to be honest, would be that this does not get done this week. I think this is going to drag into the off season. Personally, that's my personal belief. As far as the reaction to the links, that was a little surprising to me. It was not surprising when I first heard that about the CD deal and that being kind of the holdup there. But for this, I would expect the Cowboys to want to hold on to Dak for a 4-year contract and go ahead and lock him up and keep him with CD for that 4-year deal. Yeah. And I think with the length of the deal and them wanting only 2 or 3 years out of it, that means they're just going to have to do this all over again in a couple of years. If it were me, I'm wanting to drag this thing out and not have to deal with this for a while. So it's a little surprising to me, yes.
Yeah, you would think if someone wanted the shorter deal, it might be for Dak to get back to the market.
Yeah, Dak would want the shorter deal.
Yeah, exactly. And so he could get back in the market, like you said. But yeah, I think he wants that stability in the back of his mind to know that he could retire a Cowboy. I mean, he's talked about that in the past. He says that's his intention, but it would have to be the right deal at the end of the day. And so it doesn't surprise me that Dak wants a long-term deal, though, because he's had to deal with this mess now 2-3 times whenever you factor in the franchise tag seasons and all of that. I'm sure he's just ready to get it over with, and by the time this comes around again, then it's maybe a short-term deal or it's ready to hang it up.
If they want the short-term deal, does that give you an indication that they think he will age poorly?
Yeah, I'm not sure. And I would like to talk to somebody about the idea of a short-term deal for Dak and the advantages that go into that, because it's not like they have another quarterback on the roster going into next year. I think that the intention is to bring back Trey Lance on another short-term cheap deal just to have him to develop as a backup. But does that mean that they think he could be ready in 2 to 3 years to take over the starting job? Maybe that's the idea behind it. They would have to have a plan if that's their idea in mind, to have a short-term deal with Dak.
Nick, it also just gives off the impression to me again, and swat this into the stands if you want, that it's okay, we kind of wait and see mode again. Let's see what you do in the playoffs over a 2 or 3 year run that we may not be ready to commit to you for 4 or 5 years based upon, not knowing and not seeing it in the postseason yet. Is that crazy?
Yeah, I think that's a valid point. And that's been the biggest criticism around, potentially not getting this deal done, right? At least from outside noise is, okay, Dak Prescott has not won in the playoffs. He's been super inefficient in the playoffs. He looks like a completely different player sometimes. If that translates over the course of 2-3 seasons and you still have to hold on to him for 2 years past that or 3 years past that, then yeah, maybe I understand the thought process there into wanting to wait and see on a short-term deal with playoff success and then reevaluate after the fact. But that would only cost them more money on the back end of everything, and they would have to be comfortable with that at the end of the day. So I think there's a lot of questions that go into that and into that line of thinking.
Good stuff, man. We'll get the official predictions on Thursday. Thank you for the time.
Appreciate it, guys. Y'all have a great one.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
It's time to crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. What?
I was just going to ask which avenue you'd like to travel down. Your 822 segment or your house?
822.
All right. So I'm I was really fascinated by your 822 segment. You were talking about, well, before you got into the Diamond Cast, you were talking about Diana Rossini's report about Dak.
Oh, yeah.
And it's interesting to me because I feel like that kind of goes against what I had thought all along, is that that Dak Prescott wanted a 3-ish year deal where Rossini's like, hey, they're held up on the number of years. And so y'all were talking about like disrespect and everything like that. See, that kind of flies in the face of what I thought I had always heard, that he wanted a shorter deal so he could cash in again, like y'all referenced with the Brady's, Rodgers, etc.
Well, unless you don't want to go through this again, right?
Why? We're having to wait knowing you'll win?
Yeah. I don't know.
In the contract.
You're going to win in the contract. I don't know how stressful it is. I don't know how much
That's a good point.
BS it is. Having to wait. The insults, right? Like getting ticked off by the other side. Look, it applies to this building too. Going through a contract negotiation, it's
not fun.
It's not fun. It sucks.
Yeah.
Most of the time. Now, Dak knows he's going to win every time.
Exactly.
We maybe don't say the same, but he's going to win. He's going to win out, but do you want to go through the mess of it, the scrutiny? I don't know. Diana Rossini's had a really bad offseason anyway. She's been wrong a lot. So I'm not saying I believe her report that it's about years.
There's such a thing as being wrong. You're just not right.
Here's my question.
Yet?
Diana Rossini and Jane Slater are very tight.
Yes.
How would Jane not have this covering the Cowboys, but Diana would?
Maybe she does.
Shots fired.
Just funneling it to Diana?
Maybe she's too close to it.
That's what's happening?
I don't know. I feel like, in my opinion, some people who go on over to new outlets have to be a little splashier. And
where's she at?
She went to The Athletic.
Oh.
She was at ESPN, right? Yeah. And you go to The Athletic, and it's like, I got to prove that I am the NFL insider that you signed for big-time money or whatever it is.
I got this interview with an owner, and he's going to cuss during the interview and stuff like that. I see what you're saying there.
I'm not saying it implying that's a good get by Clarence.
All right.
It's a good get by Jerry. But maybe that's what Diana Rossini, she's had some misses in the offseason.
This is a fair question to Jerry on Friday, because we'll have him on Friday. And has Dak told you that he wants to be a Cowboy next year and beyond? Like, do you think that's a fair question? And how do you think Jerry would answer that?
Get your damn act together.
You think that's what? No, he wouldn't say that.
Well, of course. Like,
everybody wants to be a Cowboy.
Why would you want to be anywhere else? Why would you not want that star on the side?
Then the logical follow-up question: why can't y'all agree to terms? You want him here, he wants to be here. What's the holdup?
Yeah, what's the deal
Money.
here?
Salary cap is very complex.
Yep.
Is it?
No, I'm with you. I actually think it's simpler than they do.
Yeah. So if you want to believe Rossini's that
The NBA one's not.
Then they should be fine with money per year and fine for maybe the guaranteed money.
Yeah.
The holdup is how many years? Yeah. If you're Dak, why not go back to the market in 2 years or 3 years?
3 years I could see, because I bet the Cowboys are like, hey, you got to give us at least 3.
Yeah.
If we're going to do it at this, I'm assuming $58 to $60 million.
Is it raining outside?
Yes.
It has been.
Yes. Because my grass is running away from my house. I need some water.
Running away?
Oh.
Yeah, it's running away.
Dr. Mark Bashara. If
yeah.
things are receding.
Hang on a second.
Is that not... That's for hair.
That's for hair.
Receding.
So wait, you mean there's a gap between
It's starting to gap, and
your foundation and oh boy, they like you don't have sprinklers?
I do, but like I'm running them like twice a week, and I need irrigation right around the house.
That's such a lie that they tell us you only need it twice a week when it's 105 outside.
Yeah.
Go to any golf course. They're watering it at 5 a.m. and at like 8 p.m. at night. They're watering it twice a day because they know if they don't, it will die on them. And then they're like commercials. Hey, conserve water. You actually only need to water 10 minutes a day.
A month, 10 minutes a month. It'll be fine.
You're just trying to save water.
Yeah, you can get
Just say,
a lot of
"We don't
people
care
have
about
like
your
those soaker hoses or drip lines right around their foundation because once the thing starts to gap, that's bad news.
You're done.
When do we get rid of grass?
I don't care about y'all's
When do we start getting rid of grass?
foundation advice.
Your house is done.
Yeah.
Oh, his house is really nice. The only part I was kind of disappointed about your house is the area that is the bar area that's glass walled off. Because in my mind, before I looked in there, I was really hoping somehow it's magically going to be like an in the middle of the house sauna. And that's why it was glassed off. There's glass walls all around it. And I was like, oh, man, that'd be so baller if you had like a sauna in the middle of your living room. And you're like, that's what's up.
No, there's a sauna
$500,000 a year,
connection
man.
with your mattress guy.
Yeah, my guy Scooter.
Yeah,
My guy Scooter. He'll give you a sauna for your house. Put it in the garage.
You know, for getting invited over, you busting my balls a lot over here. You know, instead of being grateful and appreciative, you're just being a smart ass nonstop. So I'm noting that for next year.
Is that to Mike or to me? I said your house is nice.
No, it's to Mike.
Hey, I want to come over to that house, man.
My biggest concern was the gate was open, like the gate outside. I mean, you're paying for that. You're paying for that security.
How many 105
You don't want those
Theta Fame
Sunnyvale real,
logos
those
do you have
40
there?
kids just running around in
see it.
there.
No.
How do you feel about people who walk into the house without ringing the bell?
Totally fine with it.
Okay.
Because I thought it could be deemed rude that I was like outside in the pool and not just waiting inside. But I was outside in the pool, which was a very difficult challenge to get people actually in the pool at a pool party. I was not anticipating that. So I was fine with people just walking in.
Kevin said he wore jeans just to let everybody know I'm not getting in this
dress
pool.
shoes.
But he did not
That's
wear a
true.
sweatshirt like Bobby did.
That was interesting to me. I like Bobby a lot, but that was a fascinating decision.
Yeah.
He pays $20,000 to make sure his pool is cool at all times. That's awesome.
I do not have a heater or chiller on my pool.
That's what Choppy said. I was listening this morning. He's like, man, he cooled it for us.
Well, it was cool. I said it was cool. I didn't say I cooled it for it.
No.
Yeah, it was a cool pool.
No hot tub.
Nope.
No chiller.
Did you have a barbecue pit there?
I did have a barbecue
I'm sorry
pit.
if I'm revealing
In the
too
pool?
much
You
information.
have a barbecue pit in
like
the pool?
next to the
Yeah, you
pool.
can
He
sit
has
in
a
the pool.
bartender in the pool at all times.
You got
Flipping
it.
bottles.
Guy just lives right next to the pool like you're in Cabo.
He's in the living quarters. He just rolls out of bed into the pool.
No,
every
but I
morning.
did appreciate Kevin came downstairs and he goes, we cleaned up upstairs in the kids' toy room. And I said, cleaned up what? And he's like, the toys we took out. And, you know, you have manners. You have couth.
Oh,
There's
thank
a
you.
lot of people who come up there and just...
That playroom up there is super cool.
Who else is playing with toys? Like,
That
what?
was-
Bobby?
No, it's just me and Noah.
Yeah. But there's a lot of people that don't, they don't clean up after themselves.
That's rude.
You know?
Clean up
They
after
figured
yourself.
the guy, your bartender, would do it after he got done serving all the people.
For the record, I did not see someone living in the pool serving drinks or anything
No,
like
they
that.
blend in. That's the point.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
blend in thing. They got a costume
There
on and
were a
everything.
couple people there I didn't know, so
Yeah,
they could
see, they
potentially
could've been it.
be.
You never
Does he
know.
have a servant house out there where they live?
A living quarters.
No, but the house next to him is not vacant. It's vacant, so you can technically live in there.
When I coached
Squat.
at ESD,
Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Episcopal School of Dallas, which Jerry gives millions of dollars to, I think. It cost, I think, I don't know, I could be wrong with this. It might be over $50,000 a year to go to ESD.
Oh my gosh.
That's high. That's like grades, like K
Yeah.
through 12. And I'm at a baseball party, and one of the kids is talking to one of the people that's kind of serving the barbecue or whatever for the end of the season party. And then he starts talking about breakfast and everything. And I could never, he is a horrible catcher. Good kid, horrible catcher.
Wow.
Dad, I couldn't stand. And
Why'd my son play?
and so yeah, like, oh, his arm hurts. He can only throw on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. I'm like, there's no doctor in the world that is like, hey, only throw on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, and you'll be fine. But Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and
Yeah, you
Sunday,
can't
let's
do
take
that.
it easy. You
Bad
know, like
day.
I'm like, stop making things up. I'm not that stupid, but I'm his servant. You're servants at ESDs. You're not teachers and coaches. You're servants there. And so I'm listening to this kid, and I could never get him to do anything I wanted on the field. He would just kind of blow me off, but in a nice way, but blow me off. At one point, we needed some help moving something, and one of the kids, another kid, is like, I don't do this type of work.
Oh, man.
Like, we have servants for, like, literally, they're like, we have servants for this. We go to ESD. We don't do labor. We have servants.
Wow.
And so this kid is talking to one of the people serving the food. And I'm just thinking they hired people to like serve the food at this $8 to $10 million house. And I'm like, oh, I'm listening, like off to the side listening. I'm like, no wonder he doesn't listen to me. He literally, they have servants. They have this servant house out there where the servants live, and then they come in the morning and they make the breakfast and they make his room and they do whatever he wants to do. And I'm like, there's no way I can get this kid to block a ball behind the dish. Like, he literally has 3 people that live at his house that are Alice of the Brady Bunch, except they're more servants than they are. Like,
there's zero chance that kid should have been a catcher. That's the one position you cannot be when you have no desire to do anything.
Well, I mean, most of the kids there don't have a lot of desire to do a lot because literally as soon as they graduate from college, their parents give them $1 million and say, good luck.
But does it surprise you, though, when a Scotty Scheffler or Kershaw or Stafford or
I know that Kershaw was not rich at all.
Oh.
So I do. Kershaw does not fall into the Highland Park category. He is, yes, he went to Highland Park, but he was single mother. A lot of people, from what I understand, helped out the Kershaws to be in Highland Park.
Because he had a golden arm?
But yeah, it does. I mean, if you think about it, a guy like Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, I mean, they grew up in multi-million-dollar situations and still became the Splash Brothers and, you know, a new generation of basketball. Yeah, it is. It is very impressive. Like, I'll give a credit to one of the Joneses, which I don't give any credit to. John Stephen Jones he didn't have to work at all. Like, John Stephen Jones is a billionaire the day he was born. But he worked his butt off to become one of the best high school quarterbacks of his kind of class and everything. Now, I got to Arkansas and realized I don't have to do this anymore. And he'll be the general manager and owner of the Cowboys probably 40, 50 years from now. But, like, that was a lot of work for him.
He'll be 70.
We're rooting for Shy.
We want Shy.
We want
Shy. There.
Oh, my gosh.
But, like, for John Stephen Jones, like, he worked his butt off and didn't have to. I mean, no Jones has to work a day in their life, really.
Yeah. No, Shy was texting Chop earlier about the YouTube TV, DirecTV, ABC issue.
Oh, yeah.
So how many of you were affected having, you have Fubo.
Right.
I do have DirecTV, but I also have the ESPN Plus app, so it didn't actually end up being that problem.
And Michael doesn't have cable. He's not rich like I am.
It actually, I know. It actually ends on Thursday.
Oh, baby.
But
what does?
My DirecTV, because I turned it on yesterday morning and I saw the channels were out. And I was like, well, even better that I dropped them at this point.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, right out of the gate, questions that are going to shape this 2024 NFL season, part 1.
Oh.
And then at 11:20, Wanker of the Weekend featuring CBS. Also, maybe probably Disney and DirecTV.
Yeah.
And then at 12:20 today, Drew Pearson joins the show. So we'll talk to the original 88.
Got a big problem, 6:30 on Saturday night. If this thing is not settled. This DirecTV ESPN.
Why head out to the sports bar?
Well, because Tennessee's on ABC. And I do have the app, but it's a pain in the butt to get over there.
ESPN Plus? Can you get the ABC on ESPN Plus?
I have no idea. I assume you can, but I don't know.
Usually they have the same.
Sean, I think, has them all. He just decided to get all of them.
He's got all
No,
of
I
them.
just hired them to play in my backyard, my acre. I'm like, come back here. Come back here.
He uses his bartender's login.
My builder said, I'm listening to you. Water more, and you do have a drip system around the foundation.
There you go.
I have no idea how to access that. Like,
or you could just text him back. And be like,
ask him. It's probably
in the backyard right now.
It should be attached to the
operating
sprinkler
an
system.
irrigation box to me is like figuring out a rocket code.
Dude, those are insane.
Are you kidding me?
Yes.
I can't do
very
it.
different.
Just make it simple. It's like, hey, we're gonna have to push up button 7 times to get to. No, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's like texting on an old flip phone.
On or off. On or off.
All right. Good to see you two.
Man, that was fun.
The K&C
Time for football, man. We got football coming up.
The K&C Masterpiece is next on 105.3 The Fan.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, Alec Medford. The team is ready to go, gentlemen. It is NFL week. Welcome to the program.
Glad to be in the top 15 of your love. You know, that's kind of where I feel about things. I'm excited about it today.
Okay, that's good.
You're in the top half of the NFL, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Just barely.
Right there in the middle of the pack. Mike, this morning I got a text from my son Carter, and he said, "Dad, I got jumped this morning by 4 people." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, what happened?" And I said, "When did this happen?" And he said, "It happened during practice." And I was like, "Did the coaches see this?" And he said, "Well, it was during drills." I said, "Son, that is not getting jumped. That's just getting gang tackled. That happens in football, man. It's just the luck of the draw, and you got the unlucky straw." Yeah, he had the ball. So he didn't get jumped. He just got tackled. So I'm still trying to teach him the rules of words. So
seems to know how to be a gang member, though.
I got jumped.
I got jumped today, and I was like, no. All right, so there it is.
All
We're
right.
okay, though.
Let's start with, we'll go through some general NFL. We got plenty of Cowboys in the mix here as well. But questions that could shape the 2024 NFL season. I want to see if you think there's legitimacy to some of these questions and then perhaps how you would answer these questions.
All right, let's do it.
How will the new kickoff rules affect the games?
Based on the preseason, it won't that much.
Okay.
But I have a feeling that there are design things that weren't thrown out there. I think they wanted them to kind of see, experience it a little bit. I am curious if teams are going to take advantage of it or they're just going to keep sending it through the end zone and say, screw it, we'll just put them on the 35.
Is it 30 or 35?
Is it 30 or 30?
I thought it was
It's
the 30 for some reason.
And so I'm very curious if teams are just like, we're fine with that. We've been fine with it being at the 20. We were fine with it at the 25. We're okay with it being at the 30 because that should be it. But whenever games get a little closer, at the end of the game, will teams take it a little differently. So I think it'll swing it by 3 points per game, Kevin, is what I'm going to say.
Okay. I mean, just for the record, like I hear what you're saying, a 3-point jump
It's
year
big.
over year would be pretty big.
I lean towards no, but we'll see.
Okay. Have you seen anything? This might be a foolish question. Have you seen anything in the preseason that's led you to believe that, or you're just like,
The few that I've seen, they either kick it out of the end zone or nothing happens.
Yeah.
Like the guy's not returning it far. He returns it to the about 25-yard line. So I'm like, I haven't seen any. The only difference is you just get it instead of at the 25 to 30. So
Yeah.
you're getting it 5 yards closer when they kick it out of the end zone. But I don't know. Did I miss where somebody actually looked good at returning a kick this preseason?
There has been a spike in preseason returns, but preseason kickoff returns look nothing like the regular season. In terms of regular season, it gets returned at I think a 28% clip, and in the preseason it's closer to 70. So preseason is not always the best gauge for just the special teams aspect in particular. All right. How do you think Derrick Henry will fit into the Baltimore Ravens offense? Because they still are kind of a trendy pick to win the Super Bowl.
I think he's going to be the thing about him is he does wear you out. So if he's a main feature, then it really should allow Lamar Jackson to do more and be a better quarterback. I mean, if I was running this team and I have a defense that's pretty good, I know I lost my defensive coordinator, but I'm pretty good at replacing those things in that organization. If I'm that team, I'm like, look, we're saving Lamar Jackson for the fourth quarter. Fourth quarter is your time. That's your MJ time. All right, we're gonna let Derrick Henry be the bell cow the entire time, and then whenever it's time to make plays, if we're not up by 20, then it's Lamar Jackson's chance to go out there and do something special. But I would just conserve Lamar Jackson and say you're only going to get this at certain moments whenever we really need it.
I hope Derrick Henry helps. I have some Lamar Jackson rookie cards.
Yeah.
I actually looked up some of the prices of those cards this weekend because the Dallas Card Show is this weekend.
That's right, and Allen.
And so I was like, well, should I bring those cards? A lot of football cards go up right now because everybody's assuming everybody's going to be the MVP. Sure. Everybody's going to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I saw Herbert cards were up like 490%. It was only $80, but even still, it was like 490%.
Woo! Lamar Jackson cards are going down right now.
Wow.
Like everybody believes, I shouldn't say everybody. Everybody in the card world believes Lamar Jackson's fate is sealed. He is not going to be a quarterback remembered in the NFL.
It's tough to argue after last year. I'm a big Lamar Jackson supporter. Last year felt like their path to the Super Bowl.
They're so cheap, I'm not bringing them. I'm not selling them for that price.
Yeah.
And maybe that's stupid of me. But I'm like, he's still young. He has, I think, about 7 more premium years in the NFL as a pure athlete playing the position. But I'm just like, I know it was a Derrick Henry question, but it kind of goes towards, can Baltimore get over the hump? Well, I'll tell you what, nobody believes it in the card world.
That is, I think you're right about that.
In the fantasy world, too, Derrick Henry wasn't going like super early in a lot of drafts. People were able to pick him up later in drafts than I expected.
Do you think the thought there is that the usage rate will be lower than like what you're used to in terms of Derrick Henry?
Changing teams, will it work? He's aging. Is he that type of running back that, his body's going to hold up through this? There's a lot that goes into it.
Have you seen the commercial with Derrick Henry? I can't remember what it is. He looks like he's 300 pounds.
He's giant. The dude is still giant.
Sure, I have seen that.
I can't remember what commercial he's on, but he's on a new commercial. And I'm like,
that was off season, though, right?
Huge.
Was that an off? He did look bigger in that, different than I'm used to seeing him.
Will Tua's off-season project go as well as it did last year? Now, you remember last year he did a lot of jiu-jitsu training in order to help him sustain falls and everything and not run into concussion issues.
And he kicked that guy. He was rushing him and he side kicked him and then knocked him to the ground and then threw the ball.
Did he stick with jiu-jitsu? Did he just
what if he took snaps like this? What if he did the crane snap and he's like, yeah, here we go, and he puts his foot down and then he snapped the ball.
Here we go, Mike. That's only Dak.
Oh, not everybody.
But he's going to say that every time now. That's an interesting point. He has continued to do some jiu-jitsu, but he's switched up the rest of his workout this offseason, and he dropped 15 pounds to work on his quickness and mobility. Remember, that was one of the things, in addition to jiu-jitsu, he did a lot of strength training. Now, this year, he's like, I think it's taken away from my ability to run, so he's dropped some weight. Could that be another successful offseason? Because last year's offseason, very successful for Tua.
Yeah, I think that'll be great because he was kind of stuck in the pocket, and for that team, if he can pick up a few extra yards whenever a play isn't quite there, that's going to be huge for them. So I think so. And I think that's something like every offseason, Dirk would work on something new. That was something that Holger would say, all right, this year we're building a brick wall, and you have to shoot over the wall to hit your three-point shots.
They built a brick wall in a gymnasium?
I think it was outdoors, but Dirk had to build the brick wall.
No, are you serious? He Larry Birded it?
And then he was shooting over it to get that high arc on his shots.
Couldn't they just hold a broom up or something? What
lesson are you going to learn doing that, Mike? You got to put in the work.
How are you going to get brick builders' arms if you don't lay bricks?
Mr. Miyagi, man, all he had him do was sand and paint. He should have had him build bricks.
Quick question, Mike, because I am working on not giving as snarky of responses on the fan text. From the 214, I have a pack of football cards from the 91-92 season unopened. What do I do with them? My response was going to be throw them in the trash, but that is not
Open
helpful.
them, then throw them in the trash.
Because
there's a 99% chance they're totally and completely worthless.
But maybe you'll have fun opening them.
Yeah.
That's what I like to say.
Good thing is, every time you look at a card, they only made 2 million of each of those cards.
My kid, Avery, gave his friend, he was just like, oh, yeah, I got this unopened pack of Garbage Pail Kids. And he was like, you can have it, to his friend. Friend opened it up as a 1-of-1 card. It's worth like $250 in it.
Oh!
They were trying to they went to RJ Dukes. They went to all these different shops trying to get unloaded. I was like, come on, guys.
I mean, it sounds like he was a good friend. Does he get a cut of it back now?
No.
All right.
That was the stupid part.
Next NFL question.
Oh, I'm excited.
Can Sean McVay get the Rams run game rolling in Los Angeles? Because if they can...
Who's their running back?
Kyron Williams. Who, interestingly
enough... Do you guys
enough,
like him?
Yeah,
he's good.
He's good, except I learned over the weekend while Brandon was doing his fantasy draft, he does not care for Kyren Williams. Didn't give me an in-depth answer. He's just like, yeah, I just don't like him.
They also got Blake Corum, the running back from Michigan. So I don't know how important he's going to be in that role, but Kyren Williams can catch out of the backfield. He can run. I think the thing about McVay's offense is he'll line up and you're like, okay, we've seen this thing all game long. Which play are they running out of this formation?
I totally forget who their running back was when they won the championship.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean, I know they had Todd Gurley for a while. It wasn't a long time, but then they won the championship. And then I'm like, I don't know. You asked this question, and I'm thinking, all right, let's go back to when they won the championship.
No, I just keep thinking about the playoff game that we were watching together.
It was over.
Yeah,
was it Malcolm Brown and Darrell Henderson and Cam Akers? On that team?
Henderson, I know, did some damage.
Were they good at running when they won the championship?
They were pretty good. I mean, they were good
well,
running
then
back
I guess
team.
he can bring it back. He
they
remembers
didn't have
all the
one
plays.
guy that was running for big yards, but they had multiple people that they'd mix in.
Yeah.
What was the question, Kevin?
It was Jerry Jones's favorite team, the Los Angeles Rams. Can they get back to the Super Bowl based on their running game that Jerry Jones has put some work into?
I think this one is easy, but I just want to check. Can Gardner Minshew do enough
squat naked
for the Raiders to make the playoffs?
Oh my God, no. There's nothing
I thought it was an easy question. I just wanted to check.
There it is. Hold on. Sorry.
They should forfeit.
I remember seeing this now. The fantasy world turned on Kyren Williams because McVay said he's going to be their primary punt returner. So everybody was like, "Oh crap, he's not a real running back. He's just a punt returner kind of running back guy. So he's not a lead guy." Gotcha.
Here's the question on Gardner Minshew, because it's a stupid question based off the Raiders and leading them anywhere. If Gardner Minshew was the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, would you still see them as a favorite to win the NFC?
Probably, because of the team.
I think they would still be in the top 2 or 3. I really do.
I mean, I would have him right there. Now,
if the Cowboys would have stuck with Steve Berline after winning in the playoffs in 91 and got rid of Troy Aikman, would they have won 3 championships?
Hell yeah, they would have been just fine because of that team.
Why not?
Because he's not good enough.
I don't know. I was listening to the nighttime guy that's national on 105.3 The Fan.
Was it Jody Mack? No, he wasn't good enough. Troy Aikman is in the Hall of Fame.
You don't know. He's in the Hall of Fame because of the
I was
Super
listening
Bowls.
to the guy. Bernie Kosar was the one who threw that ball high and away that Alvin Harper caught. It wasn't Troy Aikman. He was all concussed on the sideline, concussing himself.
Okay, well, that doesn't mean I have to agree with that person.
Troy Aikman, I've learned from 105.3 The Fan, national show. Troy Aikman, trash quarterback.
Well, you know what? We used to have another person on The Fan who thought Troy Aikman was a trash quarterback, too.
Now I'm finding out Brock Purdy, trash quarterback.
I didn't say that. I did not say that at all.
Here's the thing I don't know about Gardner Minshew in Brock Purdy's place. Does he follow the rules the way Purdy does? Because I think Gardner
Wears
Minshew
pants in the weight room.
No, Mike. Like, does he go out there into the huddle? Does he see the field and does he do what Shanahan tells him to do? Because Purdy plays within Shanahan's system, and I just wonder if Minshew would be like, "Nah, man, I'm a wild card."
I'll bet you $1 by week 3 the O'Connell kid who stinks at football too is quarterbacking them. That they make a change.
Except
he's not hurt, right?
No.
Aiden O'Connell?
Yeah,
he accepted
I accept your
I think
wager.
after 2 games, I'll be like, we'll try this schmuck, and then we'll go back we'll go back to Gardner Minshew 3 weeks later, and then realize we need to draft a quarterback.
I don't know why you calling him a schmuck felt so devastating. It was just the way you said it.
I feel like that's a bad word, but not a bad word. Am I right about that?
I think it is.
Like a jabroni?
It's an insult, but as far as I know, it's not cancelable. So we'll find out about that. All right. Last question for today on this. Which version of Jordan Love will we get to see this season? Because if you look at games 1 through 8 versus obviously the rest of the regular season and going into the playoffs, huge difference. He played significantly better in the second half.
I think he's going to be one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL this year.
Woo!
I'll put him in the top 10. There's part of me that wants to believe everything we saw in the playoffs is what he's turned into. But I
Yeah.
do want to see a little more. Like I want to see him do that more consistently. But the dude threw tons of touchdowns last year. He's in that status now. He's in that category. So he's on the come up. And I would look at him in that same manner where I'm like, okay, I got 2 games to see it this year, and then I'll believe that he's that guy again. So I'll look at it.
Okay. I'm intrigued by your answers. Did you guys enjoy those questions?
Those were the best questions of the show.
Would you? Thanks, Mike. Would you like more of these questions tomorrow?
Different ones?
Yes, different. I will not ask you the exact same questions again tomorrow.
I might have different answers tomorrow.
Yeah, we could have different answers.
You know what? I actually believe that. I could see you be like, yeah, Gardner Minshew. Did you see what he did with the Colts? Watch it.
We just asked the question. How many games do you think Aiden O'Connell will win for the...
That is not one of my questions set up for tomorrow. I'll work on that. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's power rank those NFL power rankings. Plus, how do you feel about this bold Cowboys prediction? Next on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Dobbs in the gun, claps his hands, has the ball come back. He's sacked by Parsons. Caught him from behind, and the Lion eats at the 20.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Power ranking the NFL power rankings. Plus, I have a bold prediction for the Dallas Cowboys. Well, it's not actually mine, but we have a bold prediction. Would you like to start with a bold prediction or the power ranking?
Let's start with the bold prediction, Kevin.
Bold prediction.
A1 thick and hearty. Do it. It's bold.
And spicy.
The bold prediction for the Dallas Cowboys. Micah Parsons will break the single season sack record. Now,
that is a bold prediction that he's kind of not playing defensive end the whole year.
This comes from ESPN. And they were quick to point out that I believe it's Seth Walder. He was quick to point out this is the exact same bold prediction that he had last year, and it did not come true. However, he said the sacks are going to come in an avalanche at some point in 2024. Could be the year that happens, and his sack projection model still likes Micah Parsons more than anybody else in the NFL.
I saw a couple of people, Pro Football Focus had him either as Defensive Player of the Year favorite or most sacks this year. And it was out of four. Kevin, you like the expert panels that have 70 people on it.
No, that's too many.
But this was one that only had 4 people on it, and it was 2 other people, and then 2 of them had voted for Michael Parsons. And I started thinking about this, and Mike's got a really valid point of he's not going to be at that position where you just say go with the quarterback the whole game. However, there were times in practice this year, Kevin, when we were out there where we saw Micah line up over center and a gap just opened up for him right in the middle, and it's faster to get there right over center because that's the fastest path to the quarterback. Sure. So I think because of the places he's going to be lined up around the offensive line, and he will be on the edge many times in pass rush situations, I think that he's going to be able to do it from different places. Now, the question I have is if he's playing linebacker and he's forced to cover and he's forced to pursue, will he have the legs to do it in the fourth quarter whenever he'll have more opportunities? And are the Cowboys going to be the type of offense that's running away with the game and forcing opponents to pass as frequently? So those are the things that I kind of have to see to really have that kind of consideration for. But I do think that's a very bold thing because it's a different opportunity for him this year.
I don't see it because of the reasons that you brought up. But even if he was going like mostly off the edge, he's had pretty consistent sack totals, 13, 13.5, and 14.
So I would say this. I think it's going to have to be a down year in the NFL for this to happen. And not saying that Micah would have a down year, but Dak finished second in MVP. You know, I mean, we have to say that every day. It's in our contract.
Fact.
That's not true.
Oh.
Well, I listened to the ticket, and they have a whole thing saying we just say what Jerry tells us to say, which is interesting. Because can you imagine if Jerry's telling me to say all these things I say about him and his family?
Good call.
I would think that if there's a down year in sack totals, especially for the league leaders, I think he can. The way that there was a down year for premium quarterbacks in the NFL putting up premium numbers, and Dak almost snuck into an MVP. And I'm not saying that Micah's not arguably the best defensive player in the league. I'm just saying that I don't see how his sack totals are going to win if he's not a guy almost 100% of plays going after the quarterback.
Let alone even challenge the record, which is 22.5. Like I said, 13, 13.5, 14. Like if you even told me he's going to jump up and have 17 or 18 sacks, I'd be like, okay, maybe that's possible. But breaking the sack record, single season sack record, too much.
Can I ask you this? If he broke the single season sack record and then had 0 sacks in the playoffs, So I know I'm doing what I hate, but
Yeah.
Okay, now flip that, and he has 13 sacks this year in the regular season, but then he has 9 in the playoffs.
Oh my gosh. First of all, either we're making a lengthy run or you've just seen the most incredible playoff performances. I would significantly prefer the other one. Like, even if you scaled it to like 14-6 or something like that. I think not just me. Don't we feel like all Cowboys fans would significantly prefer that second
and
option?
I'm not saying, hey, expect that. What I'm saying is I'm trying to look at his playoff game logs. But it does seem like, in the postseason, you need a wrecking ball. You need a dude that is just wrecking shop.
What do you mean?
And he's not that guy.
In 4 playoff games, he has 1 sack.
So that's why I would like 9 in the next few playoff games this year.
Now, are you ready to power rank those power rankings? But here's the question. Do you go with NFL.com or ESPN?
I mean, NFL.com should know the NFL best. It's NFL.com.
Right.
Yeah. MLB.com, I trust them.
Yeah, they know MLB.
Okay. Let's see if that was a wise decision.
What about NBA? Do we ever do that? Is it NBA? Is there something else that we do? I don't think NBA.com does power rankings.
They do. They all do.
I think that's a lie.
Oh.
One day they're going to figure out NBA TV and actually put a quality product on that channel for NBA.
We'll see when that happens. All right. Let's go with strictly the NFC rankings to start off of NFL.com. Who do you think will be the team in the NFC? At least 2 really strong contenders.
The Giants, I feel, is the Panthers.
It is one of those 2 teams.
I think Giants over Panthers as in crap. But for some reason, I don't know. Should I go with Arizona too? But, I mean, is Kyler Murray's better than those 2 other quarterbacks, even though he's about the same size as Bryce?
But he's a different quarterback than Bryce by far.
They're almost 10 feet together. No, they're okay. They're getting close to 12 feet together.
Okay. Combined? All right. NFL.com has the lowest win total going to the Carolina Panthers.
Did you hear how Bryce is going to have his cadence this year?
I feel like every part of me thinks this is going to be a joke.
Yeah! What you talking about, Willis? And then they snap the ball.
I like it.
You think that'll work?
Uh-huh.
The New York Giants are second to worst, followed by the Commanders and the Arizona Cardinals. Let's go to the top of the strictly NFC. This is from NFL.com. Who is the best in the NFC in terms of win projection?
Probably the Niners.
That's what I would think. Either them or Detroit.
You would think that. The 49ers are second. The Lions are third.
Pack attack?
The Packers are fifth.
Eagles?
It is an NFC East team.
The Cowboys.
It is, of course, the Philadelphia Eagles.
You like how he wants us to guess wrong?
Of course I do.
Fine. I'm going to guess wrong. Oh,
it's too late.
You
late.
wait. The rest of the NFL.
Crap.
Don't worry. You have all those questions tomorrow.
This is going to backfire.
Dude,
on
why'd
me.
you do that? You know
better.
To show me up.
Yeah.
I say Eagles, and he's like, nope, you're wrong.
You
say
know
another
how
team.
Mike functions?
Oh, okay. You watch.
Philadelphia Eagles.
I don't feel like that's a threat either. I just feel like it's a warning.
So yes. No, it's a spoiler alert. The Eagles are 1 in terms of most wins, followed by the 49ers, the Lions, the Falcons, the Packers, and the Dallas Cowboys are 6. Now, check this out. They're 6th in the NFC. They're 13th in the NFL because on the AFC side, NFL.com has Kansas City, Baltimore, Houston, Cincinnati, the Jets, the Bills, and the Dolphins, all ahead of.
I mean, the Jaguars have never lost to the Cowboys.
They have the Jaguars going 8-9.
That's it. Well, I'll tell you what. You know what 6th place is? In the playoffs and a chance to make history. Jerry Jones style, baby.
Now, if you guys would have picked ESPN, it would have gone a lot differently. Because ESPN has the San Francisco 49ers at number 1. The Kansas City Chiefs at 2. Ravens at 3. Lions 4. Bills 5, and the Dallas Cowboys at number 6 on the list. 78% chance of making the playoffs. Projected record 10-7, middle of the pack. Strength of schedule.
I like that.
Corey, have you noticed that ever since I made the threat, he's not letting us guess anymore?
I was like, why is he going through this list right now?
Let me just tell you what the list is.
He sounds like that former congressman that was like, we're going to Delaware.
Is that Howard Dean?
Dude, that was so much fun years ago.
All right, who do you think is the...
That's when running for
office was
a lot of fun.
How about Colorado right now?
Now it's different.
Who do you think, Mike, is the worst team in the ESPN power rankings for football?
49ers.
I just told you.
Chiefs?
I just told you the top 6.
Cowboys.
Did you say the NFC East?
No, in all of the NFL.
Bills. If I say it right, you're just going to say, but name another team. Right?
The Panthers again?
The Panthers are last once again, followed by...
How come you didn't do that to Corey?
NFC teams?
All NFL teams.
Patriots? Yeah, Patriots.
That is correct.
Oh! You said it first, so he said correct.
If you would have got... I would have said correct to you as well, Mike. Oh, my gosh.
What are we going to do?
It's only Tuesday.
And this is our first work day. Not for Alec, but
Thursday
this is
and Friday
our...
are NFL games.
Can you believe that?
It's a great point.
We have football happening very, very soon.
That is.
Jerry Jones will be on our radio on Friday.
Yeah, and they've blacked out the first game.
What?
Huh?
It's on ABC, or is it on NBC? I forget. Which,
Hold on. That's going to be done by... We'll get to that.
You can still get a local broadcast.
It'll be
of
done.
It.
It'll be done.
It'll be okay.
Friday's on Peacock.
Yes.
What?
For the Brazil game.
Crap, I need your login.
Yeah.
The Eagles and the Packers.
Everybody get a free login for that Friday game.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'll try to remember these lessons going forward about how to structure our power rankings. Alec, looks like you're going to be first up in the rotation when it comes to answering some of these power rankings. Let's go.
Hey, Alec, if you were to grade my Carolina Panthers snap joke, would you give it a 5 being the best joke, a 1 being the worst joke? Where would it fall in your joke category?
I'd give you a solid 4.
Can I guess what your scale is? I think your scale is 1 to 5 because he thinks Bryce Young is 5 feet tall, and that's the best it can be.
I like your thinking.
Okay.
Yeah,
we spent too much time together.
Yeah, there's no 6 in Bryce.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
What number is he?
Coming up next.
5 or 4.
It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
He's 9, so it's not a double-digit number.
Well, that's the second number, 5'9". Yeah, let's talk about the youth on the Rangers. It did stuff yesterday. Next.
Guy Fieri called.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
The 3-2 on the way. Swinging a high drive deep left field. Verdugo going back. He's at the track. He looks up. It's gone. Wyatt Langford with his 9th home run of the year. It comes with a man on. And the Rangers now trail 7-3.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so I know yesterday was a loss for the Rangers.
They've been playing well before.
Yeah, at this point, wins and losses, yes, they matter. Boch is trying to win games. The players are trying to win games, but ultimately wins and losses don't matter. Your playoff chances. Somebody was asking me yesterday, not on the air, but I was
They're
like,
up to 0.3.
I was like, look, here's the deal. They can lose probably 2 more games. Start doing the math on the Astros, and if you lose 2 more games, you're probably still not going to make the playoffs. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to get really lucky and I guess lose 3 games. I'll give you that. And then if you only lose 3 more, maybe there's an outside chance you make it. But it's silly to talk about, they're not going to make the playoffs. Even their general manager, Chris Young, is looking at the future right now, not at this. So here's the great news, though. Wyatt Langford, home run and double yesterday. That's great. The day before, with Mason Miller on the mound. Now, it was his second inning, but that pitch was 102 miles an hour. He goes deep to hit a 3-run homer to win the game. And this is what I care about in September. Wins and now it's a developmental team. This is developing a team that we hope and think can compete in 2025. It didn't compete in 2024.
Correct.
And so I look at the last 2 games, I'll be specific. Josh Young and Wyatt Langford. Yesterday, Josh Young, 2 singles. Those are the guys that have to step up in September so that you feel confident that they should be batting behind Corey Seager 3rd and 4th. Whichever way you want to do it, whether it's Young, Langford batting 3rd and 4th, whether it's Langford, Young batting 3rd and 4th. At the end of this season, I want to feel confident telling you on October 1st, hey, Josh Young healthy and Wyatt Langford healthy are going to bat 3rd and 4th, and that is good. It's not because they just have to because you have nobody else in your lineup. They're batting 3rd and 4th because you just saw that month of September. Wyatt Langford, 1 home run in the month. I want him to end with 5 home runs this month.
How much are you keyed in on the double aspect as well? Because
very important.
We've had a dramatic drop in extra base hits and doubles as well.
This team is, I haven't looked it up lately, but I haven't seen a lot of doubles. I've been there for all the games so far this homestand. They haven't had a lot of doubles, so I'm just going to assume they're still last in Major League Baseball in doubles. They were a week or so ago. I'm going to assume they're still last in doubles in Major League Baseball. If they're not last, they're right next to it, which is not a good sign. So, yeah, doubles are important. Extra base hits are important. Josh Young and Wyatt Langford are the 2 most important players in September.
Second to last. We're 188, and Seattle is 180.
That makes sense. They're horrible.
And they fired their manager.
And we're creeping up on the Marlins at 197, so we're only 9 behind them.
I'll tell you what, real quick. The Astros, they're going to have a week off. They're going to be like the only team in baseball that are competing for nothing with 7 games to go. They're going to run away with this division.
Yeah.
You know, you have the Central where everybody's going to be competing for the division and their wild card spots. And then you have New York and Baltimore that are going to be competing for their division, and then if not, they're going to be the number 1 wild card team, and that's a big drop off. You either get a bye or you're playing a wild card situation. But the Houston Astros will be the one team, even though they won't have the best record, that'll be like, we got nothing to play for. Seattle was horrible, Texas wasn't good, and Anaheim and Oakland were bottom of the pack most of the year. So I look at Young and I look at Langford and I go, okay, please in September show me you guys should be batting 3rd and 4th. And then we know Corey Seager is going to be batting 2nd. This gets into something that is just not going well. And maybe it's just the death of last year of Marcus Semien. Marcus Semien playing in all the games last year, then playing in all the playoff games. He is getting to the point where he might drop below or get close to the way it's going. He might have a 680 or under 680 OPS at the end of this year. It is just a nosedive as this season has progressed. Yeah. And I will give him this excuse, legitimate or not. Playing last year in the playoffs and playing all the games last year has killed his 2024 season. As this season has gone on, he has gotten worse as the season has gone along. I would say you have Ezekiel Duran. You need to see more Ezekiel Duran the rest of this season. Josh Smith, I know, has gotten very tired playing every day at 3rd base. But now that he's had some time off, he needs to push through September, and he needs to play in 20 of the last 30 games. I need him to be tired and play tired so he has a better idea what it's like to play a 6-month season as somewhat of an everyday player. I think Josh Smith is best suited next year to be your backup infielder. But he needs to play 2 games a month next year at second base.
Okay.
Next year, Marcus Semien, has to have 12 games off where he's completely healthy and does not play and sits there and watch baseball games, because playing every day is not good for him anymore. In fact, I would say it is a negative to him and it is a negative to the team. The next thing I'll say about Marcus Semien is I don't want him leading off next year.
Yes.
I agree with
right there with you on that.
So there's 2 things. One, he has to have maximum amount of games he plays next year is 150, and that is, I don't even want him playing 150, to be honest. I think 142 would be much better. But hey, 150, fine, 150, but 2 games a month, you're sitting out. You're taking a Wednesday travel day off. You're not playing that day. A Sunday day game, you're not playing that day. You're older. Your body can't handle it. The proof is 2024. You couldn't handle playing 2023 and a playoff run. And let's face it, 2023, his playoff run, he struggled.
Yeah.
And why did he struggle? A lot of people, because he played 162. It's weird that only 10 days off or 15 days off would help, but it would have helped him last year in the playoffs. So Marcus Semien, I don't really – what he's doing right now is he's just – it's a cliff dive, his season. But I do give him the excuse of playing 162 plus every playoff game is the reason why he's really struggling here in August and September. Yeah.
You know, being 33 and heading to 34. Baseball's weird too, Mike, because at one point you need more reps to be better. You have to get your cuts in to be better. But too many, and it'll wear you, like for Semien, it wears you down. It's a wild thing.
I think, I'm not sure. We'll see. I think you have depth in the infield. If you're completely healthy, Josh Smith can play 1 day a week at third, 1 day a week at short, 1 day a week at second, and then 1 day a week maybe at DH. Or maybe, I don't know what the outfield's going to look like, maybe 1 day in the outfield. He's going to have that tough situation where you're not going to play a position unless somebody gets hurt, but you're going to be a pretty regular player because we're going to try to keep Josh Young and Corey Seager, who, look, we know Corey Seager's going to miss 40 games next year. Maybe not 40. He'll miss 30 games next year because of injury. That's just what his body is. So you're like, hey, I hope we get 130 out of him, but there's going to be 30 games where he's on the injured list. Semien, great, he stays healthy, but he's not healthy right now, as in he can't perform at his level you need him to perform at. You're paying him so much money, he has to perform better than this. But going back, Wyatt Langford, guys, I'm putting, let's just say, because you're adding doubles.
Yeah.
I need this. I need a minimum of 10 extra base hits in the month of September. So if I'm including 5 doubles and 5 homers, he can hit triples because he can run. But I need 10 extra base hits in the month of September because I want to feel confident about batting him third or fourth. Josh Young, I know, can bat third or fourth. He just has to stay healthy. And his whole career as a minor leaguer and major leaguer has been a hurt career. So I'm hoping that he can stay healthy in September and you can feel confident of going into the offseason. We know Corey Seager's batting second. We know Josh Young and Wyatt Langford are batting third and fourth. We want, I'm going to be honest what I want here, but we won't know this. I want Evan Carter leading off.
Yeah.
Now, that gets a little bit confusing because if he's going to be tough, if he's going to be bad against lefties, you have 2 lefties, then 2 righties, and possibly 3 righties. Because I want Marcus Semien next year. I want to pencil him in at batting 5th or 6th. That's where I want him hitting. I want him more RBI opportunities. And because he's an aggressive hitter, if you're going to be that aggressive, leading off doesn't make sense. You're not getting on base.
I want about 11, 12 pitches out of my leadoff hitter. Like I really do want an Evan Carter where I might get 6 pitches out of the leadoff spot every time because of how patient he is.
And in this world of analytics, I want 100 walks from that guy.
Yeah.
Look, if you're not going to be Ronald Acuna Jr. or Mookie Betts or these guys that are leadoff hitters that can hit you 40 home runs, then I need you drawing 100 walks. I need your on-base percentage at 350 to 400. And he's not a guy who's, this is going to sound weird, he's not a guy who's trying to get on base by drawing walks. He's trying to get on base by being an aggressive swinger. Well, we know Corey Seager, one of the 10 best hitters in the game when he's healthy, he's a super aggressive. I don't need my first 2 guys, the majority of times, 4 pitches into the game, both of their at-bats are done. Not 4 each, 4 total.
Yeah.
Like, that's a pretty common thing with the Rangers. The guy pitching, whether it's Garrett Cole or Shlomo Glickstein, he's thrown 4 pitches and we're on the 3rd hitter of the game.
Yeah.
And I don't think that – now, look, this is always tough because that combination won a championship.
That's true.
But I'm looking at that combination and look, if I'm somebody from Harvard who got a degree in mathematics and I'm working for the Texas Rangers, it doesn't make sense to have my first 2 guys see 2 pitches apiece to start the game. That makes no sense analytically.
Yeah.
Unless those 2 guys are Shohei Ohtani and Juan Soto. Like, fine, I don't care. Their OPS are both 1.
You'll figure it. Yeah, they'll be
but
fine.
That's not the case with those 2 guys. And then real quick, and maybe I'll get into it and Mike likes it, I really like the way Jack Leiter threw the ball. If you didn't watch, you're going to be very confused by saying, Mike, you homer. But if you watched, and I'll be honest here, I'm going to brag. I know that this is, I got to be humble in this, but I'm also my ego is going to show up here.
Stay humble.
Nobody can watch the game in this Metroplex like I can that has this job. Now, like, I get it. Dave Valley, Dave Murphy, like guys like that. Yes, but like I'm listening to other people try to talk baseball in this Metroplex. They just can't. It's nothing against them. They just have a very low education to my very high education. So when I listen to other people try to do it, I'm like, wow, it's amazing how low educated they are on the world of baseball. And if you're listening to them, I feel like, hey, I can give you a lot more than what they're giving you. And I'm watching Jack Leiter, and I'm watching his sequences yesterday. I'm watching his locations. I'm watching him I don't know how intentional it was, but it was effective wildness, or it was intentionally throwing the ball up and in and throwing it well, because he threw, I'm drawing a blank on who it was, but I think it was Giancarlo Stanton. He threw a hanging breaking ball that should have been hit a country mile. But one of the pitches in that at bat was 97 up and in. And remember, he's been hit in the face. Like his career almost ended.
Yeah, good point.
So all of a sudden, that hanging slider at 88 is a deep fly ball out instead of a deep fly ball home run. So I thought he put together sequences better. Obviously, the first three guys getting on base in the sixth inning ruined his night because they all three scored. But I really liked what we saw from Jack Leiter. If Jack Leiter puts together sequences like that, if he has the confidence on the mound that he had yesterday, he's going to be a very successful pitcher in the future for the Texas Rangers. So yesterday, even though it doesn't look good in a box score, if you know pitching and you understand it, that was a very successful game. And I understand Jack Leiter wasn't happy about the game last night. You still gave up 5 runs in 5 innings. But that was for me, watching him and scouting it, that was a very good thing to see from Jack Leiter yesterday.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, as we are only 5 days away from the start of the Cowboys regular season. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
We're good. Did you do lots of fun stuff this weekend? Because now you will have no free time.
Yeah, I watched a lot of college football.
Yeah.
What was your favorite game? Was it
I
A&M?
said fun stuff because college football was stupid this
A&M
weekend.
Notre Dame was really a tight game throughout the entirety
of it.
I think it probably was LSU Southern Cal, right?
Fair. I was entertained by that game because my team wasn't the one who crushingly lost. That was in a different game. All right, so
Corey's really sweet.
He's an A&M. He's an A&M guy. So
in case you couldn't figure that one out,
his quarterback puked on the field. It was weird. They came back and showed that in a super slow-mo zoom in on the TV. And
well, at least my team covered 50 points.
Heck yeah, they did. That was awesome.
Heck yeah, indeed. Do you feel like the team is, outside of the injuries that we know aren't coming back, do you feel like this team is healthy going into the opener against the Browns?
Yeah, probably as healthy as they've been all since training camp started. We understand the guys missing, Sam Williams, Deron Bland, but all the guys that had been missing over the past week or two with some bumps and bruises, whatever, sore knees, they all practiced. Now, it wasn't in pads on Monday, but at least they were out there with their helmets on and participating in the full workout. So that was encouraging to see Damone Clark out there, DeMarvion Overshone. Who else was missing? Brandon Cooks was out there. So yeah, those guys that had been missing were at least out there in helmets. So that was very encouraging.
Overshone was the person that I was going to ask about. So glad to hear that he's back out there getting ready as well.
Yeah, and the way it seems like they're with the linebackers, with them all healthy. You got Kendricks and Clark. And then I think it's kind of rotating Leofau and Overshone on depending on what type of defense, down and distance that they're playing. But those seem to be the top four guys at that position.
Mickey, the pitch count for CeeDee Lamb, can you kind of explain the feeling and the thought on that and how that might play into the first game this week?
I think they got to play it by ear. I mean, they don't want to overdo it in practices, and that's what they were talking about, pitch count. But as for the game, he seems to be running well, and he seems to be in decent condition. Now, he hasn't played football, right? Hadn't been knocked around, so we'll have to see. But, yeah, I think they got to play that by ear to see, how he's doing. While he's out there, and what kind of weather are you playing in, what kind of humidity. Although he had been working out in Florida, so he ought to be used to any kind of humidity that'll be there by the lake. So, I think you got to just kind of play that one by ear for now.
So you're saying maybe start Jake Ferguson on my fantasy roster because maybe...
Is that what that question was all about?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going.
I don't know anything about fantasy football.
Would you think Jake Ferguson is going to benefit then from this offense in game one?
Well, I mean, he benefited last year, right? Wasn't he second in receptions?
I think so, and touchdowns as well.
Yeah, and receiving yards too. So they're not going to go away from the tight end. Regardless of how much Lamb plays or doesn't play. The tight end and the two tight end offense is going to be, a big part of what they do. And I would imagine with starting a rookie at left tackle, two tight ends might play a little bit more than normal, right? Mm-hmm. You're not going to just let him sit out there by himself. You need to put a tight end over there. You need to help with a fullback at times. You can't just let them sit out an island for 60 snaps. That would be unfair. So, I think you're going to see, and the good thing, both tight ends are capable of, going downfield and catching passes. So it's not like, all right, 2 tight ends, they're going to run the ball. That's probably not going to be the case.
I know we've all been really high on the rookie class throughout training camp and the preseason, but is there any concern about the amount that it feels like is being put on them? Because they look great, but then you get to the games and it's like a whole different deal. Is that a concerning point at all?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you call it a concern. It's sort of, we got to find out. It's one thing to play in a preseason game. It's another thing to play in those 2 scrimmages against the Rams. But it's another thing when, the bullets start flying, right? You got to find out. And it may be a thing where, these guys kind of, are they ready? Well, I'm sure they're not as ready as they will be by, time the bye shows up. I mean, this could be a team that, progressively gets better as the season goes along, as these guys get used to playing in the NFL. And you're right. I don't know if it's a concern. I mean, I just saw where in Cleveland, their concern is their starting left tackle, Jarrett Willis, had been on PUP recovering from a knee injury last year, and he has yet to practice. And so they're considering moving their veteran right tackle, Jack Conklin, to left tackle, and he's only had 67 NFL snaps at left tackle during his career, and those were his first 2 years in the league. So they've got a concern. It's like, what's going to happen at left tackle? And, if Conklin has to play the right side, they got some guy named James Hudson III, which I'm sure you're very aware of, his career, right?
Well, he's the third, so of course we are.
Right, exactly. So, we know the Cowboys' concerns, but I would imagine, Cleveland's got some concerns too. We sit there and go, how are they going to handle Myles Garrett? Well, Cleveland's sitting there going, how are we going to handle Micah Parsons, right? And so, I mean, it's the first game. There, unscripted plays that you don't know about. You don't know how guys are going to react to playing in front of that many people, and in against grown men. So, but again, that's what, that was the bed you made. You made that decision. That was your best decision, so you got to go with it.
Did Cooper Beebe earn it, or did Brock Hoffman lose it?
No, I think he earned it. I didn't see anything wrong with what Brock Hoffman was doing. I think that, Beebe showed his strength in the middle. He conquered being able to snap the ball, which was their concern, and his ability to just kind of read what the defense is doing and make the line calls. And he made all those adjustments, it seemed like. And, all we got to go with is, a couple of preseason games, however many snaps he had. But I think the real test for these guys had been in the scrimmages against the Rams, because the Rams were playing their guys in the scrimmage. And I thought they did well. I thought the Cowboys ran the ball well in those scrimmages. So, I think Beebe showed that, he might just be better. But again, from Hoffman's standpoint, you got to have a guy that can back up at center and back up at guard on game day. And, and that's kind of an important job also.
I know the Cowboys talked about this, but we all already knew it was going to be the case. Cooper Rush is, of course, the backup with Trey Lance as the third. Can you anticipate, outside of injury, seeing Trey Lance take the field at all this year?
Yeah, I don't. At this point, no. But again, you go forward, and but you said if not for injury,
yeah,
right?
Correct.
Because injury, you never know.
For sure. For sure.
You could end up being the second guy, right?
Yes.
But I don't see a spot where you would say, okay, he can be the backup and we're going to put him in just, to try, because I don't know that the Cowboys are so good that they've got anybody out there. They're not playing Murray State, right? that you can anticipate playing your backup quarterback.
Missouri rolls.
I
Murray
wish we would have
State.
played Murray State this weekend. I really wish we had.
Yeah, everybody wants a Murray State on their schedule.
I mean, everybody in the NFL wants one, right?
Yeah,
Very
they do.
true. It's called the Giants.
You don't get it.
No, I'm just
and you could if you played in the preseason, and teams are afraid of injury, so they don't do that. So everybody's in the same boat. From that standpoint.
If you could magically line up the NFL season and you got to play every game against the Giants, the Panthers, or the Patriots this year, which team would you pick to play all your games against?
Every one of them?
Every one of
them. Maybe the Patriots.
Oh,
okay. Interesting. Well, new coach and all that. That makes sense.
All right.
New coach, quarterback.
Jacoby Brissett to start, then
that gets you excited. You probably could have thrown the Raiders in there too, right?
Yeah, Mike and I have already discussed how long their quarterback
You're
will
not big
stay.
on Minshew at this point?
I mean, like, as somebody who can function in a football game, sure. As somebody who's going to lead this team anywhere, not really. But I don't love Aiden O'Connell either.
Yeah, that's pretty slim pickings there for them. So, but I mean, I guess every team's got something, right, that they got to worry about. I think at this point until you see it, right?
Yeah.
And it's probably been a while since the Cowboys, and I'd have to go back and look this up. Started 2 rookies on the offensive line in the season opener.
Oh.
Think about it.
Yeah, that is true. I guess I had not thought about that.
I can't remember who was playing when Tyron Smith started in 2011, and he was at right tackle because they were searching for a center at that point. And that was one of the reasons why, they struggled for a couple years there until Travis Frederick showed up in 2013, I believe it was. Because they were getting overwhelmed up front with, either first or second year undrafted free agents having to play center, and you don't really want that in the NFL. So, but yeah, it's been a while. I'll guarantee you that. And then on top of that, you got to start a rookie at cornerback. That
grow up quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was Doug Free, Montre Holland, Phil Costa, Kyle Kozier, and Tyron Smith.
So I would imagine Phil Costa didn't have a heck of a lot of experience at that time.
True.
But at least you had the 9th pick in the draft starting as one of the spots.
That's a fair point.
Right? Not the 29th pick.
Thank you very much for the insight, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. See you guys.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com on game week. By the way, in case you care about some of those numbers, Kalen Carson will be wearing number 21 for the Dallas Cowboys. Flournoy, 80. Princeton Fant, 85. Brevin Spanford, 89. Phil Hoskins, 96. Just to name a few if you care about the jersey numbers. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who was the best at being the worst over the holiday weekend? And how did Alec do filling in for us? 877-881-1053. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free K&C. Delicious. Spend
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
carsforkids.org, and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From the 469, Alec was a delight and a joy on the show yesterday. That's nice.
And from Badass Mofo Lady T, Alec did amazingly not better, of course, but stellar radio.
Ouch.
So,
oh, well.
Stellar radio, that's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take it where I can get it.
We're I guess, if that's stellar, are we interstellar? Is that what
I
she's
hope
saying?
not, because you'll be like, oh, your show is long and meandering and kind of had a point, but not totally.
Nobody really understood
All
it.
right, let's go to cut number one if we can as we kick off Wanker of the holiday weekend.
Here's the 2-1, swinging a hard hit ball past Young down the left field line. A fair ball. It kicks back toward the diamond as Torres scores. Soto pulls into third. And standing at second with an RBI double is Aaron Judge, his 124th run batted in this season to put New York ahead here 3-1.
Now let's start by talking about Aaron Judge. You might feel like there's a different idiot that belongs in this category. So for the second time, the Aaron Judge home run 62 plaque was stolen from Globe Life Field. Now my question is it the idiots that are stealing it? Is it the Rangers for putting that up and not their home park? Or maybe you have a totally different thought.
Personally, I don't want to put a Yankees plaque up in my park. I really just don't want that. I understand it's baseball history. I get it. But I just don't like somebody making history in my place. We should have stopped them. And let alone we're going to try and, hey, let's celebrate it. No. Should have never happened here. Should have thrown the ball back.
Well, that still would have happened.
Yeah, that's still, you don't get a not home run.
Yeah. Like, I don't know.
This isn't like Savannah Bananas.
Or in the movie.
Oh, he caught it. He's out.
The movie Rookie of the Year is what I always think about.
The dude left field just threw him out at home plate.
Yeah, and then they try to act like that's a live play at the plate.
Still. Whoever stole it or took it or whatever, if they pried it off, I don't think they did it to keep it. I think they did it to throw it in the trash.
The guy who caught it got offered immediately $500,000. Like, no, I'm going to get more, and then he got $300,000 for the ball. Like he lost $200,000 for not just taking the first offer.
I think he was already doing well off financially anyway.
No, that was a miss. They thought he owned Merrill Lynch, like he was Merrill or Lynch or something. I can't remember.
Merrill or Lynch.
Did anybody else think he was going to say he owned Maryland? I really thought that's what you were about to say. All right. It's right by the Texas Rangers then, because they're like, hey, we put it up there. It got stolen. We replaced it. It got stolen again. We're not putting a third one back.
It's been stolen twice?
Yes.
Oh.
And they said we're not putting a third one back.
Did MLB require them to put that up? Like they were like, hey, you need to mark this. Or was this, we did that on our own?
They have one out there right now. It hasn't been stolen yet. Altuve's home run in Game 5 of the ALCS.
You're kidding me.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you imagine if they had put up? This is where Altuve
about to be
in the ninth inning.
And from the 972, is an AL only record really a record? Yeah, it was an AL thing, not the all timer.
Hold on. Does that mean you're about to restart our conversation about why baseball is so soft that they give out awards for different leagues? Man, you're the AFC MVP. No one would stand for that.
They got a whole box of ribbons.
Well, we had that discussion last night because I know we've had the discussion on the show. So I was like, well, let me bring it to the pregame show. Who would be since the Yankees are in town, who would be, we call it the ultimate MVP?
Yes.
And I get why they did American League and National League MVP forever, because they never played each other. Like literally they didn't play until you got to the World Series. Nobody has played anybody. Yeah. It's two totally different leagues with different rules. And I still think they should have AL and NL MVP, but then have an ultimate MVP.
Oh, I like it. Or a penultimate.
So you're just like, yeah, this is the American League MVP. This is the National League MVP. And now versus these two guys, now you vote these two guys who is the MVP of Major League Baseball.
I like it.
Now, I want to see if y'all think that CBS Sports is a wanker of the holiday weekend. Not in general.
They didn't cancel their broadcasting like ABC did.
You will
right?
get to that in a second.
Did they show the A&M quarterback throw up in a super zoom slow-mo?
Well, guess what? Anytime you saw him throw the balls like he was throwing up on Saturday.
Yeah, they pay him way too much money to be quarterback.
We'll get to all of that in a little bit. All right, so John Breach of CBS is like, I'm going to lay out all of the predictions and everything for the season. Has the Cowboys winning the NFC East, which is lovely. Is he the wanker of the holiday weekend for saying, and then they lose to the Packers in the first round of the playoffs, just like last year?
Sounds historically correct.
They win the NFC East, so that's a historic moment right there.
That's true.
Like last year, remember they won it because Detroit, all five guys said we're all eligible.
But if they win it,
here's some misdirection.
That's the first time in my life, I think, that we would have back-to-back NFC East winners. I don't know how long it's been.
It's not the first time in your life.
I think Danny White was the quarterback.
It's the first time in your kid's life.
I was listening to 105.3 The Fan during the weekends. They have a moron on there who thinks Troy Aikman was the worst quarterback in the history of football.
Did you figure out who that was again?
I don't know. He's probably some dude who has no clue what he's talking about, but he gets extra money to do weekend stuff.
Sounds like Jody Mack to me. All right. Sorry, that's probably.
But that being said, there is a reality that the Cowboys could win it and end up there against the Green Bay Packers
and lose.
That is a reality that is possible. I hope it.
Maybe this time, like our caller said, they won't run out of time.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll make the game 90 minutes long.
You don't think that is what happened whatsoever. Then again, neither do I.
Yeah, but that caller was convinced. He convinced me on that Monday after that Cowboys playoff loss that we just ran out of time.
No.
Cowboys were about to score 78 points in that game.
Yeah, they weren't. All right, let's talk about the other networks. ESPN, ABC, DirecTV. How do you usually divvy up the blame in this situation? Because it's tough. Because, Corey, you've talked about it in terms of like when it's the players and the owners, you're like, oh, who are you rooting for? The millionaire or the billionaire? Well,
there's two billionaires going
and
at it.
So what about the thousandaire? I was just a thousandaire in these situations.
Okay, well then we would definitely always root for Mike.
Still just
I was rooting
a
for you,
thousandaire.
Mike, that whole time.
5-figure Mike is what they call me.
So, never mind. Let's keep going.
That made me think of Emmerich's old line. It was a 5-finger lift. I always loved that one. My bad.
So, DirecTV, ESPN, Disney, they've come to an impasse. And by the way, they've also got rid of a lot of their other channels, or they're blocked right now on DirecTV, like FXX, FX, stuff like that. And that's disappointing. They did it right before the LSU USC game and while the US Open was going on. So who am I supposed to blame? Because DirecTV tries to cry poverty, and they're like, oh,
It's because I left.
we don't have any money because Mike canceled his subscription. We can't
$113 a month is gone from DirecTV now.
possibly
It's a lot.
afford to pay Disney. And then Disney's like, hey, we just want to be paid a fair wage for the quality broadcast we're putting on, except for the accolade.
Okay. In this instance, this is where you have two wankers at one table.
In one weekend?
Yeah, two wankers at the same time, all right? Because the person who's losing out here is us. Not being able to get it and being screwed over, having to scramble to find other packages and stuff like that. That being said, by the beginning of football week, it'll be done. That's going to happen. They'll wrap it up. But Disney knows they have leverage, and DirecTV has to figure it out, because basically all those channels are pretty much all we watch on DirecTV. There might be the random Kevin who's like, no, I also watch these things too. But for a lot of people,
once Raw moves into Netflix, then who knows?
The reason I had it was for Bally's, but now that the Stars and the Mavericks are done, and I don't know about the Rangers yet, but I'm just like,
it feels like
doesn't
they're
feel
done.
great.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I don't need DirecTV anymore.
I watch, when I flip on Fubo for regular television, it's because of sports. That's the only reason for something sports. Or I'll be like, you know what? I'm going to go try and see if The Office is on Comedy Central and just turn that on, because that's mindless.
Chance it is.
Yeah, so that's where they understand they have a lot of power here, and they're saying, look, we see a different future for streaming and all these other opportunities. We're going to try and squeeze as much out of you as we can right now.
You should tell these companies to stop Mickey Mousing around. Because you get it? Because it's Disney?
No, I got
No.
Oh.
Explain more,
Fridays. Hey, Friday, we're having on the Jones.
Yeah, we are.
You going to ask him stuff?
Maybe.
Okay.
We'll see, man.
You are always more than welcome.
877-881-1053.
I am paid by Jerry Jones. And if you haven't been able to tell, obviously Jerry is telling me to say all of these horrible things about
Much
him.
like a lot of things at that station, they haven't updated in the last 25 years. All right.
Text in if you want Mike to ask a question. Actually, text in the question you want Mike to ask.
Ooh. Now, somebody suggested this on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Is it Florida State? Are they the wanker of the weekend for losing again? What? They started the year ranked number 10. Now they have lost 2 straight to begin the season to Georgia Tech and Boston College. Look out, Memphis.
They looked very poor
Anthony Hardaway.
Yes.
this weekend too.
They did.
They just looked like they didn't even care. Like they thought their season was already over. They're like, well,
it is.
Well,
you might have a point there.
But A&M has plenty of chances to make this. What is it? 15 different teams in the playoffs. A&M has plenty of chances.
But if you lose a second time, you're probably out.
Yeah, and we don't win on the road.
Yeah,
so.
and you lost the second time that early in the season.
Yeah, you lose overseas and then you lose on the seas. Overseas, under the seas.
They're underwater? They're under the ocean?
Part of Florida is, I think, considered below sea level. I know New Orleans is.
That's true.
Holy moly.
That's where the Super Bowl is being played this year.
That is true. All right, let's talk about Andrei Rublev.
I am very fascinated by this.
Okay.
I have no clue who he is.
Is he the wanker of the weekend? He has a temper. and he plays tennis. So, Mike, I don't know if you'll gravitate towards him or not.
What about the girl who refused to take the balls from the girl?
Okay, did you see? She did apologize for that after the fact, but that was a gigantic jerk move. She was mad, and she just stood there, and the ball girl, like, threw the balls to her, and she just let them, like, bounce off her arm or her leg. And the ball girl's like, I don't know what to do now.
Keep
I think
going
you
and
pick
get
it
the
up
balls.
and you peg her.
No.
Don't use that word anymore.
So, Rublev, that's a good point. Look that up. Has a different meaning for a whole lot of people.
Hit her with the ball.
So, Rublev smashed his racket twice against his left leg and then several times against his left hand, and he needed medical attention.
That's his fault, man.
After he lost. So, it didn't even help him win. He lost. If you need medical attention for injuring yourself due to anger, do you think that's like rock bottom? Do you think you're like, I got to change some stuff?
Yes. You absolutely. Well, especially to, let's add to it, if you hurt somebody else in the process, then yeah.
If you hurt somebody else, that should absolutely be your rock bottom. But if it happens to yourself, you're like, I just hurt myself.
Yeah, why are you hitting yourself with a racket? Hit the ground with the racket. Break the racket, not you. Like, you have to keep playing. Don't break it on yourself. That's going to hurt yourself. That's stupid.
Yeah. I agree.
Stop throwing tantrums.
Quit Mickey Mousing around.
I think Mike looked up that word and he was like, oh.
No, I haven't looked it up. I don't care. I'm not changing because they've changed the term pegging somebody with a ball.
Do me a favor. If you have the time or interest, will you just text RJ and ask him if he likes to get pegged?
Oh, my God. I can't.
Settle down.
I don't think anybody likes it.
By the baseball.
Okay. Well, let's just see what kind of answer he gives you then.
He's asleep right now.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who do NFL quarterbacks believe is the smartest passer?
Me.
And more word definition updates right here on The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, do you ever find that you need a nap after your nap? You know, lugging all that extra...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
23rd Annual Guns N' Hoses Boxing Tournament, Saturday, September 14th, at a terrific venue, the Credit Union of Texas Center in Allen. Police versus Fire, going at it in the ring, proudly supported by Best Buy Windows and Siding and the On Time Experts. Help us cheer and support our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on your Chevy registrations 2023.
3rd and 6, and the rain has started to fall. Rodgers chips one in there for Tunyon. Touchdown, Packers. A 22-yard strike.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Here we go.
By the way, Gridiron Gravy brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Let's start with the San Francisco 49ers. Some good news for them across the board. Christian McCaffrey expected to practice today. And then word is that Trent Williams is returning to San Francisco and ending his holdout.
Well, good for him, man. That's a big-time offensive lineman.
Good for the Niners.
And he's gonna get a new deal. So he's not just
sweet.
Not just ending his holdout for no reason. The word is that he is getting a new deal. I haven't seen the specifics on that just yet, though.
How do they have more pie than the Cowboys?
Because they know what they're doing with their salary cap, and also because they have a quarterback who costs nothing.
Yeah, but once they have to pay that quarterback, they're not going to have enough pie.
Yeah, we'll see.
Did you say they rolled over from last year too? I saw that from Pelissero earlier.
No,
where
that
he
was
said
the Cowboys in
they
the
rolled over
playoffs.
like $50 million from last year, plus the benefit of having the cheap quarterback who's not up until the end of this year.
Smart.
Something dumb like how much money they were able to roll over.
Yeah. Well, look, if you do a better job with your salary cap, then, maybe your team could be better.
Did you hear my Cowboy joke in that?
I might not have.
The Cowboys rolled over last year.
Oh, yes.
Playoffs.
Yes, they did.
Now,
Now,
there was the Niners rolled over money. The Cowboys rolled over in the playoff game.
yes, they did.
And then the Niners rolled over in the Super Bowl.
Oh,
they did. In your face, Niners. You haven't won a Super Bowl since 94.
That's
Suckers.
right. Now, one of the sadder stories of the weekend was about 49ers rookie Ricky Pearsall, who, by the way,
dude,
I thought those headlines were really misleading when they first came out about him.
Shot.
Yeah, but it said...
Wasn't he?
It was, but it said in an attempted robbery, and I was like, well, hold on. So...
Who'd he try to rob?
Yeah, I thought that's what the headlines kind of made it sound like. Now, in the story, they cleared it up, and maybe that's the idea. They're like, hey, buddy, read the story. Don't just judge off the headlines. But... he is going to miss at least 4 games because of injuries sustained after getting shot.
Yeah.
But he's already back at the team facility, which is wild to me. He's already out of the hospital. His mom talked about how lucky he was that it missed his vital organs, but he's already back at the team facility. That is amazing to me.
For decades upon decades, all the big league teams, when they were playing Oakland or San Francisco, stayed at Union Square. The Rangers don't stay there anymore. No team stays there anymore. We were told in early May, because I hadn't been to San Francisco since the Super Bowl, back when they had it there. And we would walk around Union Square, but since COVID and they allowed everybody to just run all of the shops away, because it was one of those cities who said, hey, steal all you want. We're not going to arrest you at all. Take everything you want, and we're going to make these companies file for insurance. And they're like, well, we're leaving, obviously, if you're just going to allow people to steal everything and there's no repercussions. And so that is a very bad area. They told us back in hey, watch yourself if you go to Union Square. It is not what you think it was. It is a bad place now. You want to stay away from there. If you want to go out in San Francisco, go to kind of where they built the new stadium for the Golden State Warriors, which I believe is close to where the San Francisco Giants play. That's considered now the place that you can kind of hang out and feel safe. Union Square has been taken over by very bad people, and they allowed it. They're like, it's weird, but San Francisco is like, yeah, man, take it over. have it be a really bad place. And it used to be a premium place to hang out. It used to be where the 5-star hotel was. And they're like, nope, we turned this into a really bad place that you should not be around. And now one of the Niners got shot in that area.
Yeah, it is. It is a very unfortunate turn of events, but miraculously, it looks like he's going to be okay.
Did you see the video of him getting put in the ambulance?
No.
Oh yeah, like I could see the wound and everything. Like he took his hand off of it and everything. It was, shot in the chest, dude. Like it was a really weird thing to see because the news, like the idea, the ethics or whatever behind TV news is don't show a dead body, right?
Yes.
But as we've gotten further and further along here, they're more willing to show other things like that. And because, hey, we want people's eyeballs on our TV because we show the things nobody else will. And then that's what Twitter is, right? Twitter has anybody that has a video phone, an iPhone, or Kevin, whatever phone you have that's broken. Anybody that has one of those, they can shoot videos and post it like that.
Now, these stories wouldn't seemingly be related, but hear me out for just a second, because this is what I think about in terms of Pearsall. Did you see that Clyde Edwards-Helaire is going on he's going to be out for the first 4 games of the season. But the reason he is going to be out is because of mental health issues stemming from PTSD from his time at LSU when he was one of 2 players involved in a fatal self-defense shooting. And so I thought about that from the perspective of...
He shot the person?
Self-defense.
Yeah, self-defense.
I don't remember this story. You guys remember that Clyde Edwards-Helaire had to kill somebody in self-defense?
And by the way, just for the record, I need to double check that. I'm not saying he killed anybody.
Oh.
He was involved in a self-defense shooting where someone did die. And that was back when he was in college. And I thought about that in terms of Pearsall. It's like, I can't imagine that ever goes away from you. Like,
no.
That's got to be in your brain all the time, hopefully low down in there.
And I imagine it takes a lot of different types of therapy to crack through to that, to come up with the solution that can give you the tools to let that go or move on from it or bury it away. So I don't know. Don't you feel like even if you let it go, it's still there? It still exists in some way.
Do.
Even though you try to let it go, it's still going to be there. So then you kind of just tuck it away a little bit.
And you never know what's going to set you off about it again.
Yeah, exactly. But man, that's to step away from a game that pays you a lot of money, to take that kind of rest away from it. It means that it really is digging deep on him.
Yeah. So we hope that he gets better mentally while Pearsall is getting better physically. Let's go to the Houston Texans, specifically cut number 13. This is a sweet burn right here. This is the Texans vice president. They were kind of kicking around discussions about, hey, the Texans and the Browns and everything, and then she dropped this.
Thank a Brown. Have you thanked a Brown lately?
I thank them for coming and getting their tushes beat. Yeah, in the playoffs.
I thank him for all of our players.
For all of our
because of the Deshaun Watson trade. I like the way she casually. I thank him for all of our players.
On your face.
That is a sweet burn right there.
Really appreciate all those players you gave us.
And that looks like one of the worst deals in NFL history, right? If not the worst, when you include the guaranteed contract.
Yeah.
Not the Herschel Walker.
The Herschel Walker deal, like the money spent there.
One of the worst.
Barry was so smart doing that all by himself and knowing the whole league and knowing all the rules like
he
that.
He didn't need any help with any of that.
He knew about Isaac Holt.
Yes.
He knew about all the Vikings he wanted to release.
Are you insinuating that perhaps he did not know all of those things by himself?
No, I think he knew it all because he kept doing things like that year in and year out by always being ahead of the rules and of the game.
On Friday, I will absolutely give you the first question, and I hope Corey agrees. If your first question is, how much did you actually have to do with Herschel Walker deal?
He'll say everything. He'll say nobody had anything to do with it except for me. I'm the greatest person ever.
Follow-up question. All right, let's go from
you won't remember who he got, but
maybe. Let's go to who do quarterbacks think is the smartest quarterback in the NFL? Who do you think quarterbacks think is the smartest quarterback in the NFL?
Got to be Aaron Rodgers.
Has to be an old dude.
I think that is a fair assessment.
The older you get, you would assume the wiser you get.
Yeah. So Aaron Rodgers is number 1, but the person who finished second is pretty close behind
Old as
him.
well?
He is old as well.
Stafford's old.
Stafford is old. Is he that old?
Yeah, I'd say he's about.
All right, let's say Matt Stafford.
And he's exactly the same age as Matthew Stafford because he is Matthew Stafford.
Stafford's twin.
Nice job, Mike.
And Kirk Cousins was the only
old, too.
other. That is true. He was the only other quarterback to get more than 1 vote.
Where's Russell Wilson?
Russell Wilson did get a vote, as did
he did
Dak,
not get smarter.
Purdy, Mahomes, and Jordan Love, interestingly enough.
I'll tell you who got smarter on the Russell Wilson deal. All of the defensive players who said he ain't that good on the Seahawks that played against him in practice. They were right.
What about Josh Dobalina? Isn't he Dobbs
he did not
NASA pilot or something?
He did not get any votes.
An engineer
from other starting quarterbacks.
I bet he's smart.
I hate to tell you that.
Kyle Trask is smart. He's like, please don't play me.
All right. That's okay.
Because that's really smart. Because as long as he doesn't play, he can't get released.
That is. I don't know if that is
that's
actually
true either.
entirely true. Let's talk about some team captains. Daniel Jones, for some reason, has retained his captain status. Russell Wilson has been named one of the team captains, as has Caleb Williams. Yes.
Are there a lot of quarterbacks who aren't captains?
There's a few.
Okay.
I'll double check the final number.
No, I'm sure
but
there are a few. Like
there's
I'm sure
definitely
Bo
a few.
Nix isn't a captain yet
Sure.
because that was to be Caleb Williams to be a captain
Ooh, I need
already.
to check on
is-
Jaden. Yeah.
Wasn't there a year too when like the Cowboys rolled out and they were like, each week we have new captains.
Yeah.
All right.
What a neat.
They had 13 captains one year. Like that's an unlucky number.
Jerry's the captain.
Here, that's a good point. Here
say that.
is the real reason that Caleb Williams should be the captain. Have you seen his Heisman Trophy display set up?
No, don't need to look this up.
He has it between 2 Lego sets. One is I believe the tower from the Avengers, I think, and another one is a castle. But yeah, he's got Lego set, Heisman Trophy, Lego set on the other side. Caleb Williams.
MVP.
Yes! Agreed. Maybe not this year.
Don't you think it'd be amazing if Caleb Williams could make the Heisman Trophy out of Legos without it being like in a set?
Yes, I
like
do.
he could master it and be like, I see how to do this with the pieces
That
I
would
have.
be incredible.
But he does it. It's all like multicolored because he's just like, no, it's going to require this. I didn't buy any
you
special
have to have
pieces.
it multicolored, or else in your building you're like, crap, I don't know which gray row I'm on now anymore. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL overreaction or reality right here on 105.3 The Fan.
If you're laughing.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line if you want to get involved in the conversation, or on Twitch, or on YouTube.
Send that. Can't you voicemail us?
Yeah, you
Yes,
can. You can
on the Odyssey app.
On the Odyssey app, you can send in a message.
a lot
We'll
of
listen
things you
to
gotta
it
do
and
there.
play it on air. Kevin, if you didn't have to work with us, do you think that we'd all be friends?
Unfortunately,
we live way too far away.
Unfortunately, I do think that we would be friends. We do not live way too far away. It's just, Mike, your range of where you want to drive is like 15 minutes at the most.
Living in Plano, everything does feel like a long-distance relationship. That is true, though.
I've drove to PSA for my kids' basketball games. It takes like an hour and 10 minutes to get there, and I'm not exaggerating in 5 o'clock traffic.
That's true.
We'll hang out on the weekends and stuff when there's less traffic.
Oh, and they're doing construction.
All right, Mike. We'll get back to that. Hopefully never. All right. So it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Let's do it.
Heck yeah, man. You're a question asker today.
You're welcome. NFL overreaction or reality. Marshawn Nealon will make an early season impact for the Cowboys.
You
can define impact however you like.
Yeah, that's where, because I don't think that pass rush is going to be where we're going to be like, man, did you see this dude has a sack every game. But I think that you're going to go pressure, you notice it. It is noticeable off the edge that he is pushing an offensive tackle back. He's strong. He's built right for it. And I think in the run game, you're gonna notice his presence there too. But I just don't think that you're gonna start racking up sacks immediately. But yeah, I think that I'll define it as you'll notice the pressure and you'll notice it in the run game.
I'm trying to quickly go to, which I did not go to fast enough. How big of an impact did DeMarcus Lawrence have his rookie year?
None, because I think he broke his foot.
Oh, great.
What do you mean?
Nobody is saying that is going to happen. He was just answering your question.
How did he do his second year?
I think he had his second year
6 sacks,
16 games, 8 sacks.
Oh,
so his second year he had 8 sacks. The next year, 1 sack because I think he got injured again.
Oh my gosh!
It wasn't until like his 4th year that he was able to play.
If
full
Marshawn
season.
Nealon gets 8 sacks, won't you be like, "Holy
That'd be
crap,
amazing,
dude"?
Yeah, but if he gets injured, I'll be like, "Oh no."
Over under 3 sacks in his first 6 games.
Under.
Yeah, I'll take the under on that too.
Because you're saying immediate impact, right? So you're saying in the kind of the first 4 games, your first quarter of the season. I think defining impact, I would say no, because I would say that's like you're saying he's a valuable piece of your defense.
Okay.
But I think you're going to, after 4 games, go, hey, there's a lot of potential here, and he's part of the rotation.
Okay, I like that. NFL overreaction or reality, the Eagles are going to rebound and contend for NFC supremacy.
Heck yeah, man.
They finished the regular season going 1-5 and just spiraled. But they were 10-1 leading up to that.
What happened last year that they fell apart? Was it because Big Dom got ejected for a little while? Was it Dom? Was that his name?
I mean, I think some people will
Weren't their
argue...
cornerbacks pathetic, and then they drafted 2 cornerbacks?
Yeah,
in
but
the
their
first and second
offense
round?
looked like poor too. It just fell
arguments
apart.
with their quarterback and coach, and maybe some people thought one was going to go.
But an
probably the
offseason
coach.
just fixed that.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I don't know. I just can't see in one offseason everybody being like, you know what? I forgot about all that stuff that happened last year. Everything's fine. So I don't know if it's like going to be a significant rebound that changes the division or the conference that much. But I do think that Kellen Moore is a pretty decent offensive coordinator and that he can find ways to help Jalen Hurts. But once people start zoning in on what he doesn't do well, that's where I don't know if Kellen Moore can say, "Oh, I'm going to adjust to it this way." So
okay,
I think they're going to be good.
Okay, like top 3.
I think that somebody besides the Cowboys has to win the division. Obviously, whoever set this division up made sure that you can't win it back-to-back years. So
it is really.
So
weird.
I'm just like, okay, the Cowboys can't win the division this year. It's impossible. Just like last year, you thought, well, finally a back-to-back winner after 11 games. Like Corey said, they were 10-1, and you're like, all right, for the first time in forever, somebody's going to win this division back-to-back years. And then the Cowboys backed into winning the division because it's impossible to win it back-to-back years.
NFL overreaction or reality, Devontae Adams, who is totally, definitely, absolutely happy in Las Vegas, will force his way out of the Raiders organization by the deadline.
Did you watch Receiver?
I haven't, but I know he's like had to go out of his way to be like, I like it here, man. It's fine.
Dude,
and stuff.
Almost every episode of Receiver, it seemed like he was just like, wow. And then I will say this, when Pierce became the head coach,
Ricky Pierce?
No.
Antonio.
And Garoppolo stopped playing quarterback, he seemed happier. So he did seem happier after that, after all that stuff changed. But I think, granted, he did go there to play with Derek Carr. And then Derek Carr was ejected from that place. The question was, though, he's going to be great again this year.
No, he's going to force his way out of Las Vegas.
I would be fascinated to see who makes the deal for it.
Okay.
Because I don't know who has the picks to be able to make that happen, and if they even need him or want him at this point in his career, if they think that they have the quarterback to do it. So I don't think he can.
I think that it would be smart for the Raiders, who are going to lose 12 or more games, to trade him, because there's no point in having a 31-year-old receiver when you're 3 years away from possibly competing.
Now, Alec, I'm going to throw this one to you because Corey is going to be too biased to answer this question.
Okay.
I think you'll figure out pretty quick. NFL overreaction or reality, Corey is right, and the Cowboys fans will be pumped. This team signed Eric Kendricks. You could see how you might be too biased to answer
I
that
love
question.
the interview with him. Yes, I get it. And I believe he's G-Bag's.
Yes, he is.
I'm not breaking any news here, right?
No, they announced it.
Okay, all right, yeah.
No, I'm going to say that this is reality. And even if it is only for his weekly hit here on The Fan, because he is a fantastic interview. But no, like the scheme fit, the veteran presence, and you needed linebacker depth. You needed help. You needed a guy that could say, hey, this is what Zim wants. This is what he expects. Get your act together kind of thing. I think he might not be a Pro Bowler or an All-Pro this year, but you're going to notice his presence at the very minimum. So, yes, I do think Corey is right.
Mike, do you also think Corey will be right?
Has Corey ever been wrong?
Good job, Mike.
Good question.
Good job. Way to prop up your teammate. I did ask Kevin this the other day. I said, out of all the times, have I ever misled you? And he was like, no, you haven't. So I appreciate that,
I think
too.
your directions are always good when I'm like, what Buffalo Wild Wings are we at this week?
Yeah, I send you the instructions.
In Dallas, off of Lemon this Friday.
Usually there's 10 people there for the 4 hours that actually listen to our show.
At that particular location, it is a struggle. It felt like every other Buffalo Wild Wings we went to was like really having fun.
If we go to like Grand Prairie to West, it is sold out.
Yeah.
Like they're like, we can't sell any more tickets to this Buffalo Wild Wings. It is sold out.
So help us
They
break
don't sell
that
tickets,
stigma.
by the way.
Yeah, if you are
They
near
should.
Lemon and you listen to the show, can you just stop into Buffalo Wild Wings?
Even
and
if you're not near Lemon, make the drive.
Jeez.
We'll figure it out.
Swing through, man.
By the way, we had all kinds of awesome giveaways.
I'm going
last
to
year in
try to
Buffalo
bring
Wild.
some Dallas Cowboy. Like, they're worthless cards. But if you want, like, some.
Mike, hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Take
They're
a step back.
They're like worth $1.
Take a step back.
These are worthful
Think
cards.
about what words you could have left out of that sentence to make this giveaway you're about to pitch more desirable.
I'm going to give away some worthless
No! That is the wrong words that you took out of that
I was
sentence.
taking the card out. I'm
Say
not supposed to talk
worthful.
about cards.
Worthful.
You could just say you're giving away some Cowboys cards.
Well, I mean, they're going to be like legends. Obviously, they don't play on the team right now. So, but I have like some 1990s cards. If you're like, hey, man, like here's a Troy Aikman card. Obviously, the guy who works on 105.3 The Fan, who's not from here, thinks that he's the most worthless quarterback in the history of football.
God. All right, NFL
Glad we put him on the air, though.
NFL overreaction or reality. The Bears and the Titans will surprise the NFL this season in a good way.
Anything that happens positive from the Titans will surprise me. But because I think they're a boring franchise.
What if Will Levis is good?
Exactly. That would be
Nobody
a
else
surprise
has had a
to me.
miracle.
Was that?
Nobody else has had a miracle.
That was
That's
a
a good point.
lateral.
Very good point.
By Frank Wycheck.
But
he's still alive.
they might be built better than I think they are. I don't expect anything out of them. So probably anything's going to be a surprise. With the Bears, because of the history of the franchise, it does feel like you're just like, what is going on? I'm starting to get a little more amped up about the Caleb Williams Rome Odunze combination down the road, and I think Odunze might be the second receiver on that team over Keenan Allen. Maybe he even becomes the first receiver on that team over DJ Moore. But I think their offense is going to be better than people are expecting. But
I'm
not
excited
ready to,
about the Bears.
I'm not ready to hype it up too much until I see it against a real NFL team.
I'd be more excited if Dontrell Willis was the quarterback of the Tennessee Titans than Malik Willis.
Would you now? Well, first of all, Malik Willis is not even there anymore.
See,
and even
nobody
if he
even knows
was,
the
he wasn't
quarterback
going to
of
be
the
the
Titans.
starter. I just told you it's Will Levis.
Whoever.
Guys.
Nobody even knows who that is.
I mean,
And
there are videos out there.
Yeah, like on the dark web.
Maybe there are videos of Will Levis on the regular internet. They're everywhere.
Oh, the ones I was talking about are on the dark
Yeah,
web.
who did this Willis guy play for? What
Was
college is he from?
Is it Liberty?
Yeah, that's not even a real college.
What does that mean? How is it not a real
What
college?
college you go to? Liberty. It sounds like a made-up college. I've been there before because I played in a
Hold
ball
on.
in
So
Carolina.
you've even been to the effing college and you
Yeah.
don't think it's real?
I was making a joke.
Guys.
But it's I mean, have you ever heard of, man, Liberty's good at football?
He
No,
also is at
never.
Auburn, so
Yeah, and guess what? Lost the job there, but I'm sure he's an NFL quarterback. Keep doing Will Levis.
Wow. NFL overreaction or reality. The Chargers and Bills will surprise the NFL in a bad way.
That could happen.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think either one's going to win their division. So I think best case scenario, they make a wild card.
Okay.
That's best case for me because Kansas City is going to own that division. And then
the Chargers have a trash roster around Herbert.
I don't know. I do like Miami. The Jets are a very unknown because does Aaron Rodgers have anything left? I don't know.
I don't know either.
In Buffalo, I honestly have no clue who their wide receivers are. As far as I know, it's Andre Reed.
It's not Andre Reed.
Dalton Kincaid's a tight end that looks like our wide receiver. So that's one. And
right.
I don't think Andre Reed is there anymore. Don Beebe?
No.
James Lofton?
No. Stop naming people from their 90s Super Bowl team.
Kenny Lofton.
There's a fat Lofton that played basketball. I think his name was Kenny Lofton too.
Junior.
What's the fat Lofton name? I think he got released by
I don't think
Memphis.
you should refer to people like that, though, right?
What if that was his name? There was a Fat Lever, so
Yeah.
I didn't know. I thought he was talking about just Fat Lofton.
Yeah, Fat Lever played for the Mavs. Well past his prime. Traded Ramil Robinson for him. We didn't really pick him, but that's what he
Okay,
could've
so
traded.
that you know, but you can't tell me one single receiver for the Buffalo Bills?
Well, they lost
Stephon Diggs.
and then they lost Gabriel Davis.
Gabriel
Davis.
And Cole Beasley decided
Cole
to
Beasley
retire.
quit.
Again.
Yeah, and as far as I know, Eric Moulds isn't there anymore.
God help us, he's not. All right, I got one more.
Still alive, though.
Against my better judgment. I got one more.
When was the last time you thought of Eric
Oh, they
Moulds?
have Mac Hollins, Kevin. We interviewed him at the Super Bowl
I think
in
he played for
Arizona.
I think he was on the Rockies when I pitched against him. His kid is with the Orioles, and his next kid is going to be the first overall pick in this upcoming draft.
They got Curtis Samuel, Khalil Shakur, and
Young Coleman.
Valdez Scantling.
They should just punt. First down. It's better to just punt. Field position.
You know what? Never mind on that last question. We're
Yes!
the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The
Content
Fan.
for tomorrow.
Coming up. I know. I'm going to ask Eric if he can come in early and come sit with us for a segment. All right. Coming up next. Eric Chiafalo. Coming up
I
next.
thought we were talking about Eric Moulds.
We're going to talk with the original 88, Drew Pearson, next on The Fan.
Hut, hut.
Are you ready for
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
(909) or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Roger takes the snap, pumps it once. He's going long. Down the near sideline for Drew Pearson. Pearson makes the catch at the 5. Touchdown! Pearson goes in for the touchdown, and the Cowboys score.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We bring to you the original 88 Pro Football Hall of Famer, and now the man who's going to be the ambassador for the 100th East-West Shrine Bowl. It is Drew Pearson. How are you today, sir?
Oh, I'm great. I'm hanging out with all these Shriners, and it's been a great day hanging with them. And we got the big game coming up on January 30th, the East-West Shrine game. So I'm excited about that, and I'm excited to be the ambassador.
Are you missing the luncheon right now to do this interview?
No, we bought the Shriners luncheon.
Yeah.
No, we've already had the press conference and all that kind of stuff, and I said I got to be on the Fan, so we dropped everything.
Love it.
So that we can be here for you. Hut.
Oh, there we go. That's what I'm talking about, Drew. Do you get like a crown and a staff for being the ambassador? What do you get to wear?
Well, I didn't get a hat today, but I took one off one of the Shriners' heads, and I said, "This is my new hat."
Mm-hmm.
And I put it on backwards initially, and they corrected that. But their hats are unique, and when you see these hats coming, you know it's a Shriner.
That's true.
And you don't have to read the name on it or anything. The style of the hat, the color of the hat, when you put that on, you know it's a Shriner, either approaching you or walking away from you or supporting you or helping you. That's what the Shriners do.
I don't want to improperly use this, but does the hood, does that ever get you out of an awkward situation? Because I was saying I would really like, if I was in a conversation I just did not want to be in anymore, if I could just look at that person and they just said something and I was like, hood, and just left. Do you think that would work for me?
Yes, it would. It works in so many different situations, You could be serious and say, hood. Or you can be, and joking and say hut. So it's a crossover type expression. So it could work for you, it could work against you. But me being the original number 88, it works for me. And I started doing that a few years ago, and it just kind of caught on. And now when people see me, they say hut, and then they say, hey, Drew. But the hut always comes first. But,
I've literally been saying that all morning in anticipation.
I'll let you guys use it if you need it, all right? To get inspired.
Now, Drew, one of my favorite moments, you were up in the studio here, and we were kind of hanging out talking in one of the prep rooms, and I asked you about catch radius, and you were like, I didn't have a catch radius. I had a zip code. You just throw it in that zip code, and I'm going to catch it. And when it comes to CeeDee Lamb, does he represent that pretty well too?
Oh, without a doubt. You saw the season he had last year, the catches he made. The defenses knew he was going to be the man, and he still was able to get open and beat coverages, whether it's double coverage or single coverage. And, you throw the ball in his radius, he catches it. I don't remember CD dropping anything from last season. Of course, the 88, we don't drop nothing. We don't even drop phone calls. That ain't our fault. But CD had a nice season. Just think about the offense if CD wasn't there. You take him out of that offense from last season, you see how fruitful it was without CD. But CD, helped the passing game, the downfield passing game, and he made a difference. And, again, he did it with the defense knowing and their preparation that he was going to be the guy. But also, guys, the Cowboys did a good job of disguising CD, putting him in motion, lining him up in the slot, double receivers on one side and things like that to confuse the defense and keep them off balance. And Dak knows that he has a clutch receiver in CeeDee Lamb, number 88, and he goes to him in clutch situations. I just hate that he missed all that training camp time because that time is really important as far as the reps you get with your quarterback, the reps you get with the offense, and the feel you have with the offense with you being there. So he missed that time, but hopefully they can make that up and come back and have another great season between Dak and CD, and then include the other guys into it. We got to take some pressure off CD. Brandon Cook's got to step up. The rest of the guys got to step up. And Dak's got to make those guys better by his performance at the quarterback position as well.
Talk with Drew Pearson right here on 105.3 The Fan, the original 88. I'm glad that you talked about some of the time that CD missed. I'm sure it can differ season to season, player to player, but how long did it take you to get ramped up for a season?
My rookie year?
Yeah, or just in general. Like how much, even when you're a veteran, how much time did it take you to flip that switch and really be in football shape?
As soon as you hit training camp back in the day with Tom Landry, if you ain't ready coming into our training camp, this training camp now, I was out at Oxnard for a couple of days and watched practice, and I'm thinking, man, I should go suit up. I can get through one of these practices. With baseball caps on and shorts and no shoulder pads and stuff like that. Because Landry's training camp was two-a-days. As a rookie, we had a whole week of two-a-days. We had 100 rookies in camp my rookie year. And at the end of that week of two-a-days, rookie camp, out of 100, there was 50 guys left. And most of those guys cut themselves. And now the next week the veterans come, and now you're trying to catch up and keep pace with them. But, it's a tough process to come through and try to make the team. But once you get there as a veteran and make the team, now training camp becomes a necessity as far as getting yourself ready for the upcoming season. And once you get yourself ready, that'll help the team, become better and get ready as well through that whole process. But you got to put in the work. You put that in training camp, in the preseason. And I don't like the fact that these guys don't play any or don't have much play time in the preseason, and they're not getting knocked around, hit, and tackled in real life NFL games. And then they go out there and play their first regular season game. And hey, once you step on NFL sidelines, you can't hide. You're going to get hit. And the to handle the contact part of the game, and not just the Cowboys, but everybody does it the same way. They hold their key players out through all the preseason, and then they play them when the regular season starts. And then you got to hold your breath that they're ready for that kind of physical part of the game, because there's no way to escape that once this regular season starts.
Hall of Famer Drew Pearson right here on the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I like where you're going with this conversation. I want to take it a little bit further because football is a tough man's sport. I don't know that it grows. I heard a line once that it was like, it doesn't make tough players. It is for tough people. And I wonder, from your perspective, how do you develop a tough identity as a team? Because I've felt like the Cowboys have kind of been missing that defensively and even offensively sometimes the last few years.
Well, you establish that you establish that in practice, and again with the new rules, the collective bargaining agreements, the players can do what they can do in practice, and how many practices they can have. It's hard to get that. So these current guys have to find that missing piece of the game to be successful in the game. They got to find that out on their own, and once you become a veteran, you know how to pace yourself. You know what you got to do to face the adversity, the challenges of the upcoming season. So you just go out there and do it, and you do your job the best you can, and hopefully it's good enough and helps the team win some football games. Because it's all about winning. We got away from what the main thing about stepping out there as a Dallas Cowboy and playing and representing the Cowboys. It's not you individually. It's the team, and it's all about winning. You win in this town. These guys making a lot of money now. My signing bonus was $150.
Whoa.
Okay, I got my signing bonus in cash. I got paid 7/20s in the 10. I didn't hold out for $200. I said, you pay me that signing bonus in cash, I'll sign right now. And so they paid me that in cash. But now look at the money they're making now. So they got that. Don't worry about that. Try to get another. CD, you got that contract. Have enough player that you get another one of those kind of contracts. He's still a year. So the game has changed in that regard, but it's all about winning. I still get opportunities. As a former Dallas Cowboy, and I waited 38 years to get in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But all that time, I've been a former Dallas Cowboy.
Mm-hmm.
And because of the success we had in developing and becoming America's team during my tenure with the Cowboys, playing 11 seasons, playing in 7 NFC Championship games and 3 Super Bowls and winning 1, now you can extend your life as a Dallas Cowboy in your life after football and use it. I used it to get into the NFL. Properties to sell headwear for 9 years for the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, Disney, Warner Brothers. And every time I went in there and mentioned I always put Dallas Cowboy first. Dallas Cowboy Drew Pearson. And then you always got in the door, and it's up to you to sell yourself and get that business. But you always get in the door as a Dallas Cowboy, and this isn't my life after football. So these guys making a lot of money, maybe they're going to be set for their life after football. I don't know, maybe. But if they want to establish or have a great life after football, develop some recognition, team success while you're a Dallas Cowboy. And even when you're in your 70s, people will respect you and still give you opportunities to represent yourself as a former Dallas Cowboy.
I love it. Do you think that's difficult at all with this franchise now when, I mean, we don't have to agree on this, but your owner definitely has a lot of those individualistic qualities with the Cowboys as well, where it seems like sometimes he cares about his message and getting his face out there more than the team winning?
Yeah, it might appear that way, but I tell you, I can't imagine no one being wanting to win more so than Jerry Jones, you know? The franchise, you know the story of billions and billions of dollars, number one sports franchise and all that, on the books, But the books we want to be on, and I'm sure Jerry Jones feels the same way, because we had this conversation when we were at the, not this last Hall of Fame induction. He didn't show up. We were disappointed in that, but I know he was busy. But the year before, we had this conversation, Mr. Jones and I. Important it is to establish yourself through winning now while you're a Dallas Cowboy, and you be able to use that in your life after football. And he told me that he was more proud of what I've been able to accomplish in my life after football as a former Dallas Cowboy and establishing a life for myself after football. My last year's salary was $225. That wasn't going to be enough to live on. We worked every offseason. We had to establish ourselves in the community to get opportunities after we retired. And so, we had that conversation. I told him the most important thing is to win. And that's when people want to be associated with you. Because through winning, now you have a story to tell, what it takes to win. Dak Prescott can't go into a corporate meeting and tell these salespeople what it takes to win. Because he doesn't have that track record of winning it. He won a lot of regular season games, but not winning in a postseason when it counts. So he can't go in and give that corporate America's sales team that pitch and what it takes to win, because they're looking at him a little different. Now, if I go in there, I can go and tell them what it takes to win. They're going to listen because I've done it. I've been there, and that goes a long way. So being a former Dallas Cowboy has meant so much to me in my life after football. Even though I didn't make any money, I made so much money. I ain't going to say that because the IRS might be listening on this call. I made a lot of money in my life after football, and I still continue to do that. Heck, I haven't played in, I don't even know. I lost count. The Hail Mary coming up on his 50th anniversary.
Yeah.
Okay? But I'm still recognized as a former Dallas Cowboy, as a Dallas Cowboy. I was coming through the airport last week, coming back from an appearance for the Dallas Cowboys. One of the people recognizes me, travelers recognizing me, taps me on the back and says, "Good luck this season, Drew." I'm so glad because my name is still out there, So that's what these players got to understand. It's nice that getting the money they're getting, being a Cowboy and getting everything that comes their way for being a Cowboy now, but if you win, you can be a Cowboy for life and benefit off of that for life. And that's what I've been doing. Not just me, but a lot of my former teammates have done the same thing. We've all gotten to some kind of business in our lives after football. And a lot of that is because of opportunities we get as a former Dallas Cowboy.
We're talking with Drew Pearson right here on 105.3 The Fan. Fantastic energy you've been bringing.
As always.
We've talked a lot about the Cowboys, but I'm also curious. I mean, one of the reasons you're here is you're going to be ambassador for the 100th edition of the East-West Shrine Bowl, which is Thursday, January 30th of 2025, of course, at AT&T Stadium. How did you get involved in them or in this, and maybe why did you want to get involved?
Well, first of all, they asked me.
Yeah.
And so they threw it out there, and I said, wow, that's pretty cool. I've been a lot of things. I've been called a lot of things, especially by the Philadelphia Eagle fans, but I've never been called an ambassador. And first thing I asked, what does an ambassador do? What is that about? What's the commitment? And so once they explained that, I said, well, I'm honored to have this opportunity. Again, these are the opportunities you get in your life after football. Because of the success you had while you're playing, and that a brand, that association with the Dallas Cowboys extends to opportunities like this, And so I'm proud. Guys, back in the day when I was playing at Tulsa University, I had moved a receiver going into my junior year. And so I only caught 55 passes in 2 years. 33 passes I caught my senior year. And I was hoping that the East-West Shrine Bowl or the Senior Bowl would select me so that I could have an opportunity to showcase some of my talents with all these great players on a different level. And maybe that would inspire some of these scouts that watch these players all through the week, through their practices and their paces. Maybe it'll inspire them to draft Drew Pearson. But I didn't get the call. I didn't get to play in that game. And I was in that East-West Shrine game. And I was disappointed then because I didn't get that opportunity to showcase my talent. So therefore, I didn't get drafted, undrafted free agent. But now I'm here 51 years later. I finally get to the East-West Shrine Bowl as an ambassador, you know? Now, I can't go out there and catch any passes, but I guarantee you I'm going to enjoy myself as an ambassador for this game. And I know what it's all about, helping the children, helping children's families that have disabilities, that have challenges, that have adversities in their lives, and how they support so many families over the years. 100 years they've been around, and they've helped so many children and families. They said today 1.5 million children and families they've helped over that 100 years. So that's what this game is all about, raising funds so that the Shriners can continue to do what they do and help so many children and so many children's families. And then it gives out these players an opportunity to showcase their talents against other players that are on their talent or of equal level as far as talent is concerned. And so it gives them a great opportunity to improve themselves, possibly improve their draft position and things like that. So the East-West Shrine Bowl game has a lot of purposes. But again, let's not lose sight of the real purpose, and that is to raise funds so that these Shriners continue to do what they do in helping children through the children's hospitals and helping parents that support these children. And guys, they do it without even asking for any financial help. They don't even care what your insurance status is. They just step up when needed to these young men. And we had a young man there named Colton, and he played high school football, and he suffered, he's got, a leg problem and all that. But despite his setback, his attitude is unbelievable. And the reason is because the support the Shriners have given him, the encouragement that they have given him, the prosthetic that he can use now on his amputated leg from the knee down, and he has a normal life now because of that. Now he can't go out there and play any football anymore, but he can have a normal life. And that's what the Shriners do for so many children. And Colton was one of those examples that presented himself today at the press conference.
And outstanding stuff. We appreciate your time very much. Looking forward to the game, January 30th, 2025 at AT&T Stadium. Thank you very much to the original 88, Drew Pearson.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having the original 88.
There you go. Drew Pearson right here on 105.3 The Fan. A quick side football note, because you'd brought this up earlier, Corey.
You're welcome.
We're going to get into some business talk for one moment. DirecTV CFO Ray Carpenter says the service will not blink before next week's Monday Night Football game. And he said, we're not playing short term. We need something that is going to work for the long-term sustainability of our video customers. And he said Disney and other places are giving less and worse content for more money. He's like, they're taking all their best content to their streaming services, but they still want to charge more. That doesn't make any sense. So just something to keep an eye out on before we get to Monday Night Football is their CFO says, we're not changing.
Yeah, they're trying to get rid of you. Like ultimately, that's what the Disneys and stuff are trying to do.
That's
They're trying to get rid of the DirecTV type thing and say, look, just come to our streaming service. You'll get all of our stuff instead. So, yeah, why would they give you their best stuff if they can get it at their place? So, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's a battle in the business world for sure.
Are you saying, and being for real, because I'm out right now. DirecTV ends on Thursday for me. I'm not getting anything on Friday. My kid can deal with like not having the games on. I'll be like, go to a friend's house or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not paying for TV right now. Are you saying that I'm most likely am going to have to buy the Disney package to get ESPN and ABC?
I mean, that's
or YouTube TV.
But wouldn't they take that away? Aren't they going to eventually try to take that away from YouTube or
at some point, but probably not this
or whatever?
year.
And I would argue they're not trying to take it away. They're just like, we just want you to pay whatever our price is. So in essence, they kind of will eventually.
And then just direct everybody to for $15 a month, you get all the ESPN Ocho.
That is the end game for this for sure.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And then I have to get Peacock for 3 games a year.
Yep.
And I have to get Apple TV has stuff.
They have baseball.
Amazon has games.
Yeah.
What else?
Look, it's a lot.
If you buy the not the Direct TV, but if you buy the NFL package, you don't get these Thursday night games.
Not if they're exclusive. They're not all exclusive, but most of them are going to be, and so you need to go to Amazon for that. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, some Mike likes it.
All right, guys. We didn't have a show yesterday because of the holiday, and so I didn't talk at all about the Oakland Athletics series. I'll tell you what, and I know this is going to be a name if you didn't watch the series. I totally get it. I think there's a future superstar on the Oakland Athletics.
I looked this person up because you mentioned, I was like, who is Lawrence Butler?
Lawrence Butler might be a top 5 player in the game the next 5 years. I'm watching this dude and I'm asking David Murphy, I'm asking Jared Sandler, I'm asking Dave Raymond. I'm like, hey, he looks the part of a superstar. Am I crazy? And all 3 of them, Dave Murphy, Dave Raymond, and Jared Sandler are like, no, we see it too. And so this is insanity on how this guy's season has gone. I'll just go to April because March they just played a series, right?
Okay.
I mean, baseball started.
Yeah.
In April, 200 batting average with a 661 OPS. Not good. May, 138 batting average with a 357 OPS. Now, he's 23 years old to start the year. And on May 14th, they send him back to the minors. They're like, this isn't good, man. You can't compete at this level. So they bring him back on June 18th. And in the month of June, 179 batting average, 422 OPS. I mean, these are horrible numbers. These are, you can't play in the major leagues, and maybe you never can. But he gets close to turning 24 years old. And then all of a sudden, in the month of July, he hits 363 with a 1.2 OPS.
Whoa.
He has 10 homers, 27 RBIs, 23 runs scored. All of a sudden, you're like, well, all right, Lawrence Butler. I'm going to be honest. I didn't hear much about him until this series happened. But he hit 10 home runs in the month of July with a 1.2 OPS. So then you go to the month of August. He hits 266 with an 886 OPS. So that's not phenomenal, but that's really good. He has 8 home runs, 18 RBIs, 19 runs scored. Now, we've started off the month of September. There's only 2 games right now, but he's 5 for 9 in those 2 games. Like, he looks like a guy next year. I'm going to tell you, I think he's going to be a 30-30 guy next year. I won't put 40-40 on him. But remember, horrible start. I just gave you April, May, June. For the year right now, he's 265 with 20 home runs. And so I'm watching this. This is, I don't know. I'm struggling with this because I'm watching him and I'm going, I see a superstar.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to be honest. I see Ronald Acuna Jr. in the American League.
In wins.
But he didn't. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
In wins, he hits 335 with a 1.069 OPS, and losses 198 with a 617. So when he's good, the A's are good.
I'm just like, you know what? Ronald Acuna Jr. he was awesome in the minor leagues. Lawrence Butler, you go back and look at his minor league numbers. They're not special. But he's this guy that I don't know what happened, but he's quick to the ball, short swing, powerful swing, the velocity off of his bat, the miles per hour. You're getting 105 every time he hit the ball against the Rangers. It felt like the thing was 105 or higher. And I'm watching this Lawrence Butler kid, and I'm like, dude, this guy looks the part of, like, he looks like a left-handed hitting Ronald Acuna Jr. to me. Now, Ronald Acuna Jr. had a lot of buildup. He also started tearing up the major leagues at 20 years old.
Sure.
So there's a lot more to like about Ronald Acuna Jr. This is like, if you want to consider it a late bloomer at 24 years old, all of a sudden, he's just taking the world by storm. So if you're like, hey, Oakland has the best record in the American League since the All-Star break. Well, the major reason, like literally the reason, is Lawrence Butler. This young man, now I will say this, watching him play right field in the series, I was not impressed. But watching his at-bats, I'm like, dude, I'm not going to be surprised if he's an all-star next year.
I know this Rangers team isn't going anywhere, but with the stat that you brought up about Oakland playing so well, are you impressed at all that the Rangers managed to win that series?
A little bit. Obviously, they won 2 walk-offs. They count.
Yes.
It wasn't so in both games. I believe they had 2 runs going into the 9th inning and then 2 runs after 9 innings in the other one. So, I mean, they can't score like in 9 innings.
No.
They're struggling to score. Last night, the game's out of hand, and it counts. The runs count. They scored 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th, down 8-2. If I have it might have been 8-3, and they scored 1 run, but the game was over, and they did score in the 9th inning. But yes, it was impressive that they beat Oakland. It was impressive. When it became 4-2, I'm like, you're not scoring 2 runs off of Mason Miller.
Yeah.
The game's over. But luckily, the Rangers were able to figure out and do it. So anyways, I'm just putting this guy on your radar. And by the way, I think Oakland's going to be an 80 to 85 win team next year. They might win the division.
Ooh.
So Oakland being a bad team is over. It's done with, unfortunately, and they're not going to be Oakland next year. And the other thing, too, is I don't know if Sacramento's park plays like a small park. Oakland plays as a big park. Maybe Lawrence Butler and some of these guys, this will be kind of fantasy baseball stuff next year if you play, is like Lawrence Butler might be a 40-40 guy next year, but I don't know their park and how well the ball carries and everything. But watch out for Lawrence Butler. This is a possible future star. Who is really making an impact very quietly on a bad team, but they're not bad in the second half, mainly because Lawrence Butler came out of nowhere and became the Ronald Acuna Jr. of the American League.
Lawrence Butler card's about to go up in stock, Kevin.
Oh, man. Probably.
Now, I only have a few minutes here because we need to get to the C block. Or Corey's Corner, right?
Oh, man. I was about to say, is that the first time you've ever said that right?
Got it right on accident.
I messed it up. If you weren't at the game last night, and if you're a Rangers fan, you probably weren't, because the Yankee crowd was amazing last night. Now, I know it stinks. It's not good that there's at least 60% Yankee fans in the building last night. It's close to a sellout, if not a sellout. I think going into the game, going into the day before, there's 2,000 tickets available. So, I mean, it was really close to a sellout if it wasn't. The Yankee fan makes the game really fun. I hate saying this because I hate the Laker fan, but I do understand when you go to a Lakers Mavericks game, there's a different energy in that building because the Lakers are there. And when you were in the building last night, I'm working with Madison last night. I couldn't hear her for a second and had to, underneath the table, try to turn up my volume as fast as I could. And I was like, oh, all they were doing was announcing on the board. Chuck Morgan was announcing the Yankees lineup. You couldn't hear yourself.
Wow.
That's how loud it was. And it feels like a World Series game. You wouldn't know any difference between last night, the energy in that building. Now, there's a lot more Ranger fans for the Rangers World Series, but it is really the energy that the Yankee brings. It's not like Boston brings energy. Dodger fans bring energy. Unfortunately, Astro fans bring energy into that building. There's nothing like the Yankee fan, though. It gets so freaking loud in there when Aaron Judge I think it was the 8th inning, it might have been 9th, but I think it was the 8th. He hits a fly ball to center field. It's 80 feet away from being a homer. It's not close to being a homer.
But people went crazy, I'm guessing.
I'm in left field getting ready for the postgame show, and every human being stood up when that ball was hit. It was like old school Arlington Stadium ballpark in Arlington energy.
Yeah.
And I was like, I hate saying this. I don't want it to. I want this to be for Ranger fans this way, but it's just not. Yankee fans, I'm going to give you credit. If you're at the game last night, you guys know how to cheer, man. Like,
did they do the roll call out there?
No, but they do the "Let's Go Yankees" as loud as can be. It sounds like 100,000 Yankee fans are there. I know it's only like 25,000, but I'm going to give them a lot of credit. If you want to know how to cheer and you're at the game for either last night or I'm going to assume these next 2 nights, just copy what the Yankee fans do during Yankee games here. They know what they're doing.
Very interesting. Quick nugget for you. Baseball America has a new top Rangers prospect.
Kumar?
That's right. He's number 30.
See you later, Sebastian Walcott. Done.
Baseball.
Great. Where did they take Walcott off the list?
He's 55.
He's actually, Walcott's having a very good year. After getting off to a very slow start, he's having a very good year at 18 years old.
They have 4 in the top 100 now.
Ho!
Alejandro Rosario and Emiliano Teodoro.
Where's Wild Langford?
He plays
he graduated.
He graduated.
By the way, man, Teodo's got to throw more strikes. I understand he's on these lists, and I know what he did in the Futures game. I look at his box scores, and I'm like, if you're walking that many people in the minor leagues, you're going to have issues in the majors.
Coming up next, in the majors, that's Corey's Twitter handle. But also, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We're going to do college tailgate rankings and the story of Richie Ashburn next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. And Mike, nice job leading me into this segment. Thank you very much for that. Alec.
You're welcome, man. That's what I do. They call me Mike the Leader.
Well, that's what they've always said. And Alec, we always appreciate all the fine work you do back there, man.
Thanks, man.
And thanks for crushing it yesterday while we were out.
I tried, man. I tried. I had to defend myself on a couple of things that happened at Sean's house.
Were you a little hungover from drinking all the screwball?
That wasn't me, actually. That was Peyton Russell. And I can say that on good faith.
I believe that. Yeah, I definitely believe
that. But
I
was from the frozen margaritas, for sure.
Okay. Hey, Kevin, you were there.
I was.
Did Alec get a little tipsy?
I did not notice anybody.
Did he push any kids in the pool?
Who was drunk?
Sean German suplexed me into the pool.
Shut up.
After you left. I'm so serious. Yeah, I was standing in the little waiting area, and he just comes up right behind me, right around the waist, overhead, throws me into the pool. Nice. I didn't know he had that grown man strength like that. He caught me off guard.
You let him put those hands on you? Wow. That's
I was surprised.
Amazing. That is amazing.
Not much grip, but.
Wow.
All right. Guys, I got this email, and I wanted to dive in on this because, when we were talking to Laura Rutledge, one of my questions that I wanted to know about was best tailgate scene.
Yeah.
And 877-881-1053, what is the best tailgate scene that you've been to when it comes to college sports? I don't know. Does SMU have a good tailgate scene? UNT likes to party. I know that.
SMU people say they like the Boulevard or whatever they do their thing on.
Okay.
I've never been to it, but
over by the La Madeleine.
There's a La Madeleine there.
I know.
There's like a good place where they make cookies and ice cream too in that. And then they also have a a shoe store. They don't sell feet.
I mean,
But
you've
they
seen
do
the way our society is going. There'll be a foot store soon enough.
But mine is
for
in
an
2007. I went to Ohio State versus Penn State.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was amazing.
Was it at Ohio State?
At Ohio, in Columbus. Remember the player for the Cowboys, Michael Wiley?
Yeah.
He hooked us up. Went there with Tyler Clippard, who he pitched like 47 years in the major leagues, it felt like. But it was a blast. It was awesome. 300,000 people tailgating. 100,000 go into the building.
300,000?
300,000 outside
200,000 just
stadium.
sat around outside?
They watched the game outside, cheering outside, and just partying outside because they can't get in because there's only 100,000 seats. But there's 300,000 people for their big games outside the stadium, tailgating and partying. We were there from we got there at noon, and then the game was like the 6 o'clock kick. And I mean, it was a party from noon to 6. And I went to the Home Depot.
Right.
What is that called? The tailgate? The
garden section?
No, the ESPN show in the morning.
Oh, College Game Day?
College Game Day was
Did you hold
there.
a sign up?
No, I didn't hold the sign up, but we parked
Jesus
in
is undefeated.
We couldn't find a parking spot. We're like, we think this is good. And then we came back, and then we had to go to a wreck place because they had towed the car away.
Oh, no.
The rent-a-car.
Oh, man.
So,
Troy Smith forever.
When you're in Columbus.
What's the rest of that?
When you're in Columbus, you can get your car towed by tow trucks.
That can happen anywhere.
No, it hasn't happened anywhere in my life except there.
Except for, it makes sense, man. If it happens somewhere, it could happen there again.
That's where I learned all the chants that Derek Holland hates.
And so that's why you would do them while you're playing golf with him?
I'll be like, OH!
From the 972, Ole Miss, the Grove is insane. SMU's pretty good, but then no one goes to the game.
Is that a necessity? I guess it's not. But do you feel like if you're going to be tailgating out there, you need to be going to the game?
No. Well, I always thought that. Because if I'm going to a pro game, I'm paying for parking, right?
Sure.
And so I don't want to park and then not go into the game because I'm in the parking lot partying. I don't know about that. But I guess with college, it does sprawl out a little more. Like at OU, I remember their tailgates kind of sprawled towards the dorms, little areas across that way. There were all these little places you could park. People would just rent out their front yards and say, yeah, park in my front yard. And then they're tailgating right there. So this is from Betway. They said they ranked them according to the football game's popularity based on how they were mentioned online. All right.
Okay.
How many times they were mentioned online. Number 10, Oklahoma. University of Oklahoma is the 10th best party environment. Clemson is number 9.
Oh, how much longer is that going to last?
I don't know. I don't know because Dabo can't do it anymore.
Clemson is kind of Texas Techy, where it's always probably been good, but then it got great. Now Texas Tech never has got great, except for that 1 week that they were number 2 in the nation.
They almost lost Abilene Christian.
I know, but they took care of the Abilenes.
You wouldn't even say the Christians in that perspective?
I don't know if they are.
Okay.
Number 8, Wisconsin. Number 7, the University of Southern California.
Because they play jump around at Wisconsin.
They do play jump around. That's always a great environment. By the way, OU did, we'll put a boot in your ass. That was the one that they ended up rolling out there.
The American way.
I don't know if that was preserved for the next segment.
It didn't sound like people were singing along when they were showing it on television.
You didn't feel that?
I didn't feel them singing along. Could you hear them singing loud?
On the video I saw, I could. But I didn't feel it on TV. Number 6, Michigan. 5, Penn State. 4, Tennessee. Here we go. Number 3,
the Ohio.
LSU.
And that's your dream.
That's my dream
place.
But I don't want
far away. Go.
I don't just want to go to an LSU game. I want to go to a Saturday night LSU game because I feel like that's the different environment. I've always heard that that's the one. And you're right, Mike. I should just get some tickets and head that direction. I need to do that. Number 2,
Corey Majors. Saturday, October 12th, LSU will be hosting number 6 Ole Miss.
Dude.
You can get tickets for as low as $127.
Yeah, and Ole Miss won't be number 6 by then.
Okay, Saturday, November 9th, Alabama, number 5, goes to Baton Rouge.
Those have to be 200 or more.
192.
Okay, yeah, that's an expensive
Taxes and
ticket.
fees.
If it's just me, though, can I sell that to the wife?
Oh.
I'm just traveling by myself. I'm going to go to this game by myself.
Never mind, I changed my mind. Forget those other suggestions. Those suggestions were dumb.
Is A&M going to be at LSU?
Well, they're not going to be ranked surely by then. Saturday, November 30th, LSU will be hosting Oklahoma in the final game of the regular season.
That might be a great time to go. I just got a text from Atolo that said I'll go to LSU.
And it won't be hot.
Yeah.
November 30th. You know, I mean,
it'd be cold.
Being serious,
It'll
like
be
you
football
go
weather.
September, October, you're getting in humid, sweaty.
Fair.
Just like you're just uncomfortable for most of it. Just like, God. I mean, I don't know if underwear, you probably should wear underwear on those days.
Okay.
Just because of the sweat factor.
But in November 30th,
you're fine.
Yeah. You wear a parka, maybe.
Yeah, you can just wear a nice, like, purple sweater.
I don't even know if I have a purple
red
sweater.
one.
You can get one there. They sell them there.
I could wear some OU gear, though. Will I be sent out?
No, you don't want to. If you're going to party at LSU, you want to be LSU.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. Number 2 on this list, University of Texas. So they're saying that Austin has a great party environment.
Where is this thing written out of? The Austin?
Way. And then number 1 is the University of Alabama. So that's what they say there. So I've always heard the Grove at Ole Miss is tops. So I'm fascinated by this. But Alabama, I bet, is a pretty good environment because they've been winning for so long.
See, and I've always wondered about places like Austin for the tailgating scene when there's so many other fun things to do there. Like, look, I went to A&M. I get it. You're going to go tailgate in College Station because you're like, other than that.
Yeah, and they have parking lots at
I don't
A&M.
know.
They
That
don't
is
even have
true.
parking lots at Texas. They don't.
Oh, yeah. Their parking is
Whether it's
like, where are they
or for the students.
I want to know,
Yeah.
where are they tailgating? There's no parking there.
Hula Hut, something like that, the Salt Lick or something. I don't know. I don't know where they're doing that. I have
Terry
no clue.
Black's.
Maybe so.
There's no parking there either. I parked at a Starbucks a half a mile down the road.
You know, Mike's right about that. Every time I've been down there, I feel like I've parked far away from everything to get to wherever I'm going. Even when I was
they built
going
a
to
whole
people's
city
apartments.
without parking.
How do you do that?
I very carefully. I don't know how to answer that.
I think when you go to UT, I think only 10% of the students. It's like a lottery. There's only 10% of the students actually have parking. 90%, they're like, we're sorry, park somewhere else.
Yeah.
We don't have a school.
Mike, have you ever heard of Richie Ashburn?
Yeah, he's a former Philly, right?
That is true.
Yeah, I knew he was an old player. That's
And
what I'm saying. I don't even know if they had steroids back then.
And a Hall of Famer.
Oh.
This is a very strange
He's like around there with
incident.
Robin Roberts.
August 17th, 1957 in
the war.
Philadelphia during a game against the New York Baseball Giants.
Wow, they hadn't moved yet.
Hall of Famer Richie Ashburn hit a foul ball that struck Alice Roth squarely in the face and broke her nose.
Oh, no.
The game had to be paused, and they had to bring medics in to tend to her. And as they were carrying her away on the stretcher, they took her down. They started playing the game again. They took her down into a tunnel, and they're taking her out. And it's one of those tunnels that kind of is in the middle of the third base side. Ashburn fouled off the first pitch thrown to him. It traveled subsequently into the tunnel and hit the lady on the stretcher while she was being taken to the ambulance.
Oh, did they Madonna her and drop her?
Man, by the way, if you've never seen that Mike Madonna video of they just
toss him to the side.
I don't know what they were trying to accomplish, or if the gurney just was like, "Oh, we're not ready." But
This seems impossible. The same player too. Like the possibility of getting hit again is so low, but then the possibility of it being the same player at bat who hits you in a totally different spot in the park seems impossible.
The Alice Roth was the wife of sports editor of the Philadelphia Bulletin, who was there with her 2 grandsons.
Oh, so he hated the media, huh? Richie Ashburn hated the media.
The Phillies treated the family like royalty after that. The kids were invited into the clubhouse, given free tickets, autographed baseballs. And after the kids visited Roth in the hospital, one reportedly asked, "Grandma, do you think you could go to an Eagles game and get hit in the face with a football?" Because everything was going so well while they were out there. The next day, Ashburn visited Roth in the hospital, and they became very good friends. September 21, the following year, apparently disgusted for taking a called third strike in the inning, Ted Williams threw his bat toward the Red Sox dugout. It sailed into the box seats and struck Mrs. Gladys Heffernan on the left side of her forehead.
That sounds like an old-timey name, right?
Gladys Heffernan was the Red Sox general manager's elderly housekeeper who had just got hit. Yes.
Like, can you imagine if Alec went out to some restaurant, met some lady, and she's like, "Oh, hey, I'm Gladys Heffernan." Like, you would think, hold on, have you really been dead for 50 years?
I've heard of this story before because that's where in Vanguard now you invest in Roth accounts.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So it's like, yeah, you get taxed now, but not when you take it out.
Ted Williams ended up going down to see her because blood was running down her head, and she said, "Ted, don't worry. I know you didn't mean to."
He said,
that
"No,
Christmas,
I did."
Ted Williams bought her a $500 diamond watch. So there you go. Now, guys,
these
we have
used to be cheaper.
We have huge nets that keep this from happening.
That's what we're voting on in November.
Oh my God.
The nets?
No. Well, remember I told you my mom got hit in the head with a hockey puck, and they chased her down while the medics were attending to her, and they're like, "Don't worry, ma'am, we got the puck." Like, they weren't worried about her suing or anything. They're like, "We got the hockey puck."
Yeah, as long as we got
you.
the puck, everything's all right.
Absolutely. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Tuesday tailgate. Notre Dame looks good. A&M does not. And what happens if you don't pay the right guys? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by Soda Weight Loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
13 seconds left in the game. Moss with the snap. Hands off to Marks. Up the middle. Into the end zone. Touchdown! They're going wild in half of this stadium as the Trojans are going to pull off the upset. How do you do?
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for the Tuesday tailgate. So, of course, we bring on Carter Freeman, who, by the way, on 1053thefan.com, you can catch his extensive college football information breakdown after each weekend.
Yeah, I got a nice little aggregate of all the happenings from week one, top 10 highlights, best of the weekend, worst of the weekend, and some of the more fun stuff, and the Heisman contenders from week one.
USC defeated LSU, and I want to take you to cut 9, which I don't know which one of you guys labeled it like this, but this is Brian Kelly after the game, and it's labeled Brian Kelly fake mad after loss to USC.
You're welcome.
Hell yes. Hell yes. I mean, and that's what I said to the team. I said, we had some guys played their butts off tonight, and we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things. About not finishing when you have an opponent in a position to put them away. But what we're doing on the sideline is feeling like the game's over.
Does this feel like a fair criticism of LSU, or do you think you should take a linebacker who's a great pass rusher and put them to work as a pass rusher?
Yeah, that. Harold Perkins is great, and he's wearing number 7, which is a pretty iconic number when it comes to LSU defenders, so use him like the great player he is. And Kelly's right, where they stop USC on a 4th down with maybe 8 minutes left in that game, and you think, okay, they can finally salt away some of the clock, and LSU is ahead at this point.
Yes.
So you can salt away some of the clock, maybe get a field goal or a touchdown, really seal the game away. They immediately go 3 and out in less than a minute, give the ball back to USC, who then goes down and scores, and then eventually wins the game. But on that presser, it's like he missed his cue to slam his fist at first.
Yeah.
He hits on the second one, but he says whatever he said the first time, and he just didn't slam his fist. He's like,
we're sitting here again.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I guess I was supposed to be mad then, so I'll just be mad now.
Now, you got an opportunity to go to the Miami-Florida game.
I did, down in Canesville, as the Miami fans were calling it.
What was the most amazing part of that whole experience? Was it being in the stadium for the game, watching how good Miami looked, or watching Billy Napier, the Florida head coach, unable to open a bottle of water for about 22 seconds? Now, Corey, I dropped the ball by not asking for the audio because he doesn't say anything about it. But the point is, the entire time he is talking, he is fighting with this water bottle. Can't figure it out. Eventually just sticks it back on the podium.
I'm watching it right now. So I'm giving this video a look as y'all continue to roll on this one.
It was pretty emblematic of the team's performance on the field. The Ben Hill Griffin Stadium, very cool. I really enjoyed the Tom Petty sing-along. Kevin wouldn't know the song. He doesn't know any Tom Petty songs.
He's got like 4.
He has like 10. Which you can't name any of them. But anyway, they do the won't back down in between third and fourth quarter. That was really cool. And because nothing on the field, just as far as a competitive game, was there. Miami, incredibly impressive. Cam Ward, the transfer quarterback from Washington State, people were hyping him up. He totally lived up to the billing. I believe he had the most passing yards of any Miami quarterback in their first game with Miami. He just looked effortless out there, flicking the ball all around the field, almost 400 passing yards, and he was just excellent. But on the flip side, I told this to you guys earlier today. I'll say it again now. Florida plays Samford next week. That's an FCS team. They should beat them. After that, I don't think they're going to be favored in any game they play for the rest of the season. They have a very, very tough SEC schedule. And now you could make the debate with Florida State, who they play at the end of the year, who would be favored in that, because both those teams are just going down the toilet right now. But If the bottom truly falls out for Florida, they could go 1-11. That would not shock me. That is how unprepared and how poor they played against a good Miami team, but they were just not ready. And they spent the entire offseason hyping up, all of our freshmen who played last year, they have experience. We brought in some more transfer players, this and that. They got mollywopped yesterday or on Saturday.
Did you like Dan Mullen low-key liking things on Twitter, talking about how crappy Florida is now?
Yeah, him and his big old head there on the ESPN halftime shows. And he's not wrong. He did win 10 or more games in his first 3 years, but he also didn't recruit any good high school players. And part of the reason Florida's in such a bad spot right now is because he left the cupboard completely empty for when Billy Napier came in.
Is the ACC that bad this year? Is it down?
It's definitely
Is Miami
down.
the only good team in the ACC?
So with Miami, I do think they're good. Very impressive on this Saturday. SMU, they bounced back. They beat up on Houston Christian this weekend. Miami, I do want to see them play a better team than Florida, but I do think the talent on that team is going to carry them pretty far through the rest of this year. But yeah, Virginia Tech went to Vanderbilt, a perennial SEC doormat, loses. Clemson just gets whooped by what I think is the best team in the country in Georgia, but that was a pretty non-competitive game from their standard.
All right, let's hear a clip from that game, cut 5, because I wanted to ask you something else specifically about that game.
Two receivers tight to the left. That's Lovett and Smith. One to the right. That's Colby Young. He's going after Colby. Beck puts it in the air. Caught on a spinning move in the end zone. Touchdown, Georgia.
Now,
they're good.
They are very good. They defeated Clemson. Clemson has not scored a touchdown on Georgia in 31 consecutive drives, dating back to the second quarter of their game in 2014. That's 10 and a half.
What?
Yeah. That's 10 and a half quarters of football. Now, I know Georgia is a damn fine team, a damn fine defense, but this feels pretty bad.
It is. It's emblematic of how Dabo runs his program, and it's just not going to succeed in this landscape of college football.
Has it passed him by? Is that what you're saying? The game, the college game?
I think so.
Okay.
And he wants to win in his way, and he's not going to win in his way. Like in that highlight, Georgia had brought in 2 receivers, which was a struggle for them last year. They brought in 2 receivers in the transfer portal who both scored in that game. Clemson, meanwhile, was awful on offense for most of last season. They don't make any changes. They roll out the same approach. And Georgia, very, very good team, but they don't even get 200 total yards on offense.
Now, if you need Nick Saban to boil it down for you, Corey, this is another reason, cut number 7, why Dabo Swinney might be failing.
I just want to say, you guys keep talking about a $20 million roster.
Yeah.
If you don't pay the right guys, you'll be out of luck.
Can he say that?
He did.
He did.
I was in the bathroom
Pat
brushing my
McAfee
teeth.
thought it was the best.
I was brushing my teeth when this happened. I was like, did I hear that right? I'm pretty sure that's what he said, and it was.
Have you seen the video of McAfee and Nick Saban in the break?
Yes.
When McAfee's dancing. I mean, he's
I didn't.
jiving, dude. And then there's Nick Saban just sitting there with his hands folded, kind of eyeballs only moving. And there's Pat McAfee just dancing. And there's Nick Saban just kind of sitting there.
Did you get
like
the
that.
sense he was like, let this clown sit down?
No,
or did he love it?
I don't think he loved it. I just don't think he was. It was like there was a wall between the two, and then like neither one of them was in either one's world at the time.
I did enjoy Saban on game day, though. They did a coach's breakdown of some of the film from Duke last year, talking about Riley Leonard, the Notre Dame quarterback. I did enjoy that addition to the game day program.
Now, you brought up Notre Dame. I've avoided it as long as possible. Let's go to cut number 4.
We talked about it right out of the gate, Kevin.
I know. Let's talk about cut number 4.
And the run right downhill. Price makes a cut, gets the edge. Jadarian Price headed for the pylon. Touchdown, Notre Dame. 47 yards. Finally, somebody reaches the end zone.
That is a fair way to put it. The game, I believe, was 6-6 at halftime. And if you look at this, I didn't even think Notre Dame needed to win this game to make the playoff. Now that they did, they look like, I'm not saying they deserve to be in it. I know people always argue Notre Dame's overrated. When you look at their schedule going forward, does it not look like Notre Dame is going to make it into the playoff?
They should. They absolutely should. They should go undefeated and I think Texas A&M's defense was pretty good for most of that game. I think there's a lot of positives to take from that, and so that's a good win for Notre Dame on the road. and their tougher games remaining on their schedule, tougher games against Florida State, those don't look that hard anymore. By the way, the new AP poll just dropped. Florida State fell completely out.
As they probably should.
Makes sense. And Clemson's down to 25 after losing to Georgia, so they're barely ranked. By the way, Texas up to number 3.
What about Tech, man? The big win against Abilene Christian.
52-51.
Yep.
Weren't you guys favored by like 40 points?
I wasn't in the game. I didn't even know they were playing Abilene Christian, but when I saw the score on the bottom line, I'm like, oh,
the Christians
Abilene
really
Christian
went
is
after it,
awesome this year.
Yeah, they were not the biggest Big 12 embarrassment of the weekend, though, because they did end up winning that game. Last year, Tech started their season in Wyoming and lost on the road. So this is almost another slow start. They managed to win. The biggest Big 12 embarrassment was Houston. The Cougars did not score till the very end of their game. They lost 27-7 to UNLV.
How concerned, just quick side note, how concerned should fans be, should I be about Wegman? Because, I mean, I know this is his third year here. He got hurt in both the previous 2 years. This is the worst I've ever seen him play.
Yeah, no, he it looked like the home field advantage, like the crowd going against the team. It looked like it was going against him. Like the moment looked too big for him. And I don't know if it's because he hasn't played in a big game. Like early in the season last year, he would have been playing against, FCS or, group of 5 teams, not Notre Dame.
Do we have reason to pay attention to Arizona?
Yes, I think so.
Oh.
And is it just the receiver and the quarterback, or is there more to it? Because can you help me say the name?
McMillan.
Tyro McMillan?
Tetaroa
McMillan. That dude, what?
T-Mac.
304 yards and 4 touchdowns?
Tracy McGrady.
That is that is the second most receiving yards in a single game by a Big 12 receiver ever in the Wildcats' first ever Big 12 game.
And only 5 other receivers had topped 300 yards in the last decade across college football.
From what I'm hearing, it sounds like the Big 12 is ready for November so they can get to their basketball schedule.
Well, there's going to be a lot of fun Big 12 games. They're going to be high scoring. They're going to be competitive.
Basketball?
Well, sure. You're not going to see with football you're not going to see like an 11 or 12 win team, I don't think.
Will a Big 12 football game have a higher cumulative score than any basketball game this year?
Any Big
12 basketball
Okay,
game.
because I was like, if it's like Virginia is playing basketball, then absolutely.
Could the Big 12 put together more points in a football game than a Big 12 basketball game?
Yeah.
Dead serious. The Big 12 is a basketball conference, right?
It's the best basketball conference in the country.
Yeah, they're not a football conference.
Well, especially with the last 2 defections, for sure.
Yeah, and they're trying to get UConn and, right? Aren't they just trying to get basketball schools now? They're like, we're not good at football. Let's just make it a basketball conference.
Kevin, it says here that record by McMillan broke Terrence Williams' single game record for the conference.
He's at Baylor.
At 314 yards.
Yeah.
I think it's that Terrence Williams.
I remember he wrecked his car and then rode off in a scooter, right?
I do remember that. Now, I want to know if we have any insight on cut number 8. Corey, I don't know if you've heard this before. Just listen to the verbiage that they need to use here.
There is a new 2-minute timeout. We've been asked not to call it a warning, but at 2 minutes, there's a timeout and a clock stoppage at the end of each half in college football.
They've been asked not to call it the 2-minute warning. Now, I know some people will say...
So they've been warned not to say that?
I guess so. Some people think the NFL somehow has a patent on this. Other people...
It's like how A&M stole the 12th man thing from the Seahawks.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Seattle literally pays Texas A&M to use that.
I think you have that opposite.
I don't. And then there are some people who are like, well, warning is such an aggressive word and it's not representative of the times anymore because the warning started like when we were having world wars and that we shouldn't do that anymore. What do you think about the concept that it's now the 2-minute timeout instead of the 2-minute warning?
It doesn't make any difference to me other than I feel like a timeout is called by a team. That's like the way that I've always felt, but I guess there are TV timeouts and all that. So
injury timeouts.
I guess I'm more offended by Reese Davis allowing Kirk Herbstreit's dog to be up in the booth.
Okay, so you've joined the Chiafalo train.
I went Chiafalo. That dog shouldn't have even been at the stadium. It shouldn't have happened at all.
This has ever since Herb Street's dog has been in the booth. This just seems like some people want to be angry at something, and this seems like something to be angry at because I don't care.
Leave your dog
I don't
at home.
care that the dog's there.
The dog should stay home.
It's a 10-second shot on any broadcast, and then they go straight back to the game because you know what? When I'm watching the football game, you know what I'm not thinking of is Herb Street's dog. I'm just not.
Well, apparently a lot of people were, and he's now firing back at people who he's calling idiots for having thoughts about
Leave
his
your dog at home.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Or create a Twitter account for them. Do you think that's weird?
That's the best.
The social media accounts for animals, that's too much. Yeah. If I get the suggested ones on Instagram, those get blocked.
By the way, Oklahoma State couldn't get paid anymore from putting the QR code on
You know
the back
what?
of their
They got
helmets.
blocked.
If his dog has cancer,
Hey,
then I
Leukemia.
apologize.
what's the best college football game this weekend?
The one coming up, or
Yeah, like the one coming up. We've talked about this weekend. What am I supposed to watch this weekend?
Michigan and Texas is going to be that's big noon kickoff, so that'll be 11 a.m. here.
Texas is a massive favorite, despite the fact that it's in Michigan. I know we've talked about this off air. People do not seem to believe in Michigan.
No, and they struggled for a lot of their first game against Fresno State at home. Them and Oregon were the top 10 teams that really struggled in week one. So, and then Texas goes and shuts out Colorado State, a team I thought would score on them because Colorado State had a good offense last year, but Texas flexed their muscles, man, and they look like the real deal. So I believe last I saw they were a 7-point favorite.
I've seen it between 7 and 7.5, but your point is very valid. By the way, Arch Manning threw and then ran for the first touchdowns of his college career on back-to-back possessions.
No, I saw it
in this last game.
It was awesome.
Boy, wish A&M would have got him, huh?
Man, no freaking kidding. As always, Carter.
Wee man, all down his leg.
Well, I was vomit right out of his
I
mouth.
know, but I think they didn't catch the part where he peed in and down his leg.
There's no close-up on that. I don't know. That might have been most of the times he was throwing the ball.
Call him the whiz kid.
Carter, as always,
For his
thank
arm
you very much for jumping on
I'm
with
just
us.
kidding. Wegman's great, man.
He was
Tell you
not.
what, when they
in
play
that game.
Southwest Louisiana Lafayette College, he's
dominate.
Lafayette.
kill it.
All right, we'll catch up with you later. Thank
Thanks,
you very
guys.
much, Carter Freeman, everybody. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking hell.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
In Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I want to dare Chiafalo to repeat what he just said, but he might, and that is what scares me the most. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing a lot better than the Florida State fan who took to Twitter because he's a moron. Have you seen this bold tweet from a Florida State
Hell
fan?
yeah, we have. We haven't stopped thinking about it since Friday.
Okay. He tweeted out, and it's at 321 Noel. If Florida State loses to Boston College this weekend, I will eat dog S out of a red Solo cup with a spoon and post a video of me doing it. Book it.
Content.
That is exactly what happened. And he is now.
did it?
No, that was the outcome. He has deactivated his social media.
That's the only move right there.
Yeah, what?
Coward.
What leads somebody to make such a proclamation like that?
Because the only reason, like the only way you can prove that it's actual dog S is if you show the video of like the dog going in the cup. Otherwise, people are gonna be like, "No, it's
Holy
pudding,"
moly, dude! I didn't even think about that.
Right?
Very important logistical matter to take care of.
Yeah.
You want credibility.
Would you?
Two
I mean,
dogs.
this is a weird question. Like, what's the chances you die eating that?
Oh, you're gonna die.
They're up. I mean, there's chances for sure.
Like you're
For
gonna
like a
get-
fact?
You're gonna die.
You're
Holy
gonna
moly.
you're eating bacteria and stuff.
You're right.
Like
Yeah,
you're
there's
eating.
E. coli.
Bunch of hepatitis
Maybe
and
some
whatnot.
worms.
I don't
Oh
know.
my
It's
god.
kind of like what those swimmers Let's in Google France it. had to deal with.
That's true.
I think Brian would do this.
Almost
Brian would probably
died.
eat the turd.
I mean, he would eat the turd before he lives 5 seconds without air conditioning. We do know that about him.
Yeah.
Or no AC. Give me the poop.
Wow. Okay. Now to
Go ahead
go.
and mark that for us.
Yeah, yeah.
Did y'all mark Sean sniff the finger moment?
I did see that this morning.
That's probably a masterpiece of the week.
Unfortunately, Kevin has said that it can only have to be
Fact.
people from our show or happen within the confines of Crosstalk
I agree.
and our show.
You have to. It's fair.
Yeah.
Hey, gotta have boundaries here.
Have you ever dated someone or maybe been married to them and they ask, "Do guys really do that?" And then you have to answer that question.
Really do what?
Well, they're just referencing.
You know our references are sick, bro.
That's disgusting.
Oh,
Nobody does that.
I didn't
Kevin.
say
Nobody
anybody
does that,
did it. I said you have to answer that question. It's uncomfortable.
It Yeah. is. How dare you ask that question?
Oh, what? Come on, man.
I can't believe you, Kevin. This is almost as bad as that time you said the thing about the hole. All right? That's bad.
I can't believe the pegging show of records. Yeah. Going down this path.
How did it go with Jess this weekend? Because you had a
What?
big weekend planned Friday. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah,
Oh
dude.
my gosh, I was listening.
I'm coming home, Jess.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
Biggest weekend
Did
ever.
Noah sleep through the night, or did you wake
Oh
him
my
up?
god, dude.
Most excited I'd heard Kevin.
Yeah,
Lego room.
that's all
just
Kevin was thinking about Friday during the show.
We had a
Jeez.
lovely weekend. Did any of you guys watch because I'm a sucker for this. Did any of you guys watch the hot dog eating contest yesterday?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Netflix was tweeting me about it.
What?
They were.
Oh my
Netflix
gosh.
was like, "Hey, we're an hour away.
That-
We need you.
That is amazing.
I'm here for it.
Who
Let's
are you?
go."
Who are you rooting for, and what did you think of the
come on.
presentation?
Okay, first
For
off,
our country.
Yeah, I'm offended by the question.
Okay.
We're rooting for
Well,
America.
Not the most
Kevin.
offensive thing I've said in this crosstalk. So
But dude, 83 dogs? Are you kidding me?
He PR'd, dude. I mean, and both of them did. So congratulations to even Kobayashi, who is nothing in comparison to the great American competitor that is Joey Jaws. But he did set a PR himself. But that's still like almost 20 dogs away from the greatest to ever do it, who might, I mean, he might just be entering his prime. If you're still breaking and setting your own personal records, he's not even slowing down.
it
at
had to
this
help
point.
that they were inside, right? Like I imagine That was much better than the outside 4th of July experience.
Yeah, the elements are a factor.
Yeah.
There's no question about it.
How are the elements a factor?
If you're
You don't get
indoors,
as fatigued.
you don't think you're going to score more points inside than if you go outside in the heat of summer and you're built like Joey Jaws?
I guess that is a thing. You want to eat less whenever you're in the heat, right? And then you want
Yes.
you're okay.
Sweat
all right.
factor. Yeah.
Cramping? Have you ever caught a cramp when trying to eat a hot dog?
Not one time.
That's weird.
A jaw cramp.
Nope. Never had.
Lockjaw?
Nope.
It's happened before.
But I appreciate
That's
the battle that those have to go through whenever they do experience that.
Were you impressed by Matt Stone? Did you watch the whole thing or just the last part? Because they had all kinds of bits happening. Matt Stoney.
Watermelon contest.
I saw the watermelon bit. That was interesting. I miss Matt Stoney, though, and I like Matt Stoney's YouTube
He
page.
ate, I don't know, like 48 wings or something ridiculous in 3 minutes. And all the other they had 3 Olympians combined for 36.
Yes.
So he smoked the rest
He's a
of the
beast.
Olympians. He really, really is.
1 versus 3. It was like a annihilation.
Yeah. Can you even imagine eating 83 hot dogs? I don't know, in a month?
No.
Let alone in 10 minutes?
No.
Nah, man, I couldn't handle that.
How many hot dogs do you think you could eat in 10 minutes?
10.
I got 9.5 in once.
And we know if he did it again, he would hit double digits.
Yeah, the way that I phrased that was pretty poor.
At the
Do we know that?
same time?
He pivoted to the water dip deal.
No, hold on. You said we know that, but do we?
Yeah,
I was on video.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that was at 9.5.
It looks
Eric
like
just
yeah.
declared that you would definitely get to 10.
I guaranteed it.
I don't know
I
how
think
we
that's
know
a safe
that.
guarantee. I think on that very day,
Interesting.
I would have made 10.
What about on a future
Eric
day?
said he guaranteed it, or he'll put something in a red Solo cup and eat it on video.
And Bryce Young's hoping at some point he can get to 9.5 inches.
5'9". Okay, well, you know what? I bet there's a lot of people out there like that. He means 5'9.5".
Wake up every day and pray.
Yeah.
Nope, not yet.
I'm sorry about this crosstalk, Dawson.
No, it's good. I've enjoyed it.
The Atlanta Hawks didn't take Spud Webb number 1 overall.
That is factually accurate. What do you guys have coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always.
Yes.
Thanks for asking. It's a double Rangers guest Toxic Tuesday, as we'll have CY at 4:20 and the Rangers player show at 3:20.
Ooh, all right. Looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the K&C Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 on a rainy, toxic Tuesday here at G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Let's rock. General at your service. There's Broadus. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control there, 75 and Fitzhugh. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo are reunited here. Welcome back to Zach after spending a week there with family in Florida. You're looking good.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Got a little color.
Yes, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And it's now officially Cowboys game week. We are 5 days away. 5 days and an hour and a half from the 3:25 kickoff. Sunday's pregame going to be at noon as they visit the Browns. And I was surprised to see Cleveland as a 2.5-point favorite, guys. How you feeling about the game here to start the week?
I couldn't agree more, man. I am very disrespectful to the Browns offense. I got no love for Deshaun Watson as just the player that he is right now, not a good football player. So I'm feeling good about a Cowboy victory. I think it'll be super low scoring. I mean, the over-under's at like 40 points or something. But I have much more confidence in the Cowboys offense than I do the Browns.
I think this was a game we took the Cowboys to lose. Didn't we?
We did.
When we did our win-loss.
We did.
I'm with you on Deshaun Watson. He has not been good, and he hasn't played at all since he got hurt last year.
November.
So there definitely could be a little bit of a factor there where he just doesn't play well. And
if you can stop the run at all.
But that's the fear, right?
And if you can just not completely turn the ball over a bunch of times offensively, you win this game. And you're not going to feel great about it when you leave because you won 17-13.
Yeah,
and it's like, gosh,
an
dang
ugly
it.
win.
But, yeah.
But their defense is one that should be respected and feared. I mean, their defense is really, really good. Their front seven's outstanding. They've got 2 really good corners. And look, you're starting 2 rookies on the offensive line in Guyton and Beebe. And I think they're both going to be really good players. But it is quite the task. Here's Myles Garrett and one of the best defensive lines in the NFL week 1. So it very well could be first 1 to 20. If you can get there, you win this football game.
I'll tell you what I was impressed. I was watching them this morning. They run the ball with some creative ways. You know, it's not, you figure that their offensive line just comes off and mashes you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when they got Wills and Batonio and Posick and those guys, that it is one of those things when you look at like, damn, how they do it? You're just thinking, how they so successful? But the way the scheme is, the ways, the pins, the pulls, the traps, the tight end traps, they create a lot of problems for you. And I went back and kind of watched some of the games where they didn't have Watson play, and I'm like, how do they move the ball? Without, if the quarterback is not there, how are they going to move the ball? And, there were times when, they had to go to Joe Flacco to kind of get it done to get to the playoffs.
And he played well.
He did. But, man, it'll be fascinating to me to see the Cowboys. How do you stop a team that's going to be creative running the football?
Does it matter that they don't have running game Moses anymore as the O-line coach?
I tell you, running game Moses, that's the first thing that came into my mind when I was thinking about watching this tape. I'm like, with no running game Moses, are they going to be able to do the things that they're doing right now? Because he is a difference maker. But if you look at all the matchups across the board and all that, they'll say that Cleveland's receivers, when you talking about Cooper and Judy, and
Njoku had a heck of a season last year at tight end.
Elijah Moore.
Ford catches the ball well. I mean, they've got some offensive guys. Now, you guys are right about the quarterback situation, but man, Kevin Stefanski, it was pretty interesting to see how he generates offense.
He's an underrated
He's
coach.
solid.
He is. I mean, Stefanski's a good coach. And yes, Nick Chubb, we're getting asked. Chubb's not going to play.
No.
Chubb's still hurt. He's coming back from that massive knee injury. But Jerome Ford was very, very good in his absence for them last year.
He was very good. And like I say, and just on the injury front, you talk about, I heard that Overshone is good to go for you this weekend.
Awesome.
Right on.
So
awesome.
they were talking about that hip pointer. I know Brad Sham and all of us were worried about that, after the last preseason game. But it looks like everything is good to go on that front.
Great first test here for the Mike Zimmer defense, and last year, really for the last decade, creative run games have given the Cowboys defense big problems.
Yeah.
So this is exciting. But, I think that this is a Vegas line to punish the suckers who think the Cowboys are the team that got destroyed by Green Bay. There's just good value here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the Cowboys don't win, but I just don't think the betting public, really is giving the Cowboys the credit they deserve for still being a damn good football team. And we're back at the regular season.
Yeah,
where the Cowboys beat average football teams quite consistently. We're 2 nights away from the Chiefs hosting the Ravens. The idea out there right now is the Chiefs are going to be even better and go for that elusive three-peat. Is that what we're about to see, guys? A historic and elusive three-peat in the NFL?
I would love to see it because history's fun to see, but I'm betting against it. I am going with the Bengals and Joe Burrow this year. I think Burrow is that guy that is next in line to finally get the championship. This might be their best chance to do it because I don't think T. Higgins is coming back next year. So I think that the Bengals dethrone the Chiefs. They're the one team that I think can do it. If they're able to stay healthy, that's a big if, but I wouldn't be opposed to seeing it. I mean, I think this Chiefs run's been a lot of fun, and we all love Patrick Mahomes.
I'd be totally down to see it, and I do think it's very much so out there and on the table for them. I don't think anybody super scares you in the AFC. Certainly the Texans were good, but they have a very difficult schedule. You'll see about the health of Joe Burrow. Mm-hmm. I mean, the Chiefs for sure, far and away, have the least amount of questions.
Yeah, they do, and even when they have questions, they have ways of overcoming it.
Yeah, they have answers.
It'll be interesting to see if their defense can be as good as it was last year and if their offense in the regular season can be significantly better than they were last year because that was a train wreck. But I think their offense should be better, and if their defense is just a little worse, it should still be plenty good to get the job done.
Yeah, they'll have a couple of rookies starting. Sua Matea, the BYU offensive tackle, will be starting at left tackle for them, and then you got Worthy as well. That might be an upgrade on the outside with Worthy's speed, but yeah, keep an eye on again a rookie. Here's another team making a rookie left tackle start. The Cowboys being one of the other ones as well. So Kansas City, they lost the opening day last year, right, to Detroit.
They did
in Kansas City.
Yeah.
That's the first time that we've seen that home team Thursday defending champ Super Bowl team lose, I believe. So
and that was I don't think they had Chris Jones. And did Kelsey play? He was dealing with that ankle. I can't remember if Kelsey did give it a go on that day or not.
I think he did. I think they did. But
hey,
Kansas
City,
City,
tough one.
Kansas City was not good in the regular season last year.
They weren't.
They did just enough to scrape by, and then they turned it on in the postseason. But they're much more explosive now offensively.
The Chiefs are a 3-point favorite Thursday night. This is I love it. Friday night you have the Eagles and Packers as well. Philadelphia is favored by 3 in this game, guys. I think that's another Vegas mistake.
Yes.
I believe what we saw last year in January was Green Bay becoming more of a contender than Philadelphia. Agree or disagree?
I mean, they're saying if this game was in Philadelphia, what would they have? They'd have Eagles by
7, 6.
I mean, something, at least 4 or 5. I mean, and that just doesn't feel completely right to me. So I'm with you, and I love the way the NFL did this. You have a banger on Thursday night and Friday night. Sunday night, you got Detroit and the Rams. It's Matt Stafford back in Detroit once again. And then it's Aaron Rodgers in San Francisco on Monday night. Like, the first 4 primetime games are like, wow, NFL doing it right, man.
Yeah, and the Saturday college football slate is going to be awesome. Like, this entire weekend of football is incredible, but I'm with you. I'm very high on the Packers this year. I'm believing in Jordan Love. I think that's a very winnable game for Green Bay.
Yeah, let's see what happens with Philadelphia, though. Cam Jurgens now starting at center.
Yeah, that offensive line shuffling.
Yeah, that they're having to kind of shuffle some guys. They got
how's that new Kellen Moore offense look?
And how's the new Dick Fangio defense?
Yeah, Becton playing the right guard, too. So they're shuffled at a couple different spots there.
Okay, the Niners have a deal with Trent Williams. We'll have more details on that coming up in the NFL News Today at 3 o'clock, but no surprise there. College football weekend. We do have a college football super segment coming up at about 2:40, but LSU, kind of the talk of the weekend
Kelly,
with Brian Kelly complaining so much. Brian, they fall to USC 27-20. Rip your heart out?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, this is the 5th straight year that LSU has gone, and we try and schedule these games where you get the test right off the jump, and they have not been very successful last couple of years, especially losing to Florida State and now to USC. The defense played better. I think both teams' defenses played pretty well. Both teams on defense last year were awful, and you had quarterbacks that the first and second picks of the draft were those two quarterbacks having to be replaced. I think both teams be happy about their quarterback play, happy about their defense play. But the same story for LSU at the end. They just can't find a way to get off the field, on the final drive. They had a chance with 7 minutes to go in the game to gain a yard and to run more clock off the ball. And LSU's supposed to be one of the best offensive lines in the country. If you can't get a yard, that's hard to say that you're one of the best offensive lines. So, yeah, disappointing for the Tigers from that aspect.
Sounds like you wouldn't mind a matchup with Idaho or Colorado State.
Well, Idaho played
Oregon
very well at the start. But, yeah, we saw a lot of blowouts. We saw a lot of blowouts. And yeah, I think, but the schedule, it favors out for LSU. I think they got a good draw out of it for the teams they have to play. The Alabama game will be a difficult one, and the Ole Miss game will be difficult. But we're off and running with football. Michigan and Texas this weekend should be a lot of fun.
Dude, what did you wager with Jared?
I just bet him breakfast. Just a breakfast. No singing or anything like that. I just went basic.
No humiliation. Just here's $20. Go get you something to eat. Grab a bite.
It's hard to get I can't say the word. Humiliated when your team knows it's going to probably do that for you anyway.
Yeah.
What is singing someone's fight song when you know? I usually go into these opening season games always expecting the worst. And what have I been 5 different times? So
you've been handed what you've expected.
Why go into it knowing that I have to sing or wear a Ben Franklin costume or something like that? Might as well just bet him breakfast and move on.
Yeah. Take some French toast, do some biscuits and gravy.
Yeah, that's cool.
Give me one of them sausage patties.
He'll load up.
Rangers are back in action tonight after watching Jack Leiter struggle yesterday. It's clear he's got to make big progress, and maybe another season in the minors next year. But he's going to be 25 next year, and I love Jared Sandler for defending Jack and saying, "Hey, this has been a great year. You struggled in AA last year, and this year, you had a good year in AAA. That's great, But if it's not so amazing next year that it propels him into the big leagues where he pitches with confidence, it's going to be time for a little bullpen experiment."
I think that's hard. To me, these are games that you put him in that situation where the Yankees walk a lot and they're very selective and
they smash righties
and they just seem to they do. They seem to just smash. You mentioned the righties, but they're going to get hits. It's one of the better lineups in baseball. I went into this one thinking that was going to be a tall task. I was thinking that he's not going to have success in this particular game. I would, if I was him, I'd throw him out there against the White Sox if you ever can bring that one back, or somebody that, somebody terrible. But it seems like that he.
Well, that's what they've done for him. They've given him some of those. This is the one where it's like, hello, this is a big.
The last one I remember he pitched was Detroit.
Yeah, he's played the White Sox, the Tigers, the Guardians, and the A's. So outside of the Guardians,
Yankees. I don't know.
He struck out Judge. He
started well.
He started well. The third time through the order, things got wonky on him. Yeah.
Well, what you try to make a little bit of progress.
No, you're right. He needs to get better. Because you want him to be part of the rotation. Or you feel like I feel better now about Kumar Rocker than I do Jack Leiter. And the problem is Jack Leiter's been pitching. I've seen him pitch in the major leagues, and now I don't feel as good about him pitching. So with Kumar Rocker, it's one of those things like, hey, if you don't pitch, I feel great about you. Maybe Kumar Rocker gets out there and he's a bag of ass, so who knows?
Well, 4 Rangers are in the Baseball America Top 100 list. Newest, highest ranker is Rocker at 30.
There you go.
Sebastian Wolcott is 55. Alejandro Rosario, a pitcher who destroyed A-ball, is on his way to Frisco soon, I believe. He's 86th. And then Emiliano Teodo, who is also a pitcher, right-hander,
is
97th. Yeah, I took 4 years of Spanish.
There you go.
In high school. I can kind of read it.
Except for the birria tacos.
You do love those tacos.
Yeah, the tacos. Tacos give us a little trouble, right?
One of the annoying Edmonton Oilers the Stars ran into, Leon Draisaitl, has signed a blockbuster 8-year extension for the Oilers, gives the Star Center the highest average annual contract value in the salary cap era.
$14 million?
Yeah, just $14 million here. It seems light, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Total of 112. He's entering the final season of an original 8-year contract signed in 2017 that carries an $8.5 million cap hit.
Those hockey dudes, them and bull riders get no respect doing this, I don't think.
Yeah.
hockey dudes. They just go out there and, yeah, I played with 3 broken ribs, don't worry about it. We're good. But here we are getting like Scotty Scheffler this weekend won $25 million playing golf.
Yeah, he did.
4 days of golf. And
what a year.
And he just doubled basically for a guy.
Dude, that's
just got for a hockey season. For one season.
For one season.
One season in hockey, yeah.
Yeah, the hockey guys got left behind. Once ESPN and the NHL parted ways before they came back together, it had a hard time driving value and driving new advertisers that keeps the salary cap moving up. Okay, well, Chuck, where are we going next?
Let's do a little NFL true or fart. We've got a great edition of some bold predictions for each division. You buying or you selling? That's next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, I stand corrected there from Jared Sandler at the break. Apparently, Jack Leiter was great yesterday, giving up 5 runs and 7 hits in 5 innings. So that's my bad. Jack Leiter's going to join us coming up at 3:20 here for the Rangers Player Show. Segment of the Nation brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. We're about 7.5 minutes from your G-Bag of the day. Here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. Let's do a little bit of NFL true or fart as we are just 2 days away from the 2024 NFL season kicking off. We got CBS Sports putting out some bold predictions for each division. So I'm going to ask my guys, you agree, true, or do you disagree, fart? Thank you very much to Robert Flores for bringing us this game.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
All right, true or fart, false. We start in the AFC East, a division you know very well, Mr. Chiafalo. AFC East bold prediction, true or fart, Eric, the Buffalo Bills. And nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. They're going to miss the playoffs this year.
Oh, miss the playoffs, I think, is an overstatement. I do think they're going to be a little bit more down. There's been a lot of talent that has left that building. Milano at linebacker is once again injured and out. And I think that's huge for their defense. Sean McDermott's still solid. Josh Allen's still a top 3 quarterback or whatever. So no, they're still going to be in the wild card. They will be a playoff team, but they will not be hosting. Sorry, Bills Mafia.
Oh, we got Jared.
I think.
Yeah, he got a little.
Jared.
Smoke.
Oh, he wants
He
to
got
get
some smoke
spicy.
with Dawson. Yeah.
Oh, this is perfect. True. Wait, so this is true or fart? True. Jared's here.
I think Buffalo might be the 6th or 7th wild card team as Jared Sandler joins us now to protect his guy, Jack Leiter, who I have been corrected, was good yesterday, giving up 1 run per inning pitch. Jared, good afternoon. How you doing?
Yeah, no, I was listening because I love you guys. And Dawson, I heard you the other day when you were very passive-aggressive with Broadus. I know how you can be. I heard the drive-by shot there. That's cool. I was just trying to help you via text. Not sound like a total.
Okay, so you say you were trying to help me via text, Jared. This is not how you address somebody via text in the middle of a segment. Be honest. Did you watch the game? Suggesting that I was dishonest, that's where you got sideways with me, Jared, just so you know.
But did you watch the game?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so
I saw his numbers. I saw his numbers.
I understand that.
Okay.
But I was just trying to help you out because if you watch the game, then it would be a different approach. But if you didn't watch the game, I was just trying to explain, hey, man, he allowed 2 runs through 5 innings versus one of the best lineups in baseball, pitching on 4 days rest for the first time in his career. They brought him out for the 6th. You can debate whether they should have or not. Had they pulled him after 5, then it would have looked a lot different. He left the game with 3 runs on the board. Chase Anderson came in, allowed 2 more. It's one of those games in which the box score does not really reflect how he pitched. In his previous outings, especially against the Rockies and against the A's, did he pitch well? Cleveland? No, he didn't. I'm not going to sit here and defend him. Now, I have said, and you addressed it in the first segment, that his jump from last year to this year in the minor leagues was a big step in the right direction. And I have said a number of times, if your expectation is for Jack Leiter to be an ace, then you probably are on the wrong path. But yesterday was definitely a step in the right direction. He was efficient. He threw 16 pitches per inning as opposed to the 22 pitches per inning over his first, 5 outings as a big leaguer. Yes, he gave up 5 runs in 5 innings. At the end of the day, do you want to give up 5 runs in 5 innings? No. But he also gave up 2 runs through his 5 completed innings. And had he not come back out for the 6th, and I think there was an argument to be made that he shouldn't have, then his afternoon or his evening looks totally different. All I was trying to explain was that the line and the reality didn't really match up. I wasn't trying to sit here and tell you to give Jack Leiter a Cy Young because of his performance yesterday. But if you watch the game, there were a number of things that were impressive that looked way better than what they looked or how they looked over his first start. That's all.
Yeah, but none of that is bigger than the fact that it's a failed 2nd overall draft pick. Like, he might be salvaging this into somehow progressing to be a number 3 at his absolute peak right now, but it's a massive disappointment. And like
Gavin, I'd love
taking
for you to ask
baby
Chris Young at
steps,
420.
taking baby steps.
Do you feel like that's a failed?
I don't care what he would say. He wouldn't answer that correctly.
No,
he wouldn't answer that honestly.
Gavin, can I ask you a question? Why is this failed? Is it failed because he hasn't come up yet and established himself?
Well,
why is it failed?
It's failed because he was a number 2 overall pick multiple years ago, and he's struggling mightily every time he gets a sniff at the major leagues. He's going to be 25 years old the first month of next baseball season. So we've had a significant amount of time where it doesn't look like he's going to be able to consistently get guys out to the point that you even admitted he's not going to be an ace. End of story. We agree on this, Jared.
Never going to be, when he was drafted, Gavin, he wasn't said to be an ace.
Oh.
We've talked about this. I know. I don't know if you've listened or not, but I've told you this. When he was drafted 2nd overall, no one said Jack Leiter future ace. Now, you don't want to put a ceiling on a kid who's 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Obviously, guys who are drafted in the 10th round aren't ever thought to be all-stars, but some become all-stars. But if you go back and read a lot of the prognostications, a lot of people said, hey, we think Jack Leiter can be a really good middle-of-the-rotation guy, maybe a number 2. No one thought Jack Leiter was going to be Paul Skeens. The prognosis for Paul Skeens when he was drafted, way different than Jack Leiter, right? It was a weird time because of COVID and the pandemic, but he's 24 years old. He was a draft-eligible sophomore. He lost 1 year because of COVID. I mean, Jesus, this guy, he's 24. He's not 34. If he becomes a regular in your rotation to where you can slot him into the 3 spot, is he a Hall of Fame bound pitcher? No, but that's not a failure. I think we're closing. It's like we're writing his final chapter way too soon here.
I mean, is even one of the top Rangers prospects anymore as the number 2 overall pick? I guess that's my bad for having expectations too high on a guy.
No, Gavin, you're spinning this because you don't know how else to combat me other than by playing I guess it's my bad. You're not listening to anything I'm saying, though.
Okay, that's the second insult you've given me in the last 30 minutes. Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
See ya.
Bye. There it is. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
That's the kind of lead-in I'm talking about right there. That's the kind of lead-in I need. Baby. Put some respect on G-Bag of the day. You give me lead-ins like that. That smoke.
Gosh, I missed you guys.
That's that smoke right there. Boy, I tell you what, if coming to talk to you like a man was a person, it'd be Jared Sandler.
Yeah.
He'll come tap you on the shoulder. Hey, so what that thing you said the other day, it was back in March, really, but I've been thinking about it the whole time. Jared will come call you out, bro.
Let me tap it on the small of your back, though. Let's be real.
What is that? Oh, that's you, Jared. What is that? All right, looks like King James, LeBron James, is still our winner of G-Bag of the day. How many days? I'm thinking 3 at this point. We've lost a lot of days here, fam. But yeah, King James talked about his son Bronny joining him at work, and will he be able to call him dad in the office?
What's your working relationship? Is he going to call you dad at practice in the locker room?
No, we already laid that. No, he can't. We already laid that down. He cannot call me dad in the workplace. All right. Once we leave out of the practice facility and the gates close, I could be dad again in the car if we ride together. Okay. At home, I could be dad. No, he got to call me like 2-3 or Brian.
Okay.
Or, GOAT if you want to. That's up to him. I mean, it's up to him. But it's easy for me. It's easy for me because I've been calling him Bronny for so long. Yeah. It's not like I've been calling, hey son. It's easy for me. It's going to be the adjustment for him. But we cannot be running down the court. And he'd be like, Dad, push the ball up. Dad, I'm open. Dad, come on.
Tell you what, if I'm playing against LeBron James, I'm screaming pops and I'm slapping my hands. He's never played with this one before. You know what I mean? This is new to him. Yeah. This is new to him. I may get a few turnovers before he realizes. Whatever.
Hey, by any means necessary.
You got to do what you got to do. Dad! Pop!
Yeah.
See if you turn it over by accident. All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. Keep it in basketball. Let's go to New York Knicks guard Deuce McBride. He was on Pat Mack's show.
Oh.
He helped some kid get some free college tuition situations. Check this out.
The guy here, Logan, that was here at 6 a.m. wearing that white hat right there.
Yeah.
Logan.
The guy here, Logan, that was here at 6 a.m. wearing that white hat right there.
Yeah.
He's a junior. He's on a couple scholarships, but not all of them. If you make one of your first 3 shots, I will pay the rest of that guy's tuition.
Boom. Let's go, baby. Come on, dude.
Now,
Where am I shooting it from?
You tell me, is the stage too tight here for you to shoot from here? Or do you want to go down on the...
I might have to go down here.
Okay, you absolutely can do it.
I might have to go down here.
You can do that. Deuce, if you had to give a guesstimation, how far of a shot is this? About half court, you think? Yeah, about half court, a little bit beyond. There's a little bit of wind. Deuce McBride for some kids' tuition.
Looks good.
Nice. What a moment.
Pat McAfee, they had a kid finally make a field goal.
That A&M kid?
Yeah. He'd given money away for field goal attempts, and like with Herb Street holding, they finally gave one away, like $50,000.
And they let him go twice.
Yeah.
They upped it the second time.
Yeah.
I don't know about that one.
I think it was Herb Street's dog that was holding it, by the way.
Yeah, I told my girl about you. I told my girl about you.
I saw that too, and I was like, I knew Eric's going to be so pissed right now.
bro. I was going to tweet that.
Why is he so upset with the dog? I don't understand. Why does it bother him so much?
Oh, the dog's in the booth. Put a headset on him.
The dog barking out analysis during a game.
Hey, shout out to Pat Mac's crew, man. Whoever had that eye that seen that shot fall in before it fell in, listen to it.
Deuce McBride for some kids' tuition.
Looks good.
He's seen it. It looks good.
Looks good.
I like that. Let's see what else we got for you boys. Oh, It Is What It Is podcast. Cam and Mace are back for a new season.
There you go.
Playmaker Michael Irvin has joined them as an NFL correspondent this season.
Replacing OJ. Huh?
Replacing the late, great OJ. Hey, yo. Hey, Twitter world. It's yours truly. The Playmaker joins It Is What It Is podcast. And the story after his first appearance is wild. Like, what a transition this is.
We have a lot of weeks to see the progress happen, man. But thanks, Mike. We appreciate you on the first day, baby.
Yeah.
Y'all my brothers, man. I appreciate you, man. Thanks, dog.
Salute, baby.
Okay. So before we end the show, we just got a couple more topics to discuss. So Michael Jordan's son, Marcus Jordan, was caught sniffing a white substance in some photos that went viral earlier in the month next to his new girlfriend. Of course, a lot of memes were thrown around, but what was you guys' initial reaction to seeing those pictures?
Gotta wait for Mike to get off talking about that.
Can't bring that and want to trigger him.
We didn't want to trigger him. Trigger him. Not him. We didn't want to trigger him. Let's see what else we got. Nick Saban. Y'all seen Nick Saban cussing and fussing on television?
Yes.
Wow. I feel like the producers or whoever it is tapped him on the shoulder and said, go ahead, Nick. We want to make a splash.
You know what?
Let it fly a little bit, Nick. Yeah.
I know we all want to see who the quarterback's going to be.
Yeah.
But to do what they
that.
did and want to continue to do, you're going to have 2 running backs.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say, you guys keep talking about a $20 million roster.
Yeah.
If you don't pay the right guys, you'll be out of luck.
Fat Jack.
He's right.
It's a fat Jack.
That's life.
Go ask Matt Brown.
You just broke the internet.
He did.
Yeah, it's a fact, Jack. It's a money game now out here. It's up. It's been a money game, but now everybody getting some.
I would have given $10 million for a better defense at LSU.
Man, how about that?
I would have just said, here's a check for $10 million. Please give me a better defense.
Holla at Phil Knight. Be like, come on down here, bro.
Yeah.
All right. That's it for me, Dustin.
Is it LeBron on Bronny? 3 looking for 4 here, we established?
You're such a professional there, Mr. Dawson. Tell you what.
Is it the New York Knicks guard, Deuce McBride? Is it Cam and Mace with Michael Irvin? Is it Nick Saban cussing it up on ESPN? Or is it Jack Leiter with his best start as a professional here yesterday? We'll have to pull some audio for that at a later date.
You see what I'm saying?
They're talking about it on they're talking on MLB baseball right now.
Yeah, they're like, should they have pulled him?
I mean, guys, this is progress.
Managerial malpractice.
He's down to 1 run per inning. Okay, his ERA is approaching single digits now as a result of yesterday's start. You know?
Oh, man.
We're at 11, 7, 8 now. That's progress, man. You don't have to watch the game to see that. Okay. I'll go with Cam and Mason, Michael Irvin.
Me too.
Lucius?
Oh. Nick Guard helped some kick that tuition. What a hell of a shot. It was real far.
I love those.
Yeah. And it was just a little raggedy goal to be outside from somebody's house. Like, this is not a real NBA goal or nothing.
Oh, wow.
They just held up a goal and my man made it.
Man, these podcasters are getting bags, bro.
Oh, don't ruin LA Live, please. Wow. But yes, we're going to definitely.
Okay.
I'm glad you're excited about that conversation. Good.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. They out here giving that up.
Oh, you gotta give
Yeah, they're like, hey, who wants $100,000? Boom, you get $100,000.
That's the new basis
I
out
got
here.
DraftKings money.
Yeah.
Well, Chuck.
I'll go for the champ.
Okay, we're 2-1, Brian.
Go with Nick Saban.
By a score of 2-1, 2-1. And now your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Michael Irvin with Cam and Mace.
Damn, sorry,
on that
Mike.
very popular broadcast podcast.
Sorry, Mike.
Okay, what do we got coming up next, gentlemen? Little college football super segment.
Are we super segmenting
True
right
or
now?
fart?
Yeah, we can bring back true or
Another
fart
call from
tomorrow.
Jared.
Jared, you come back on. Week 1 overreactions to the college football season, and we got some bad news for Texas A&M. That's next in the nation.
Roger that, Sally.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Jack Leiter's coming up at 3:20 here. We'll talk with I guess we call him a Rangers rookie now, don't we? He's pitching a number of games.
Rangers rookie.
Okay. Segment here is Zach Wolchuk's college football super segment. Here he is, Zachary.
It was so great to have college football back. I mean, Friday
Speak
night.
For yourself.
Yeah, we'll get to you. We'll get to your LSU Tigers here in just a second.
No, it is nice to have college football. But we've already got an 0-2 team. Our 10th ranked team in the country is already 0-2.
Let's start there with Florida State. Oh, my goodness. So they lose, of course, in Ireland last week to Georgia Tech. And then last night, they play Boston College. Bill O'Butchin making his debut as the Boston College head man. They beat Florida State 28-13. Florida State.
They beat them up.
Now, I mean, it was brutal. I mean, at home, they're thinking, all right, this is going to be a get-right game for Florida State. Didn't happen.
0-2 in the conference now.
Yeah, and they've now, surprise, they've fallen out of the AP top 25. I don't think that was a shocker.
No.
But they have now joined a pretty ugly company, as I think they're just the third team in college football history to be ranked in the top 10 and lose their first 2 games when they were favored by double digits.
Ooh.
So not a good start to the season. And then we talked about the FSU fan.
This coach has done this before, though. He's finished.
Norvell?
Norvell's been 0-2 a couple of different times. I think 2020 and 2021, they were 0-2 to start a season.
That seat is spicy right
Well,
now.
it's hard. I'll tell you what, though. He signed a big-time extension last year after what
He did.
He went through.
That's why you don't feel bad for these coaches.
No, you never do. Jimmy
No.
Sexton, remember what he did? Norvell flirted with Alabama's job.
He did.
And then
Yeah.
like Jimmy got the Washington coach the job at Alabama, got Sark an extension and got Norvell an extension. Parlaying that Alabama job opening.
That's bad.
Yeah.
So now they've fallen out of the top 25. And, I mean, it was just an embarrassing loss, historic loss for them.
And DJU is so bad.
Oh,
at
gosh,
the
he's
sport. Somebody said that Denton Day tweeted out the fall off from Jordan Travis to DJU is the biggest fall off in college football since the fall off from Trevor Lawrence to DJU.
Yeah.
At Clemson. I mean, right now it's like him and Cade Klubnik are battling to see who can be the crappiest quarterback in the conference.
And that was one. I mean, I was watching like the Clemson-Georgia game.
Yeah.
Georgia just roast Clemson 34-3. And it's like, is that Clemson offense that incompetent, or is it just Georgia's defense is that good? Maybe both are true. I don't know. But Georgia does look like they are far and away the top team in the country. They are brilliant.
Georgia well coached.
Very well coached.
Very well coached. And they were really a bad game. I mean, give Alabama, who was well coached last year as well. That SEC championship game cost Georgia an opportunity to win another national championship.
Sure did.
Because when they don't lose a game all year, and they lose that one game, and then they get knocked out of the playoffs. It's just crazy to think how that works.
Well, okay, so we'll get to Brian Kelly here in a second. We do have this Georgia fan. Now, this has gone viral.
What's the FSU
fan. We talked about this with K&C.
FS Poo.
And, yeah, literally. And Scott Van Pelt called them out last night as well on his show.
Nobody wants to see anybody eat that stuff, right?
Oh, speak for yourself.
I don't know. I think there would probably be some Gator fans, some Hurricane fans, like people that hate Florida State would probably love to see Gudge at 321 Knoll.
There's like categories for this, man.
Who said, if Florida State loses to BC this weekend, I will eat dog poop out of a red Solo cup with a spoon and post a video of it. Book it. He has since deleted his account, but the internet remembers. And Scott Van Pelt made sure everybody last night remembered as well.
Team's down, that's understandable. They're not down as bad as that dude on the internet who said he'd eat dog poop out of a Solo cup. Then you think you just get to delete your account, and the internet ain't going to forget that, buddy. You don't get to just keep it moving and get a new name or something. People are going to find you. That's how that works.
You got to pay up, bro. We got receipts.
Yeah, I will find you.
That's a Muskoward situation, though.
Yeah.
That's not something you're going to follow through on.
You don't want to step up and be a man and show that you're a man of your word.
No, you probably. I Googled it there at the last break, and
what about the idea that you could be cursing your entire program now forever? The curse of the dog ass. Yeah, the dog poo curse. And we could be talking about this for hundreds of years. It could be one of those.
Parlay this into some money, financial acquisitions, possibly. Now you stream this thing.
People are looking for poo eaters all over the place.
People are like,
You'd be
hey,
surprised.
this thing's going to go viral now. I'm the guy that said I'd eat dog poop out of a cup.
It can be lethal. You're almost guaranteed a vicious case of worms if you eat any amount of it.
Yeah, he's an idiot. He's probably drunk when he put that out there, and now he's trying to crawfish it, Brian.
He's apparently
Keep you lean, those worms.
Oh, it will. Yeah.
Keep you nice and lean, bro. Eat anything you want.
Man.
Trash in food. Staying nice
for 200.
and abbed up.
We're going the silver lining here.
Yeah, I like this. But he's deleted Twitter, Facebook, Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
Everything. Somebody found his girlfriend's Instagram, the 817 said.
Well, he's apparently recently engaged.
Oh, no.
To be married. So now this girl has to wrap her mind around the fact that she's marrying the potential, the FSU guy.
Yeah,
who's not a man of his word.
You're the FSU poo guy, and you lied to everybody and said, book it, I would do this. Now you're not doing this.
As a girl dad, I'm stepping into that situation and calling this thing off.
Yeah. Honey,
you're
this
done.
guy's not a man of his word.
Well, you can just say I'm not paying.
You can do better.
Father, I'm not paying for this.
He's lying to you left and right.
She's like, honey, why did you delete I'm trying to tag you in this cute picture of us and I can't find your Instagram anymore. And he's like, well, here's the deal.
I wonder if she's a Florida State fan too.
I'm concerned.
Yeah, and that
She
definitely not a graduate.
If
She might not be either.
If she's a true fan, I think that then she wants him to be a man of his word and go full-fledged into that solo cup, because I'm telling you, this could be bad news forever for FSU. They will be FS Poo forever.
They're FS Poo. Now, top 25 out for the AP. A&M not in the top 25 after they lose to Notre Dame. Notre Dame moved up to 5. Alabama's at 4. Texas is at 3 ahead of their showdown with Michigan in the Big House. Michigan's at 10. Ohio State at 2. Georgia in at number 1. But A&M, they lost their center for the season. He's got a lower leg injury. He was a sophomore, suffered the injury in the first quarter against Notre Dame, so that's a big loss for them.
They went through 3 centers in that game, I believe.
Man.
They were down to the final snap was with a freshman center that had never
tough.
Yeah, had never done that. They got the interception there, but yeah, it's unfortunate what happens to you with these injuries.
When the Florida State tie-in, so Florida State and LSU had played in the season openers. Now we got LSU and USC.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Kelly after the game just not happy, and Brian, I've seen him. He's gone viral and he's kind of been made fun of after this reaction post game.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things. About not finishing when you have an opponent in a position to put them away. But what we're doing on the sideline is feeling like the game's over. And I'm so angry about it that I got to do something about it. I'm not doing a good enough job as a coach. And I got to coach him better, because it's unacceptable for us not to have found a way to win this football game. It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
you got to finish. You're in position to finish. You got to finish.
No, they've had games, and even when they were bad on defense last year, they had Ole Miss down. They've had several games where they were, and then they went out and spent money on a new defensive coordinator, $2 million. A lot of the same problems. I mean, they played better. It wasn't, the tackling wasn't horrendous, but yeah, the fact that they just give up. We always talk about DBU. This is DBU. We're so proud about all the defensive backs and stuff that we have. And they'll have some kids come in next year, but if obviously if you look at it, LSU needs help, but they might go somewhere else now. They just don't find ways to finish these games off like they should.
Well, late in the game, it's 3rd and 1, and you do a shotgun handoff for
7 minutes. There's 7 minutes left in the game, and you have a chance.
You got the ball.
You have a chance to maybe run about 3-4 minutes off this clock, and get in field goal range and kick one and end it. They also, like I say, they got down. They had the opening drive of the game. They go 78 yards and stopped on the 3-yard line.
That USC quarterback Miller Moss, that final drive was very, very impressive. He's waited his chance behind Caleb Williams. Now gets the chance to start. Smaller player. I mean, 6'1", 205. I don't know that he's really 6'1". He looks kind of tiny out there, but he made that sideline throw to set him up.
They've got some skilled guys.
Yeah.
They got some skilled guys.
I'd be blaming the coach, but I'm not looking for any sort of great call. Your defense still sucks. You're in Louisiana, and you're about to have a defense out of the top 100 again.
Yeah, it does.
It's an issue.
Yeah, the thing about it is that we've talked about it over the years about how you take advantage of the talent you have.
Yeah,
and there's guys that they feel like they're playing them out of position. They're having to do this, a lot of the same story. I just knew going in the game there. I was talking with Jared about it, but when we were talking about the bets, I said it's just going to go either way. But I have a feeling I know how this could end. People were like, "Oh, a tough game" and all that. I'm like, why are you texting me? I had a feeling that this is something I've seen the last several years. Teams' inability to stop people, inability to get a key. We haven't had in 2019 when LSU won the national championship. Yeah, defense, offense. I mean, it was going along pretty damn good. It looked like Georgia playing out there, Alabama playing like there. But if you have a bad defense, you'll get exposed. really quickly, especially pass defense.
No doubt
at the end of
about
the, you don't get pass rush,
yeah.
and you give up chunk plays.
Yeah,
it's like the Green Bay game to me with the chunk plays
And you
that were
don't
going on
expect
there.
that from LSU. You don't, given their pedigree and history.
You're going to get the other team's best play with maximum aggression in the final 5 minutes, and if your defense is weak, it's about to look hella weak.
I knew when LSU couldn't score to make it, a touchdown game. I knew that that USC was going to find a way to win that game. Just because when it tied, I said LSU can't stop them in the final drive. They're not going to do it.
There's your college football super seg.
Thank you, Wolchuk. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're about 24 minutes from Jack Leiter joining us, the Ranger rookie. NFL News of the Day coming up next. What's on top?
A lot of Niner updates today. An Eagle is not happy about this Brazil game, and maybe you should bet on the Lions this year. That's next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for NFL News of the Day. Jack Leiter's coming up in 20 minutes. The former number 2 overall pick, Ranger rookie, right-handed pitcher for the Rangers. And he started yesterday. Actually, he had allowed only 2 runs through 5 innings, came out in the 6th. And, man, if he would not have come out for that, he would have had himself a pretty dang good quality start, Chuck. So we'll talk to Jack Leiter, rising star, coming up at 3:20 here in the G-Bag Nation, home of the champs. Here's Wolchuk with that NFL News of the Day.
Thank you very much. Big news regarding contracts and holdouts. We got a new Trent Williams deal that is about to get finalized. Niners are having him fly to San Fran.
He's already there.
And he is going to get a new deal that he, I guess, deems worthy.
Broadus has been tracking his flight.
Yeah.
He's been all over this
He landed.
He flew in this morning.
$5.4 million in salary cap space is what I believe San Francisco's created over the last week or so to try and get him done.
That was a no-brainer. You have to. I mean, he had them by the cojones there. They have no plan B at the left tackle
so
spot.
important for them.
You have Super Bowl aspirations.
Yes,
like
you
what
had
are we
to get
doing
that
here?
done.
He just wanted to miss training camp. It's probably better for him that he did, honestly.
Yeah, it's a pro move right there.
He's got the best life in the NFL right now. He's made it to a point where he can kick everybody's butt with very little practice.
Yeah, I don't need a training camp. I'm good. All right, just go ahead and pay me. I'm going to show up. They know they can't win without him. And now you got the Jets. They're still dealing with the Hassan Reddick stuff. I mean, this is just foolish from the Jets standpoint. I don't know that this is going to change. I don't know if he's going to play down for them this year, but he's still holding out.
I think Reddick's got to jump in there. I would not trust the Jets to do anything right by me. I need that payday. I know it's not the payday I want. I'm not giving up these checks.
Yeah, you got to play. You can't be losing game checks. And then the Jamar Chase stuff is fascinating. I really didn't think Jamar Chase was going to miss a game, but he's still not practicing. He's showing up to practice in street clothes. He's doing the hold-in deal. And as of now, he is still not indicating that he is going to be suiting up and playing for the Bengals week 1. Now, I did see a report, and it's very possible this was a ball sacking.
Yeah.
But supposedly he wants literally just a penny more than what Justin Jefferson got. And him and Justin Jefferson, very good friends, and maybe that's true.
That was Rappaport, dude. Rappaport's not here to ball sack you.
That was a Rappaport report?
That was a Rappaport.
I never know if it's like the fake Rappaport account.
Yeah, that was on the rap sheet.
You got to watchdog it.
You
got to watchdog it.
Players want to scoreboard each other, though. And this is
I got a penny more than you, dude.
The biggest way that you do it. And I think unlike Reddick with Chase, time's on his side. You know, I don't need to get this bag as a 29-year-old edge rusher right now. Like Le'Veon Bell, the year that he sat out, totally screwed. You have to be aware of your position and how the market's going to look at you. I think if I'm Jamar Chase, the longer I wait, the bigger the payday gets.
And your quarterback is one of your best friends going back to college.
Sure.
I mean, it's just I don't think he'll actually miss games, so we'll see. Maybe the Bengals get that thing figured out.
He'll miss games in a way if he'll be inactive, but he'll get paid. That's the way he gets around it.
Oh, so he still gets his game check,
but
he's just inactive because he's there.
If you're just refusing to play.
Is his situation, is he active? He's not on any list, right? He was in camp.
Yeah.
He's one of their 53.
He's been holding in. Yeah.
He'll be just one of their inactives every week if that's the case.
Well, you had Schefter was on the McAfee show today, and he says if Chase is going to play at all this week against New England, that deal has to get figured out in the next 48 hours.
Okay.
So I don't know what the explanation is on why.
There's no recourse for the Bengals, though? Like, you don't want to play, you're holding in, and we just have to pay you while you chill?
I think so.
Can they deactivate him?
That's what I'm saying.
Fine him? I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. He's
right, because they're not gonna cut him.
No,
absolutely not.
So it's like, what other recourse do you have? Can you find? You can't fine a player or take money from them when they're just refusing to play, because it's like, then you could just cut me, but they don't want to cut him. Wow.
He's not holding
He's holding in. I guess the
Checkmate, Bengals.
Yeah. The hold in seems like the play here.
Yeah, it sure does.
Jamar Chase has made us all look foolish.
You'd still be around your guys.
Yeah. Hold in.
Unless you're Trent Williams and you don't want to be around your guys. You're like, I'm just going to hold out.
I know they're going to pay me eventually, so I'm going to show up and get exactly what I want.
See y'all week 1.
Niners wide receiver Ricky Pearsall. This was a crazy deal that we saw over the weekend. He has been placed on the non-football injury list.
4 weeks there.
Yeah, he's going to miss at least 4 games, but he's already back and he's practicing. He's in the weight room there. I saw reports. He dodged. I mean, he did dodge a bullet.
Yeah,
literally. This thing, he gets shot over the weekend. Apparently, John Lynch says that he was buying travel equipment, like luggage or clothes for like when the team goes ahead and travels this year.
Did he have like Louis bags or something like that, and somebody seen him in some food?
And hey, I'd like one of those. I'd like one of those bags. So he gets shot. Now, the bullet didn't even strike a rib, according to John Lynch. They're optimistic that he's not only going to resume playing this season, but obviously there's not going to be any long-term effects for his career here. So at least 4 weeks out for Ricky Pearsall, but he was also dealing with the shoulder injury. But, I mean, thank goodness this wasn't worse.
He's had a rough time of it to even get on the field, the injuries that he's dealt with. And I talked to Daniel Jeremiah when we were doing the Charger game the other day. And Daniel, one of the NFL, he's on the NFL Network for the draft coverage he does. It's a great job. And I go, did you know this kid had a bad shoulder? He goes, no, I did not. I'd never heard that shoulder was that bad. And Daniel's a very plugged in type of a reporter, and he says, I never ever knew that this kid had a bad shoulder.
But what a crazy story. What a miracle story.
Did he take the gun from the guy?
Yeah, it was like a fight. It was like a fight over the gun. And so they both end up being shot in the process of him like wrestling the gun away from this 17-year-old kid who's trying to get his Rolex off him. Wow.
It's unbelievable.
And then for that, I mean, to get shot through your chest and through your back,
and it doesn't hit anything.
I mean, that's ridiculous. And you're walking to the ambulance. You see the video? He's walking. You're like,
yes,
this is as much of a miracle as anything I've seen in a long time. This is insane.
Do we know what kind of gun?
I didn't see what kind of gun it was. No,
something.
That's honestly a great question, Broadus, and I'm not sure.
Yeah,
probably wasn't a 357 Magnum.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think so.
Maybe he's fortunate. Oh. Nobody's fortunate.
Well, he's definitely fortunate.
Oh, he is.
It's fortunate that this guy didn't have a real gun.
Yeah.
You know
you might be onto something.
BB gun. Yeah, a little
like he wasn't a confident robber, put it that way.
I tell you what, you can have my Rolex and my luggage. I'm
giving everything to you.
I don't get the instinct to reach for the gun.
100%.
It's pointed at you. Now, maybe you're
That's John Wick Alpha.
Maybe you're a pro athlete and you're like, I can totally get this gun before this guy knows what happens.
Yeah.
But even Pearsall still got shot.
Yep. Scary deal, man. Now, McCaffrey.
Yeah, ultimately, he made the wrong move there. He just had God on his side in a way that we haven't seen in a while. That was incredible.
A bullet wound to the chest.
Yep.
Wow,
and it
dude.
didn't hit. It missed
through the chest and through his back. No vital organs.
Nothing. Yeah. They expect him to be back in 4 weeks, and he's already in the weight room right now at the facility. It's crazy. It is a crazy story.
He's not skipping leg day.
No.
Matt Robert would see me running with my stuff just flying off me. I'd turn the corner and nothing but my boxers.
I'd be like Bruce Almighty. I'd just throw my arms back and my clothes would come off my body. Every single thing. Just let me keep my undies.
CMC's back at practice for the first time since early training camp. He had that strained calf injury. He's expected to be able to go for week 1 as they get ready to take on the Jets on Monday Night Football. So that's great news.
Absolutely.
Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Really, really good news there. And then did you see Kalen Carson's new number? Seatbelt. Getting ready for his week 1 start. I like this.
I like this too.
21.
Do something for me.
Good looking number.
Now that Gilly's not coming back, he signed with the Vikings. They can give up 21. Zeke's going with 15. Going prime time. Seatbelt Carson. Lock him up. 3 rookie starters. Week 1.
There you go.
Go get him, boys.
He said, I think the quote was, I saw from Joe Hoyt, it was like, he said like that 41 was weighing on him.
Yeah.
It was like it felt heavy out there a little bit.
Newman made it look good.
Hey,
there's few corners that can pull off 41. Tinu did.
I actually thought he wore it well, despite the fact that he was clearly leaking confidence in that number all preseason long.
Yeah.
You know, and it makes sense why the first 3 attempts that went his way in that first game didn't go his way, but then he settled in.
He settled in.
He did. He sure did. Mm-hmm. Now, we got the Brazil game Friday night. And we've talked a lot about this Brazil stuff that's come out. Like, can you even wear green? The crime.
Well, did you see that they're wearing the black helmets and black pants? Did you see that the Eagles were wearing that?
Yes.
I'm like,
they're going with their dark
but
black.
What are the Packers?
What about the Packers? Are definitely still having. They'll wear their white tees, but they've still got green numbers, right?
Yeah, green numbers.
No,
but the Eagles are wearing white tees.
I thought they were wearing their dark blacks.
No, they're wearing their dark black pants and a dark black helmet.
But Packers are going all green. Then they've got to wear their.
That's
robes.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like I guess
is that green thing really real though?
It can't be.
I don't think so.
It can't be 100% real.
It was in Barcelona. when we were dealing with the World League,
But you're literally having the Packers wear green. I mean, you're bringing the green team in. It's in their
league
name.
Did not do a good job of assessing who we should schedule to play here if this green jersey thing is really as big of a deal as they're making it out.
Because otherwise, you're right, Wolchuk. You could mitigate it by doing, because the Eagles have their black jerseys. You
great
could just
looking.
make them wear that, even if it's technically a Packers home game, which I don't even know if it is. But then the Packers could wear like an all-white deal.
And then they've got
or
the yellow pants. So it's just like a light green trim and then the green numbers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that wouldn't look as bad. But either way, Darius Slay's not happy about this. He has his podcast, Big Play Slay, and he's not feeling Brazil.
Week 1, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. But, man, I do not want to go to Brazil. You want to know why? I'm here to tell you why. They already told us not to leave the hotel. They told us we can't do too much going on because the crime rate is crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, NFL, why y'all want to send us somewhere with the crime rate this high? And like, we out the country. So, you know, the first thing people think is like something terrible can possibly happen. I told my family, do not come down there because, like, I'm not going to be nowhere to be found. Really, I'm going to be in a hotel chilling, minding my business, playing my game after a long 9.5-hour flight. So, I don't have no intentions on doing that. I'm going to eat hotel food. I'm doing everything. But they said, yeah, man, it's going to be pretty crazy down there. You know, the police said they're going to be, you know, try to be the best they could possibly be with the top flight security of the world, Craig.
Dawson, you'd be hitting the ground running here, bro. You'd just be door dashing anyway from the place right down the street to the hotel
leave
room.
Your room. Just stay in your room. This is made for you.
This is ideal.
But yeah, if you're a player and you're going to play in another country, I'd like to go and check out the country. Seems like the NFL's like, it's just kind of, let's stay
I mean,
in.
the NFL's taking a shotgun approach here. Like, we're going to try to keep as many people inside as possible because of the partying, and we don't want the headlines and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But to say, like, Brazil is so crime-infested that we can't go out for dinner and drinks and, you know, whatever else at the bar is kind of crazy.
Have you been to Philadelphia?
I used to live
Play for
there,
the Eagles, fam.
Right?
Yeah.
It's worse. It's like, man, the whole country, there's just no place to go. You know, we just want to keep you guys safe, so stay in your hotel. You take one step off the premises, and it's a lawless. Come on, guys.
They're terrifying, these players. Like, I'm not bringing my families. This is awful.
You're not taking your family to Brazil?
Darius Slay's not. He said, family, stay home. I'm not bringing the family.
There's like 200 countries or whatever in the world, and the NFL's trying to plant their flag everywhere. Like, where? How many did they have to get? How many no's did they get before they're like, all right, I guess, dang it, we'll have to
Brazil,
do it.
You're the winner.
In Brazil.
Let's do this thing. I hope the game's great on Friday.
From what I can tell, Snopes says that green thing is not associated with gangs or anything like that.
Yeah, it's the color of Palmeiras, the rival of
Yeah.
that stadium. So during soccer games, you're not encouraged to wear green at all. If you wear green, you're a supporter of a rival. And you could get into like a soccer fight or something.
Well, hopefully they can see past this. Like, that soccer team is not affiliated in this game at all. So
No.
we can look past this.
Yeah, I believe you're going to be okay.
It's going to be all right.
Yeah. You think there's going to be people showing up to that game like thinking they were supposed to be at a soccer game, and they're going to be like pissed?
What
do you mean? Said football.
What is this?
We've been balls like that's how you get. That's how you get
ball.
Angry storm the field.
Yeah. That's
Watch
gonna
out.
be, that would be an issue. Now, the NFL is about to say go bleep yourself college football again, as there are reports that they could soon look to start the season on Labor Day weekend. So they would schedule games.
To get to 18 or whatever?
Yeah, they'd schedule games Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Monday. And right now, that's really been the kickoff weekend for college football. I mean, it was glorious. We had the return, and now the NFL's like,
If
we're taking over too.
If they continue to schedule games where two teams don't matter playing each other, I'm all for the NFL doing whatever they want.
Okay, college games?
Yeah. I'm
Get the
I'm
tune-ups.
not interested in seeing Mississippi score 79 points on Prairie View or somebody
You
like
like
that.
the Colorado State Texas
I was
matchup?
about to say, you didn't like
Arkansas.
seeing your guy Arch doing his thing. It's Bennett's friend Arch doing his thing versus Colorado State.
Yeah, I'm excited about the fact that they're going to travel to Ann Arbor this weekend. That's
7-point favorites.
There you go.
Yeah, they are
There you
in
go.
the big house.
I'm so sorry, but the
What do we got?
well, go, you,
No. Lay it on us. Come on.
I was wondering in regards to what were we talking about right before we were? Oh, the college football. You would push it back.
Yeah.
If I'm college football,
Are you starting earlier?
I would push. If I'm college football, I'm going okay. Then I'm going to start a week earlier. I'm still going to at least own my first weekend. So if you want to eat Labor Day, so be it.
Yeah.
Then we'll push everything back a week, and football just starts earlier for mid-August or whatever.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Final thing here, Jared Goff. The numbers are out on him playing inside a dome versus on the road.
It's terrible in the cold.
Pretty drastic. I mean, it's crazy. His passing percentage goes down. I mean, we're talking almost a full 10%. The yards on the road versus playing indoors. I mean, it's like 1,000-yard difference. I mean, it's crazy. The QBR, everything just drops and plummets when he has to play outdoors. But the good thing for the Lions, this is why if you're a Lion fan out there, or even just somebody that likes to bet and is a degenerate, 14 of their first 15 games for Detroit this year played indoors. So you should get prime Jared Goff. And that might be a reason why they get the 1 seed this year.
Even more reason to believe in the Lions.
Believe in those Lions this year. They could be. This finally could be their magical run.
It was Broadus' team last year. He said they were going to win 2 Super Bowls or something last season. He said something crazy.
I didn't have to do a bet payoff, right?
They won a playoff game.
Won the playoff game.
They did.
That's true.
This year, maybe they make it to the Super Bowl.
Football guy Brian Broadus.
I'll come up with something for this year.
NFL News of the Day.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you, Wolchuk. Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40. We have Jack Leiter, Rangers rookie, joining you next here in the Nation.
Fellowship.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for your free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankofirm.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And the Rangers Players Show, brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary? As Jack Leiter, Rangers rookie pitcher, joining us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
We're doing great. What's it like taking on the Yankees yesterday?
It was awesome. That's mostly growing up in the New Jersey area, and my dad playing for the Yankees. That's a dream of mine. And playing against a former teammate and a really good friend of mine, and Anthony Volpe, and having my cousin in the bullpen for the Yankees. There's just a lot of underlying stories that made it extra special, I would say.
Okay, so speaking of Dad, what did he have to say about your performance yesterday?
I mean, he's a proud dad most of the time. He even the outings that I'm very much not happy about throughout my career, he understands how hard this game can be, and he's definitely a proud dad.
Now, you mentioned your cousin and you know, obviously your dad, your uncle. Growing up as a Leiter, is it assumed that you're going to be a pitcher if you play baseball? Do you consider other positions? How's that whole thing get sorted out?
I mean, my dad wanted me to be a third baseman. I don't know exactly why, but that was kind of his dream for me. And obviously he wanted me to play baseball, but it wasn't forced upon me or anything like that. But just growing up around the game, it's hard not to fall in love with it. And that's what happened. I fell in love with it, and I always wanted to be a pitcher. And the early parts of high school, I wasn't sure if that was going to happen or if I was going to play infield or play a position in the field. But it just kind of worked out that I ended up a pitcher.
What have been some of the things for you this year that you've really been working on? Is last year, I mean, we had seen that they had kind of shut you down and you were working on some new things, but this year it seems like it's been much better for you overall, juggling from the minors and then now getting opportunities with the big league level.
Yeah, it's been a special year all around. Obviously, getting my first taste up here in the big leagues, and the results haven't been there yet. Obviously, in terms of what I would like to see in my big league outings, but it's really got to be a process mindset as a pitcher and coming up in the big leagues, and a lot of times you control what you can control, and that's executing a pitch and strictly from a process mindset, I felt like my execution last night was the best it's been in all of my big league outings by a good margin. So obviously the results in the final line and the fact that we didn't end up with an extra win in the win column, those all were frustrating after the game. But once you take on the process mindset of, did I execute more times than not, and there's a lot of positive takeaways. So it's a good one to build off of.
Hey, Jack, I was just wondering, you've mentioned about being down in the minors and then getting some spot starts and stuff like that. Has that been tougher on you? Would you have just rather have been in one spot, say, like with the big club, and just kind of felt your way and learned your way that way instead of kind of going back and forth between the two?
Yeah, obviously, in the same way, you control what you can control. You pitch where you're at and give it your all. But yeah, as pitchers, we're creatures of habit, and I would say me more so than others even. And having a routine is important, and it's always nice when you can spend time around the guys and get to know the catchers and get to know the coaching staff, and more so than just kind of fly in and show up at the field and pitch that day. But that all comes with earning it, and that's something that you have to show with results over time, and my confidence in myself long term in getting those results in my career is very high. But obviously, some of these outings early on in my big league career weren't there, statistically speaking. So for a number of reasons. So it's all about the process. Like I said, when those times when I got sent back down, it's all right. What do I need to do to get back up here and have more success the next time? Because that's all you can control.
It's Jack Leiter here with your Rangers rookie. How much more comfortable are you after, going into the start yesterday? Was that your fifth start in the major league level compared to your first one?
Yeah, much more comfortable. It's about managing adrenaline. And I've pitched in big games, pitched in the College World Series, but something about the big leagues, it's something you dream about forever, and it's an opportunity that I'll never take for granted. But you want to make the most of it, and sometimes wanting it too bad can lead to self-caused errors, I guess, and mistakes. And I think that's what sort of was happening in my early outings, was just wanting it too much, and as a result, my mind is thinking too many things, and it's just moving too quick, and it's about slowing it down for myself. And you're the pitcher, you got the ball in your hand, it's on your time. So yesterday it was a conscious effort about making it on my time.
Jack, you mentioned you were an outstanding college pitcher. Trust me, I'm an LSU alum and fan and watched you many a day and just was marveled at that. And you mentioned pitching in big games and stuff like that. As the draft status that you have, do you feel pressure carrying that status to the mound with you?
I wouldn't say so. I think the pressure I put on myself is more so than any other external factors could put on me, and I think that's kind of what you need to have to be successful in anything is holding yourself to a high standard. But there is a fine line between holding yourself to that high standard and applying too much pressure on yourself. But you could always say there's been pressure. Being the son of a Major League Baseball player and choosing to be a pitcher as well, there's that inherent pressure, I guess. But I guess when you experience it so long for so much of your life, it just doesn't really affect me. And I mean, obviously it's there, but no, I would say it's just about making pitches. Simple.
Jack Leiter with us here in the G-Bag Nation. You brought up the mental side of things, and I think when it comes to sports, that's a subject that now has been discussed a lot more and openly. What do you try and do to maybe decompress before a start? Or, I mean, have you kind of had to learn and adjust some things that do work or don't work for you to try and calm down a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the mental side is huge, especially for a starting pitcher, because you're out there on an island. It's your game, and if you lay an egg, it's on you. There's full accountability there, and you just want to do what it takes to help the team win. Like I said, that hasn't been there quite yet, but that's part of the accountability and the working process. And I hope it just makes it that much sweeter when it does start coming around results wise. But from the mental side, there's so many different ways to go about it, but it comes down to how do you get yourself to fully focus on this one pitch. It's the most important thing in the world, and then once it's done, it's meaningless. It's not easy, but it's part of it. Like, this pitch is everything, and then after that, this pitch is everything. And whatever you can do throughout your day, throughout your week, throughout your the hours leading up to your start, and throughout the seconds in between pitches to get to that point is everything. And I think that's what us as pitchers are always working to accomplish more and more.
How superstitious are you?
I would say I'm pretty superstitious just because of the fact that I love my routine and my process, but nothing crazy like, I gotta eat this 3 hours before my start and I gotta put the left sock on first. Nothing like that.
What's the general pregame meal though?
I try to get a lot of carbs in, and as the adrenaline starts to flow, I used to just not really eat because you don't really think about hunger leading up to a start. But now I've kind of gained an understanding that that's important for brain function and physical function. So I kind of make myself eat some carbs, some type of pasta or rice, and then a protein, some kind of chicken, meat, and I love fruit, so fruit's always in the mix.
Yeah, Jack, we're right with you. When you're about to pitch, we eat a lot of carbs too. Getting ready to watch your pitch, just load up. We just load up pizza,
nachos.
Any boomsticks, anything we can eat at the ballpark. We just do that before you pitch to help you out there.
Whose routine do you marvel at that's in that clubhouse right now? Are you like taking notes on some guys? Like, holy smokes, the dedication, the professionalism.
Yeah, I mean, everybody. It's a team full of pros, and being out there talking to some of the bullpen guys the last couple of days has been cool for me because it's a whole different perspective, the reliever routine and the starter routine, and our bullpen having veteran guys who have been the best in the game for so long. It's really cool to pick their brains on how they go about their process and their routine, and then guys like Uvalde, who's kind of just a model starting pitcher. If any young kid could watch Nathan Uvalde's routine, it's pretty special, and he's very detail oriented, and he's a great teammate who has a genuine interest in making others better. So I would say him, along with truly everyone on the team. It's a special group of guys in terms of routine.
We're big Nasty Nate guys, so we see eye to eye there. He's incredible. We love him so much.
Hey, Jack, I was just wondering when you sat down and went through the lineup, I mean, for your your pre-pitch, meetings and stuff going out on the hill, did you kind of like just go, and then going through the lineup with Judge and Soto, you're like, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Is it one of those things where you kind of, what you're getting into, just knowing that lineup or looking at that lineup and you're like, yeah, I know. I get it. It's got to be different than any other lineup you deal with, right?
Yeah, it's the same, but obviously very different than preparing for Salt Lake City or Sugar Land or some of the outings that I faced this year. You're talking about arguably two of the top hitters in the world, and in their 2 and 3 spot, and then everyone else in the lineup's no slouch either. There's really no breaks. I mean, I've always said Anthony Volpe gives me my toughest at bats because I've faced him about 50 to 100 times just growing up around him and going to high school together and inter-squad games, and seeing him in the 8-hole, it's like, all right, this is a deep lineup right here. And then, you got an MVP and another MVP in Stanton and an MVP candidate in Soto. I'm sure he'll win one or a couple before it's all said and done. It's a good lineup.
But the Aaron Judge size, did it even take you by surprise a little bit, even knowing how big he is? I just imagine looking at him there like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's a big zone. The first at bat, he smoked the ball to left on a fastball up with 2 strikes, and coming in, I was like, was that the wrong pitch or was it not up enough? Because it felt like I threw that fastball up, and sure enough, I looked at it and it was in the zone. So he's got a tall zone for sure. Not to harp on the pasta too much, but are you generally Alfredo, or are you going with like a spaghetti and meatball situation? I'm so not a picky eater. Both of those sound pretty delicious right now. So I don't discriminate when it comes to pasta.
What's the fruit that you're mixing in right now?
I like berries, strawberries, blueberries. My mom used to call me Applejack when I was really little. She cut me an apple every night. So I've always been a guy who, whatever type of fruit there is, I'm gonna be eating it. I'm not much of a dessert guy, so that's kind of my sweet tooth. I love that, dude. Okay, we're going to let you out of here with a little bit of a game. We're going to see how well you know your teammates. This is 3 seconds of analysis. One of your teammates is being described. If you could guess that teammate for us, that would be incredible, okay?
All right, we'll see. What he's got working there between the knee and the waist is pretty impressive.
Are we talking David Robertson?
Ooh, that's a damn good guess right there, Jack
guess.
Leiter. I like the guess. It's very close, but it is not the actual answer we were looking for, but it was one of the multiple choice answers. It was sitting right there.
He was D.
He was. Now, we will, if you don't mind, Jack, we'll continue to play this game with you until you get this thing right. How about that? I know we'll have you back soon, okay?
All right.
All right, sweet. Thank you,
kicking ass, man.
There he goes, Applejack Leiter. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
There he goes. Jack Leiter, brought to you by Golden Chick and by Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life. Who's your beneficiary?
And we're also going to give Jack a $100 gift certificate to Pluckers. There's 8 of those in the DFW location. So thanks for Jack and the Rangers for being on with us today.
Yeah, that was good. So we got another 4 nights, then we're back at it again here with more Jack Leiter coming up probably in the Angels series. We're getting Jack Leiter and DeGrom this weekend? Question mark?
There's a possibility about DeGrom.
Wow.
We'll see why that coming up at 4:20. Maybe he can give us more insight.
It's time now, though, for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, I've got some more questions for my guys. Are these things observations that we need to pay attention to? We'll do that next.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan Sports Hodgepodge coming up at 4, then CY. And right now, as we get into Cowboys week, it's time for the Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king of the Crusties, Broadus.
Thank you very much. No, appreciate that. Eric, I appreciate your quality news that you gave us during the break.
Doon, 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 doon.
You made me feel better about it.
I'm trying to be the good news desk.
You're the
good news breaker.
Fountain of good information. I appreciate you doing that. By the way, just since we're now in game weeks and stuff.
Yes, sir. Bet payoffs.
Yeah, we got bet payoffs on Fridays.
Yeah, somebody just asked if we're still doing that this year, and I'm assuming we're all in on that.
Oh, yeah, we're absolutely in.
I'm going for Band-Aid rippers, not long-term suffering, though, this year. That's my plan going in.
I think that's a smart plan.
When I got to pay off, we're going to get this thing done in potentially excruciating pain or embarrassment for 5 to 10 seconds.
Volchek said something about kicking things off with his first payoff being the goodbye brow. Just losing one of those bad boys. I was like, damn, that's bold, dude. I like the way you're coming out of here. Like, Walchuk's not messing around this year. He's like, I'm going to do this thing for
not
real.
This year.
Not half-assing
Skin and hair issues with him, I don't think that's a very good idea.
It's probably a terrible idea.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I've speedoed, waxed. I mean, I'll do anything for this show.
Those things are coming back.
Oh, yeah.
Those things are, hey, the bounce back potential.
I know
brows are bushy as hell.
I did see
They're
Florida
like the
pictures.
perfect Bush level, though.
Yeah.
I did see Florida pictures, no Speedo, though. I did see that.
Didn't rock a Speedo in Florida. I did not. I didn't want to embarrass my family.
Wow. It can take up to 4 months for an eyebrow to grow back.
4 months,
Slowest growing hair on the body.
Test the bully, okay?
I think that's
I'm
false.
open to this test.
Every time
I can make it to the football season.
I bet Walchuk would cut those numbers into 8s.
You're probably right.
Yeah, I feel like that every time
He's
I go
good
to
at
the
that.
barber, the barber's like doing my eyebrows more than he's doing the hair part.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the ears, you were saying.
Yeah,
Dude, the ears, big time.
You grow hair in places you didn't think you can grow hair.
I make sure that they get the ears every time.
It's important that you realize that as you head into your mid-40s.
If I look ridiculous,
take care of the nose,
yeah.
take care of the eyebrows and the ears.
If I start to look really ridiculous with the nose and the ear, tell me. Don't let me go with spinach on my teeth while I'm talking.
We'll let you know.
I'll let you know.
We're pretty good at that.
Yeah, let me know that for sure.
I'm watchdogging it.
I know you are. You're watchdogging it. You and that baseball. You're watchdogging that baseball too, man. I'm impressed with that.
Thanks, buddy.
Jack, what's it like to really suck at baseball?
We love you, Jack.
Jack, you went out there and embarrassed
Golly.
yourself. Do you feel pressure by being an embarrassing player? No.
I thought that was a very courteous professional interview.
You were very professional.
I thought Jack was great. Applejack.
He
Leonard.
was. I mean,
As I was telling on the text, I don't have an issue with Jack. I'm not going to go after
you're
Jack
not.
for not
No, you're not.
executing
You're not.
pitches.
Right.
He's trying as hard as he's
You're
a good
not.
kid.
Yeah,
No,
it's
no.
not personal.
Yeah.
It's not an attack on
This
the
is
player.
this is a disagreement that Jared decided to attack me over in the
you
220
deserved it.
segment.
You deserved it, but don't worry about that. Don't let that bother you. You were fine. You did well. You argued well. I'd have to say you argued well.
How did I deserve it?
You just deserved it, but that's okay.
The guy gave up 5 runs in 5 innings, and we're pretending like it's good, Brian.
You know what,
well,
man?
the first two times through the order were good.
What's another Trey Lance preseason game progress
So if you
report,
throw 45 pitches and
that's
it's
what I was
good,
thinking. I was sitting there coming on here, and every time I said,
I don't know.
every time I went, Trey Lance and Dawson would look at me like, shut up.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Just shut up.
I mean, Jack Leiter does have, I think, a significantly better chance than Trey Lance at this point,
Yeah,
but we're
for
still
sure.
in single-digit probabilities.
I would have to agree.
All right.
Trey's my guy.
All right. I wanted to let so on Wednesdays, Krusty's Corner, we're going to break down the opponent's offense.
Yeah.
And on Thursdays, we'll break down the opponent's defense. Friday, referee report. That's bringing that back, too. Remember on Fridays?
I love the referee.
Do I remember?
Yeah.
And the music Lucius plays is fantastic.
Yeah, Lucius plays great music. Like Three Blind Mice. Was that the music he plays?
That's perfect because you're going to be scouting the opponent's offense every Wednesday.
Yeah.
So then we can juxtapose it with Eric Kendricks, new big time linebacker.
There you go.
Right?
Yeah,
on
that's
Thursday.
our guest,
Like,
yeah.
hey, Broadus says this.
Yeah.
Tell me why Broadus just nailed that.
There, you're right. There you
Analysis.
go.
Rumor has it Eric Kendricks might want to do a little interviewing of us as we get along into the season. I think Eric Kendricks has
Ooh, I like
aspirations of being a media member.
I like it.
Might want to dip his toes in that water.
I like it. All right, here we go. Got some questions for you guys.
He should start a podcast.
Maybe
He might.
You think he's got an avenue? All you do is walk down and talk to the linebacker down the road. Hey, can you put me on air? Bleacher Report.
I think Mike had his first episode today.
Did he? I thought last week
It was
his
last
first.
week.
It was last week. The first
hosts.
one I was checked out last week.
Good. Wolchuk
My
checked
gosh,
out. He
what
did
are you,
the thing.
Fountain of misinformation over there.
Well, I know he had an episode today.
Okay.
I thought it was his first one. I didn't know he had a show last week.
All right,
That's
here we
all
go. Blogging the boys, real quick. 5 predictions for the Cowboys 2024 season. See if you guys agree with this or not. I'm just curious what you think.
Agree.
Wooly.
Yep.
Tyler Guyton will contribute more than Tyron Smith. That's a bold prediction. Tyler Guyton will contribute more than Tyron Smith.
In terms of just availability, I mean, last year was a very healthy season in terms of Tyron. But I think overall, I think that the hope is that you get a full 17 games from Tyler Guyton. Until that he's proven otherwise, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I think absolutely. I think the running game could be better with him.
Chief.
It's like, would the Jets rather have Tyler Guyton right now for this season?
Yeah.
You're kind of thinking of
have
it that
10
way.
games of Tyron Smith or maybe 15, 16 games of Tyler Guyton?
I'm so pessimistic on the availability of Tyron Smith and on the run blocking ability based on what we saw last year.
Sure.
So by default, I guess I will say the upside of Tyler Guyton and thinking he will play every game is more exciting.
Yeah, I think you guys make a great case. I'm going to go that Tyron has kind of figured something out, and at his age, he can still be very effective in the passing game. Guyton has a lot of learning to do.
Chieftain.
Yes, sir.
Dalvin Cook will be the team's leading rusher.
Fart. Be Rico Dowdle.
Gavin.
Yeah, Chief nailed it.
Wooly.
Yeah, that's a fart. I don't know that Cook ends the season on the roster.
I'd like to see what I told you guys. Use Zeke for 3 weeks, use Dalvin Cook for 3 weeks, and just
alternate. Hey, play the hot hand.
Burn them up.
That's what McDaniel wants to do in Miami. He's like, I want to play all 4 of these guys.
Yeah.
I'm going to play the hot hand.
Just keep going. Gavin.
Buddy.
Ryan Flournoy will be the team's number 3 receiver.
Oh, that's, what do you call that, cap? That's cap.
That's cap?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Is that what Broadus calls it?
I call it cap.
That's Broadus's thing.
I say the wrong word all the time. It's cap, and it's like it's really not what it means.
LLJ Cool J.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Lucius keeping
That's dope,
score.
Brian.
That's a fart right there.
Lucius
I like
keeping
Flournoy.
score.
I think he can be a good player, but not this year. He's not going to be the 3rd receiver this year.
He's going to be. Get ready. No, he's not. I like what Tolbert's done. Chief, did you get a chance? You answered that first, right?
Yes, I sure did.
Call a cap on that?
Called cap on that.
All right, here we go.
That man's got biceps bigger than my thigh.
Wooly.
Yeah.
Malik Hooker makes the Pro Bowl.
No, he's not going to make the Pro Bowl. Malik Hooker, I think, is a really good player, smart player, but he's not making a Pro Bowl, no.
As a 43rd alternate, I think there's actually a chance he does.
Well, I mean, they're going to be playing in the Super Bowl, Eric. Come on.
Gavin.
I'm going to put him in.
You going to put him in?
Put in the call.
Yeah, Cowboys have a top 3 defense, and many players benefit, including
I like
Malik.
what you're doing here.
You know the safety that has the best chance to make the Pro Bowl? Marquise Bell.
Oh, I like it. I like what you're doing there. Dawson.
Yeah.
Turpin takes it to the house twice this year.
Oh,
over. I'm taking
More
the
than
over.
2.
You're going over on 3.
This is the breakdown year for Turp.
Over on 2.
Uh-huh.
Whoa. How about you there, Chieftain?
I hate to ruin a fun just touchdown party. Dawson's hosting a touchdown party, and I'm going to show up to it. I'm just going to poop on the lawn.
On a TD Tuesday?
Of
You're gonna
course,
do this
I'm
on a
not going to
TD
do that.
Tuesday?
Damn right he's going to get it. He might get double digits this
He's
year.
going for the Hattie
He's going to be the
this year.
Trayvon
Hat
Diggs
trick.
of interceptions, but with kickoff returns for touchdowns.
We're setting records. Move over, Devin Hester. Make a place for Turpin.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. And it's time now for a sports hodgepodge before we get to CY at 420. Chief, what kind of hodging are we doing?
A great American has inspired this nation once again. And Tolos, which person or team took the biggest L this college football weekend? That's next here in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, welcome in. It's hour number 3 of the nation. We have CY coming up in 20 minutes. Flagtober 2024 is now right around the corner, brought to you by Whataburger. Stay tuned to social for a sneak peek tease of that flag real soon. Hope you're having a great day. Mark Schlereth coming up at 4:40. We'll be talking football with him. It's time now for a hodgepodge. Here's the Chief.
Joey Chestnut, have a day, sir.
He did something?
Joey.
Man, the Jaws was in full force. He is
All
as
beef
dominant.
hot dog? All beef?
All beef.
All beef hot dogs?
Yeah. The unfinished beef has now been finished by the great American that is Joey Chestnut. He dominates the hot dogs once again. They don't stand a chance.
10 minutes, 83 dogs, sets a new personal record. And you have to wonder if he's just still scratching the surface on how great he can be. He might be like that Swedish pole vaulter dude where he can just add one whenever he wants to, just to flex. Like, oh, Kobayashi's out here, I'm going to add one today, Mom. Watch this. I do like that move a lot. Yeah. And he was doing this. How about it? He cranked up the difficulty on Hall of Fame mode. He said, no, I'm not even going to dunk him in water this time.
What?
Yeah. He didn't even go with the dunky. He's like, just watch. Watch me work. Now, he was hammering home water while he had the dogs in his mouth.
He would just shove
but
it
he
in
wasn't
change his technique.
He wasn't doing the dip, which Walchuk experienced when he went toe-to-toe with some dogs on July 4th for 10 minutes, like 5 years ago now. He hit 9.5, but once he got to about 7 or whatever, maybe 6, he went to the dip and he started it was just dominating with the pace there. So that is definitely something that works. Kobayashi, hell of a run for him as well, because he also set a personal record. He's like 66.
Yeah, 66, which I think would have won this year's hot dog eating contest.
Okay, now how many of those?
Not bad for a dude that was sick of food, right?
Yeah.
When he
had like a jaw issue.
Great, he made a full recovery.
Yeah, like all of a sudden he's like, oh, I can't. If I see food, I'm gonna get sick.
We had the thing in his brain where it was like activated anytime he saw food or smelled it. It was like he became nauseous for a while. So I guess he's clearly been able to overcome
I'd say
that.
he ate 66 hot dogs.
Now, if he ate 66 hot dogs, how much weight do you think he gained? And if Chestnut, like in pounds, like Chestnut had 83 hot dogs.
7.
Let's do it with Joey Jaws.
7.
Okay.
7 pounds.
Broadus is going to start the bidding at 7 pounds. Anybody want to go higher?
18.
Yeah. 18 pounds? Okay. I'm going to go a little higher. I'll go 21. 19 pounds.
Oh, jeez.
He gained it. He went from 222
right there.
to
Let's
241. Nice work, fellas.
That's crazy.
You guys know your weight gain with the best of them.
Yeah, trust me, it fluctuates pretty steadily for me.
Kobayashi went from 158 pounds, and then 66 hot dogs later, he was 180 pounds in the post-bout weigh-in.
I'll tell you what, I figured out, we were talking at the break, I figured out something I could eat, I think, competitively.
Oh, really?
Yeah, brownies.
Oh, the brownies.
Any brownies or specifically Bobby's wife's brownies?
Those brownies are unbelievably good.
She does a great job.
Yeah, okay, but I think if you gave me those, like a tray of those, I think I could punish those. Just a tray, just put the tray out there and let me go.
The tray of those brownies, I'm with you. They're so good.
Why'd I throw you off with my commentary there? You kind of stopped.
I was just reading some of the texts here, and I was also trying to just acknowledge. Yeah. I was trying to acknowledge that Joey Chestnut made $100,000 for winning, and usually for the Nathan's contest, you win $10,000. So this is a huge win for him.
Screw Nathan's. We're doing Netflix every year. This is the tournament we all wanted anyway.
I can't believe these guys are so greedy, wanting to get paid for playing a sport. What, 10's not enough? Yeah. What the hot dogs, the sustenance? We're flying you out here.
How many people you think watch
putting
this
you
thing?
on TV?
I think a lot of people watch this thing. I know I did.
It's a great question, dude. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not
I'm
totally
going to admit,
sure.
I did not.
Hey, big winner of the weekend was Walchuk flying home from his vacation and giving himself the buffer day before going back to work.
Yeah.
He didn't fly in yesterday like a rookie.
He didn't know.
Well, maybe hey, blind squirrel situation, that's fine. Still a dub.
No, the
still a
big
victory.
Big dub was baby girl was tremendous on these flights.
I didn't know kids could fly in the cargo department.
You just get an infant lap seat.
I thought it was just in the cargo bay.
You can put your child down there.
I thought maybe that's what you had done.
No, not at all. I love my daughter.
Get a little pet carrier.
I could
drop her off with the luggage.
Cargo display, Brian. She was really good.
Get her a fresh diaper.
She was. Yeah, she was fantastic.
Were you panicking the whole flight?
I was stressed when we were boarding to go. I was like,
Did you take advantage of the early boarding?
No.
Yeah, that's a rookie move right there.
The reason why is I was saying we need to do this. My wife didn't believe me that was a thing.
No, you got to take advantage of that.
So once you get in that fight, I'm not pushing anymore, honey. We'll do whatever you want to do.
Okay.
But hindsight worked out great, and baby girl was fantastic.
You pants.
Sometimes you got to pick your battles, Brian.
That's why I'm divorced twice. I'm
worth it.
divorced twice because I was me pants.
Yeah.
If I go all in with Connor Wegman having the worst weekend in college football, could you top me with that?
because there's a lot of
the way he played.
just individuals. I mean, just individuals. I think Dabo had a terrible weekend. I would say Billy Napier of Florida.
I hate to say this.
Awful weekend.
Our guy out at Texas Tech almost had a terrible
Joey
week.
McGuire. My gosh, Red Raider fans.
Abilene Christian took them to overtime in that thing. That wasn't a good weekend for.
Look, my Mean Green might have a shot going to Lubbock and winning in a couple of weeks.
With old Chandler Morris,
maybe.
Yeah.
Is he still quarterbacking?
Yeah,
Chandler Morris.
Game.
Yeah.
Led North Texas to an opening day victory.
How many years?
I mean, dude, we got a guy at
number 4 for him.
We have a guy at Miami who caught a touchdown.
I know,
who's in
9
his
years.
9th year.
Chandler Morris to me seems like he's been in the league for 6 years.
I think he's a 4-year guy.
3 schools?
Yes.
Okay.
Bounced around a little bit, but seems like he may have found a home.
Oklahoma, TCU, now North Texas, and I begged him to go there from the beginning, and he finally listened.
Dude, Billy Napier, the head coach for Florida, I mean, this guy he's having to talk through at the podium the embarrassment of the L that his team took to the Hurricanes, where they just didn't show up. And Carter Freeman was there in attendance.
Yeah.
And,
he was.
And the Hurricanes looked like a really, really good football team. They actually have a quarterback in Cam Ward, who's now the Heisman favorite after weekend 1 of college football. Yes.
They might win that ACC. I mean, it's so darn bad. It's a bad conference.
Yeah, Miami has no excuse not to win it. That's for dang sure.
Butchin's team looked good last night.
Maybe Boston College is sneaky. I know Carter picked NC State. NC State had a little bit of scare as well, but they pulled it out.
But Billy Napier, the Florida head coach, I mean, his team's getting crushed, and then he's at the podium after the game having to talk about the embarrassment, and he's fighting through trying to open up a water bottle, and then he just punts on it. It's like 20-plus seconds of him literally voicing how sad and down and embarrassing that loss was.
And you can hear him fumbling?
No, you can't hear. You can just see him trying to get this water bottle open at the podium, and he just can't do it. And so finally just sets it down. It was like 25 seconds of work. And I've had one of those bottles before. I think we've all had one of those bottles before. You're like, this is the bottle. This is not a me problem.
Top melted,
but it was a bad look for him.
Somebody glued the top of it.
It was very, very, it was very much so like symbolism for the day that was for the Florida Gators. Just absolutely terrible.
You just want to take that thing and wham it against the edge of the table to open it.
Yes. For sure.
Brian Kelly like.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He would have.
Yeah. Brian Kelly was really
That
upset.
Southern
He was
accent
flustered.
really evaporated after that loss.
There was some. I mean, I enjoyed watching old Arch run around out there, but there was some unbelievable individual performances, dude. Like, how about Dylan Raiola?
Did you watch that Boise running
The
back?
Nebraska freshman quarterback. The Boise running back was great. The Nebraska freshman quarterback, Dylan Raiola, and then Nico. I'm not even going to try and say his last name at Tennessee.
Tennessee. They say he might be the best quarterback in the country.
Those two, they're going to be 1-2 in 3 years from now in the draft. Those guys are unreal.
Yeah, Raiola, and now it's Colorado, Dion, going into Lincoln on a Saturday night.
I can't wait for this game.
That's happening this Saturday night.
And that venue is amazing there in Lincoln, Nebraska. That is going to be a blast to watch.
100,000+ people. Dylan Raiola, coming out party, collision course. Or is it Shadur Sanders? I'll tell you, Shadur Sanders just feels like the guy, like in a big moment, you kind of feel like, I got confidence.
Why does
in
this
you.
feel like Nebraska just go ahead and just peeing down their leg in this one? Like they have a chance to win and then they don't. Something happens.
That has been the way Nebraska's played over the last 6 years.
Nebraska will have a great defensive effort, and then all of a sudden Michigan State will score on a block punt.
Things change though when you have a quarterback, man. I mean, Miami now has a quarterback, and they look like a different program. And if Raiola is absolutely nasty, Fat Mahomes, if he's the real deal,
Fat Mahomes, you called him?
I mean, I think that's what
people
that's his
joke
nickname.
around that he's Fat Mahomes.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were just making stuff up.
I texted Bobby and Brian as I was,
You knee jerked that one pretty good.
I'm all in on Dylan Raiola. I said, hey, get this Dak Prescott 3-year deal done, and then just go ahead and draft Dylan Raiola.
That's what he said.
Your next quarterback.
That's what he said.
He's putting a court. Hey, listen, you got to have a 5-year plan. Wolchuk's got one. That's a guy's thinking ahead.
I'm trying.
Forward
And then
thinking,
Bobby
man.
trolled him. How'd Bobby troll you?
Bobby wants Garrett Nussmeier. But hey, Flower Mount Marcus guy.
Oh yeah, that's right. He did. He went after Nussmeier.
And hey, Nuss, I can't tell you how the first half went of that game.
Nuss played well. I mean, you're playing behind a.
I'm pulling for Nussmeier, man.
I'll pull for
one player to watch in high school.
The Miami quarterback Cam Ward called out the Florida Gator fan base because they were at the Swamp. He said, "Note to the fans: you have to be loud when we're in the huddle, not just when we break the huddle." And he said the Swamp wasn't even close to as loud as USC or Oregon. It's like, wow, just
USC?
salt in the wound there. I mean, heck, Miami had a receiver that did like a midfield spin move, like back to the sideline, and burned like 4 players and gained an extra like 30 yards. But one of those dudes in the process of being spun on literally towards ACL. You're like, oh my gosh, it was just one of those awful start to finish days for Florida. I did want to shout out another guy.
Their schedule doesn't get any easier.
Ryan Williams, 17 years old. He's a wide receiver for Alabama. He's the next guy. He has to be, because at 17 years old, his first catch was an 84-yard touchdown. He followed it up with his second catch, a 55-yard touchdown.
It's amazing.
It was 2 for 139 and 2 touchdowns before halftime for this kid, 17 years old. Alabama's still going to be cranking out some dudes like that.
Ohio State got another one, too.
Ohio State has another.
Jeremiah Smith. Keep an eye on him. He had 2 touchdowns, 6 catches, 92 yards. He's also a freshman.
One of the other funny things from the weekend, we know Brad Sham will jump on you on Twitter from time to time.
Oh, yeah.
He did that to RJ Ochoa.
Unprovoked, too.
RJ Ochoa tweeted out, Greeny on Get Up right now talking about Clemson not utilizing the transfer portal. Mentioned that NFL teams don't just draft players and develop them anymore. They also use free agency. And then Ochoa said, hey now, the Dallas Cowboys. So he's kind of like calling out the Cowboys like, hey, they're kind of the Clemson of the NFL. They don't use all the resources for talent acquisition. And then
Brad was like, well, what about Carl Lawson and the defensive tackle?
Hey, Linville Joseph.
Dalvin Cook.
Are you kidding me? Eric Kendricks.
Sham was not tagged in the original tweet, but he saw it. And so he responded back, does the public know you're never around the team or organization? Question mark.
Well, he's at training camp every year.
Yes, he is at training camp every single dang
Come on,
year.
Brad.
Brad is just when he lashes out, man, he'll get you. I mean, so I don't know. I think a lot of people went after Brad after that because we all respect RJ Ochoa, no matter where his feet are.
It's never a good
moment.
idea to debate with members of the team's broadcast staff because they know minutia. And what they'll do is they'll change the debate from your original premise to some minutia that you can't really discuss with them because you're not around the team every day. You know,
what the hell do we know?
Like, see, dunked on you. What do you really know, RJ Ochoa, about free agency?
You're not
even here. I mean, that's swerving across 4 lanes of traffic to hit a fellow member of the media. I'd be pretty hacked if I was RJ right now.
Yeah, well, I think Sham, took a bit of a beating there in the comments, but nonetheless, that was quite the interaction from the weekend.
It was, and it is time now for Chris Young to join us, and then Mark Schlereth will join us and talk football. So baseball, football, back-to-back coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for the Chris Young Show. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's hurt in an accident, not your fault. Call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by carsforkids.org. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it is time now here for the Chris Young Show in the G-Bag Nation. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing about the same, thank you. Story up on ESPN today that sets the scene. It's all about how the Rangers are just the latest team to struggle after winning the World Series. I was wondering how much you guys talked about that internally, or if Boch had mentioned anything about how tough it was for him in San Francisco.
Well, yeah. I mean, we came into the season with expectations that this was a World Championship caliber team, and that we understood how much everything had to go our way. And what we saw last year with everything aligning there at the end when we got healthy and everybody performed at a very high level the last week of the season into the playoffs. And so I don't take for granted, and I've been part of it as a player as well in Kansas City in 2015, so I don't take for granted how magical those years are. I can't say perfectly that we saw this type of regression coming, that we would take such a large step backwards this season, and that's been the hard part for us as an organization. But, we've had numerous conversations, even through the off season, trying to account for how are we going to get back and play October baseball and give ourselves a chance to win the World Series again. And we thought, we put together a very good roster, a very talented roster. We were depending a lot on a lot of the players that we had returning. And, for numerous reasons, it just hasn't gone our way this year. There have been a lot of contributing factors, and I think they all are important, from injuries to underperformance to maybe some personnel decisions that me and the front office are responsible for. And ultimately, we're going to take a hard look and figure out what we need to do better this offseason to make sure that next year we bounce back and get back to being the team we believe we can be.
Do you think you could get back to the same level of confidence that you had in this team? That it can be at that 2023 level when we get to Surprise next spring?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I really don't. I think with the talent we have and the core group that we have returning, obviously we have work to do this offseason and making the roster better and improving some areas that we didn't perform well this year. But my expectation every year is going to be to show up and to have a team that's capable of competing for a World Series championship. I just don't believe in this market that we should ever come to spring training without World Series expectations unless we are committed to an absolute rebuild. And frankly, I think those days are behind us.
See why you mentioned that, every year seems to be different, either championship. Are there things that fundamental core values that you hold near and dear to you? Did they get shaken a little bit this year, or is it something that it's just something that you believe in it so much that it'll never shake you?
Well, the core values aren't based on the performance of this year's team. The core values are based on successful organizations over the history of time. These core values have really passed those tests, and sure, all championship teams exhibit those core values. So I think it's up to us to continue to stay true to those values and make sure that we identify players and create an environment that is going to really bring out and highlight those values. And when we see things that are contrary to the values, that we correct them or we move on from those types of behaviors. So I don't question the values that we have. I really believe that we do have a great group of guys. I think that for whatever reason, just a lot of them have had down years, and it's been frustrating. I think that, there's an argument to be made that if you put this roster together 7 out of 10 years, you'd probably have winning seasons, and 3 of them you may not. And this was one of the years that we haven't. But we are going to be faced with tough decisions moving forward, and who fits, who doesn't, and where we need to improve, and how we're going to put together a championship caliber club next year, because that's my expectation and that's what our fans deserve and that's what we're committed to.
one of your core players, obviously Marcus Semien, and Marcus is a warrior. You know better than anybody, wants to play every single day. But last year, he sets the record for most at-bats in a single season. I don't know that the production has quite been there to his standard this year. I wonder your assessment of him as a whole. And is there something maybe going into the future that you're going to have to say, you're about to be 34, you'll look into maybe trying to give him more days off?
Yeah, and certainly the workload management is something not specific to Marcus, but with every player we have, making sure that they're getting enough rest and recovery to perform at their highest level and consistently perform at their highest level. And so with Marcus, it's going to be very important with any player getting into their mid to upper 30s. We're going to have to monitor that. That said, Marcus is about as good as they get in terms of the way he prepares, the way he takes care of himself, his routine, his work ethic, knowing himself, knowing when he needs to push it, when he can back off. And he really embodies so many characteristics of great players in terms of his preparation and routine and the care factor. So, is Marcus's season attributed in terms of the offensive decline that we've seen, in the second half? Is that attributed to a workload management issue? It could be, and that's something we're evaluating. Or is it that, hey, just like many of the other guys, some of whom have had plenty of rest and haven't performed, is it just a down year? And so, I always say, I tell my kids all the time that if every game can't be your best game, or else you'd never have a best game. And I sort of feel the same on baseball seasons, that every year can't be your best season on your baseball card. And this year, unfortunately, we've had a lot of down years by traditional standards for the norm for a lot of our players. So that said, protecting Marcus, making sure that he ages well into his mid to late 30s and maintains his ability to compete at a very high level. And I don't want to take away from what Marcus has done offensively for us. I mean, defensively for us, he's had a great year defensively. I think he may be leading baseball in runs saved, and he made a heck of a play last night. And so, Marcus is still a leader in the organization. He's a tremendous player, and we're grateful for all the positives that he brings, and recognize that he's every player is going to have down moments in their career, and our expectation is Marcus, just like many others, is going to bounce back.
Could we get an update on your pitching injuries? Did we get some bad news on Gray, and any update on Malley?
Yeah, John came in today, and we had a hard conversation. Obviously, John has been a big part of our team this year. He struggled here of recent, but there were times throughout the year where he's carried us, and he's been dealing with this neuroma, which is a nerve issue in his toe of his right foot, which is his push-off foot. And it's gotten to the point where it's really impacting him, not just in terms of pitching, but his day-to-day, his life, being able to sleep, be able to drive, walk, stuff like that. And so it's at a point now where we need to get it fixed. I think there's a surgical and very easy surgical repair that, really won't impact his off season, allow him to train and be strong for next year. So John was at a point where we felt like we're better off just getting this fixed now and giving him a full off season to train and prepare versus prolonging this and having him pitch through pain, especially when he may be compromising his mechanics. So it was a tough call to make, but I think the right call nonetheless. And we're grateful for, all John's given us this year, and hopeful that he'll bounce back and have a great year next year. Tyler still is in a little bit of a recovery mode. Some shoulder irritation. We don't want to push him too hard, given that he's coming off Tommy John, but nonetheless, saw some really good things from him. And I think we're at a point where we're just not going to accelerate his recovery from this. Jacob pitching again this weekend, and so we're excited. And then Max is also going to go out on rehab this weekend, and potential for both those guys to rejoin the rotation next week.
See why I'm just interested when one day when you hang them up and you're at the lake house with all your buddies hanging out at the dock and stuff like that, and they ask you who the greatest baseball player is you ever played with or saw, where will Aaron Judge be on that list for you?
He's going to be pretty high. He's just tremendous. And I don't know Aaron well. I've gotten to know him a little bit just here and there, running into him at whether at the All-Star game or special events. And just seems like a tremendous person first and foremost. I think every fan should really appreciate the person that Aaron is. And I think that's, to me, what stands out. He's a special player, but he's also a very special human being. I think people just gravitate towards him because of his personality and his humility. And, as I look at it from a parent's perspective, he's everything I'd want my sons to be. And he's near at the top of the list in terms of the greatest players I've ever seen.
It's Chris Young here with you in the Nation. Okay, so when it comes to competitive balance tax, do you believe that as a front office you should be repeat payers on that throughout the duration of contending and accept that the tax is like the cost of doing business essentially to stay competitive?
Well, I think you're getting into some philosophical ownership questions to some degree, decisions that I don't make by myself. That said, I think, we're in a market and in a size of a market where we can and should be willing to go over the luxury tax, at the right times, the right moments. And I'm very grateful to our ownership last season for allowing us to do so. I think some of those moves that we were able to make at the deadline, which put us over the luxury tax threshold, contributed to us winning the World Series. And likewise, this year, ownership gave us the resources to put together a team that came into the season well over the luxury tax threshold. And unfortunately, it hasn't worked out for us this year. But nonetheless, I think that they have given us the resources. I think they've shown a willingness to go over the tax when necessary. I think it's a competitive advantage that we have in this market. And my expectation is that when the team is capable of winning a World Series, the resources that we need will be there for us.
We give you permission to go over the tax anytime you want.
We'll kick in.
Whatever you want to do.
We'll just throw it's not money, right?
Yeah, if you feel
it's not my money either. So.
Yeah, if you feel like you need to go over the tax to make us a little bit better, we'll trust you. Go ahead and just go over the tax. All right.
I love it.
We'll vouch for you. We'll vouch for you.
You guys can come advocate for me. Thank you.
Hey, you know, we got your back. We did want to ask you before we let you boogie out of here because we got to talk with Jack Leiter earlier. But that lineup with the Yankees, went through 2 rounds pretty strong. That third time through is when things got a little wonky. But how'd you assess Jack Leiter's performance and where he's at right now?
Yeah. It's funny. It was an interesting game. I actually thought it was the best Jack's pitched here in his big league starts thus far. Saw some real positive things last night. Was really encouraged for him. Hated that the 6th inning, it kind of started with an infield hit there. I think that if that's a ground out, it may change the course of that inning. But nonetheless, that's part of being a big leaguer, is that you got to go out and face the third time through the order if you want to be a good starting pitcher. And I just love that Boch gave him that opportunity to go out and for the third time face the top of the New York Yankee lineup with 2 of the best hitters in the game, and Juan Soto and Aaron Judge. So, I think we saw that maybe not quite a finished product in terms of being able to navigate that third time. But nonetheless, what we saw the first 5 innings and gave up 2 runs and pitched very, very well against a tough lineup, I thought was a huge step in the right direction. I told Jack as much last night that I thought there were so many positives from this game, and don't let the negative from the either the final line or that 6th inning detract from all the positives that happens. This is part of pitching development. I certainly experienced as a young pitcher that there are a lot of games where you feel like you're so close to having a good game, but it slips away from you. And the next step in the development is to be able to navigate that lineup for the third time through. And Jack will get there, but there were real positives last night, and I'm happy for him, and I'm excited to see him build off this. That's going to be the important part moving forward.
You're the man, CY. Thank you so much. Chat with you next week.
Guys, thank you. I appreciate it.
Cheers. There he goes. Chris Young, Rangers GM here. Mostly Mondays at 4:20 in the Nation. Couldn't make it yesterday with the holiday. Nice enough to reschedule for today, so we're quite appreciative. Mark Schlereth talking football with him next. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Coming up.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're joined now by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. And Mark, good afternoon. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Wonderful. It's great to hear your voice and talk football with you. Now, big discussion here. Will the Cowboys sign Dak to a new deal 5 days until the season starts? How worried would you be about losing Dak right now, Mark?
Well, I mean, considering the fact that, he was, second in the MVP voting, led the league in touchdowns. I mean, the guy was pretty phenomenal last year. And, I know we push it toward the playoffs, and it's interesting to me because everybody looks at Dak, well, you can't win in the playoffs, like we need a new quarterback. Or, hey, Mike McCarthy is a great coach, 12 wins the last 3 years straight, but he can't win in the playoffs. The Cowboys ain't won in the playoffs since the 90s. I mean, it's more systemic of the organization. It's more about, pointing the finger at the organization. We keep thinking that changing the quarterback or changing the coach is going to change your playoff future. I just don't know. I'm a Dak Prescott believer. I think he's a damn good quarterback. I think he's a guy that, if the Cowboys decided, well, we're just not going to pay the guy, and let him walk. Now, obviously, there's going to be 20-some-odd teams that can't wait to sign him. So he's a guy to me that you sign, you get him done, you figure it out, and you move on. And the other thing that I always say is, look what the San Francisco 49ers have done. They've signed Ayuk. They made Christian McCaffrey a big money contract. Ayuk, Deebo Samuel a couple years ago. They just signed Trent Williams today. Bosa is signed to a big time deal. Fred Warner signed to a big time deal. The salary cap is fake. It's just a matter if you want to push money into the future or not. It just is a matter if you want to manage it well and pay your really good players. Or if you don't, and I don't know what else you have to learn about Dak to know that is a damn good quarterback and gives you a chance to at least be in the playoffs every year. I live in Denver, or I've lived in Denver for the last 20 some odd years, and I know what it's been like going through kind of quarterback purgatory the last couple of years. So do I pay him? Hell yeah, I pay him.
Stink, you have a clip from last year that we love playing on the show about the Cowboys where they're going to S in their helmets like they do every year come playoff time. And honestly, gold. It was gold, and it was like you saw the future because it happened again. If you're pro-Dak, is it then an organizational failure? You're pointing the finger at the Jones family. Is that the reason for the lack of playoff success for damn near 30 years now?
Yeah, at some point, right, it's Jason Garrett's fault. It's Mike McCarthy's fault. It's Dak's fault. It's Romo's fault. Eventually you have to look at the organization and figure out, okay, what is it that we're not, what is it that we're not addressing? What is it that we're not doing right? And I said this last year. In all honesty, when your head coach and your quarterback show up to the organization or show up into the locker room, and neither of them were aware that you just made a trade as a management team, as an owner, as a general manager for Trey Lance, that's an issue. That should be something that's addressed with the head coach. Does he fit? Do we want him? Does he work with what we're doing? That would be something that, to me, again, and there are little things that become big things. When you emasculate your coach, when you don't empower your coach to be the guy that makes the decisions, and you can make decisions on a day-to-day basis, but if everybody in the building knows, yeah, you're not really in charge, that's a bad situation. We can sit there and say, well, how does that manifest itself into losses in the playoffs? Well, listen, when you get to the playoffs, it's pretty freaking good, right? When you get to the playoffs, you're playing the best of the best. And if things are even a little out of whack, you're not going to overcome those things against really good teams. You've got to be so dialed in and so sold out for one another and so incredibly connected. And when that stuff happens, I remember the tight end Schultz, who went to Houston last year. and said what a relief it was to just focus on football and not feel like you're a zoo animal. Like, you're walking through and there's glass and there's people that are sitting there watching practice and watching you walk out to practice. And, like, that's a sanctuary. It's funny. When Sean Payton took over the Denver Broncos, and I've done a bunch of games there, and, you go in and you eat lunch at the cafeteria, right? They feed you, and they've got a meeting room right off the cafeteria where you meet with the coaches, you meet with the players and all that stuff. And every time I was in there calling a Broncos game, people from the sales office would be up there with their clients, would be in the players' cafeteria and eating lunch with clients. And the clients would be like, oh, there's so-and-so. And, oh, there's so-and-so. Oh, there's a player, right? Sean Payton came in. It took him about 3 days to put the moratorium on. There's no non-essentials that are allowed in my cafeteria. Hey, like business people, pack a freaking lunch, but you're not bringing clients to where my players are, where my players have a sanctuary. Like that, I can tell you as a player, it used to bother the crap out of me when, we had a couple of really good seasons, 3 good seasons. One, we started 13-0, and, all the national media started showing up at about week 7. And it got to the point where it was so crowded, you felt violated. Like, I don't have any place to go hide. I don't have any place to get away from this. And when that's constant, I think it takes away from you guys being together and you guys doing the things that are required to really have a close-knit, tight football team that's going to fight for one another in those games where it's, but frankly, not to be rude, but nut-cutting time.
Hey, Stink, one of the things that a lot of Cowboy fans are concerned about is their running game. And, you have the 2 rookies, the rookie tackle and the rookie center making starts. And you played with some really good teams that were running the football. What's Dallas going to have to do to be more efficient running the football this year?
You got to run it.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm not trying to be a wise butt, but sure. Running the ball, like, I was talking about CU football, and I don't know if you guys watched that opening game with Colorado.
Don't run the ball very much, yeah.
No, but listen, you can't run the ball if you don't run the ball.
Right.
And what I mean by that is you can't throw it 42 times and get a lead of 9 points and say, okay, now in the fourth quarter, here we go. Let's grind it out.
Mm-hmm.
That is a skill that requires commitment. And it requires commitment from everybody, from wide receivers to the running backs to the offensive line to the quarterback. Everybody has to be dialed in. The tight ends, everybody. And the coaching staff has to be dialed in. And there is no greater skill than moving a man from point A to point B against his will. That is technique. You just don't like – I heard this all the time from coaches, like, hey, man, got to stay lower here. Yeah, no crap. Really? Got to stay lower? Why? Because I'm getting impaled? Yeah, I get that. I get that. How? How do you stay lower? Well, it's technique, right? The technique of creating leverage from your feet, through your ankles, through your knees, through your hips, all that ties together with your hips and your hands. And if all that stuff comes off in a kinetic chain, one after the other, and they all strike at the same time, you lift your opponent up through the sky, and striking not out but up. And when you do that, you create leverage, and then you take people off the ball. And when you can do that consistently across the board, guess what? You start getting those yards, those dirty yards, where that 2-yard run becomes a 4-yard run, and that 4-yard run becomes an 8-yard run, and that 8-yard run becomes a 16-yard run. And pretty soon in the fourth quarter, they're waving the white flags over on the other side. They're like, we don't want to do this anymore. But that takes a commitment. So you don't just say, hey, man, we're going to have this great passing game and we're going to have this great running game. Got to have a great running game first, right? And you play off that. You tie and you marry, play action off of that stuff. And you tie it and you make it look identical. And then you just absolutely, eviscerate people. But, again, that's one of those things that there is such a commitment that has to be made. And your coaches have to understand, and your OCs have to understand that, that probably doesn't excite a lot of owners when the next round of hirings comes up.
Mark Schlereth here with you in the G-Bag Nation. We were wondering about your other former stomping ground, of course, now in Denver, but first half of your career in Washington. How good are the Commanders going to be here with the new quarterback rookie year?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot that has to go on with the Commanders because it's been a mess for decades and decades. And listen, I think they hired the right guy in Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn is one of those guys that I think players just genuinely respect, genuinely love, and genuinely want to play hard for. So I think that's an important aspect of kind of creating and changing and helping to manipulate that culture, if you will. I am concerned about the offense coordinator. Cliff Kingsbury is a air raid guy. And air raid guys tend to live outside the numbers. Mm-hmm. And, that's the college game. Like, we're going to run it outside the numbers. We're going to throw it outside the numbers. That's what we do. The NFL tends to be inside the numbers. That's how you win in the NFL. And so, questions about him in general, what he's learned from, his time in Arizona and his time in the NFL. And we'll see how that kind of happens and the kind of maturation process that offense goes through. But I do believe Dan Quinn is the right guy. And Jaden Daniels, watching all the film, Jaden was one of my favorite evaluations. The two guys that I liked the most coming out, I didn't really look that much at Caleb Williams because everybody knew Caleb Williams was going to Chicago, right? So I looked a little bit at him, but I knew he was going to Chicago. I looked at Jaden Daniels because I live in Denver, and I looked at all the other quarterbacks, and it really was Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels were my two favorite quarterbacks coming out. Just watching the timing of the way they played the game, the accuracy, the getting the ball out of their hand quickly, accurately, and you can't be accurate in the NFL. You cannot be accurate as a quarterback if you're not on time. Being on time lends itself to being accurate, and I thought those two were really good in those aspects.
Well, thanks for joining us this season, Mark. We really look forward to it. Enjoy the first week, and we'll catch you up with you next Tuesday.
All right. Sounds good, guys. Take care.
There he goes, Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious.
I like the way you said catch up with you next Tuesday instead of see you next Tuesday. You're so much more respectful than what Chuck would have been.
Yes, sir. I'll have to keep that one in the back pocket, though, just in case things get squirrely.
It's a long season, you know what I mean? You never know.
Yeah, you never know what could happen. In addition to the finest coming up next, though, Eric, where are you taking us?
Well, we got more Jaden Daniels conversation that needs to be had. We have Mike Zimmer pulling no punches, and if you think this guy forgot how to play football, think again.
All right, I want to...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright Dos Equis Lager Especial Beer. Imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. I certainly am. It's my 3-year-old's birthday tonight, so after the show here, we're heading home. Of course, gonna watch the Rangers and have a heck of a birthday party. Might even try to hit some Chuck E. Cheese.
Okay. Ooh, I was wondering, dude.
Okay.
Hey, that's a good pizza night for you then.
Yeah.
Damn good pizza. Hey, and don't sleep on the cheesy bread over there. Get that cheesy bread if you go to Chuck E.'s tonight.
Cheesy
I'm booking. Tear that thing up, bro.
She's been asking for it, so how do you not give a 3-year-old Chuck E. Cheese when they're requesting it for their birthday? We have the Expressway coming up in about 15 minutes. LA Live at 5:40. What is the latest with the Dak deal? We got a week or so to go here, less than a week, 5 days. So how close is this thing to maybe actually happening? We'll talk about that coming up at 5:20. Here's the Chief with an edition, the finest.
Well, Calvin Watkins is reporting that Eric Kendricks said that he's an In-N-Out burger guy. He's a California kid, so he's reporting that in the last hour. We'll be all over Eric Kendricks at what time on Thursday?
5:20. 5:20 every Thursday this week.
A Thirsty Thursday Expressway with Eric Kendricks. That's going to be awesome. So
In-N-Out is great. It's a good product.
It's a solid burger. Yeah, I'm not going to push back too
California.
hard.
We tried that out a couple years ago, and it lived up to that hype.
Trent Williams always lives up to the hype, and the contract does as well. He just signed it 3 years, $82.66 million, $48 million at signing, $26 million via a signing bonus. So he gets the big money that he wanted, that he needed, that he deserved, and now San Francisco walks into the season here with their Brandon Ayuk and their Trent Williams. So everything is all good. Now in Pittsburgh, Cam Hayward, another veteran, he's agreed to a 3-year, $45 million deal, $29 million new money, $16 million fully guaranteed, according to Jeremy Fowler. So you got a couple of deals going down as we await whether or not Jamar Chase is going to get the bag. Adam Schefter says it needs to happen in the next 48 hours or he's not playing on Sunday. So, my goodness, dude.
All right, bold prediction, sure to go wrong. Chase and Dak both get done this week.
Ooh, wow. I really like that. Is anybody willing to jump on that particular wagon that old Chuck just rolled out?
I think I would take the same bet right now.
Right? I mean,
Dak's getting the deal.
And now that CD's done, I think the Cowboys are trying really hard to get this thing done this week. And if they don't, my thought process is it's more so Dak's side saying, hey, let's go ahead and we'll wait. We'll wait this thing out and bet on ourselves again.
Do you have a deadline on this one?
If it's not done by Saturday,
okay, so
he's not getting done till next offseason.
So you're saying you're giving it the whole week.
Yeah, I'll give it the whole week. I'll give it till Saturday. I mean, I think Friday's probably more realistic, but I'll say Saturday.
Maybe Dak and Jerry have a couple of cocktails on the flight to Cleveland on Saturday, and they just a couple of bros getting deals done. They ink the deal in Cleveland.
But if it's not done by Sunday, this thing ain't getting done.
Well, did you see what Rossini said?
That's what I was saying. I was going to ask that question. You got her report. Go ahead and talk about it.
She says the holdup at this point, from what I understand, is about the years the Dallas Cowboys are willing to commit to. Now, see if you guys are you buying this? The Dallas Cowboys, what they're willing to commit to years-wise, it's assumed that Dak is going to be paid at the top of the market. The Cowboys are aware of that. But the question is, do they want to put themselves in a position contractually that keeps Dak in Dallas longer than 2, 3, 4 years? And that's what Dak is looking for. He's looking for a long-term commitment from Dallas. The holdup here is really the belief from the Dallas Cowboys. So that goes against everything that's been usually the case, where you feel like Dak wants the shorter deal, but maybe he's at a place now where he wants this to be like his final contract. I don't know.
See, and this is why I don't believe that the Cowboys really could be out on him, because if you were out, you're not trying to get it to be $59 million. You're not trying to get it to be 3% less. If you're out, you're out. This is why I don't believe the Cowboys are out. If you don't think Dak can take you there, then him at $55 million isn't taking you there. You would have to bring him down to $20 million to give yourself the money to get two other great players to win with their strategy. So I think this is negotiation. Both sides are throwing the best haymakers possible. The Cowboys are throwing, we really don't like you that much as a player, to get Dak to come down to 2 or 3%. That's ultimately the Cowboys' goal here.
I wonder which one it really is. I think you offer some really, some good analysis there, but I wonder if it's really that the Cowboys don't want to go the long term, because Dak does have a history of getting back to the table pretty quick.
He does.
So if he's looking for a longer term deal, that seems very much against what he's done in the past.
Okay, so 4 years ago, he wanted a shorter deal because the TV money was exploding.
Right.
Now the TV money trajectory is slowing down. It's kind of plateauing, and he's getting older. So now security makes the most sense for him. Now it's like 5 or 6 years at $60 million a year. That sounds great. I don't think I'm going to be in a great position to negotiate 3 or 4 years from now.
Yeah, you could also look at Kirk Cousins right off an Achilles at 35 years old and be like, that dude got paid. I think I'll be in a good position. But he is thinking differently now than he was in those previous negotiations. Things change all of a sudden when you have a child. And now your long-term future, maybe I would like to know I'm staying in the same place where I can raise my daughter and I will be secured now for the rest of my career.
He does have a daughter.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can't. There's no argument with that. Yeah. The NFL security met with the Eagles and the Packers as they're getting set for their Friday night kickoff in Brazil, and flat out told them stay at their hotels outside of the trips they'll make to the arena where the game is on Friday. Like, you shouldn't be leaving, as Walchuk mentioned earlier.
You're not going to drag me down here to Brazil and have me sit in a hotel for 72 hours, bruh. Okay?
Yeah.
We're going to go see some things.
This is from Albert Breer, and this is just funny. He says one of the things on the do's and don'ts, one was to not walk outside with their phones out of their pockets. It's like, while you're outside, you basically can't look at your phone.
Because they'll ride by on a motorcycle and grab them from me.
Another was to not.
Those videos are fun, aren't they?
They're crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Just like moped drive-bys.
Yeah,
you got a guy on the back trying to snag stuff.
Yeah. And if they get it, they get it. If they don't, they move. They just keep going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes you'll see a video where a guy in a truck sees it happening and he'll hit the moped.
Wow, I need to get this in the algorithm.
It is strong in my algorithm right now.
But what do you guys think about this? One of the things the league told all the players and everybody was to not respond to any weird messages on their phones either. Whatever the heck that means. Are they about to? They're about to be sending me Brazil. I go to Brazil and my phone's just going to start being peppered with
players out
weird.
From the wilderness out there, man. There's too many
Tinder,
BBLs to go around.
Things.
Remember in Vegas? Remember in Vegas we had the coyote bite.
Yeah,
there's gonna be a Brazilian Friday night, Thursday night fiasco.
A little booty suffocation.
Perhaps, yeah. I think that's on the list of options.
Remember the rampage the swimmer went on when the Olympics were in Brazil?
Yes.
Is that 2014?
Rio.
Oh, Lochte. Oh, the outdoor urination.
16 or 14.
The outdoor pee, but he blamed it on being. I don't even know. It was a weird deal.
World Cup.
World Cup.
Summer Games were 16.
Yeah, World Cup I think was 14.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
This is the NFL being paranoid about their guys getting in trouble. Olympians were down there partying their balls off. We're fine. It's a party town. It's a tourist town.
It is.
Come on.
From what I thought, I don't know. I don't get why you're going to play a game there if that's going to be the constraints. You're the NFL. You've got power here.
They put a 5-star hotel up where they're going to house professional teams in the slums. Oh, boy, you take a step outside that lobby door and all sorts of Brazilian crime's going to come running right up to you. Give me a freaking break. This is what not traveling will do to you.
Yeah. Just getting your brain.
The only safe place is America.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to stay right here.
Well, there is a story in the Star Tribune.
What is SoFi? That's in Inglewood, by the way.
Yeah.
It is.
That's in Inglewood.
Yeah.
What up, blood?
They're never up to any good.
Never up to any good.
That side.
Inglewood.
Well, in Minnesota, for whatever reason, they're cranking out Mike Zimmer articles.
Oh.
Did you see the quotes in this?
No.
He does say that he's having fun again, which is nice. And his daughter, Corey, is the one who's lending voice to that. He's now He's back to doing football. He's here locally. I know he's got family here locally, so he's a happier version of himself. But when he was being fired in Minnesota, that was the rock bottom for him. He had never been fired before.
Yeah.
So he just was always just sort of leveling up in position.
Did you ever hear what he said about, they asked him if he wanted to speak to the team?
Yeah, that's the quote, how they started off. He's like, they asked me if I wanted to address the team. This is now, like, he just finds out he's being fired. So he's angry. They're saying he's sleep deprived. And this is the first time he's being fired. So he's short-circuiting to some extent. And they asked him if he wanted to address the team. And he's like, I said, hell no. They got me fired. I don't want to look at those players in there. They're the ones that bleeped me.
Oh, man.
He says, I didn't know I was supposed to go to HR and sign out or whatever. No one told me. I just got all my stuff, got in my truck, and left. It's like, you fired me. I'm done now.
Here.
I have no more obligations to anything or
Only
anyone.
Jason Garrett would hang around for a week, after that.
That's
How
a
we
good
doing,
point.
guys? I'm not bleeping leaving.
Yeah, but he wasn't fired, remember? He wasn't
his
fired.
contract
It was
ran out.
super mutual.
Oh, yeah.
It's like checking out of a hotel, if you ask me. We're out of here.
Yeah, we're done ski.
Yeah.
He says, I can tell you I've not watched one Minnesota game since, which makes plenty of sense there. But, yeah, he also references a time where it's draft time, and he's getting fed up with Rick Spielman, the general manager, for being a bad drafter. And this is draft day 2021. Zimmer says, I walk in before the draft, and Rick is watching quarterback interviews from the combine. He hadn't told me anything. Normally, he always kept me abreast of everything, and he and I were always good. The first round, Rick tried to trade up for Justin Fields, who hasn't done anything. With 4 third-round picks, Spielman selected, in order, quarterback Kellen Mond,
who Zim hated,
Aggie's own, linebacker Chaz Surratt. Let me know if you guys even know any of these players. Offensive lineman Wyatt Davis, defensive end Patrick Jones II. Zimmer was only there for the first pick. He says, when he picked Mond, I walked out of the room. I left the building. I didn't even talk to him on the phone. He was so out on Mond and all those guys. I mean, think about it.
None of them panned out.
You had 4 third-round picks, and I don't know a single one of those guys other than Kellen Mond, and that's because he was an Aggie quarterback. Like, come on now. So those are, I don't know what it is about Minnesota right now that's cranking out a Mike Zimmer interview and story, but those quotes were pretty dang interesting right there. And I'm excited for his defense. I'm excited for the way this thing's going to look. And I saw actually, because I know Walchuk is picking, I don't know if you've gone on record with this on our show here, but
I haven't because, things change. Maybe my opinion changes.
Has your opinion changed on the fact that you went bold with the Commanders having a pop-up year and winning the NFC East division?
No, I'm just going to stick with it. Why not?
You're going to stick with that.
I'm going to stick with Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders winning the NFC East.
I saw from Josh Norris that Jaden Daniels' time to throw on 15 preseason dropbacks, small sample size, but it was considerably less on the time to throw than last year's quickest in the NFL, which was Tua. It was like almost a full half second faster than even what Tua was getting the ball out in the 15 dropbacks for Jaden Daniels in this preseason. The air yards were 5.5 in the preseason for Jaden Daniels. The NFL, the worst air yards in the league last year was 5.7. So it's just get the ball out super quick, I guess. And as Mark Schlereth just told us, it's all about like getting outside horizontal. Like Cliff Kingsbury loves to have like 3x1 and let's just throw it to a guy as he turns around in 7 yards. It's a lot of just like turnaround stuff.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of like hitting guys on the move. I have no faith in Cliff Kingsbury. I have no faith in that offensive line. And I feel for Jaden Daniels being in that situation.
There he is, Eric Chiafalo with an edition of the finest. With some Cowboys copium in there as well.
Cowboys copium?
I think. Yeah, dunking all over the Washington coaching staff. I like it. Okay, when we come back, it's time for the Expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top, give you everything breaking in the world of sports right out of the gates, including agents giving their opinion on the Cowboys and Dak with 5 days to go until the season starts. That's next in the nation.
But let's talk Trajan wealth. Unlike the changing leaves of fall, our money does not grow on trees. Give Trajan wealth a call today.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And I decided to chop this weight up. Soda is state of the art.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by TrainInfo.com.
Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. TrainInfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
860 says Wolchuk has been randomly selected for a drug test by Odyssey. What did you say to get that reaction from the text,
I picked
Wolchuk?
Washington to win the East.
Oh, there you go.
I'm a believer in Jaden Daniels. And look, they do this randomly in the NFC East. I'm hoping the Cowboys can repeat. We haven't had one since 2004. I'm damn sure not picking the Eagles. Nope, I don't hate anybody more than them. And that could be a dumpster fire with the Kellen Moore deal. Jalen Hurts and Sirianni don't like each other. You get a new head coach in Dan Quinn, who we do like and respect. I think Kingsbury's an offensive coordinator, could be better than Eric certainly does. And I'm a Jaden Daniels believer. Rookie year, we saw it with RG3. He runs around, takes the NFL by storm. Hopefully they suck the next 10 years. But for 1 year, Washington has random seasons where they win 9 or 10 games and they win this damn division.
It would surprise me, but I guess it shouldn't. We have not had a repeat winner, as you said. And,
bizarre trend.
I mean, Washington's defense just got so bad last year.
That was surprising how bad. But they traded away those
edges.
two edges, and then all of a sudden it was like, whoa.
They still got two big boys in the middle.
They don't tackle.
Got a good linebacker.
Well. Yeah.
And Dan Quinn should help that.
Absolutely. He should. So we'll see. I am picking the Cowboys. How about you? Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And the Expressway is presented by the On Time Experts. So we can take your thoughts on that on the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. But the biggest story out there is, that the Cowboys are apparently, according to Josina Anderson, right?
Mm-hmm.
That they
Diane Rossini. I'm sorry, Rossini. Yeah,
they don't want to go long term on this contract. Hold up between Cowboys and Dak. Reportedly, the years the team is willing to commit at 877-881-1053. I think the Cowboys don't like losing negotiations, and they're getting destroyed by Dak and his agent. Like, they wanted a short term deal, they got it. They wanted a long term deal, they got it. I think agents and quarterbacks know there is a finite amount of these, and whatever you ask for from most teams, eventually you're going to get, especially if you were second in the MVP voting. You've done all this winning for your team. And I think the thing that I focus on right here is that Jerry says stuff to dress it up and create pop and sizzle in the media. Whenever Steven has talked about this, it's been very consistent, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That he wants Dak back?
Yeah, he has been.
Which one of the two Joneses are most in control of the vision of this, where things are going team building wise? I think it's more Steve than Jerry at this point.
Agreed.
We like going to Jerry for the sound bites from the media, but that doesn't mean he's most in charge. What do you think about that idea, Brian?
I'll tell you, it's funny. I don't know. I'm being honest here, and this is terrible. Here I am paid to do this and talk about this. Honestly, don't know. I don't know, because you hear the, is this really our guy bit from the owner? And then you hear what he says, and then you hear what Steven says, and then you're talking about, now I'm confused. Does he want the long term? Does he not want the long term? There's all these reasons. This has been the most that they don't want him. Yes, they do want him. No, they don't want to do this. Everything I hear is just so confusing on this one. I don't know if they're slow playing it, if they're getting it to the season, does Dak really want to be here? I'm sorry, folks. I know they pay me to do this and talk about this situation. Honestly, I worked for that organization for 14 years, and I don't know.
Yeah.
And I talked to people at training camp, what about? Well, I don't know. Hey, that's a lot of money for that, or hey, I don't want to do this, or I don't want to do, it's just so confusing right now. And you're trying to tell people what you believe. They're like, hey, what do you think? What's your gut feeling? I'm sorry, folks. I don't have a gut feeling. I really don't know what direction this thing is going to go.
I think when you see how little they've spent over the years, where like the Eagles this year are spending $100 million more in cash on their team than you are. And for the last decade, you've been one of the bottom cash spenders. That doesn't feel like a Jerry Jones thing. That feels like a Stephen Jones thing.
Sure.
So to me, that's where the proof is in the pudding. It's like, how are they conducting business? They're doing it super conservatively. Conservative is not a synonym for Jerry Jones.
No.
And
but
that
for
speaks to
Steven,
Yeah.
The Cowboys are spending less money on their roster than the Arizona Cardinals. a team that's notoriously considered a cheap organization.
That guy Tyler Dunn, who had that whole article in his Substack or whatever, and was talking about McCarthy stuff. He's a Wisconsin Green Bay kind of dude who's now branched off and writing just for his own Substack or whatever. But he had quotes from like former Cowboys personnel people and stuff like that. But one of the things that he said in his article, this was back in June, he says, Steven's always the one that's trying to hone Jerry in and prevent him from bankrupting the salary cap. And sometimes it's the right thing to do and sometimes it isn't. He references a time where Steven reportedly, quote, went absolutely ballistic on Jerry for spending too much money on Deion Sanders in free agency back in 1995.
We know that story. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So... But,
see, I want to say this, though, about this writer. If he's talking to Rob Davis, who is Mike McCarthy's like right-hand guy, I don't know how much access that he would really have to, knowing what's spending and what's going on.
Like the current deal?
Yeah.
Well, look, the cash spending, Blogging the Boys broke it down. Like, everybody can see this. And for cash spending is actual money that's being paid to players each year. There's no limit on the cash a team can spend each season as long as it's properly accounted for over a 5-year window. So when they talk about the spreadsheets...
They just spent cash on CeeDee Lamb, right? Did they give him a $38 million? Is that what we're talking about when spending cash?
No.
Correct me if I'm...
Does that go to next year's cap?
It can. It depends on how they structure it. So that's what they like to do is like each year then they'll flip a switch and they'll restructure it. But when it comes to just cash spending, the Cowboys have been at the bottom of the NFL since 2013 of this.
Okay.
So maybe that's just whoever is handling their cap doesn't like cash spending. But they should probably reevaluate it because the Eagles are doing it. The 49ers, as Schler just did it, is paying all of their players. Now, they haven't paid Purdy yet, but they've paid everybody else, and they're all at the top of the market. So they find ways to maneuver around this.
And the frustrating thing is it's not like we want them to spend more of the Jones inheritance. Everybody in the NFL spends the same amount over a sustained period of time. It's how you layer that money in. It's when you spend it. The Cowboys have decided that slow and steady and smooth, spending essentially the same amount year after year is the way to do it. And there's just not any evidence that that's being successful right now. It's teams that are pushing it all into 1 or 2 years to try to win the Super Bowl and then using one of the other years in that 5-year period to recover. That is by far, unless you have Mahomes.
Well, and that's why going back to this Dak thing, it business-wise, and the Joneses are a business family, it doesn't make any sense to lose Dak. Why? Because the fans out there that have the idea...
Unless they don't believe in him.
But even then, you let him walk, that's fine. You think you're going to have money to go spend on players? You're not. You owe him $40 million next year if he goes and signs somewhere else.
It's dead money, right?
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, but
so you think they're going to be
that.
flexible with the salary cap to now, okay, I can build around a Cooper Rush if that's what you want to do, or a Trey Lance. It's a nice idea. I love the idea. It's just not what's going to happen.
They believe, as we know, they can draft.
So they're going to draft a quarterback.
They could very well draft a quarterback. They absolutely could.
At pick 20? When they're going to have to move up and go get Shador,
I'm just saying,
or whoever they want to get.
I believe that when you and I start talking about the draft this year, they will draft a quarterback at some point in time in this draft, and it may be in the first 3 rounds. See, we don't have the advantage yet of knowing who all the quarterbacks
Even
are.
if Dak is back, they'd go first 3 rounds?
No, if Dak's not back. If Dak's not back.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't re-sign Dak, then they absolutely have to draft a quarterback. Now, where do they do it? That's a fair question, but you're most likely not going to be in position to have the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, but the number 1 overall pick doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be that good. Look at what was Trubisky, 3rd overall?
Yeah, who wasn't good.
I'm just saying, you find a quarterback. Just somehow, some way in the draft. Dak Prescott, we talked about it, was 4th-round pick. Tom Brady, a 6th-round pick. At some point in time, you can find a quarterback.
You can, but the reason we talk about it like that is because
you just have to be able to evaluate them.
You do.
That's the problem. That's the problem with a lot of NFL teams.
Yeah.
They don't know how to evaluate quarterbacks. There's some teams. I thought John Elway, being a Hall of Fame quarterback, general manager, and all that, would know what a good quarterback looks like. He couldn't get that right at all.
100%, I agree with you.
So that means there's some teams that have the ability to evaluate quarterbacks and are very, and it works out for them. There are teams, John Dorsey, when he convinced Andy Reid to trade up for Pat Mahomes. We all watched Texas Tech play. When you watched Texas Tech play, did you think Pat Mahomes was who he was? I mean, what he was going to be?
No,
when you're watching,
absolutely not.
So I'm saying, scouts have these abilities sometime, and sometimes it's just damn luck. Sometimes
well,
it is
that's
just
what's happened here.
Sometimes
it's been
just,
luck.
Yeah,
They have an evaluating quarterback.
If Quincy Carter doesn't fail a drug test, we're cutting Tony Romo. What do you think about that for luck?
Yeah,
that's luck right there. That isn't anything that we know. You know, I mean
Jerry wanted to go get Paxton Lynch.
They thought Dak was about as good as Jameel Showers.
Yeah, John Snyder. He even said it about Matt Flynn. Hey, that's a great pick, that Russell Wilson you made. Yeah, I'm the dumbass that gave Matt Flynn $10 million.
Well, the Cowboys, at least according to Diana Rossini, like Dak, but don't want to do, what would this be, 5 years? They probably want to do 4 because they don't believe that, they're
I wish
confident.
I knew that. I wish I knew that answer. If I knew who was wanting what direction, I could tell you if this is going to get done.
You don't believe Diana's report that the Cowboys want it shorter?
No, I'm not saying that. I would like somebody to tell me, and again, she's locked in. I don't know how locked in on this particular subject.
Okay.
But if somebody were to tell me over there, he's looking for a 5-6 year deal. Now I have an understanding. Well then, okay, we're thinking more 4. If we knew that, I could tell you if this deal is going to get done.
What if it is that? Do the Cowboys go to the 5th year? What if it's 4 or 5?
What does the Cowboys' history tell you they're going to do?
They would cave.
There you go.
And add voidable years if necessary. They're going to add voidable years
which is
anyway.
exactly what I believe is going to happen.
If they in fact just want to get this deal done, they're probably going to have to go long. And I know I'm probably going to get a text for saying that, but they're probably going to have to go long. They are. They're going to. It just seems like to me a different negotiating tactic from Dak to want to go long.
And there it is. Because the Cowboys negotiating tactic.
That's what I don't believe.
Yeah.
Because everything else to this point has been short.
But now he's old.
He's 30, right? But I don't know. To me, that still doesn't make sense. These quarterbacks are getting paid at 35 years old, right?
You said the TV money's drying up.
It's not shooting up as much as it was. The velocity at which it was increasing year to year has slowed down.
The cap every year's gone up, right?
Yes.
Every year.
Yeah.
To me, football's still the best bet in NFL for like the money, where
absolutely.
the money's going to be, the sponsorship where it's going to be.
Yeah.
I will say false on what you just said because I think the money's still going to be there and still going to go up.
Yeah, I do too.
It might not be for other sports, but it's going to be for the NFL.
But you can understand.
College football is going to be the next one. Get ready. College football is going to be the next.
Well, especially with the streaming deals, Amazon, Hulu. Now they've got to deal with Netflix. The money's going to grow. I mean, maybe it is something, though. You're starting a family. You're thinking different.
I think you're overthinking that.
You've already had one huge contract, and now you're like.
You've already got the wealth. You're making $20 million a year selling yogurt and sleep number beds.
Yeah, but clearly that doesn't matter because he wants to be the highest paid quarterback in football.
He didn't say that.
What do you think he's holding out for now?
Well, he didn't say he wanted.
He's also said the money doesn't matter, which that obviously does not seem to be true.
That's not true at all.
Right.
The money does matter.
So he doesn't need to say, I want to be the highest paid quarterback. But in these negotiations, you bet, to me, that's exactly what they're talking about. He wants to be paid $60 million a year.
So he could be the highest paid quarterback for 10 minutes more or something like
whatever
that?
it is.
That's what it is.
These guys feel obligated to the Players Association and stuff.
I think they're evaluating the family thing, by the way. He's got more money than he even knows what
That's
to
the
do
only thing to me that would be justifiable as to why I'd go long on the deals. Otherwise, then I side with you. Going short makes sense.
They could cut him, they could, after 3 years, they could eat all dead money just like everybody else does in the league.
So the salary cap has gone up $70 million over the last 5 years.
Yeah.
What is that, like $15 million a year? So you think it's going to continue to do that?
I do, and I think that you got set back because of the pandemic football stuff. I think now you're going to get that reset. I think to me, these companies are jumping in, all these streaming companies and stuff. If we were just talking about it the other day, how much money do we have to pay to watch an NFL season on DirecTV or whatever it is? What, $700?
Yeah.
There's people like, count me in. Here's the credit card. Let's go. All you need, think about that. That money, it's only going to get bigger. It is only going to get bigger.
Mike McCarthy reiterating his focus on getting the job done, says the Cowboys have a 21-game plan for 2024. I do like how he plans out.
No Carpe Diem this year?
I guess not. We haven't heard about that. Or Carpe Omnia?
Whatever that is.
Yeah, Carpe Omnia.
Sorry. That's the hotel next to the Star. The Omni Hotel.
But that was an answer to a question about his contract situation.
Oh.
I think it would be easy for him to not worry about contract right now with lifetime earnings. And
I don't think he's worried about it one bit, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's planning for exit strategy plan B.
Well, 21 games, he's definitely not planning on being the NFC champion and having the best record to get that bye. He's planning on playing all the playoff games. Respect him for that.
He probably knows
more
the
football.
NFC, so you're not a repeat division winner. So you're gonna be playing as a wild
He's
card.
worried about the Commanders.
He's playing the odds.
I like Wade Phillips' strategy about that. You get the number 1 seed, you count that wild card as a playoff win.
As a win?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Put that in the win-loss record.
There you go.
Who are the best college football teams in the great state of Texas right now? We go to the Dallas Morning News. Give me your top 5, Wolchuk. What do you got?
Texas is probably 100%. 2, I mean, A&M, they just had a tough loss there to Notre Dame.
What happened to the offense?
Talent-wise, I don't know.
Where's SMU? They're 2-0.
SMU, I'd probably put it 2. SMU's had a really, really good win.
Number 3 in the morning
They
news.
came back in the fourth quarter. They're number 3.
Yeah.
I think North Texas definitely deserves love there, Brian. North Texas about to beat up on SFA, go beat Tech, and all of a sudden, North Texas might be the 3rd best team here in the great state.
They're tied with Tech currently for 6. TCU and Baylor tied at number 4.
Don't we get an SMU Baylor game this week?
It's SMU Baylor week.
Is that this week already?
SMU, just BYU play them.
Legendary.
I want to see some SMU Miami ACC championship.
I would
I'm already
love
looking
that.
ahead.
I would love that. If SMU got into that ACC title game, that'd be fun.
1 and 2. Texas was 1. Who was 2?
A&M still.
Oh.
That defense looked pretty good.
Their roster's good, yeah. But, gosh, that offense, it did look gross.
Rice and UTEP in a battle for the cellar right now. So best of luck to you guys, just slightly ahead of Sam Houston. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. We're Lucius.
Let's go.
That's LA Live.
Yes, I do. And I'll give it to you right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toast.
Sweet. That's sweet.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
There's a ball hit toward right field. Sheets coming in. Drops the ball. The Guardians will score first as Quan comes home. Into second base is Owen Miller. And just simply botched it.
What was he thinking? My God. This is LA Live for Tuesday, September 3rd, 2024. It was the 3rd of September. But then remember, that was the day my daddy died. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live, which is sponsored by Kissable Dental. And the no bill guarantee. Book online at kissabledental.com. Your kissable journey starts today. Producer of the RJ and Choppy Show, Peyton Russell, come to the front of the congregation. Ooh. Come to the front of the congregation, sir. Yeah, so you guys did a little fantasy football draft yesterday?
Yeah,
did that happen?
Yeah, we drafted him up, man.
Okay. Yeah, so this morning apparently, my man Peyton Russell just tripped over his feet to do some snitching. Some dry snitching. I mean, tripped over his feet. Listen to this.
Oh, no. Mine was at number 2 last year, and I finished dead last.
Well, I went with 3 running backs, my first 3 picks, and I still got Mahomes. How about that? Still got Mahomes.
Who were your running backs?
It was Bijan Robinson, Alvin Kamara, and one other. Don't know the name.
Clearly.
I don't even know whose team was who. That's why I was sitting there. All I know is whoever Joe Buck yourself is screwed me out of 2 players.
Alec Medford. That's
of course. Doesn't even know he's on his own team, but he knows Alex's team.
My God, that was quick, bro.
Joe Buck yourself.
Lord.
That's a great
All
name.
I know is whoever Joe Buck yourself is screwed me out of 2 players.
Alec Medford. That's
of course. That's his arch nemesis, dude. So I actually give him a little bit of a break here.
Break.
Those guys are always squaring off.
Yeah, well, I don't give you a break. You're just in your bag. You're doing what you do.
Fair enough.
You're just doing what you do. I see you, Peyton. It's your turn, Alec. Take another shot back up. Or take the high road on him. And high road that guy.
Medford's not
That might be
turning
the
the other
play right
cheek.
now.
Yeah, high road him.
Clearly, they dominate the low road.
Yeah, clearly. And let's see. G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner today, we go to the It Is What It Is podcast with Cameron and Mace. They're back for a new season. And they have Michael Irvin, our very own Michael Irvin, the playmaker.
Love it.
As an NFL correspondent all season, so I can't wait to watch this. Now, this is his first hit with the boys. And listen to the story following his dismount.
We have a lot of weeks to see the progress happen, man. But thanks, Mike. We appreciate you on the first day, baby.
Y'all my brothers, man. I appreciate you, man. Thanks, dog.
Salute, baby.
Okay. So before we end the show, we just got a couple more topics to discuss. So Michael Jordan's son, Marcus Jordan, was caught sniffing a white substance in some photos that went viral earlier in the month next to his new girlfriend. Of course, a lot of memes were thrown around, but what was you guys' initial reaction to seeing those pictures?
Yeah, I wait for Mike to get all talking about that cocaine.
Can't bring that one trigger.
You want to trigger him.
I do love listening to them speak.
They talking like this.
The delivery.
Cam, come on, Cam. Yeah. All right. Let's see what I got going for you boys. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a toxic Tuesday. It was the 3rd of September.
A day I will remember.
NFL owners could have Tom Brady restrictions.
Yes.
Some broadcast restrictions on Tom Brady is what I meant to say. NFL owners could have broadcast restrictions on Tom Brady. You heard about this here, Broadus, right?
Yes, sir, I do. And there are quite a few of them.
It is quite a few of them.
I don't know how he's going to do his job.
Holy smokes. If Tom Brady is approved as a minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders,
yes,
he'll be subject to unique and severe restrictions in his role as a Fox broadcaster. The restrictions could prevent Brady from attending production meetings. Gotta have that.
Gotta have that.
Gotta have that. You gotta know these people.
Coaches told me the other day that,
Yeah, you gotta have that.
That's a crutch.
Watching team practices and even being present in other team facilities.
Yes.
Can't go.
Can't go.
No fly zone for Tom Brady if he becomes a minority owner here.
Especially with his reputation.
Let me see those balls. See what you're working with. Tom Brady also would be barred from publicly criticizing referees or opposing teams.
True.
Ooh, ouch. He won't be able to help himself.
Yeah. It's going to be hard to do your job there, Tom.
I mean, he's got, you know how much muscle memory he has in just ripping referees?
Yes.
You know?
And his
It
teammates.
would take like 10 years to get that out of his
Yeah,
system.
there's no way. I
Yes.
think he's got to choose one by the sound of this, Lucius.
Really? Yeah.
Seems undoable.
Yeah, you can't do
I
both.
can't criticize the other team.
Yeah,
I'm
they're
an
trying-
analyst.
They're trying to cripple you. They're trying to force you to do one thing here.
How much is he getting paid to broadcast? Are we
It was a fatty.
Is it over 300 million?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it was. Wasn't it 300 million or
I think it was
375
exactly
or something
that, yeah.
stupid?
For a decade?
Yeah,
It's 10 years.
I don't even. Was it 10 years? I don't remember, dude. It was a
I guess we can look
lot
all this
of-
up.
It was a few
10-year
hundred million.
contract worth $375 million.
God,
375.
Highest
All
paid
right.
sports commentator
God.
ever.
Oh.
Look up what some of these investors, these players that invested in other teams, other sports and stuff, and what they made off their initial investment and how much it's
300 and what?
$375 million.
that ownership stake that he has in the Raiders is going to be worth far more than his broadcasting career.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but he's such a competitor, you know.
Hell, I'd just do a horrible job and collect that $37.5 a year and own the team.
Don't say that out
Like, hi, I'm
loud.
Tom Brady. I'm handsome. I played quarterback. I'm Tom Brady. I'm on your TV for the next 3 hours. You'll greatest appreciate my quarterback ever. generic statements.
Yeah, you just say you just compliment everything.
Yeah.
That you see.
This is great.
Why'd you say it like Billy D. Williams?
I don't know. I was just trying to be as cool as possible.
Hi, I'm Tom Brady. You like slick smoked liquor?
So did my wife.
Yeah, so does my wife.
He was partying with the yoga guy.
Hey, podcasters out here are signing big deals. Big deals coming from the podcasters. Travis Kelce and his brother, $100 million deal with Amazon's podcasting studio, Wondery.
Wow.
We got actor Dak Shepard. You guys familiar with this cat?
Yeah. Employee of the month.
Funny guy?
Yes. $80 million from Wondery. They gave him 80.
Dang.
Yeah. Sirius XM linked a $100 million deal to acquire the distribution rights for the Smartless podcast, hosted by Will Arnett, Jason Bateman. I love Jason.
He is good.
Dude, I love
really
Jason
good.
Bateman.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Really
And
good.
Sean Hayes.
It's called
$100 million
Smartless?
deal. Smartless.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, $100 million deal from Sirius XM. Now, they don't give away $100 million deals. Last time they did something like that, it was Howard Stern.
Howard Stern.
So
That's
look,
right.
so pay
500
atten-
million.
Yeah, pay attention here. In stocks and everything like that. Spotify signed a multi-year deal with Joe Rogan. So, just a re-up